Chapter 3001, Chapter 75, Chapter 75. One person's strength inside the ancient demon court, Su Qianlu and the others remained wholly unaware of what was going on outside. Even if they did know what was going on, they wouldn't be in the mood to care since they were currently in shock over the environment inside the ancient demon court. What violent mana. So, this is hell mode? Everyone's faces paled when they looked at the dilapidated settlement and the death energy that filled the streets before them. Although they had long since known that an ancient demon court's hell mode wouldn't be an easy challenge, they never thought it would be this difficult. Setting aside the violent mana that constantly inflicted pain onto their bodies and affected their ability to control their bodies, just the death energy that filled the settlement streets was more than enough to instill despair into them. Death energy was a special type of energy with extremely powerful corrosive effects. It might be fine if it was present in scant amounts. At most, it would only prevent players from operating their bodies normally. However, if the presence of death energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, it would be fatal to players. Even if death energy was only visible as a thin layer of gray gas, it was already more than enough to corrode players' minds and rapidly reduce their concentration. Meanwhile, if players' concentration fell below the critical threshold, their characters would become an empty shell, and it'd be no different than if they had died. I'm afraid there's no way we can raid this ancient demon court, guild leader. Setting aside the violent mana, just the death energy that's floating in the air is already too much for us to handle. Apart from those with a gold mana body, everyone else would die in under 30 minutes, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. Originally, before entering the Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court, she had thought that they might have a chance at clearing it. After all, their team was not weak by any means. However, after entering the Ancient Demon Court, she realized that she had been too naive. With such a harsh environment, even the 5 great super guilds' main force would probably have difficulty surviving in such an environment. Not to mention, the bosses in level 100 Hell Mode team dungeons were typically tier 4 mythic monsters that had their HP, attack power, and defense boosted significantly. After getting strengthened, their overall strength could rival mythic-ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Meanwhile, seeing as they were inside a Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court, the boss they had to face was probably on par with mythic-ranked world bosses. In other words, they had to face a mythic monster with at least 50% more basic attributes than the average mythic monster, death energy and violent mana. After surveying their surroundings, Shi Feng nodded and said, "It seems we got lucky." Lucky? When Happy Snow heard Shi Feng's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She felt that Shi Feng was truly skilled at consoling people. How could their current situation even be considered lucky? Faced with such dense death energy, Happy Snow felt that she could, at best, last half an hour with her peak silver mana body. As for the others with weaker mana bodies, they probably wouldn't last more than 15 minutes. As soon as they stepped into the settlement before them, they'd be taking a ride on Hell's tour bus. They could probably meet God even without fighting. "We are indeed very lucky," Shi Feng said, calmly smiling when he saw the look of contempt Happy Snow was giving him. Ancient demon courts are products of the ancient era. When we consider the fact that the ancient demons were suddenly wiped out and the ancient demon courts were sealed, we can consider ourselves lucky that all we have to face right now is a little death energy and some mana fluctuations left behind from back then. Shi Feng had visited quite a few ancient demon courts during his previous life. Among them, many had much harsher environments than the one they currently faced. In one instance, not only did he have to deal with violent mana and dense death energy, but he also had to be wary of a temporal storm that was capable of obliterating everything. Even a random gust of wind that came out of that temporal storm could severely injure a superior mythic. Meanwhile, the temporal storm back then had covered the entire settlement. The scene back then was both beautiful and devastating. In comparison, the ancient demon court here only had violent mana and death energy. Among the many ancient demon courts in existence, it could be considered a relatively mild one. What should we do next, guild leader? We have no way to retreat now, but we can't progress in such an environment either. Even with my gold mana body, I doubt I can last more than an hour. If I have to fight monsters on top of that, I don't think I can last more than 20 minutes, Blackie said anxiously as he looked at the settlement ahead. While a gold mana body was stronger than a silver mana body, it wasn't invincible. It merely provided players with stronger adaptability. "Don't worry, since I decided to come here, I naturally came prepared," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Whether it is the violent mana or death energy, both are merely a form of external energy. Why do you think a gold mana body can have a better time adapting to harsh environments?" Upon hearing Shi Feng's question, Blackie immediately came to a realization as he said, "It's because of the enhanced control it provides toward mana. So long as we can control the mana around us, we'll be able to resist the mana and death energy here." "That's right." Shi Feng nodded. Rather than a dungeon, an ancient demon court is more like a trial for players. If players can control their mana well, they can drastically reduce the pressure they face from the surrounding environment. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, whether it was the violent mana or death energy surrounding him, both had stopped half an inch away from his body. It looked as if there was an invisible barrier surrounding him. What powerful mana control! Firecloud mentally exclaimed when he saw what Shi Feng just did. Forming a mana barrier around one's body was easier said than done. This was due to the way players visualized mana. It was especially true when the mana in question came from one's own body. The average player couldn't see or touch mana at all, and the only way they could manipulate their mana to form an external barrier was through relying on magic arrays. The process of forming an external mana barrier was essentially players compressing the mana they radiated to form a dense coating of mana around their bodies. It shouldn't be mistaken with the action of severing one's mana flow to prevent one's mana from leaving one's body. The two achieved entirely different effects, and the former was much more difficult to accomplish than the latter. Meanwhile, the closer the compressed layer of mana got to one's body, the denser it would become. As a result, the resistance it put up would also grow stronger. Without incredible control over mana, there was no way a player could compress their mana to within half an inch of their body. With Shi Feng's reminder, everyone present started compressing their mana to form a barrier that repelled the violent mana and death energy surrounding them. Fortunately, everyone present was a veteran expert. They possessed excellent control over mana, and everyone managed to form a barrier that was, at most, 1 yard thick. In Su Qianlu's case, she managed to form a half-inch thick barrier with ease, and none of the surrounding violent mana and death energy managed to affect her in the slightest. Well done. Shi Feng nodded approvingly when he saw that everyone had more or less managed to resist the surrounding environment's effects. Alright, let's start the raid for real now. I'll be splitting you all into 3 separate teams from now on. All Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors will be in Team 1, the remaining melee players will be in Team 2, and all ranged players will be in Team 3. Without my command, nobody in Team 2 is allowed to take action. As for Team 1, you are only allowed to use your shields to block the attacking monsters. You are forbidden from attacking and attracting aggro. For Team 3, you will attack whichever monster I tell you to attack. You are not allowed to attack any other monsters. Chapter 3002, Chapter 76, Guild Leader, Chapter 76, Guild Leader. After splitting the team into smaller groups, Shi Feng led the team to within 500 yards of the settlement. Upon reaching this point, a large group of fully armed elemental golems suddenly marched out of a corner of the main street and entered their view. The elemental golems were of varying sizes, the smaller ones measuring around 2 or 3 meters and the larger ones measuring up to 8 meters. At a glance, there should at least be 10,000 elemental golems in the group. Apart from their large numbers, these elemental golems also behaved like a well-trained army. The golems wielding shields stood at the front, the golems wielding spears stood in the middle, and the golems wielding staves stood at the rear. Elemental Destroyer, Great Lord, level 105 HP 300,000 Elemental Annihilator. Grand Lord, level 106 HP 1,000,000 crap. Are you kidding me? Why do these monsters have so much HP? Blackie felt his scalp turning numb when he saw the elemental golem's stats. The HP of these golems was at least twice as high as monsters of similar rank and level found in the outside world. Su Qianlu, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and the others also frowned at this situation. Unlike monsters, players were restricted by the hidden attribute known as stamina. In other words, the amount of time they could spend fighting was limited. It was especially true during intense fights. Right now, their team only had 300 players. Normally, they'd have exhausted most of their stamina even if they fought against just 2,000 or 3,000 Great Lords of the same rank. Yet now, not only did they have to face over 10,000 Great Lords and Grand Lords, but these monsters even had unusually high amounts of HP. Rather than a trial, what awaited them ahead was a massacre. Guild Leader, it's too disadvantageous for us to fight against such a larger group of monsters. We'll run out of stamina before we can even finish them. I suggest that we split the team and conduct guerrilla warfare using the small alleys, Su Qianlu suggested. Fighting a large-scale battle while being severely disadvantaged in numbers wouldn't benefit them in any way. In comparison, while splitting up the team across the settlement's alleys would scatter the team's strength, it would also reduce the number of monsters each player needed to face. This, in turn, would reduce their stamina consumption and increase their endurance in battle. The elemental golems were merely monsters with high physical and magical resistances. They didn't have extraordinary combat standards. At most, their combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage standard. In a situation where the gap in basic attributes wasn't too significant, first-rate experts would have no problem going up against 3 or 4 golems at a time. Blackie, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and the others also nodded in agreement with Su Qianlu's suggestion. After seeing the scale of the monster army before them, they finally understood why the ancient demon courts and various secret lands remained the private playground of only first-rate powers and above. Without a significant advantage in basic attributes, experts of their caliber had no way of fighting large-scale fights in these dangerous locations whatsoever. Faced with so many tanky monsters, it wouldn't matter even if they worked together. There was simply no way they could achieve victory. Although it was a bit of a pity to split up their combat power, this was the best solution available to them. Afterward, all they could do was hope that a few healers could survive until the dust settled so that they could resurrect those who had died in battle. No need to go through such hassle, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. While these elemental golems might be numerous, they have a fatal weakness. Fatal weakness? After thinking for a moment, Shu Qianlu asked, is it the density of their surrounding mana? Unlike other creatures, elemental creatures relied heavily on mana. The more violent and denser the surrounding mana, the stronger elemental creatures would become. Of course, the reverse was also true. Nodding, Shi Feng said, that's right. The reason why these golems have such high HP is largely due to the violent mana here. So long as we lower the density of the ambient mana or stabilize it, we can nullify the buffs of these golems. Ancient demon courts existed to test players, not to kill them. Thus, there were tricks to raiding every ancient demon court. So long as players found the trick, the raid difficulty would plummet. This was also why Shi Feng dared to challenge a hell mode ancient demon court with Su Qianlu and the others. After Shi Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes glowed in excitement as they turned toward Su Qianlu. Don't look at me, the mana here is too violent. It'd take an incredibly powerful mana domain to expel or stabilize the mana here, Su Qianlu said with a bitter smile when she noticed the hopeful gazes everyone was giving her. I might have a peak silver mana body, but my mana control still isn't enough for me to cast a mana domain. After hearing Su Qianlu's words, Happy Snow and Firecloud turned toward Blackie. Blackie's mana body was stronger than even Su Qianlu's. Moreover, he had even completed his gold mana body at an 85% completion rate. A mana body of this caliber could rank at the top even among the various superpowers' top-tier talents. Me? Scratching his face awkwardly, Blackie said, I'm no good either. With my control over mana, I don't even know if I can cast a mana domain after reaching tier 4, let alone now. Blackie might have a gold mana body, but the way he obtained it could be considered borderline cheating. If he hadn't relied on Shi Feng's real-time instructions and some luck, it would have been impossible for him to construct a gold mana body with an 85% completion rate. In comparison, Su Qianlu had relied entirely on her own efforts to construct her peak mana body. When it came to mana control, she was undoubtedly much better than him. Upon hearing Blackie's helpless words, everyone present despaired a little. If even the team's two strongest magical class players couldn't cast a mana domain, it was even more impossible for everyone else. You don't need to worry about the matter with the mana domain. I have a solution for that, Shi Feng suddenly said. Just follow my orders afterward and attack the elemental annihilators that charge forward. Magical classes, don't hold anything back and dump everything you have. He has a solution? Su Qianlu couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise and confusion. After all, players could only create a mana domain when they had developed their mana control to an extreme level. It wasn't something that could be obtained via words alone. However, before Su Qianlu and the others could figure out Shi Feng's words, the elemental golems had already moved within 50 yards of their team. This distance was already within the attack range of Great Lords and Tier 3 players. Tier 3 assassins could even cross this distance in just 2 steps. Attack, Shi Feng commanded, having already moved within 40 yards of the nearest elemental annihilator. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone stopped holding back and used their skills and spells one after another. The magical class players in particular used their trademark moves right off the bat, bombarding the elemental annihilators charging at the forefront with AoE spells and large-scale combination spells. Some had even used Tier 3 curses. For a time, the land between both sides turned into a sea of flames. The ground also shook violently, as if a meteor had just hit the ground. What power? Is this the effect of violent mana? Happy Snow was a little dumbfounded when she saw the devastated battlefield. Even though they were only casting Tier 3 spells, the raw power their spells exuded rivaled Tier 4 spells. Because of their spells, the elemental annihilators had their advance forcibly halted, and damages exceeding 1,000,000 appeared above their heads one after another. However, before everyone could celebrate this situation, what took place next instantly extinguished the confidence they just recovered. The cracks on the elemental annihilators' bodies were rapidly mending, and even their HPs were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed of these monsters was far superior to the monsters found in the outside world. At this time, the shield-wielding elemental destroyers had also caught up to the elemental annihilators. Then, with their shields raised, these elemental destroyers blocked the oncoming skills and spells without getting affected in any way. Subsequently, when less than 30 yards separated both sides, and Firecloud and the other tanks were subconsciously trembling while wielding their shields, halt! A low voice suddenly echoed throughout the team. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple spread across the entire battlefield, causing the violent mana to settle down and mana density to plummet. Meanwhile, along with these abrupt changes to the ambient mana, all elemental golems standing within the affected area had their movement speeds reduced drastically, and their HPs reduced to less than 1/3 of their original. Moreover, their body sizes had shrunk by half, their basic attributes had fallen by over 30%, and their battle recovery had halted completely. Guild Leader? Chapter 3003, Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Su Qianlu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shi Feng. She dared not believe that such a powerful mana domain actually came from Shi Feng. A mana domain. It was something that only those who had achieved incredible mastery over mana could possess. It should be known that even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to cast a mana domain when they first reached Tier 4. Yet, now, Shi Feng had cast a mana domain as a Tier 3 swordsman. Moreover, the strength of his mana domain was so great that it could even suppress Grand Lords in all aspects. This was a feat that she had only ever heard of in rumors. Meanwhile, Happy Snow, who stood guard beside Su Qianlu, was also dumbfounded by this situation. Then, after snapping out of her daze, she asked Su Qianlu, "Is he really just Shadow's former guild leader, Big Sis Qianlu?" At this moment, Su Qianlu and the members of her adventurer team weren't the only ones shocked and confused by this situation. Blackie and the others who had stayed with Shadow all these years also couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at Shi Feng. "Brother Feng." "No, guild leader." Blackie was at a loss for words as he looked at Shi Feng's mana domain. Compared to the shock he received when he received the Holy Annihilation mana technique from Shi Feng previously, the shock he felt now was many times greater. There were more than 10,000 Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked elemental golems here. Yet now, with just one move, Shi Feng had crippled every one of these powerful monsters. "Alright, I know what you want to say, but our priority now is to clear out these elemental golems first," Shi Feng said as he pointed at the golems ahead. "Right, we have to get rid of these golems first." Immediately, Blackie, Su Qianlu, and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and got serious. Then, following Shi Feng's command, the melee players of the team charged at the elemental annihilators. Due to Shi Feng's mana domain, the mighty elemental golems were nothing but a joke now. Under the mana domain's effects, not only did the golems lose a significant portion of their basic attributes and HP, but their reaction speeds had also dropped by 30% or more. Now, instead of being stronger than their counterparts in the outside world, these elemental golems had become weaker instead. For a time, Happy Snow and the team's other melee players slaughtered the elemental annihilators and destroyers, converting these monsters into EXP for everyone. Unlike Team Dungeons, the monsters in ancient demon courts provided much higher EXP than monsters found in the outside world. It was even more so for the monsters in a Hell mode ancient demon court. After including the level gap bonus, the EXP the elemental golems provided was several times higher than their counterparts in the outside world. In less than 4 hours, the team wiped out the 10,000 plus elemental golems. Meanwhile, the abundant EXP everyone received had boosted Blackie and the others from level 100 to level 1003. As for Shi Feng, Su Qianlu, and the others, they had leveled up from 102 to 1004. In the current miniature ancient world, they were undoubtedly at the forefront when it came to levels. However, compared to the EXP they gained, everyone paid more attention to the loot the elemental golems dropped. As elemental creatures, the elemental golems did not drop any coins. Instead, they dropped magic crystals and various types of elemental cores. On average, a magic crystal would drop for every 2 or 3 elemental destroyer killed. Magic crystals was a hard currency on the market. It was needed for many aspects of God's domain. Since players weren't allowed to bring magic crystals with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the current market value of magic crystals was around 50 silver each. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy any magic crystals even if one had the money. Yet now, the elemental golems had dropped over 6,000 magic crystals. In addition, the elemental golems also dropped over 1,000 level 100 and level 105 weapons and equipment. Although they were all at the fine gold rank, they were still better than the level 100 secret silver ranked beginner's equipment. Seeing the elemental golems drop over 1,000 fine gold weapons and equipment, everyone couldn't help but be amazed by the Hell mode ancient demon court's profitability. If they came here at level 150, the harvest they could acquire would be massively beneficial to their guild. "Guild leader, something good dropped," Blackie said excitedly as he ran up to Shi Feng with a dark red plate armor in his hands. Tier 3 mana equipment? Shi Feng also grew interested when he saw the magic patterns and magic arrays engraved on the chest piece. Mana equipment was different from conventional equipment. They were not divided by ranks, only tiers. The boost to basic attributes mana equipment provided was also changed according to the user's level. They were similar to epic weapons and equipment in a sense. Moreover, the basic attributes mana equipment provided could rival the average epic weapon and equipment. The skills and spells that came with mana equipment even possessed superior effects than most epic weapons and equipment. The only flaw with mana weapons and equipment was the fact that they were consumables. They would become useless once their durability ran out. They couldn't be repaired from conventional equipment. "It is indeed Tier 3 mana equipment, but it isn't the same mana equipment that we know," Blackie said, shaking his head. Then, in an even more excited tone, he continued, "Instead, it's a piece of ancient mana equipment. I've already had Qianlu check it, and this ancient mana equipment doesn't have the same durability limitation as ordinary mana equipment. We can replenish its durability using magic crystals." "How many pieces did we get?" Shi Feng asked, his eyes lighting up in excitement when he heard Blackie's words. According to Blackie's introduction, this ancient mana equipment was none other than the mainstream equipment used in the Greater God's domain. If they could collect a full set of this ancient mana equipment, the boost in combat power it could provide to a player would surpass even that of an epic set equipment. After all, apart from providing players with a significant amount of basic attributes, this ancient mana equipment could also help players significantly in their control over mana, skills, and spells. It could even help players with their combat techniques to a certain extent. Meanwhile, Blackie chuckled and raised 5 fingers upon hearing Shi Feng's question. 5 pieces? Shi Feng grew a little disappointed when he saw Blackie's response. If only 5 pieces dropped, there definitely weren't enough to make a set. The average mana equipment came in 6-piece sets, while the best came in 8-piece sets. Meanwhile, mana equipment that wasn't in a complete set would only be slightly stronger than dark gold equipment of the same level. No, it's 50 pieces. A whopping 50 pieces dropped. We hit the jackpot this time. Blackie laughed. Moreover, out of these 50 pieces, we managed to come up with 6 complete sets. 3 sets are for physical melee classes, 1 is for physical ranged classes, and 2 are for magical classes. Can you speak in full next time? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. Inwardly, though, he was very excited over this situation. 6 sets of ancient mana equipment would greatly help their current team. I already brought a physical melee set here for you. Here, try it on, Blackie said as he took the remaining 5 set pieces out of his bag. You are Zero Wings guild leader after all. Others will laugh at us if you keep wearing beginner's equipment. When Shi Feng took a look at the equipment he currently used, he felt that Blackie's words made sense. Although the Winter of Eternal Night was a fragmented legendary weapon, it was still no excuse for him to wear beginner's equipment as Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing would become a joke if others saw him in such a state. Chapter 3004, Chapter 78, Chapter 78, to Tier 4 Threshold. As soon as Shi Feng put on the Night Watcher set, the Tier 3 ancient mana set equipment, his aura instantly underwent a complete transformation. Shi Feng had to admit that the Night Watcher set really made him stand out like a sore thumb. Not only was the armor set strikingly pitch black, but it was also engraved with blood-red runes all over. The armor even emitted a faint black mist. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from looking like an ordinary passerby to looking like a gent who had just stepped out of hell. Aside from appearances, the Night Watcher set also provided astonishing bonuses and basic attributes. Shi Feng's strength attribute instantly reached the Tier 4 threshold upon donning the armor set. That's right, the Tier 4 threshold. It wasn't just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. Instead, it was at the Tier 4 standard already. Now, he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard even without employing any techniques. At this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid beast. As for the 5 remaining ancient mana equipment sets, Shi Feng allocated them to Blackie, Su Qianlu, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and Desolate Star, a ranger and a vice commander in Su Qianlu's adventurer team. Upon distributing these sets, the team's overall combat power instantly increased by a significant margin. Outside the ancient demon court, due to the sky outside darkening, the inside of the cavern also grew darker and colder. Unlike before, there were over 1,000 expert players currently gathered in the cavern, and even the weakest among them was a first-rate expert. The number of Refinement Realm experts had also increased to over 100. Such a team was a force to be wary of no matter which part of God's domain the team was put in. I can't believe the mighty One-Eyed Ghost actually got toyed by a nameless junior. If the guild leader learns of this, he'll probably laugh for half a year, a wild-looking man carrying a large saber on his back said, laughing as he looked at One-Eyed Ghost. Yet, despite this wild-looking man's ridicule, One-Eyed Ghost had surprisingly chosen to remain silent. He did not do anything else besides glare at the other party to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing One-Eyed Ghost's abnormal behavior, the other members of Nature Hall also chose to remain silent, none of them daring to speak up for him. There was only one person in the guild who dared to speak with One-Eyed Ghost in such a way was none other than Stalwart Bear, Nature Hall's strongest Tier 5 player. In addition, Stalwart Bear was the second strongest expert in the guild after Nature Manifestation, Nature Hall's guild leader and the guild's only Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Moreover, he was also Tyrant Blade of the 5 Blades, an equivalent ranking list to the 8 Sword Meisters. Since everyone is here already, should we discuss our subsequent plans, Stalwart Bear? A woman with short hair and crimson eyes from Hundred Flower Palace suddenly spoke up. However, her tone indicated that she had no intentions of discussing anything whatsoever despite her words. Meanwhile, as soon as this short-haired woman finished speaking, the silence in the cavern grew even heavier, and many people couldn't help but lower their heads to reduce their presence. Don't tell me they're going to start a fight? When Rainsong saw Stalwart Bear's expression suddenly growing cold, she turned to Cleansed Rue, hoping that she could try to dissuade the short-haired woman from aggravating the already tense situation. Of those present, the only ones qualified to participate in a fight between Stalwart Bear and the short-haired woman were Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. So, apart from them, nobody else had the qualifications to speak. Don't look at me. There's nothing I can do about Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue said in a helpless tone. Crimson Heart, Hundred Flower Palace's first Vice Guild leader. Whether in terms of combat standards or individual combat power, Crimson Heart was second only to Hundred Flower Palace's guild leader. She was an existence that rivaled Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even after entering the miniature ancient world, Cleansed Rue still didn't think she could match Crimson Heart. I can't believe you'd actually come to the miniature ancient world, you crazy woman. It seems 100 Flower Palace is betting everything on this place, Stalwart Bear casually said. He remained unfazed even in the face of Crimson Heart's oppressive aura. Aren't you the same, you barbarian? Crimson Heart calmly responded. Well, do you plan on going in or stand guard outside? Go in? Stalwart Bear rolled his eyes at Crimson Heart. Then he sneered and said, Do you think Nature Hall runs a charity? Since these bastards dare mess with Nature Hall, they naturally have to pay the price. Isn't it just a hell mode ancient demon court? We can clear it any time we want. After hearing Stalwart Bear's words, Crimson Heart took a look at the time. It was nearing 10 hours since Shi Feng's team had entered the ancient demon court. After so much time had passed, even if Shi Feng's team was still alive inside, their stamina and concentration should be close to depletion, so it wouldn't be long before they exited the dungeon. Realizing this, Crimson Heart looked at Stalwart Bear and stated, 2 hours. 100 Flower Palace will only wait for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you must enter the dungeon with us. Hearing Crimson Heart's condition, Stalwart Bear cooperatively nodded and said, So be it. I refuse to believe they can last for that much longer. Meanwhile, after Stalwart Bear and Crimson Heart ended their discussion, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue were especially relieved. After all, they knew just how important the ancient demon court meant for their two guilds. They couldn't afford to be careless with it at all. If they wasted too much time waiting for Su Qianlu's team to come out, there was a high risk of the various superpowers finding out and coming to contest it. If that happened, their chances of acquiring the ancient demon court would reduce significantly. Meanwhile, inside the ancient demon court, guild leader, the boss, has appeared. Chapter 305, Chapter 79. Mana Equipment Sets Effects, Chapter 79. Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Upon hearing the Assassin Scout's report, Shi Feng promptly assembled the resting members of his team and made his way to the assassin's location. Even though everyone had already been fighting in the ancient demon court for 10 long hours, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, every one of them wore excited expressions on their faces. After grinding in the ancient demon court for many hours, everyone had to admit that a hell mode ancient demon court was a paradise for players. After killing only 2 groups of 10,000 plus elemental golems, Blackie and the others new to the miniature ancient world had already reached level 1004. Shi Feng, Su Qianlu, and the members of Su Qianlu's adventurer team had even reached level 1005. However, compared to levels, what surprised everyone more was the ancient mana equipment they acquired. Originally, they only had enough pieces to complete 3 sets. Now, they had 11 complete sets and 26 individual pieces. However, considering the guild's future development, Shi Feng did not distribute the 5 new sets to anyone. Instead, he intended to put these sets into the guild warehouse and let guild members exchange for them using points. Nobody objected to Shi Feng's decision either. On the contrary, everyone strongly supported it. The Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets were incredibly valuable. Previously, the people Shi Feng had assigned the sets to were Zero Wing's core executives, such as Su Qianlu, her 2 vice commanders, and the talented Happy Snow. Every one of them was a refinement realm expert. As for Blackie, he was the person in charge of guild affairs. He also had a gold mana body. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to receive a set as well. Apart from those 5 players, the others were essentially equals. If Shi Feng allocated the 5 new sets to someone, those who didn't get chosen would probably feel unreconciled. In that case, the wisest and fairest method of distributing these sets would be to put them up for exchange using GCPs. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to acquire the sets. There was also no need to worry that nobody would try to exchange the sets. Everyone had already witnessed the set in action before, and they couldn't help but drool over it. Before Blackie donned his ancient mana equipment set, the Grand Lord ranked Elemental Annihilators were still tough opponents for him. However, after putting on the set, every one of his Tier 3 offensive spells could easily impact the movements of the Elemental Annihilators. If he used a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, he could even heavily injure the Elemental Annihilators. Overall, the set had doubled the power of his spells. Compared to the ancient mana equipment set, the 6-piece epic equipment sets he had seen in the past might as well be wall decorations. Those without the mana equipment set weren't the only ones surprised by the set's effects. Su Qianlu was also surprised by the effects. The average epic weapon and equipment could only grant players powerful basic attributes, physique bonuses, and additional skills. However, the mana equipment set was different. Although it didn't provide as huge of a boost to basic attributes, the boost it provided to the power and control of the user's skills and spells was on an entirely different level. As an X-Tier 4 player, Su Qianlu could cast her spells with a 90% completion rate on average and 95% at best previously. However, after receiving the mana equipment set's bonuses, she could cast all of her Tier 3 spells at 100% completion rate, with some even reaching up to 102%. A 10% increase might not seem like much, but beyond 85%, every 1% increase in completion rate would improve a skill or spell's effects by at least 10%. That number would increase to 20% or higher past the 100% completion rate threshold. In other words, Su Qianlu had the effects of her spells improved by at least 100% after putting on the mana equipment set. At this time, Su Qianlu even had the illusion that her current self was not much weaker than when she was still at Tier 4 in the outside world. She was only missing a few Tier 4 spells and a stronger physique. Meanwhile, if even the ancient demon court's mobs had already provided such a huge harvest, the harvest they could acquire from clearing the ancient demon court would be unimaginable. Subsequently, after everyone ran for some time, they arrived in front of a dilapidated tower. Although a huge portion of the tower had crumbled away due to the erosion of time, the tower still measured over 200 meters in height. It looked like a huge mountain as it stood in the middle of the settlement. Meanwhile, situated at the bottom of this tower was a gigantic, pitch-black snake with 2 heads. Each of the snake's heads was the size of a 2-story house, and the snake's body measured over 100 meters in length. If it wasn't curled up right now, it could probably oversee the entire settlement if it decided to extend its body. The system must be insane. How can anyone get past a twin-headed destruction snake? Blackie cried out in frustration as he looked at the slumbering snake ahead. The twin-headed destruction snake. It was one of the top-ranking demonic beasts found during ancient times. Although its life rating was only slightly stronger than the average archaic species and nowhere near dragons, they were much more formidable than dragons in certain aspects. Specifically, the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. The demonic beast's eyes of destruction could launch powerful mental attacks against all targets they gazed upon. Depending on the target's strength, the eyes of destruction could even destroy the target's soul. Meanwhile, mental attacks were the most difficult type of attack to block in God's domain since players' defense was utterly useless against it. Players could only rely on their mental fortitude to resist them. If players failed to resist the twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks, their souls would crumble and they would die on the spot. Twin-headed destruction snake, ancient demonic beast, mythic level 106 million billion, as expected of an ancient demon court. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are the only ones capable of raiding ancient demon courts. This difficulty simply isn't something we can tackle, Firecloud said with a bitter smile. In Firecloud's opinion, the twin-headed destruction snake before them was even more frightening than a dragon of the same level and tier. Its HP of 40 billion was simply maddening. There was simply no way they could finish off the boss before they exhausted their concentration. 40 billion HP? Su Qianlu also couldn't help but gasp when she saw the twin-headed destruction snake's stats. Originally, she thought they had a chance of raiding the Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court successfully after their team had received such a significant boost in strength. However, looking at the twin-headed destruction snake, she realized that it was merely wishful thinking. Setting aside the boss's combat standards, just the boss's eyes of destruction and frightening HP was already more than enough to dash any hopes for them to raid it. This was no longer a matter of lacking basic attributes. Faced against Tier 4 Mythic ranked Eyes of Destruction, Tier 3 players would last no more than 5 minutes before their souls crumbled. Meanwhile, killing the twin-headed destruction snake in 5 minutes was nothing but a fool's dream. It's a twin-headed destruction snake? At this time, Shi Feng also frowned when he looked at the slumbering twin-headed snake. Although he had long since known that it wouldn't be easy to raid a Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court, he didn't think that his luck would be this bad. Before reaching level 120, the average Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court would only be an ordinary superior mythic. Although the boss they currently faced wasn't a superior mythic, it was a top-ranking ancient demonic beast. After factoring in the bonuses in HP and basic attributes the twin-headed destruction snake received for being a dungeon boss, it was a much more challenging opponent than the average superior mythic found in the outside world. Chapter 3006, Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Should we retreat now, guild leader? Blackie asked as he looked toward Shi Feng. Without a Tier 4 team, there was no way they could take down the twin-headed destruction snake. It didn't matter even if they had a mana domain on their side. This was because top-tier ancient demonic beasts were born with mana domains. Thus, unless they had a master magic barrier, they would have no choice but to fight the twin-headed destruction snake at its peak. Retreat? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. How can we just retreat? But we'll suffer a huge loss if we fail to kill the boss and die, Blackie said reluctantly as he looked at his own level. We'll only lose 20% EXP if we get killed by mobs inside the ancient demon court. But if we get killed by the final boss, we'll lose an entire level. Had they challenged the twin-headed destruction snake before they increased their levels, they could have just challenged it without any worries. However, everyone on the team had already reached level 1004 or level 1005. They had already surpassed most players in the outside world in terms of level. Most importantly, level 105 was a small milestone that allowed players to equip level 105 weapons and equipment. So long as everyone on the team equipped themselves with level 105 fine gold equipment, they could head to a level 110 map to train and widen the gap between them and other players. After all, due to the significant level suppression in the miniature ancient world, even Refinement Realm experts wouldn't dare to grind in level 110 maps before reaching level 1005. However, if they got team-wiped by the final boss now, they would lose a significant portion of the advantages they had accumulated in the ancient demon court. Shi Feng naturally understood what was going through Blackie's mind. Smiling, he said, "Although this twin-headed destruction snake is powerful, we aren't without a chance." "We still have a chance?" Blackie was stunned. Then, he subconsciously turned to the twin-headed destruction snake in the distance. He had a feeling that their entire team combined wouldn't even be enough to fill one of the twin-headed snake's mouths. Su Qianlu and the others also felt that Shi Feng was joking with them when they heard his words. After all, nobody on their team could last more than a few minutes against the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. "We naturally aren't able to resist the eyes of destruction for long periods." After stretching his body a little, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "But what if we make it so that it can't open its eyes for long periods? Preventing it from opening its eyes?" Su Qianlu grew confused as she watched Shi Feng walk forward. "But where would we find enough experts to target all of its eyes?" The simplest method to deal with the twin-headed destruction snake was to target its eyes of destruction. So long as one could seal its eyes, the twin-headed destruction snake would be no different than an ordinary mythic monster. However, the twin-headed destruction snake had a total of 8 eyes, 4 on each head. The boss also possessed strong regenerative strength, and it could repair any injuries in just 1 second. Meanwhile, even the boss could launch its mental attacks if even one of its eyes remained open. In other words, players needed to attack all 8 eyes once every second. Moreover, these attacks needed to destroy all 8 eyes. To make matters worse, the twin-headed destruction snake's combat standard was at the Trial Tower's 7th floor early stage standard. Thus, it'd take at least 8 Refinement Realm experts to accurately target and destroy the boss's eyes. Currently, setting aside whether they had enough basic attributes, they didn't even have 8 Refinement Realm experts on the team. However, Shi Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he looked toward Su Qianlu and asked, "Can you guys seal 4 of its eyes?" After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu said, "If it's only 4 eyes, me, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and Desolate Star can just barely handle 1 each." "That's enough then. I'll take care of the other head by myself," Shi Feng said, nodding. "Everyone else just focus on dealing damage. Tanks, your job is to prevent the boss from charging into the crowd and using AoE attacks. Healers, all you need to do is keep the 5 of us healed." "You are going to seal an entire head by yourself, guild leader?" Su Qianlu couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Shi Feng's words. "Wouldn't that put a lot of pressure on you?" Su Qianlu recalled that Shi Feng was quite strong before she left Shadow. Even so, he was only at the half-step Refinement Realm standard back then. Of course, it had been several years since she left Shadow, so Shi Feng must have made some improvements during this period. The fact that Shi Feng managed to cast such a powerful mana domain was proof of that. Meanwhile, seeing that he had made such significant improvements in his mana control, he should have made some improvements in his combat standard as well. At this time, he might have already reached the Flowing Water Realm or the Flowing Water Realm's peak. However, destroying 4 eyes of destruction in 1 second wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when Shi Feng needed to face the twin-headed destruction snake's physical and mental attacks while doing so. Even a Void Realm expert would have trouble accomplishing such a feat. In addition, the twin-headed destruction snake's high HP meant that they would be in for a long battle. Meanwhile, a long battle also meant more chances to make mistakes, and even one slip-up in this battle could cost everyone their lives. However, before Su Qianlu could finish speaking, Shi Feng had already charged toward the twin-headed destruction snake. Subsequently, when Shi Feng moved within 100 yards of the twin-headed destruction snake, the boss immediately woke up, lifted its head, and opened its 8 eyes. When the 8 crimson eyes the size of study desks opened, everyone's worlds had seemingly distorted, and everyone had difficulty telling which direction was which. At the same time, an intense headache assaulted everyone's minds, making it impossible for them to stay calm. "Its mental attacks are too strong. We can't even get close at this rate," Firecloud said, clenching his teeth as he looked at the twin-headed destruction snake. Meanwhile, Su Qianlu also frowned in this situation, her complexion paling slightly from the intense headache she experienced. At this time, her head hurt so much that she couldn't even cast a Tier 3 spell, much less attack the boss with Shi Feng. However, while everyone was despairing over the situation, Shi Feng had jumped into the air and arrived above the twin-headed destruction snake's heads. Then, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night in mid-air. "Close those damned eyes. 8 extreme slashes." The next moment, Shi Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night, creating 8 crescent moons that tore through space and landed on the twin-headed destruction snake's 8 eyes. The boss had just opened its eyes, so it couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's actions at all. Peesh 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 roar. The twin-headed destruction snake's 2 heads let out a painful howl, the intense pain coming from its eyes causing its massive body to distort and flatten the surrounding streets. Subsequently, frightening damages appeared above the twin-headed destruction snake's left head, one after another. 1,000 35,445, 2,000 1,000 60,000 5,000 60,000, 40,000 60 40,000 Fury 6. Damages exceeding 1 million appeared one after another, the total damage racking up to over 10 million and causing everyone to gape in shock. Chapter 307, Chapter 81, Hell Modes Evaluation. Everyone gaped in shock at the damage Shi Feng dealt. Big Sis Qianlu, didn't you say that the guild leader was only a Tier 3 half-step refinement realm expert before? Are you sure he's not a half-step domain realm monster instead? Happy Snow asked as she looked toward Su Qianlu dubiously. She could more or less accept that Shi Feng possessed a mana domain. After all, a mana domain was the product of having superb control over mana. However, the 8 extreme slashes technique was an advanced combat technique that even sword-wielding Tier 5 experts had difficulty executing. Any expert capable of executing this technique below Tier 6 was more than qualified to compete for a spot among the 8 sword meisters. This, Su Qianlu, was momentarily rendered speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. The little girl beside her had never doubted her words before today, yet this was already the second time she had questioned her today. However, rather than getting angry, Su Qianlu was ecstatic at being questioned. If she were to point out what was most important in God's domain, she would have only one answer. It was especially true for monster-caliber experts capable of fighting thousands by themselves. Why could Shadow never become a first-rate guild after developing in God's domain for a decade? Why could Su Qianlu's adventurer team never enter the ranks of well-known adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire? The answer was simple. It was because they lacked a truly powerful expert to protect the guild's interests. Take Tier 6 God-ranked experts, for example. Even if a guild had only one Tier 6 God-ranked expert and 0 Refinement Realm experts, it would be publicly recognized as a top-tier first-rate guild, and even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to mess around with it for no good reason. Zero Wing might be a new guild right now, but so long as it had a half-step domain realm expert like Shi Feng leading it, it'd have no trouble rising through the ranks of God's domain at all. At this time, apart from Su Qianlu, the other members of Su Qianlu's adventurer team also grew excited, their confidence in Zero Wing's future skyrocketing. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw that everyone was still staring at him idly, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. Then he asked, "How long are you guys going to continue watching? Can you start fighting the boss now?" Shi Feng wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction to his show of strength. On the contrary, this was the effect he wanted. After all, a guild's leader needed to be someone that members could put their trust in. Although Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing with her adventurer team, the loyalty of her adventurer team's members remained with her, not him. If he wanted to have these experts follow his orders willingly, he needed to let them understand his strength. Otherwise, he'd have a challenging time ahead of him as Zero Wing's guild leader. After Shi Feng finished speaking, everyone promptly recovered their senses and began attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. Moreover, nobody showed any resistance toward Shi Feng's orders any longer. Now, everyone followed his orders with respect and expectations. Meanwhile, with Su Qianlu and the other Refinement Realm experts joining in, the team quickly sealed all 8 of the boss's eyes of destruction. Now, everyone simply needed to give their all in attacking the boss without having to bother about anything else. Speed up the damage output. The boss's recovery speed will only increase as the battle progresses. All melee players pay attention to the boss's tail swipe and magic attacks. Shi Feng issued commands to the team one after another while repeatedly destroying 4 of the 8 eyes of destruction. In reality, Shi Feng was more than capable of handling all 8 eyes of destruction by himself. After all, not only did he have his experiences as a Tier 6 sword god in his previous life, but his strength attribute had also reached the Tier 4 threshold already. The twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks were no trouble to him either. These mental attacks might affect other players, but they were no different than a gentle breeze to him. The threat level of these mental attacks wasn't even comparable to that of the boss's Tier 4 skills and spells. However, when considering Zero Wing's future development, Shi Feng decided to use the twin-headed destruction snake to train everyone. After all, opportunities for players to come across mental attacks in God's domain were few and far between. Meanwhile, players could develop their concentration standard by a certain extent when defending against mental attacks. Thus, it was fine even when Su Qianlu and the others slipped up and allowed the other 4 eyes of destruction to regenerate from time to time. Their mistakes would allow everyone to experience the boss's mental attacks. Then, everyone could figure out ways to adapt or resist these mental attacks. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. Without realizing it, everyone had already fought against the twin-headed destruction snake for over an hour and whittled the boss's HP to just 10%. When the boss's HP reached 10%, it also entered a berserk state. Although its basic attributes remain unchanged, it started releasing AoE mental ripples even with all 8 of its eyes destroyed. Although these Tier 4 mental ripples weren't as powerful as the direct Tier 4 mental attacks from before, they were still very effective against Tier 3 players. While subjected to stinging pain in their mind and body, everyone couldn't exert more than 50% of their combat power. This situation forced everyone to find a way to defend against the mental ripples while attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. As a result, the fall of the boss's HP slowed down significantly, and casualties also began appearing one after another. Meanwhile, faced with this dangerous situation, everyone's minds became even more focused, which, in turn, subtly improved everyone's concentration standard. Eventually, though, the twin-headed destruction snake still fell under everyone's attacks, and countless particles of holy light started raining down from the sky, brightly illuminating the dusky sky. We won! We did it! Awesome! We actually got the first clear of a hell mode ancient demon court. The surviving members of the team collapsed to the ground and cheered when they saw the light shower and the twin-headed destruction snake's corpse. At this time, even Su Qianlu had a hard time believing that they had completed the raid. On the main continent, ancient demon courts were the various superpowers' exclusive playground. Although first-rate guilds could also raid an ancient demon court, several first-rate guilds would need to work together to do so. Yet now, their newly established guild had just raided an ancient demon court. Moreover, it was even a hell mode ancient demon court. While everyone was cheering in celebration, a golden glow enveloped many players in the team as these people leveled up from 104 to 105. As for those who were originally at level 1005 already, they saw their experience bars filling up by a large margin. The amount of EXP the twin-headed destruction snake gave was enough to make up for 2 days' worth of solo grinding. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice also entered everyone's ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing has obtained the first clear for the Hell mode, Ancient Demon Court, rewarding all participants with 10 miniature Ancient World Reputation points and 5 Legacy Skill points. Loot quality upgraded by 1 rank. Guild's World Reputation plus 500. System, raid evaluation for the Hell mode Ancient Demon Court is S rank. S rank? Crap. We got an S rank evaluation. Blackie couldn't help but rub his eyes in shock when he read the pop-up notification before him. Am I dreaming? No way. Firecloud was also thunderstruck after he took a closer look at the system notification. It really is an S rank evaluation. The Ancient Demon Court had 5 evaluation ranks, D, C, B, A, and S. However, even when raiding the hard mode Ancient Demon Court, the various superpowers could usually only obtain an A rank evaluation. Yet now, their team had obtained an S-rank evaluation for Hell mode. This situation simply felt unrealistic. Of those present, only Shi Feng found this outcome normal. The Ancient Demon Court's evaluation system was based on 2 main criteria, time and casualty count. For the first criteria, the average clear time for the Hell mode Ancient Demon Court was around 16 hours, so their clear time of under 12 hours was considerably fast. For the second criteria, a team would receive an excellent result so long as the number of deaths did not exceed 200. The fact that they were the first team to clear this Hell mode Ancient Demon Court also added bonus points to their evaluation. Thus, it wasn't impossible for them to acquire an S-rank evaluation. Chapter 3008, Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Astonishing Reward. When the system notification ended, hundreds of items started raining down from the sky. Every one of these items radiated a dazzling golden glow. Some of them even radiating a purplish golden glow coupled with a frightening amount of mana. In a matter of moments, the several hundred items reached the ground and formed a small mountain in front of everyone. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these items, their mouths watered and their eyes turned red. So, this is the loot of a Hell mode Ancient Demon Court? When Blackie saw the many epic items and several unidentifiable items among the mountain of loot, his eyes widened in shock. I doubt even a superior mythic's loot can match 10% of the loot here, Happy Snow commented, her eyes glowing in excitement as she looked at the loot mountain. When their adventurer team had been operating in the Black Dragon Empire, the strongest boss they had fought was a superior mythic. However, the quality of the loot that superior mythic dropped was nowhere near being a comparison to the twin-headed destruction snake's loot. Even without checking the exact quality of the items dropped, she could already tell just how amazing the dropped items were simply through the intensity of the mana they radiated. The mana, the several unidentifiable items radiated, was especially frightening. There was no way these items could be mere epic items. This left them with only one possibility, fragmented legendary items. Even after their adventurer team had fought hard in the Black Dragon Empire for many years, they had not obtained even one fragmented legendary item before. Yet, now, as many as 4 fragmented legendary items have dropped. We really hit the jackpot this time. Shi Feng also couldn't help but grow excited when he scanned the items on the ground. This was because he had noticed 2 familiar items among the pile of loot. One was the key to the Ancient Demon Court's outer gate, and the other was the teleportation stone for the inner zone. Both these items were crucial in taking control of the Ancient Demon Court. With these 2 items, he could turn this Ancient Demon Court into Zero Wing's private playground, and there would be nothing outsiders could do about it. Immediately, Shi Feng stepped forward and collected these 2 items. But these 2 items I have never seen before. Shi Feng collected the 2 other items that radiated a frightening amount of mana. Of the two, one was a dark gray crystal inscribed with runes, and the other was a sealed wooden box. Having never seen the two items before, Shi Feng used appraisal eyes on them. How is this possible? Shi Feng instantly lost his composure when the two items' stats appeared before him, his eyes colored with shock. Did something good drop, guild leader? Blackie curiously asked when he noticed the shock on Shi Feng's face. No, these aren't just good items. These are priceless treasures, Shi Feng said, laughing as he looked at the two items in his hands. If these two items were merely fragmented legendary items, Shi Feng would have only been a little excited. However, the identity of the two items before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Any one of them could cause the entire God's domain to go crazy. The dark gray crystal was named the Settlement Rune Crystal. Although this item did not have a rank, it was a priceless treasure in the miniature ancient world. This was because this crystal could be used to summon an ancient settlement in any location in the miniature ancient world. At this time, the various powers of God's domain had yet to even find a place to settle down in the various NPC cities, let alone establish a foothold outside of NPC cities. So, the value of an ancient settlement went without saying. As for the item sealed inside the wooden box, it was similarly an amazing item. The ancient mana equipment set design. Unlike the mana equipment set he currently wore, the set recorded in this design did not have its stats restricted to Tier 3. Instead, it followed the rank system of mainstream equipment used in the Greater God's domain. The design recorded the production method of two sets. The first set was a dark gold ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 120, while the second set was an epic ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 150. The main material used to produce the dark gold set was magic crystals, and 1,000 magic crystals were needed for each production attempt. As for the supplementary materials needed, although they were rare, they weren't particularly expensive. Overall, it'd take only around 100 gold to gather one set of secondary materials. Although the dark gold mana equipment set's basic attributes couldn't compete against the Tier 3 mana equipment set, the bonuses the dark gold set provided was slightly better. Moreover, the dark gold set was a good fit for the miniature ancient world's environment. If players equipped the set, they could significantly extend their activity time in the fields. If he could equip everyone in the guild with a set, it would boost Zero Wing's speed of development. Blackie, once you head back, see if you can recruit a few master forgers and master alchemists into the guild, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. The conditions are negotiable, but make sure to keep everything confidential. Master forgers and alchemists? Blackie was a little confused by Shi Feng's request. However, he still nodded and said, Okay, I'll try to find some afterward, but don't get your hopes up. After all, you know how it is with lifestyle masters. Every one of them has a high status in God's domain. It's fine so long as you can get in touch with them, Shi Feng said, smiling. Afterward, Shi Feng had Su Qianlu and the others sort out the remaining loot, the harvest exciting everyone for a long time. The twin-headed destruction snake had dropped over 300 items. 8 were epic items, of which 3 were weapons and 5 were equipment. The weapons were a staff, a short sword, and a longbow. All 3 epic weapons could be used from level 100 to level 150. Although not as much as the Tier 3 mana equipment set, Blackie and the others still saw a significant improvement to their combat power when they equipped the epic weapons. Apart from the epic items, the boss had also dropped various legendary and inferior legendary materials. These were all crucial materials in producing epic weapons and equipment. However, compared to the weapons, equipment, and materials, what truly excited Su Qianlu and the others were 3 flutes. This dungeon is simply amazing. I can't believe it drops fine gold and dark gold mounts, Firecloud exclaimed, his eyes glowing as he looked at the 3 differently shaped flutes in Su Qianlu's hand. Mounts might not be considered rare on the main continent today, but the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. So, mounts were practically non-existent here. Players were incapable of flight before they reached Tier 4, and even if they could fly, they couldn't fly very fast or long. However, if players managed to acquire a mount, they could increase their travel speed several times without worrying about stamina consumption. Aside from traveling, mounts could also be used to improve a player's overall combat power. It was especially true for mounts at the fine gold rank or above. A fine gold mount might not have superb combat power when summoned. They could provide buffs to players, increasing their combat power by at least 20%. Naturally, a dark gold mount would be even stronger. Meanwhile, out of the 3 mounts that the boss had dropped, 1 was the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf, and 2 were the fine gold ranked Shadow Panther. This panther looks so cute. Guild leader, can I have one please? Happy Snow begged Shi Feng coquettishly after seeing the sample images of the Shadow Panther. Happy Snow did not ask for the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf since it would naturally go to Shi Feng. After all, as the guild leader, Shi Feng was the face of Zero Wing. It'd be strange if he used an inferior mount or no mount at all. However, it was a different story for the fine gold-ranked Shadow Panthers. Bros before hoes, guild leader, Blackie hurriedly said. He wouldn't have cared who the Shadow Panthers went to if they were on the main continent. However, in the miniature ancient world, a fine gold mount was a powerful tool for leveling. Surprisingly, Firecloud also nodded in agreement with Blackie. He could concede on any other item, but he absolutely would not concede on the cool-looking Shadow Panthers. Seeing that everyone wanted one of the Shadow Panthers, Shi Feng chuckled and said, since everyone wants them, we'll have the top 10 contributors this time roll the dice. That'd be fair for everyone. Everyone readily accepted Shi Feng's suggestion, and the top 10 contributors after Shi Feng promptly rolled the dice. After several elimination rounds, the winners of the two Shadow Panthers were Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, Su Qianlu had given her Shadow Panther to Happy Snow, causing the young girl to grow ecstatic. Alright, now that we've gotten everything we came here for, it's time you follow us back to Hundred Flow City, Shi Feng said as he looked at Su Qianlu. We'll leave Rock Devil City alone for now and come back to develop there in the future. Su Qianlu and her companions did not have any objections toward Shi Feng's arrangement. They had yet to settle down in Rock Devil City, so it didn't matter even if they changed bases of operation. Afterward, Shi Feng led everyone through the portal that had appeared after the boss's death and teleported out of the ancient demon court. Chapter 309, Chapter 83, Zero Wing, Chapter 83. Zero Wing, meanwhile, outside the ancient demon court, chaos had ensued. Not long ago, the glory tablet outside the ancient demon court had suddenly displayed that Shi Feng's team had cleared the Hell Mode ancient demon court, the tablet listing the names of the players on the team and the guild the team was affiliated to. Meanwhile, everyone outside the ancient demon court momentarily fell silent upon seeing these names. Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why have I never heard of it? Don't tell me it's the new Guild Su Qianlu's adventurer team joined. That's Hell Mode we are talking about. How can a new guild clear it? Could it be a bug? The many experts present couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the name of the guild displayed on the glory tablet. With their team's strength, even clearing normal mode is going to be a challenge, so how did they manage to clear Hell Mode? Could it be that the ancient demon court's Hell Mode is only a front? Rainsong wondered as she looked at the pitch-black skull hovering above the entrance portal. Su Qianlu might have been a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, and her adventurer team might have 4 or more refinement realm experts, but such a team lineup was nothing compared to the various first-rate guilds' main force. If even first-rate guilds like Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall needed to work together to raid an ancient demon court, there was no way Su Qianlu's team could raid it successfully. Yet, not only did this insignificant team clear the ancient demon court, but it had also done it on the Hell Mode difficulty. This situation was akin to a mockery of their two guilds' inability and foolishness. Big Sis Rue, do you think that we might have misunderstood the miniature ancient world's ancient demon courts? Rainsong asked, voicing her confusion to cleansed Rue. Could it be that the ancient demon courts here are much easier than we believe them to be? We can't exclude that possibility. Cleansed Rue was also feeling a little dazed as she looked at the glory tablet. She had never expected such an outcome, and she couldn't help but regret her decision to remain outside. Setting aside the Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court's actual difficulty, just the fact that Su Qianlu's team had managed to clear it was undoubtedly a slap to their two guilds' faces. To make matters worse, they had lost the Ancient Demon Court to an unrated guild under a situation where they had mobilized their best experts. If news of this situation got out, their two guilds would become a joke in God's domain. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted time waiting for reinforcements outside. Instead, she would have entered the ancient demon court with One-Eyed Ghost immediately after Su Qianlu's team entered it. Alright, what's done is done. There's no use for regrets, Crimson Heart, clad in her sacred white armor, said when she saw Cleansed Rue's regretful expression. As a vice guild leader, the first thing you should do isn't to regret, but to figure out how you can make up for your mistakes. Vice guild leader Crimson is correct. One-Eyed Ghost, who was standing some distance away, said when he heard Crimson Heart's words. Then he revealed a cold smile as he continued. I have indeed underestimated Su Qianlu's new guild. However, this is the end of the line for them. I will let them know how foolish their actions are. The team led by one of the 8 sword meisters had actually gotten toyed by a no-name guild. If news of this got out, he would absolutely become a laughingstock. The only way he could salvage this situation now was to kill every member on Su Qianlu's team, take back what was rightfully his, and make the other side into the laughingstock instead. Well said. It's been a while since I've encountered such interesting people. We must take good care of these people and make sure they learn that there are some things that they can't simply lay their hands on, Stalwart Bear said, nodding in agreement with One-Eyed Ghost's words. Then he looked toward Crimson Heart and said, Crazy woman, my suggestion is for us to use our guild war orders and kill them until they delete their accounts. What do you think? The guild war order was a privilege afforded to all guilds, and it could be used to lock down an entire map. However, the Guild War Order had limited duration and a considerably long cooldown. If they wanted to lock down a map for a considerable period, they would need to use at least 2 Guild War Orders. Okay, Crimson Heart agreed without hesitation. Do you think Su Qianlu lost her mind, Big Sis Ru? When Rainsong saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear agreeing with each other to use their Guild War Orders, she couldn't help but pity Su Qianlu and her team. Had she raided with us, she could have more or less acquired some benefits. Yet, she chose to monopolize the ancient demon court right in front of our faces. The Guild War Order was different from magic barriers used to seal maps. Apart from prohibiting teleportation inside the targeted map, the Guild War Order also prevented players from logging out of the game while inside the map. Players would have to walk out of the affected region before going offline. Otherwise, even if players forcibly logged out of the game, their characters would remain in God's domain, and they could still be resurrected, killed, lose items upon death. Moreover, the item drop rate after death would be extremely high. Thus, the Guild War Order could be considered the biggest trump card of the various guilds in God's domain. Unless conflict between two guilds had escalated to an unsalvageable point, guilds wouldn't typically make use of their Guild War Order. Now that Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear had decided to use 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's Guild War Orders, one could see just how angry the two of them were. Cleansed Rue remained silent in response to Rainsong's question. This was because she couldn't understand why Su Qianlu would make such a foolish decision either. Did Su Qianlu really think that her small team could go against their two guilds? Or was she so foolish that she had never considered these problems? However, their two guilds had long since made it clear how much importance they placed on the ancient demon court. Moreover, since Su Qianlu had already told them the ancient demon court's location, her only option was to cooperate. Trying to monopolize the ancient demon court in such a situation was simply foolish. It might be fine if she had failed to monopolize the ancient demon court, but if she succeeded, what she had to face next was the wrath of their two guilds. Meanwhile, the wrath of two top-tier first-rate guilds wasn't something a newly established guild could endure. Faced with such a situation, there would only be one outcome for the new guild: annihilation. Complete and utter annihilation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Qianlu had done exactly that. She had given up on cooperating with their two guilds without hesitation and cleared the ancient demon court in front of them. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was the fact that Su Qianlu had never cared about what their two guilds thought since the very beginning. However, in Cleansed Rue's opinion, the likelihood of that being the case was minuscule. While Cleansed Rue was immersed in her thoughts, an energy ripple suddenly spread from Stalwart Bear. The energy ripple spread across a massive area, spreading all the way to Rock Devil City and covering nearly half of the city. A Guild War Order? What's going on? The notification says this is Nature Hall's Guild War Order. Is Nature Hall declaring an all-out war against another guild? Investigate. Find out which power Nature Hall is trying to target immediately. The activation of Nature Hall's Guild War Order immediately stirred the various powers based in Rock Devil City, everyone's reactions ranging from curious to fearful. They were curious to find out which power had provoked Nature Hall to a point where the top-tier first-rate guild had used its Guild War Order, and they were fearful that this Guild War Order might be targeted at them. Hence, the various powers based on Rock Devil City promptly dispatched a large amount of manpower to look into the situation. Meanwhile, around 20 minutes after Nature Hall activated its Guild War Order, flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of the ancient demon court's entrance portal one after another. In the blink of an eye, a team of nearly 300 players had appeared in front of 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members. Chapter 30-10, Chapter 84, Confidence, Chapter 84, Confidence. What? They actually dared to come out? Do these people really think that our two guilds will just let them go after they've cleared the ancient demon court? 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Shi Feng's team appearing in front of the portal. They never thought that Shi Feng's team would dare come out so soon. The foolishness of these people had gone beyond their imagination. An ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was a resource that even the various superpowers would go crazy for, let alone first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. In their opinion, Shi Feng's team must have long since prepared themselves to make an enemy out of their two guilds, and they must be planning on hiding inside the ancient demon court for some time. After all, the Guild War Order had a limited duration. Even if their two guilds worked together, they could, at most, seal the region for 2 days. Once their two guilds ran out of Guild War Orders to use, they would have to switch to using magic barriers instead. At that time, it was entirely possible for Shi Feng's team to escape, yet now Shi Feng's team had left the ancient demon court less than an hour after clearing it. Wait! Their levels, Crimson Heart exclaimed, a look of shock appearing on her face when she looked at Su Qianlu and the players around her. Level 105? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's exclamation, the other members of the two first-rate guilds also used their respective identification skills to check the levels of Zero Wing's members. Level 105? How are their levels so high? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked and confused as they looked at the levels of Zero Wing's members. In the current miniature ancient world, the average level of mainstream players was only level 102. Even the various superpowers monsters were nowhere near reaching level 105. Past level 100, every subsequent level up in God's domain required a significant amount of EXP. Meanwhile, if players wanted to grind by killing large numbers of Great Lord-ranked monsters, they would typically need to do so in a team. This meant that they would have to share the EXP among multiple players, which would reduce their grinding efficiency. Overall, it would take an expert around 3 to 5 days to level up once. Even grinding maniacs would still need around 2 to 3 days to level up once. Moreover, this time would further increase as players reached higher levels. Yet now, Zero Wing's members were at level 105 on average. They were at least 10 days ahead of the various superpowers expert teams in terms of leveling progress. If it were on the main continent, a difference of 10 days would be insignificant. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. Having a 10-day lead was a massive advantage. Zero Wing's members could even head to level 110 maps to grind and further widen their advantage. However, 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members weren't the only ones in shock right now. Su Qianlu and the others were similarly given a shock after exiting the ancient demon court. 100 Flower Palace's Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear of the Five Blades. What's going on? Why are there so many Tier 5 experts here? Blackie and the others were both excited and nervous when they saw the two first-rate guild's members that were glaring at them. This was a situation they had never encountered during the many years they spent in Shadow. Whether it was Crimson Heart or Stalwart Bear, both were myth-like big shots in God's domain. Under normal circumstances, one would have difficulty meeting even one of them. Yet now, both of them were gathered at the same location. After including the Frost Flame Goddess Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost of the Eight-Sword Meisters, there were a total of 4 Tier 5 experts currently gathered here. Have these two guilds lost their minds? They sent nearly half of their Tier 5 experts here just to secure the ancient demon court? Do they not care about the situation on the main continent anymore? Su Qianlu's complexion paled when she saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Although she had already expected the two guilds to blockade the ancient demon court's entrance, she never expected them to be this desperate. Not only did they dispatch Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, but they had also dispatched Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. At this point, the two guilds had practically dispatched half of their combat power to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, they had gathered all of it in front of the ancient demon court. In this situation, even with the help of the Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets, their team would be unlikely to escape level 105. So this is your confidence. After both sides remained silent for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the teleportation portal. This figure appeared like a ghost, and the aura he radiated also resembled that of a ferocious ghost. Bathed in this aura, Su Qianlu and the others felt as if their bodies had been submerged into a quagmire, and they couldn't help but feel suffocated. It seems One-Eyed Ghost has made significant improvements again, Crimson Heart commented when she saw One-Eyed Ghost charging ahead. Then she turned to Stalwart Bear and indifferently asked, "The footwork he used is the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, right?" "That's right," Stalwart Bear nodded in delight. Thus far, he and the guild leader are the only ones who have mastered it. With this footwork, he should have no problems getting into the top 3 in the next Swordmeister competition. While Stalwart Bear was talking, One-Eyed Ghost had also executed his footwork again, instantly arriving in front of Su Qianlu and the others like a ghost. "You have really toyed with our two guilds, Su Qianlu. It seems all of us have underestimated you," One-Eyed Ghost said as he looked at Su Qianlu. Then he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword on his back and coldly said, "But if you think that you can escape from us just because you have a level advantage, then you are sorely mistaken. You have 2 options right now. The first is to hand over all of the loot and delete your accounts, and the second is for me to kill you until you delete your accounts. Take your pick." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, the players maintaining the magic barrier enveloping the area around the portal also strengthened the barrier's output. Now, apart from reducing Zero Wing's members' basic attributes by 20%, the barrier also reduced their reaction speed by 20%. Chapter 3011, Chapter 85, determining superiority in one battle. Su Qianlu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart when she looked at One-Eyed Ghost and the 100-plus refinement realm experts around them. The current situation was completely outside of her expectations. She had never thought that the guild Shi Feng created would have such a strong foundation. She also didn't expect Shi Feng to set his eyes on the ancient demon court, something which 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall had already set their sights on, and clear it in hell mode. Every one of these miracles was essentially a provocation for the 2 first-rate guilds. Although Su Qianlu could empathize with the 2 guilds, she really wanted to say one thing to One-Eyed Ghost right now. She really didn't do it on purpose. However, Su Qianlu also understood that nothing would change even if she said that now. This was because Zero Wing had already acquired the ancient demon court. If Zero Wing wished to retain ownership over the ancient demon court, it would have to fight against the 2 first-rate guilds. After letting out a deep sigh, Su Qianlu said in the team chat, Guild Leader, I will distract One-Eyed Ghost with Fire Cloud. I doubt Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue would hurry to take action. If everyone on the team scatters and flees, it is unlikely the three of them will pay attention to you. At that time, try to break out of the encirclement. So long as you can break through, our efforts today will not go to waste. Firecloud also nodded in agreement. Although they were currently suppressed by a magic barrier, with the effects of their Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, he should have no problems holding One-Eyed Ghost back for some time if he worked together with Su Qianlu. After all, they could already exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard with their Tier 3 skills and spells. With him holding the line at the front and Su Qianlu launching spells at the back, it was entirely possible for them to clash against a monster-level expert like One-Eyed Ghost. Hearing Su Qianlu's words, Blackie and the others also readied themselves to put their lives on the line. However, after seeing everyone's resolve, Shi Feng casually looked at One-Eyed Ghost and said, No need to go through such trouble. If these are all the forces they have here, they cannot stop me. After saying so, Shi Feng started walking step by step toward One-Eyed Ghost. Guild Leader? Su Qianlu was stunned when she saw Shi Feng walking toward One-Eyed Ghost. She never thought Shi Feng could settle for a frontal confrontation. However, before Su Qianlu could react to the situation, Shi Feng had already moved within 10 yards of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's words and actions had also surprised the two first-rate guild's members. We cannot stop you? What bold words you have there, punk. One-Eyed Ghost's eyes twitched, his expression turning grim as he looked at Shi Feng. He never thought that some no-name ant would dare disregard him to such an extent. It seems you are eager to die first. In that case, I'll grant you your wish. After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost swung his crimson greatsword, sending several crescent blades flying at Shi Feng. Advanced combat technique, Fragmented Moon. The vice commander is really mad now. He actually used one of his ultimate moves right off the bat. That's right, with this, that kid won't last more than a move. Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be awed when they saw the crescent blades flying towards Shi Feng. Fragmented Moon was one of One-Eyed Ghost's ultimate moves, and it merged 4 sword lights to form one crescent blade. Although One-Eyed Ghost was only at Tier 3 right now, every crescent blade he unleashed carried power at the Tier 4 standard. This move simply wasn't a move ordinary experts could block. Even if a well-equipped Tier 3 berserker received one of these crescent blades with their weapon, they would get knocked back by over a dozen steps. A swordsman like Shi Feng would fare even worse if he tried to block those crescent blades. Subsequently, when the crescent blades were about to reach Shi Feng suddenly brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metallic sounds echoed throughout the cavern. To everyone's surprise, not only did Shi Feng shatter the several crescent blades, but he had done so without taking even half a step back. He behaved as if nothing had happened, and he looked at One-Eyed Ghost as if saying, Is this all you got? Good. It seems you're not all talk. One-Eyed Ghost's expression turned chilly when he saw Shi Feng neutralizing his attack. Let's see how many times you can repeat this. Getting serious, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Bronze footwork, Phantom Ghost. For a time, One-Eyed Ghost started appearing and disappearing around Shi Feng like a ghost. The afterimages he left behind looked incredibly realistic, making it impossible for others to pinpoint his real body. What speed! Firecloud's expression grew heavy as he watched One-Eyed Ghost flickering around the battlefield. Previously, he thought that he could match One-Eyed Ghost for a moment if he worked together with Su Qianlu. However, looking at things now, he realized that he had been very naive. Currently, he couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost with his eyes, let alone stop him. Meanwhile, after the afterimages increased to a critical number, they suddenly sent sword lights flying at Shi Feng from multiple directions. Is this the strength of one of the 8 sword meisters? Su Qianlu felt her scalp tingling when she saw the numerous sword lights striking at Shi Feng from different directions. Although she had long since known that there was a big gap in strength between her and One-Eyed Ghost, she didn't think it would be this huge. At this time, she couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost's movements, let alone fight him. Subsequently, just when the countless sword lights were about to cut Shi Feng into shreds, Shi Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night once more. Boom! Space exploded, and a shockwave enveloped a radius of several dozen yards around the epicenter. Immediately afterward, One-Eyed Ghost's figure appeared in front of Shi Feng. His crimson greatsword stopped just half a yard away from Shi Feng, unable to proceed even an inch forward. He blocked it? Before anyone realized it, a hint of shock and gravity had appeared on One-Eyed Ghost's angry expression. Even Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be surprised and confused as they looked at Shi Feng. One-Eyed Ghost's execution of Phantom Ghost was undoubtedly perfect. When going up against this footwork, unless one possessed extraordinary reaction speed and an absolute perception toward one's surrounding environment, it'd be impossible to stop One-Eyed Ghost's attack. Isn't the guild leader a little too amazing? Big Sis Qianlu? He's actually holding his ground against one of the 8 sword meisters, Happy Snow exclaimed, her eyes glittering with excitement when she saw Shi Feng holding his ground against One-Eyed Ghost. His strength is on par with a sword meister? Su Qianlu also grew ecstatic when she saw Shi Feng coming out unscathed. At this point, it wouldn't matter even if they lost this battle and had to start a new account. So long as Zero Wing had Shi Feng, it was only a matter of time before it became a first-rate guild in God's domain. Guild leader? As for Blackie and the others, they gaped in shock at this scene, feeling as if they were coming to know Shi Feng for the first time. The strength Shi Feng previously displayed in the ancient demon court was already plenty surprising. However, the strength he currently displayed was on an entirely different level. This was one of the 8 sword meisters they were talking about. Excluding tier 6 god-ranked experts, the 8 sword meisters were the strongest sword-wielding experts in God's domain. Every one of them stood at the apex of God's domain, and they could single-handedly threaten a guild. Yet now, Shi Feng was standing toe-to-toe with a swordmeister. This meant that he was already standing at the apex of God's domain. In comparison, Shadow and Lan Heilong were nothing but jokes. Chapter 314-12, Chapter 86, Chapter 86, One Sword to Reach the Apex. It seems I have really underestimated you. I did not think a domain realm expert would settle down in a small guild. It explains why Su Qianlu dared to openly challenge us, One-Eyed Ghost coldly said as he looked at Shi Feng's cloaked figure. However, don't you think you are being overconfident if you think you can provoke our 2 guilds? After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly vanished from everyone's vision. However, unlike before, One-Eyed Ghost's disappearance this time also caused the surrounding mana to grow rampant, and even space itself had started trembling. I want to see how many times you can stop my attacks. After learning that Shi Feng wasn't an ordinary expert, One-Eyed Ghost stopped holding back, choosing to unleash his mana domain immediately. Then, in conjunction with his bronze footwork, he activated his Tier 3 legacy skill Blood Shadow Thrust. Blood Shadow Thrust was the fastest sword attack One-Eyed Ghost could execute at Tier 3. Upon activating the skill, One-Eyed Ghost would execute 13 consecutive thrusting attacks, each one faster than the one before. When paired with Phantom Ghost, even Stalwart Bear, one of the 5 blades, wouldn't dare to face One-Eyed Ghost directly. This was because the speed of this attack simply wasn't something one could respond to with a Tier 3 physique. Meanwhile, after One-Eyed Ghost vanished from everyone's vision, the only sign indicating that he was still here were the streaks of red light zipping around the battlefield. 1 streak, 3 streaks, 7 streaks, each streak of red light that appeared moved faster than the other. Even spatial tears had started appearing around the battlefield by the 9th streak. When Shi Feng saw the 13 red light streaks coming for him, he revealed a faint smile. Then, after entering a casual stance, he started brandishing the Winter of Eternal Night, Swords Transmigration. Immediately, sword lights also appeared around Shi Feng one after another and clashed with the oncoming red light streaks. Boom, 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 boom. Every sword light caused space to shatter and the ground to tremble. The intense shockwaves and explosions gave everyone the illusion that the sky was falling. When all 13 light streaks disappeared, dust enveloped the entire cavern. Then, once the dust settled, everyone could see 2 figures standing on the battlefield. At this time, though, one of them was no longer wielding his sword. Or, more specifically, this person's arm, together with his sword, had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when the dust thoroughly settled. This was because the person who had lost his arm was none other than One-Eyed Ghost. Moreover, his severed arm wasn't the only injury One-Eyed Ghost suffered. There were also numerous deep cuts covering his body, and his HP had sharply fallen under the 25% threshold, entering a critical level. The Vice Commander actually lost? Nature Hall's members were in disbelief when they saw that One-Eyed Ghost was heavily injured while Shi Feng remained completely unharmed. Although One-Eyed Ghost was no longer as strong as he was on the main continent after entering the miniature ancient world, the techniques and combat standard he cultivated remained. Now that he had also mastered the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, he could potentially rank among the top 3 of the 8 sword meisters. Other than god-ranked experts, there was probably nobody capable of defeating One-Eyed Ghost without taking any damage. Yet now, not only did One-Eyed Ghost lose to a no-name swordsman, but he had even suffered a miserable defeat. At this time, One-Eyed Ghost also turned to look at Shi Feng, his eyes filled with shock. However, a moment later he sneered and said, "Your skills truly amaze me. This is the first time I have seen someone capable of such swift attacks at Tier 3. Even the top 3 swordmeisters pale in comparison. However, if you think that you can act arrogantly in front of our 2 guilds just because of that, you should think again. If you don't hand over the ancient demon court's key, none of you should think of leaving here today." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, healing spells suddenly started landing on him one after another, instantly regenerating his HP back to full. Even his severed arm had regenerated completely. Immediately afterward, the 100 Refinement Realm experts on standby surrounded Shi Feng. These people are despicable. I can't believe they're resorting to bullying with numbers after losing a one-on-one fight. Happy Snow said angrily when she saw the many Refinement Realm experts getting ready to fight. "Let's join in as well, Big Sis Qianliu." Nodding, Su Qianlu said, everyone, get ready. We'll try to blast a hole in the barriers afterward. With the guild leader's skills, he should have no problem escaping the two guilds' pursuit. With the help of magic barriers and magic arrays, it wouldn't be a problem for 100 refinement realm experts to whittle down a domain realm expert. It was especially true when both sides were still at tier 3. After all players had limited mana and concentration. Meanwhile, fighting against refinement realm experts was an entirely different experience than fighting against ordinary experts. One would need to combine powerful combat techniques and skills to kill refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, doing so would put a huge burden on one's stamina and concentration. Hence, in a situation where one didn't have an advantage in tiers, even a domain realm expert wouldn't dare to face 100 well-equipped refinement realm experts. Not to mention, Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace had 4 apex experts on their side. Just when Su Qianlu and the others were about to reinforce Shi Feng glanced at One-Eyed Ghost and indifferently said, "Me? Arrogant? No, it is you people who are arrogant. Do you honestly think you can do anything against me with just 100 refinement realm experts?" After saying so, Shi Feng took a step toward the nearest refinement realm expert. Then, with him at the center, the mana within a 100-yard radius instantly vanished, the sudden change causing the refinement realm experts and One-Eyed Ghost to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, upon sensing the surrounding mana disappearing and his mana domain getting overwhelmed, One-Eyed Ghost couldn't help but be stunned as he exclaimed, "This is a true mana domain?" However, before One-Eyed Ghost could make any further reactions, Shi Feng had already raised the Winter of Eternal Night. Then, concentrating all of the mana he gathered from his surroundings into the sword, he transformed the weapon into a mana greatsword that measured 100 yards in length and swung it. First sword, Light Shadow. Boom. This was the first time Shi Feng had executed Light Shadow after his strength attribute had reached the tier 4 threshold, and everywhere the Sword of Light passed through transformed into a pitch-black void. Even a tier 4 mythic monster would suffer serious injuries if struck by this attack. A tier 3 player would be utterly helpless against this attack. The instant the Sword of Light made contact with One-Eyed Ghost's body, his HP fell to 0 instantly, and even his body had disintegrated into nothingness. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng completed his attack, an unprecedented silence enveloped the cavern as everyone dazedly stared at the broken space around Shi Feng. Chapter 3313, Chapter 87, Chapter 87, True Monster. He died. I must be dreaming. How can he kill 100 Refinement Realm experts in one move? This must be a dream. 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw One-Eyed Ghost and the 100 Refinement Realm experts evaporating from the battlefield. They were aware that massive gaps could exist even between Tier 3 experts. Take One-Eyed Ghost, for example. They were unlikely to beat him even if they ganged up on him. However, even though they couldn't beat him, they could see and understand why they were inferior to him. The current situation, though, was something they couldn't even understand. At this time, let alone the two guilds' experts, even Su Qianlu and the others were flabbergasted by this situation. The attack Shi Feng just executed had already exceeded their common sense of what a Tier 3 player was capable of, and it was something none of them had seen before. What just happened, Big Sis Rue? Why couldn't I sense even a bit of mana fluctuation coming from him just now? Rainsong asked as she turned to cleansed Rue, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. That attack's power was close to reaching the Tier 4 peak standard. How can a Tier 3 player like him unleash such power without using any Tier 3 super skills? Space in God's domain was incredibly stable, and attacks would typically have to reach the Tier 4 peak standard to shatter space into oblivion. Unless a Tier 3 player used a Tier 3 ancient super skill or spell, it should be impossible for them to achieve such power. However, Rainsong had failed to sense any mana fluctuations coming from Shi Feng just now. In other words, Shi Feng had unleashed that extraordinary attack just now without employing the use of any skills or spells. Instead, he had relied entirely on his techniques to execute that attack. Even as someone who used to be at the peak of Tier 4, Rainsong had never heard of a Tier 3 player being able to execute an attack at the Tier 4 peak standard. He should have used some kind of mana technique just now, Cleansed Rue said, a grim expression on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. However, out of all the mana techniques I know, none of them are capable of unleashing such destructive power. You two can stop guessing. That was indeed a mana technique, Crimson Heart suddenly said as she watched the space around Shi Feng slowly mending itself. But this mana technique should be a god's legacy. A god's legacy? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's words, Rainsong immediately turned to look at Shi Feng, her voice trembling as she muttered, "Doesn't that mean he is? It is just as you guessed. Look at Shi Feng." Crimson Heart's complexion sank slightly as she said, "He should be a Tier 6 sword god. Crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Why would someone like him come to this place?" Rainsong ranted almost frantically as she looked at Shi Feng. Tier 6, God-ranked experts stood at the pinnacle of God's domain. Unless Tier 6 gods appeared, they would be near invincible existences. Currently, the reason why so many experts had chosen to abandon their achievements on the main continent and enter the miniature ancient world was so that they could hopefully ascend to greater heights. Even Tier 5 experts were no exception. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. As individuals who had already reached the theoretical finish line of God's domain, Tier 6 God-ranked experts did not need to enter the miniature ancient world. After all, no matter how great of a fortuitous encounter they came across in the miniature ancient world, the best they could achieve was to climb back to Tier 6. Rather than waste their time doing such a futile action, they'd be better off doing other, more productive things. At this moment, Rainsong wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Cleansed Rue, a Tier 5 expert, was similarly confused. For what reason did a Tier 6 God-ranked expert like Shi Feng come to the miniature ancient world? Did he come here to bully noobs because he had nothing better to do? While Cleansed Rue and the others were feeling shocked and confused, Shi Feng, who stood in midair, turned to Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Then, like a god looking down at a bunch of ants, he asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Even before obtaining the Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, Shi Feng had never cared about any first-rate guild. Now that he had the Mana equipment set, the only guilds that could enter his eyes were super guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Ancient Demon Court with his team. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's question, the two first-rate guild's members couldn't help but turn to look at Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear, anxiety coloring their faces. Previously, they had looked at Shi Feng and his team as if they were ants. Now, though, the situation had made a complete reversal, and Shi Feng could decide their life and death with just a thought. It should be known that a guild war order was sealing the map they were currently in, so they couldn't log out even if they wanted to. Moreover, Shi Feng's team could even freely resurrect them after killing them. If Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear answered poorly, everyone here would have a bleak future ahead of them. You jest, sir. After a moment of silence, Crimson Heart frankly said, "If you wish to leave now, I doubt we'll be able to stop you even if we wanted to." Shi Feng's attack just now had already destroyed the magic barrier enveloping his team. At this time, even Su Qianlu and the others could freely leave the cavern, let alone Shi Feng. Hearing Crimson Heart's words, Stalwart Bear helplessly gestured for Nature Hall's members to step aside and open a path for Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, neither Crimson Heart nor Cleansed Rue was surprised by how decisively Stalwart Bear responded. With Stalwart Bear's personality, he would have fought to the very end if Shi Feng wasn't a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. It wouldn't matter even if Nature Hall's team ran the risk of annihilation. He would take his chances so long as he had the slightest possibility of victory. However, the only solution to a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was another Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Without a Tier 6 God-ranked expert on his side, the only thing Stalwart Bear could do in this situation was to take the loss. This was because it was incredibly difficult to topple a God-ranked expert using numbers. If he did that, he would only be worsening his losses. Not to mention, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Making an enemy out of a Tier 6 God-ranked expert here was no different than courting death. After seeing the two first-rate guild's members opening a path, Shi Feng locked the ancient demon court's entrance and said through the team chat, "Let's go." Meanwhile, whether it was Su Qianlu or Blackie, both of them couldn't help but stare at Shi Feng in a daze. Being able to win against one of the 8 Sword Meisters was already an astonishing feat. Now, Shi Feng had even wiped out 100 Refinement Realm experts in a single move. Even the legendary experts of God's domain were probably incapable of such a feat when they were at Tier 3. Chapter 3014, Chapter 88, Chapter 88, famous after Shi Feng and his team left the cavern, Stalwart Bear couldn't help but turn to Crimson Heart and asked, "What do you think of that God-ranked expert?" "If even you don't know him, do you think I would?" Crimson Heart said, rolling her eyes. Out of the God-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts capable of reaching Tier 6, none of them resemble him, Stalwart Bear said with a pondering look. "I suspect that he doesn't belong to our God's domain." "Indeed, the possibility is high," Crimson Heart said, agreeing with Stalwart Bear's opinion. There were only so many Tier 6 God-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts with the potential to reach Tier 6 in the game, and everyone belonging to the upper echelons of God's domain more or less knew of these people. So it didn't make sense that an unknown Tier 6 God-ranked expert had suddenly appeared out of thin air. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending this person. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert not belonging to any local power could become a weapon of mass destruction in the miniature ancient world. If they could befriend Shi Feng, once it came time for the various powers to compete with each other, their two guilds could hold a massive advantage in the competition. After all, there was no way any Tier 6 God-ranked expert from the main continent would enter the miniature ancient world. They had much more important things to do than retrain their accounts from Tier 3. "I'm afraid it won't be convenient for Nature Hall to approach that guy," Stalwart Bear said. Then he turned toward Cleansed Rue and smiled, saying, "I heard that you have tried to invite Su Qianlu to 100 Flower Palace several times before, Miss Rue. In that case, you should have a good relationship with Su Qianlu, right?" That Su Qianlu looks like she shares a close relationship with that person, so we will have to rely on you for this matter. Me? Cleansed Rue was a little stunned when she heard Stalwart Bear's words. We can only rely on you now, Rue, Crimson Heart said, seconding Stalwart Bear's words. Not only did we lose the ancient demon court, but we have also suffered heavy casualties today. If we want to compete with the other first-rate powers, our only hope is to rely on that god-ranked expert. Don't you know Su Qianlu in the real world? Try to learn more about that person through her. If we can tie him to our boat, you'll be making a big contribution to the guild. All right then, I'll try my best, Su Qianlu said, sighing. Meanwhile, shortly after Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace removed their guild war order, the various powers investigating the two guilds came to learn of an astonishing piece of news. It turned out that the reason the two top-tier first-rate guilds had locked down a map was because of a newly established guild called Zero Wing. However, after the two sides finished clashing, the two first-rate guilds had kept their mouths shut about Zero Wing and even behaved fearfully when talking about the new guild. Investigate. Find out Zero Wing's origins no matter the cost. It seems Zero Wing isn't some ordinary guild. Notify everyone in the guild to be careful around Zero Wing's members. The various powers based in Rock Devil City had varying reactions towards Zero Wing. Some grew curious, some grew fearful, and some thought of befriending Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing's name gradually spread throughout Rock Devil City. While Zero Wing's name was spreading, Shi Feng had already returned to 100 Flow City with Su Qianlu and the others. Guild leader, there are currently 3 first-rate guilds, 8 second-rate guilds, and many third-rate guilds and adventurer teams operating in 100 Flow City. These powers are all fervently recruiting members, and the benefits they offer are very high. With our current lack of funds, I'm afraid it'll be tough for us to attract any new members in 100 Flow City, Su Qianlu explained, growing a little worried after learning about 100 Flow City's situation. My suggestion is that we lower our entry requirement and gradually train the newcomers from the ground up. We can even fill our guild warehouse while doing so. What do you think? The guild benefits Shi Feng had set for Zero Wing were indeed astonishing, and true experts of God's domain would find it hard to refuse these benefits. Normally, if a guild were to offer such benefits, experts would flood to join the guild. However, the problem now was that Shi Feng had set too high an entry requirement for Zero Wing. Most experts with the strength necessary to meet Zero Wing's entry requirement would either be an expert belonging to the various large guilds or an expert used to the lax management of adventurer teams. Most importantly, the price to exchange the Holy Annihilation mana technique was astronomically high. While it was indeed generous of Shi Feng to offer such a powerful mana technique up for exchange, the exchange price simply wasn't something the average player could afford. Hence, the mana technique's existence was akin to a display item to most players rather than something they could strive for. In comparison, credits, weapons, and equipment, things that players could use to improve their strength, were much more practical. Unfortunately, Zero Wing just so happened to lack all 3 of these things. What you say does make sense. Shi Feng nodded. However, I don't plan to develop Zero Wing into a bloated guild with no substance. It is especially so during the guild's initial development phase. We simply do not have the resources to train a large number of people. But we won't be able to recruit anyone if we don't do that, Su Qianlu said in exasperation. While Zero Wing's recruitment standards could be considered on par with the various superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a superpower. It was merely a small guild established recently, and it didn't even possess an ounce of fame in 100 Flow City. Meanwhile, the development of a guild required a large number of players. After all, one of a guild's main sources of income was the completion of guild quests. The more players a guild possessed, the greater the income the guild could generate from guild quests. Then, with the money earned from guild quests, the guild could better itself and attract more players, thereby forming a positive development cycle. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng suddenly asked, "How many gold coins can you amass right now?" "Around 50,000 gold," Su Qianlu answered after giving the matter some thought. "You're a really rich woman." Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Su Qianlu's answer. He didn't think Su Qianlu's adventurer team would be so wealthy. "That's the money my adventurer team saved up over the years. If not for the land we rented in the Thousand Stars Tower, we could have had 300,000 gold right now," Su Qianlu said, sighing ruefully. A wealth of 150,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but in a large NPC city like 100 Flow City, that money was chump change. This was because even the smallest guild residence here would cost 100,000 gold to purchase. In the case of medium and large guild residences, their prices started from 500,000 and 1 million gold respectively. This was also why she had sought the capital investment of those several corporations. 150,000 gold is already enough, Shi Feng said, chuckling. What I need you to do now is to convert all these coins into magic crystals. Try to convert as many as you can. Didn't we get over 10,000 magic crystals in the ancient demon court just now? Su Qianlu asked in confusion. For a small guild, a sum of 10,000 magic crystals was already a significant amount. It was absolutely more than enough to sustain a small guild of several thousand members for some time. That amount is far from enough, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. However, he didn't bother explaining his goals. Instead, he said, "Anyway, just try to exchange as many magic crystals as you can. I'll pay you back twofold afterward." If it was before clearing the ancient demon court, Shi Feng might have followed Su Qianlu's suggestion for the sake of keeping Zero Wing operating normally. However, the situation was different now. The most profitable way of earning money in God's domain would definitely have to be operating a settlement. It was also why the various guilds sought to operate their own towns and cities, with some even going as far as to attack and take over NPC cities. Now that he had obtained a town rune crystal from the ancient demon court, he naturally didn't have to follow the standard development path for guilds anymore. While a town might not be as profitable as a guild city, the amount of money a town could generate still far surpassed that of an ordinary large guild. Chapter 3015, Chapter 89, 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. At this time, 3 players geared in level 100 dark gold equipment sets walked out of the teleportation hall and entered the restaurant opposite the Candlelight Hotel. Then, while having a light meal, they scrutinized the Candlelight Hotel across the street. If someone were to carefully observe these 3 players, they would find that despite looking only around 20 years old, these 3 players radiated an aura of sharpness and confidence that one would rarely find on ordinary experts. In addition, all 3 of them were half-step refinement realm experts. Is that where Zero Wing's members are resting? A male berserker carrying a spear on his back asked while scrutinizing the dilapidated hotel across the street. Then a look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "What a strange hotel." Although the Candlelight Hotel looked dilapidated and inferior to the other brand-new hotels in the city, the number of players entering the establishment was astonishingly high. He had already spotted several players entering the Candlelight Hotel in just 1 minute. Even more surprising was that these people had entered the hotel sneakily and hurriedly. These people would look around their surroundings, making sure that nobody was paying attention to them before swiftly entering the hotel. It's normal for it to be strange. Otherwise, there'd be no reason why the higher-ups of our 2 guilds would ask us to infiltrate the place, right? A female elementalist with a refreshing appearance said, a look of interest appearing on her face as she looked at the Candlelight Hotel. That's right. The last of the trio, a robust male shield warrior, nodded. Then, in an excited tone, he said, "So long as we can join Zero Wing and become Zero Wing's core members, we'll be able to join the ranks of executives and receive priority training from our guilds. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Why would they have us of all people infiltrate a guild? Shouldn't this job be left to those outer elite members?" the berserker youth said, a pondering look on his face. "It's excessive to do this even for another first-rate guild, let alone a newly established guild." The 3 of them ranked among the top 5 of their respective guilds' new recruits this year. They were also graduates of top-tier God's Domain academies. Yet, instead of providing them with proper training, their guilds had tasked them with infiltrating a newly established guild. Even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to take such an extravagant action. "Why are you thinking so much about it?" the female elementalist asked as she glanced at the berserker youth. Then, she happily said, "Judging by how suddenly the higher-ups gathered us this time, they probably didn't have a lot of time to prepare and decided to have us fresh graduates take on this job instead. Not only do we have a clean resume, but we'll also have an easier time getting accepted as core members in a small guild like Zero Wing. This is a transaction that's beneficial to our guilds and ourselves. Rather than complain, we'd be better off trying to finish our task as quickly as possible." The robust shield warrior nodded, expressing his agreement with the elementalist. "I guess you're right." After thinking it over, the berserker felt he might have been overcomplicating things. "In that case, let's finish our meals and hurry inside. The sooner we join Zero Wing, the sooner we'll be able to finish the higher-ups' task." Afterward, the trio quickly finished their meals, replenishing their stamina and concentration back to full. Then they crossed the street and entered the Candlelight Hotel. However, the moment the trio entered the Candlelight Hotel, they couldn't help but be startled. What dense mana! Although the mana outside was already plenty dense, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was even more terrifying. Standing inside the hotel made them feel like they were standing inside a cloud of mist made up of mana. Their thoughts became much clearer and calmer as soon as they entered the building. "How may I help the 3 of you?" Blake Anna the NPC asked with a smile when she saw the trio entering the hotel. "We are here to join Zero Wing," the berserker said, getting straight to the point. "Very well, Zero Wing's registration booth is over there," Blake Anna said as she pointed at a corner of the lobby. At this moment, there was not a soul standing in front of Zero Wing's registration booth. The only person at the booth was a bored-looking man dressed in a dark gray robe. Judging by the booth's state, it didn't seem like Zero Wing was a guild worthy of 2 top-tier first-rate guilds' attention. However, the trio didn't put too much thought into the matter. After all, this was their guild's instructions. No matter how terrible Zero Wing was, they still needed to join it. Immediately, the trio approached the registration booth. Are you three here to join Zero Wing? When Blackie saw the three youths approaching the booth, his eyes promptly glowed in excitement. Hours. It had already been hours since he had set up this booth. Yet, not even one person had come forth to ask about joining Zero Wing throughout this time. Now that three people had come forth simultaneously, Blackie was so moved that he was about to break into tears. The three of us just graduated from our respective academies. We plan to develop in 100 Flow City, so we are looking to join a guild, the Berserker youth said, nodding. But the three of us do not wish to become cannon fodder. We want to become core members directly. May I know what the requirement is to become a core member? The female elementalist and robust shield warrior also nodded to express their agreement with the Berserker youth's words. In the current state of God's domain, it'd be incredibly difficult for small guilds to recruit new members. It was especially true for graduates of God's domain academies. Even if a fresh graduate chose to join a small guild, they would typically ask to become core members directly. Otherwise, they could simply join a large guild and become an internal member there instead. You want to become core members directly? Blackie grew a little embarrassed when he heard the Berserker youth's words. This, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to fulfill your demand. Difficult? Smiling nonchalantly, the Berserker youth said, You can rest assured of our strength. Our equipment might not look like much, but we are confident in our combat standards. May I know what's the combat standard requirement to become a core member in your guild? Is it the 7th floor's early stage? Or the 7th floor's middle stage? For the typical small guild, players would only need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor late stage to become a core member. Even if Zero Wing was a unique case, there was no way its requirement would exceed the 7th floor early stage. Meanwhile, as half-step refinement realm experts, the three of them could clear even the 7th floor late stage. With their current combat standards, they could even become core members in second-rate guilds, let alone a small guild like Zero Wing. In response, Blackie looked at the three youths for some time before awkwardly saying, Refinement Realm, Chapter 3316, Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation. What about elite members? The Berserker youth asked. Refinement Realm, Blackie repeated, scratching his head awkwardly. The trio was rendered speechless by Blackie's words. Didn't this basically mean that only Refinement Realm experts were allowed to join Zero Wing? Cliff, do you think this person saw through our intentions? The female elementalist secretly asked through the team chat. It should be known that if a Refinement Realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, they would immediately be accepted into the guild's main force and given the position of core members. Yet now, newly recruited Refinement Realm experts could only become elite members in Zero Wing. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply absurd. We were only asking about Zero Wing's recruitment standards. We have never specifically expressed our intention to join Zero Wing, the Berserker youth named Dusk Cliff replied. What should we do then? The female elementalist asked in exasperation. This guild is simply insane. The robust Guardian Knight nodded in agreement. If he wasn't here on a mission assigned by his guild's higher-ups, he would have cursed at Blackie already. Refinement Realm? Aren't your standards a little too high? After giving the matter some thought, Dusk Cliff looked back at Blackie and asked, The three of us are at the 7th floor's middle stage standard. What position will we be given if we join your guild? You can become internal members so long as you accumulate enough guild contributions, Blackie said in embarrassment. If it weren't for Shi Feng's maddening requirements, Zero Wing could have more or less recruited some expert players by now. Internal members? The spy trio breathed out a sigh of relief when they heard Blackie's words. At the very least, they could still join Zero Wing with their strength. Had Blackie said that the minimum requirement to join was also the Refinement Realm standard, they would have probably exploded in anger on the spot. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the three youths' faces, Blackie hurriedly said, Our guild offers excellent benefits to internal members. So long as you become an internal member, you'll get the opportunity to exchange a mana technique legacy that will help you significantly in reconstructing your mana body and reaching Tier 4. Upon hearing Blackie's words, the trio looked at each other briefly before turning back to Blackie, a hint of disdain flashing past their eyes. If it weren't for their guild's request, they would have probably turned around and left already. After all, no matter how they looked at it, the person before them was undoubtedly a scammer. First, it was the absurd entry requirement into Zero Wing. Now, Blackie was saying that internal members could exchange for an incredibly precious resource in God's domain. If they didn't know any better, they'd think that Blackie was recruiting players for a super guild rather than a newly established guild. No, even the various super guilds wouldn't give their recruits the chance to exchange for a precious mana technique. However, despite the disdain they held in their hearts, they still kept up their act on the surface. Mana technique? Okay. The three of us will join, Duskcliff said, pretending to be excited. Meanwhile, when Dawn Moon, the female elementalist, saw Duskcliff's performance, she couldn't help but marvel at the man's acting skills and lament over their fate. All three of them were geniuses who graduated from top-tier God's Domain academies. Duskcliff, in particular, was even the third-ranking genius among Nature Hall's new recruits this year. Yet here he was, forced to react excitedly over joining a small guild that was recently established. Afterward, the trio signed a standard contract for Zero Wing's internal members with Blackie, inwardly sighing in relief when they placed their signatures on the paper. They had finally completed the first step of infiltrating Zero Wing with this. Afterward, all they needed to do was think of ways to improve themselves, accumulate guild contribution points, and become core members as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as soon as the three youths signed their contracts, Blackie saw Shi Feng walking down from the second floor. Hurriedly, he walked over and proudly said, "Guild leader, look how amazing I am. I just secured us 3 internal members. This person is Zero Wing's guild leader?" When Dusk Cliff and the others heard Blackie's words, they promptly scrutinized Shi Feng's cloaked figure. At this time, Shi Feng gave off the feeling of an ordinary civilian. If not for Blackie taking the initiative to greet him, they would have thought that Shi Feng was merely an ordinary player staying in the Candlelight Hotel. He didn't look like a guild's guild leader whatsoever. 3 half-step refinement realm players? After scanning the 3 youths, Shi Feng nodded and said, "That's quite a good achievement for people your age." When Dusk Cliff and the others heard Shi Feng's words, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They didn't think that Zero Wing's guild leader would spot similar nonsense to the vice guild leader. While they couldn't be considered the best for reaching the half-step refinement realm standard at 20 years old, they were still top tier among their peers. Not to mention, they could potentially reach the refinement realm at any time, becoming a true expert in God's domain. "Do you have any more questions about our guild?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at the trio. "No," Duskcliff said. "In that case, I have a task to give you," Shi Feng said. "I have a group of new recruits who have just finished the first phase of their training and require testing. Can the 3 of you spar with them?" "Testing?" Duskcliff inwardly sneered. Rather than testing the training results of Zero Wing's new recruits, he felt that Shi Feng was trying to test the 3 of them instead. Even so, he still pretended to be happy as he said, "If it is a command from you, we are more than happy to oblige, guild leader." "Okay, come with me then," Shi Feng said, nodding. Then, he started making his way to the hotel's basement. A magic barrier sealed the Candlelight Hotel's basement, and non-Zero Wing members were prohibited from entering it. As soon as Duskcliff and the others entered the basement, they promptly noticed that the density of the mana here was much higher than even the mana found on the first floor, and they couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. They didn't think that a small guild like Zero Wing would actually have the means to create such a mana-rich environment. Even the combat rooms found in advanced hotels didn't have such dense mana. No wonder the higher-ups are having us investigate Zero Wing. If we can acquire the method to create such an environment, the development speed of everyone in our guilds will increase by a large margin, Dawn Moon said in realization. Chapter 3017, Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Gathering of Monsters. A moment later, Shi Feng led the 3 youths to the largest combat room in the Candlelight Hotel's basement. At this time, 6 people had already gathered inside the combat room with a radius of 100 yards. Of them, 5 were young men and women around 17. All 5 of these youths were only at level 102, which was the current average for mainstream players, and they were also geared in nothing more than fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, these youths behaved like frightened rabbits as they stood before a masked female assassin. When Hidden Soul saw Shi Feng entering the room with 3 unfamiliar faces, she asked in surprise, "Are these 3 the test opponents?" At a glance, Hidden Soul could tell that Duskcliff and the others were already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. So long as they could make it a habit to remove all of their unnecessary movements, they would reach the refinement realm. For these 3 youths to reach such a standard at such a young age was quite an amazing feat, and they could already barely be considered geniuses if put in the various superpowers. Normally, the various superpowers would have long since snatched up such youths, so it would be incredibly difficult to find even one of them unaffiliated to any guilds. Yet, Shi Feng had found 3 of such talents. "Will they do?" Shi Feng asked. "They'll do," Hidden Soul nodded. "Let's begin right away then." Meanwhile, when the trio in question overheard Shi Feng and Hidden Soul talking about them in such a casual manner, they felt their blood pressure rising. "All right." Turning toward the trio, Shi Feng pointed at Wu Lingling's group of 5 and said, "You will fight the 5 of them together. There won't be any restrictions imposed." "The 5 of them?" Duskcliff and the others couldn't help but be a little confused when they turned to look at Wu Lingling's group. Not only was there a significant gap in equipment standards between their 2 groups, but there was also a huge gap in combat standards. Based on their observation, they could say with certainty that nobody in Wu Lingling's group had reached the refinement realm standard. With such a huge disparity, even one of them could take on Wu Lingling's group of 5, let alone all 3 of them. It should be known that they were graduates of advanced God's Domain academies. Taking on a bunch of freshmen was a piece of cake for them. Rather than a test, it'd be more appropriate to call this a bullying session. However, Duskcliff and the others didn't put too much thought into the matter as they quickly got into battle positions. "Don't blame us for this. This is the guild leader's instructions," Duskcliff said, expressing his helplessness as he looked at Wu Lingling's group of 5. The requirement of their respective guilds' higher-ups was for them to become core members in Zero Wing. Now that they were only internal members, they'd have to perform well and prove their worth if they wished to become core members quickly. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling and the others didn't say anything in response to Duskcliff's words. Instead, all 5 of them quickly got into position, none of them daring to make even the slightest mistake. After experiencing how scary Hidden Soul could be, none of them wanted to experience it for a second time. Begin. After seeing that everyone was in position, Hidden Soul started the combat room's battle mode. Immediately, Duskcliff and the others drew their weapons and got ready to take action against Wu Lingling and the others. Meanwhile, as if Hidden Soul's words had triggered something in them, a crazed look suddenly appeared in the eyes of Wu Lingling and the others. Then, before Duskcliff's group could react, Wu Lingling the swordsman activated her berserk skill that doubled her basic attributes and sent out over a dozen sword lights that locked onto her opponent's vitals. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng the ranger and Lu Yuhecheng the cleric also activated their berserk skills. Then, Xiao Yuheng started raining arrows down on Duskcliff's group while Liu Yusheng summoned light barriers to surround the trio. As for Lu Wushuan, the guardian knight, and Qin Wushen the assassin, they had also activated their respective berserk skills and appeared in front of Duskcliff's group. Damn it. Duskcliff's group was startled by this situation. They didn't think Wu Lingling's group would be so crazy and scary. Hurriedly, they activated their berserk skills and tried their best to block the 5's coordinated attacks. However, the moment they clashed with Wu Lingling's group, Duskcliff and the others realized a scary matter. Rather than academy freshmen, it'd be more appropriate to describe the 5 juniors in front of them as reckless little monsters. The coordination between the 5 was excellent, and the way they chained their attacks was seamless. It was as if the 5 of them were of one body, and they didn't even need to look to know what each other was doing. They had also flawlessly used each other's skills and spells to their own advantage. However, this still wasn't the most frightening matter. What was even more astonishing was their combat standards. Even though Wu Lingling and the others looked like they were only 17-year-olds, all 5 of them were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm. Or, more specifically, they could already exert fine control over their 4 limbs. Wu Lingling in particular was at the half-step refinement realm already. Subsequently, in less than 30 seconds, all 3 members of Duskcliff's group collapsed to the ground, while everyone in Wu Lingling's group remained alive. What kind of place is Zero Wing? How can a new guild produce such a group of little monsters? Even after Duskcliff and the others got resurrected, none of them could believe the outcome of the battle. These were 17-year-olds they were talking about. When the 3 of them were at this age, even the Trial Tower's 6th floor early stage was far out of their reach, let alone the half-step refinement realm. Yet now, out of the group of 5 juniors before them, 4 already possessed combat standards nearing the 7th floor's early stage. One of them even reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. After factoring in their perfect coordination, they could probably hold their ground against even a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, after experiencing this fight, Duskcliff and the others gradually understood why their 2 guilds had tasked them with infiltrating Zero Wing. The guild known as Zero Wing definitely wasn't as simple as they thought. In reality, let alone Duskcliff's group, even Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw how the fight turned out. He didn't expect Hidden Soul to be such a capable trainer. It had only been a few days since Wu Lingling and the others started training under Hidden Soul. Yet, now, the combat experience they showed already surpassed what Blackie and the others possessed. Moreover, they had already practiced the exercise he taught them to a very high level of proficiency, and the way they utilized their skills and spells even made use of some of the Flowing Water Realm's principles. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take more than half a month before all 5 of them reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul nodded her head and said, "Not bad. Since all of you passed the test, we can end your training for today. From tomorrow onwards, we'll be conducting your training outdoors." Upon hearing Hidden Soul's words, Wu Lingling and the others loosened their breath simultaneously. Their tense expressions also relaxed significantly. "We finally passed," Wu Lingling said as she patted her chest. Then she smiled at Qin Wuchen and the others, saying, "Thank goodness our opponents this time weren't strong. I don't ever want to experience getting killed thousands of times again." Duskcliff and the others couldn't help but feel offended as they looked at Wu Lingling. Yet they had no words to say back to her. Shi Feng also couldn't help but take a look at the resurrected trio before him. Chapter 3018, Chapter 92, Chapter 92. That's right, she is only an outer member. After the test was over, Wu Lingling and the others logged out of the game to rest. They had been training continuously for a long time before the test, so all of them were incredibly exhausted now. Not to mention, they also had many things they needed to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, after Wu Lingling's group left, Shi Feng turned toward Duskcliff's group and said, "I heard from Blackie that you 3 wanted to become Zero Wing's core members?" "Yes." Duskcliff and the others turned to look at Shi Feng, their eyes full of wariness. Even so, their voices did not contain any hesitation when they spoke. After their fight with Wu Lingling's group, They came to understand that the seemingly ordinary man before them definitely wasn't an ordinary person. This was because the moment they stepped inside this combat room, they immediately noticed how powerful and extraordinary of an existence she was. Even though Hidden Soul was clearly standing there, none of them could perceive her presence. Although they had never come across such a situation before, they knew that anyone capable of accomplishing such a feat absolutely possessed incredibly high combat standards. This was because even the Tier 5 assassins they had come across in their respective guilds were incapable of erasing their presence to such an extent. In other words, Hidden Soul should be top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet, despite being such a powerful expert, Hidden Soul was not Zero Wing's guild leader. Moreover, based on the conversation they overheard, it would seem that this female assassin was answering to Shi Feng's instructions. God's domain was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how respected a guild's guild leader was, so long as this guild leader lacked strength, experts stronger than the guild leader would, at most, treat the guild leader as an equal. There was no way these experts would behave like obedient underlings. The fact that Hidden Soul was following Shi Feng's orders without question meant that Zero Wing's guild leader was stronger than this female assassin, and under no circumstances should they underestimate him. Meanwhile, few players in God's domain would join a guild without desiring to climb to a high position in the guild. In the rare case that such players appeared, there was a high chance that they were spies. Hence, rather than deny Shi Feng's question, it'd be best if they openly acknowledged it instead. Not bad. It's good to have ambition. Shi Feng nodded. Cha? Cliff and the others were momentarily stunned by Shi Feng's response. What did he mean? Also, why did it feel like Shi Feng had touched a nerve in them? Do you see her? Shi Feng suddenly asked as he turned toward Hidden Soul. Her? Cliff and the others also turned toward Hidden Soul, feeling a little confused by Shi Feng's question. Nodding, Shi Feng said, she is currently an outer member of Zero Wing. Outer member? Her? Cliff and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, feeling as if Shi Feng was playing a joke on them. After all, how could an expert, who they suspected to be at the peak of Tier 5, be only an outer member of Zero Wing? Hidden Soul, that's right. Looking at the trio, Shi Feng said, but you don't need to be surprised. The only reason she is an outer member is because she wants Zero Wing's mana technique legacy, but doesn't want to get tied down by restrictions. There, Cliff and the others were shocked. They originally thought Blackie was joking with them when he told them that the guild offered a mana technique for exchange. After all, mana techniques were incredibly precious resources, and even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to get their hands on one. Yet, now that a suspected Tier 5 expert had joined Zero Wing for the specific purpose of exchanging Zero Wing's mana technique, it proved that the matter of Zero Wing offering a mana technique legacy for exchange was true. Moreover, the mana technique in question should be beyond the standard fare. Otherwise, there was no way someone of Hidden Soul's caliber would want it so much that she'd willingly join a small guild like Zero Wing. After all, the various superpowers would be more than willing to offer her a mana technique should she choose to join them. Of course, Shi Feng calmly said. If you can get your hands on that mana technique legacy, not only can you reach Tier 4 in a short time, but you can also establish a sturdy foundation for Tier 5. However, you'll need a significant amount of GCPs to exchange it. Even if you three are internal members now, the technique will still cost you 8 million GCPs, so you'll have to work hard if you want it. Establish a foundation for Tier 5? When Cliff and the others heard Shi Feng's words, a passionate flame ignited in their eyes. With their talent, the three of them were confident in reaching Tier 4. Reaching Tier 5 was too difficult of a feat, and the chances of them succeeding were incredibly slim. Meanwhile, every Tier 5 expert was in existence standing at the apex of God's domain, and even the various superpowers would treat Tier 5 experts as VIPs. If they could get promoted to Tier 5 in the future, they would instantly ascend to the peak of life. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng offered some words of encouragement to Cliff's group, the trio also went about doing their own things, leaving only Shi Feng and Hidden Soul inside the combat room. You treat your subordinates very well, Hidden Soul said, feeling a little surprised. They're not my subordinates, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Or, more precisely, they're not true members of Zero Wing, but rather spies from other guilds. Hidden Soul was stunned. You know that Zero Wing is very poor. The guild has hardly any money and resources right now, Shi Feng calmly said. If I don't give them some encouragement and tell them that the guild offers mana techniques for exchange, would the guilds behind them willingly send money and resources our way? It should be known that 20-year-old half-step refinement realm experts were considered geniuses even by the various superpower standards. Yet, 3 such geniuses had chosen to join Zero Wing instead of a superpower. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way this situation was normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered wasting so much effort into nurturing Wu Lingling and the others. Hidden Soul had nothing to say. She felt that Shi Feng's words made a lot of sense. At this time, Shi Feng suddenly received a message. Then, after reading the message, he looked at Hidden Soul and asked, "Do you have time to go out on a trip with me right now?" "Go out? Now?" puzzled Hidden Soul said. It's going to be nighttime soon. The nights here are very dangerous outside. Nodding, Shi Feng said sincerely, that's why I am inviting you, Hidden Soul. After opening the system map, Shi Feng pointed at a place several maps away from 100 Flow City and said, don't worry, it isn't a dangerous place. We'll only be making a trip to the Misty Canyon. When Hidden Soul took a look at where Shi Feng pointed, she couldn't help but ask, you want to visit a level 120 map? The miniature ancient world's level suppression was much stronger than the level suppression on the main continent. Just a difference of 5 levels would increase a monster's challenge difficulty by 1 rank. In other words, if players tried to challenge a Great Lord that was 5 levels higher, they would essentially be going up against a Grand Lord that was 5 levels higher. If the monster in question was a Grand Lord, its challenge difficulty would increase to that of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. If players fought against monsters 15 levels higher, an ordinary Great Lord's challenge difficulty would directly increase to that of a mythic monster. In response to Hidden Soul's question, Shi Feng cancelled the concealment effects of his black cloak. When Hidden Soul saw Shi Feng's level of 105, she realized that he actually possessed the ability to visit the Misty Canyon. Then, after pondering for a moment, she said, 500,000 points. As a Tier 5 expert rivaling Tier 6 God-ranked experts, her services did not come cheap. It was especially true when she needed 40 million points to exchange for the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Deal, let's go, Shi Feng said without bothering to negotiate prices. Then, he made his way out of the combat room. Did I ask for too little? Hidden Soul was a little stunned when she saw Shi Feng's decisiveness. However, she still quickly sorted out her equipment and followed Shi Feng. Chapter 3019, Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Ancient Dark Gold Mount outside the Candlelight Hotel. Su Qianlu and the others had long since been waiting here. Meanwhile, when Su Qianlu saw Shi Feng coming out of the hotel, her first thought was to walk up and greet him. However, before she could do so, she suddenly entered an alert stance when she saw Hidden Soul walking behind Shi Feng. This was because the moment she saw Hidden Soul, her instincts told her that the other party was a monster-level player that could give even the various superpowers a huge headache. There was no doubt that Hidden Soul was much stronger than the likes of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw Su Qianlu's wary expression, he calmly said, no need to worry, she is with us. She's one of us? Su Qianlu was shocked when she heard Shi Feng's words, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Hidden Soul's cloaked figure. The strength of a guild depended greatly on the number of strong experts it possessed. If one Tier 6 God-ranked expert was enough to elevate a guild to the status of a top-tier first-rate guild, then 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts could get a guild recognized as a superpower in God's domain. If Hidden Soul truly was Zero Wing's member, Zero Wing's future wouldn't stop at just the first-rate standard. It was entirely possible for the guild to become a superpower in the future. Did you bring the things? Shi Feng asked, not bothering to elaborate on Hidden Soul's situation. Yes. After snapping out of her daze, Su Qianlu handed a spatial bag to Shi Feng and said, there are 320,000 magic crystals here. This is everything I managed to exchange. After storing the spatial bag away, Shi Feng took out a black flute from his bag space. A dark gold mount? Hidden Soul couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the flute in Shi Feng's hand. Dark gold mounts were by no means on the main continent. At this stage of the game, most guild leaders would have a dark gold mount already. However, it was a different story inside the miniature ancient world. Since players weren't allowed to bring mounts with them when transferring here, players would have no choice but to hunt for their own mounts in the miniature ancient world. However, even until now, no information regarding mounts had spread in the miniature ancient world. Even the various superpowers guild leaders had to use their own 2 feet to travel here. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng blew on the flute, a black hole immediately appeared on the street outside the Candlelight Hotel. Then, a giant white wolf that measured 7 meters tall and had a purple lightning mark on its head walked out of the black hole, its 3 snowy white tails swaying slowly from side to side as it moved. Is it a monster invasion? No, it's a mount. Damn, someone already got a mount. What rank is this mount? Why does it have such a powerful aura? The players walking on the street grew restless and confused when they saw the Thunderwolf appearing. Then, they turned toward Shi Feng's group, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy. In the current era where players could only travel using their feet, obtaining even a basic mount would elevate their leveling efficiency by a significant margin, let alone a mount that was as big as the Thunderwolf. It was common knowledge that a mount's size reflected their strength to a certain extent. Meanwhile, a 7-meter-tall mount was at least equal to a great lord of the same level in strength. In the current miniature ancient world, it would be immensely useful to have a great lord on one side. This mount looks so cool. I'd buy it in a heartbeat even if I have to pay 1,000,000 credits for it. Just 1,000,000? Are you dreaming? Dark gold mounts go for at least 3 million even on the main continent, let alone the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, with how strong this wolf looks, it might even be an epic mount. If that's the case, the various guilds would probably fight for it even if they have to pay 20 million. A Great Lord ranked mount isn't just a means of transportation. It can also be incredibly useful in battle. Just this point alone is more than enough for the various guilds' executives to fight to obtain it. I'd be willing to become the girlfriend of whoever owns such a mount. When the surrounding crowd saw the Thunderwolf sitting down before Shi Feng and sticking its tongue out cutely, they nearly drooled out of envy. The biggest trouble players currently faced in the miniature ancient world was transportation. Even with the speed of a Tier 3 player, it'd take over half an hour just to run from the city to some of the closer leveling spots, while some of the farther ones required 1 to 2 hours of continuous running. As for farther maps, few players would be willing to travel there. This was because of the mysterious energy that filled the miniature ancient world. So long as players stepped out of the protection of NPC cities, this mysterious energy would continuously corrode their bodies, reducing their stamina and concentration. This meant that players only had limited time to grind out in the fields. If players spent too much time on traveling, it would impact their leveling efficiency significantly. Meanwhile, the assistance a Great Lord ranked mount could provide would absolutely increase the owner's leveling speed by 2 times or more. A Great Lord ranked archaic species? Shi Feng was similarly astonished when he saw the Thunderwolf's attribute panel. On the main continent, the average level 100 Dark Gold mount would only start out at the Lord rank. Moreover, even if players nurtured their Dark Gold mounts properly, their mounts could, at most, reach the Great Lord rank. Yet now, the Dark Gold mount, or more specifically, the ancient Dark Gold mount before him, had actually started out at the Great Lord rank. Moreover, it was even an archaic species. In front of it, ordinary Great Lords of the same level were nothing but pushovers. If he nurtured the Thunderwolf well, it might even ascend to the Tier 4 mythic rank in the future. At that time, it'd be a nigh unstoppable force on land. However, compared to the Thunderwolf's combat power, what surprised Shi Feng even more was its movement speed. The Thunderwolf's movement speed was close to rivaling that of Tier 3 common flying mounts. In other words, its movement speed was on par with that of Tier 4 players. Blackie, how about selling me that Shadow Panther of yours? If a fragmented legendary item drops in the future, I'll be sure to let you have it first, Firecloud said to Blackie after seeing the Thunderwolf. Scram, I'm a magical class while you're a melee class. We don't even use the same items, Blackie said contemptuously. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng was done inspecting the Thunderwolf's stats, he hopped onto its back and looked at Hidden Soul, saying, "Hop on." In response, Hidden Soul snapped out of her daze and jumped onto the Thunderwolf's back as well. "Let's go," Shi Feng said to Su Qianlu and the others as he pulled on the Thunderwolf's reins. Immediately, the Thunderwolf retracted its tongue and stood up. Then, putting force into its legs, it propelled itself forward, transforming into a gale as it sped through the street and vanishing from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. What speed! Hidden Soul, who was riding atop the Thunderwolf, couldn't help but be surprised once more when she experienced the mount's speed. She also had to change her evaluation of the Thunderwolf's usefulness. Now, she felt that the Thunderwolf could easily increase Shi Feng's leveling speed by 3 or 4 times rather than just 2 times. Currently, the biggest problem players faced when leveling up wasn't their lacking strength. Instead, it was their limited range of activity. However, with the Thunderwolf's speed, Shi Feng could increase their range of activity by 10 times or more. He could explore places where other players couldn't reach, and all the resources and monsters in these places would belong to him and nobody else. Naturally, his leveling efficiency would increase even further. After Shi Feng rode the Thunderwolf out of Hundred Flow City, the many players and powers operating in Hundred Flow City promptly started looking into the identity of the Thunderwolf's owner. Meanwhile, with the Thunderwolf's speed, it only needed to run for 20 minutes before crossing even the farthest maps that current Hundred Flow City players grinded in. Subsequently, it took another 2 hours to cross the mountains and forests infested with level 110 plus monsters. Finally, after running ceaselessly for 4 hours, Shi Feng and Hidden Soul arrived at the Misty Canyon, a map infested with level 115 to level 120 monsters. It was also the closest large map to the Boundary River. Chapter 320, Chapter 94. Chapter 94, Town Rune Crystal Miniature. Ancient World, Misty Canyon. Shi Feng pulled the reins of the Thunderwolf and stopped in front of the Misty Canyon. Then, he looked back to Hidden Soul and said, "We're here. It's your turn next." As a level 120 map, the Misty Canyon was filled with level 15 monsters or above. Even if he had reached level 1005 already, he would still be under a lot of pressure if he had to fight against monsters 10 levels higher. After all, the challenge difficulty of ordinary Great Lords would increase to that of Grand Lord ranked archaic species with such a level difference. Even if his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold already, he wouldn't dare to go up against several hundred Grand Lord ranked archaic species simultaneously. While these monsters couldn't outright kill him, they were more than capable of exhausting him to death. Not to mention, the Misty Canyon was considered a neutral zone in the miniature ancient world. It was also the map that linked 2 gods' domains together. The monsters inside weren't just limited to Great Lords and Grand Lords. Mythic field bosses probably littered the place as well. If he came across one of these field bosses, he would have difficulty even escaping. Meanwhile, the assassin class was the most suitable class for exploring maps. This was because the effects of level suppression did not apply to the perception of monsters. With the stealth skill and her combat standard, Hidden Soul could remain undetected even if she moved within 100 yards of a level 120 mythic boss. The terrain here is incredibly complex. Are you sure you want to go inside? Hidden Soul asked after glancing at the canyon ahead. Rather than a canyon, the misty canyon looked more like a giant meteor crater. Moreover, in addition to the complex terrain, mist also enveloped the entire crater, which reduced visibility to less than 300 yards. Even if she scouted the area beforehand, it'd be very easy for them to encounter a group of monsters if they weren't careful. The chances of such encounters would also increase the deeper they traveled into the misty canyon. Of course, why would I bring you here otherwise? Shi Feng replied in an affirmative tone. Now that the various powers had increased their efforts in recruiting manpower in the miniature ancient world, he needed to do something to make sure Zero Wing didn't fall behind. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's lack of resources and funding, the best solution to improve Zero Wing's situation was to secure the Misty Canyon. There were more than 10 NPC cities worth of players trying to enter the Boundary River. Meanwhile, these players could only get to the Boundary River through the Misty Canyon. Adding on the fact that there were no NPC settlements located in or near the Misty Canyon, it went without saying that various powers would fight to establish guild towns in the Misty Canyon in the future. Now that Shi Feng had a town rune crystal, he naturally had to secure the best location in the Misty Canyon as soon as possible. Once he did that, not only could he increase the leveling efficiency of Zero Wing's members, but the guild would also have its funding problem resolved. Once players reached level 110, there would be many experts flooding into the Misty Canyon. At that time, there'd be no need to worry about no players coming to rest in Zero Wing's town. It'd also become much easier for Zero Wing to recruit expert players. After all, who could resist the opportunity to get a huge lead ahead of others in the miniature ancient world? Whatever, it's your choice. But don't blame me if you die. Hidden Soul stopped trying to dissuade Shi Feng after hearing his answer. Although she didn't know what Shi Feng was trying to do here, she had no reason to give up on an opportunity to earn 500,000 GCPs just by completing a simple task. Immediately, Hidden Soul jumped off the Thunderwolf's back and activated instantaneous movement, vanishing into mist and disappearing from Shi Feng's perception in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Shi Feng had to admit that Hidden Soul was indeed a monster. After Shi Feng waited for nearly 2 hours, he received a message from Hidden Soul that contained a detailed roadmap leading to the Misty Canyon's inner region. Hidden Soul had also marked the layout of monsters along the route and made notes of their rank, level, and perception range. Her infiltration skills are truly amazing. It's no wonder she managed to kill all those outer-world god-ranked experts and fight Demon's Gate's Deathwind to a standstill, Shi Feng thought as he looked at Hidden Soul's roadmap in admiration. It should be known that the Deathwind was one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, and he claimed that he had a divine eye. In terms of strength, Deathwind was capable of going against an entire subworld's experts all by himself. No matter how weak a subworld was, it would have at least several dozen Tier 6 god-ranked experts. In other words, Deathwind was capable of going up against several dozen Tier 6 experts simultaneously, yet Hidden Soul managed to fight Deathwind to a standstill in the past. This showed just how much talent and skill she possessed. Although the Hidden Soul in this life had only managed to reach Tier 5, she definitely wasn't as simple as she seemed. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng researched the roadmap, he recalled the Thunderwolf and started following the map on foot. An hour later, we can't go any further from here. The area ahead of us is infested with level 120 Grand Lords and level 120 Mythic Bosses, Hidden Soul said as she pointed at the area that linked the Misty Canyon and the Boundary River. I have already explored the surrounding area for locations without monsters and vast terrain as you requested. 2 places match your requirements. Take a look at them yourselves. After saying so, Hidden Soul marked 2 locations on Shi Feng's map of the Misty Canyon. Of the 2 locations she found, one was located by a creek near the Misty Canyon's core region, and the ambient mana here was incredibly dense. The other location was at the top of a cliff in the Misty Canyon's inner region, which overlooked a significant portion of the Misty Canyon. Although it had less dense mana, the location was easily defensible. Meanwhile, after looking at these 2 locations, Shi Feng hesitated only for a moment before he had Hidden Soul lead him to the creek. Mana was the basis of everything in God's domain. Denser mana meant quicker improvements. A mana-rich area would be especially useful when nurturing newcomers in the guild. After circling past a bunch of level 118 demonic beasts, Shi Feng and Hidden Soul arrived before a forest surrounded by a creek. That's the place, Hidden Soul said as she pointed at the lush forest ahead. That's it for our agreement. If you don't need me for anything else, I will be taking my leave now. Aren't you curious why I came here? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. I might have been curious before, but is there even a need to wonder after seeing all of the actions you have taken here? In a nonchalant tone, Hidden Soul said, You are neither here to grind nor search for treasures. You even asked me to find a safe and spacious area. Other than building a town, I can't think of anything else you would be doing here. Hidden Soul wasn't particularly surprised to learn that Shi Feng was trying to establish a town here. After all, Shi Feng was an outer world god-ranked expert. He must possess means beyond the imagination of ordinary powers, so it wouldn't be strange if he could come up with a guild town shortly after the miniature ancient world opened. However, in response to Hidden Soul's words, Shi Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "You're only half correct." Chapter 3021, Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Abyssal Star Ancient City, TL Notes, Town Rune Crystal, Settlement Rune Crystal, half. Hidden Soul was a little surprised. I indeed plan to set up a settlement here, but other than a settlement, I also plan on establishing an outer mercenary organization for Zero Wing, Shi Feng said. Meanwhile, I plan on putting you in charge of this mercenary organization. There were all sorts of player forces in God's domain. Other than the mainstream forces like guilds, adventurer teams, trading firms, and assassin organizations, there were also other forces such as mercenary organizations. In the case of mercenary organizations, they catered to independent experts that disliked being bound by restrictions, offering them tasks in exchange for credits or resources in God's domain. Meanwhile, there were many uses for a guild to establish a mercenary organization. Among them, the biggest use was to recruit a large number of independent experts for the guild's use. Currently, although Zero Wing already possessed a good foundation, it was still too weak compared to the various long-standing powers in God's domain. It simply lacked the strength to protect its interests in God's domain. The best example would be the Ancient Demon Court. Had it not been for Shi Feng's strength acting as a deterrence and the Ancient Demon Court's unique characteristics, Zero Wing couldn't have retained ownership over it at all. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's current members, there was no way it would have enough strength to defend a guild city. It was especially true if the various superpowers set their sights on it. Shi Feng still didn't possess the strength to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. Hence, the best solution was for Zero Wing to establish a mercenary organization based in Zero Wing's settlement and quickly recruit the help of a large number of independent experts to assist the guild. By doing so, Zero Wing could ensure its settlement's security while acquiring a large amount of coins and resources. Meanwhile, who better to lead such an organization than Hidden Soul? As a former commander in the Flower of Seven Sins, she was undoubtedly acquainted with many peak and apex independent experts. She would have no trouble attracting these independent experts to work for Zero Wing. I refuse. Hidden Soul shook her head, flatly refusing Shi Feng's offer. My goal is only that holy annihilation mana technique. I am not interested in anything else. Hidden Soul naturally understood Shi Feng's intentions. He was most likely trying to use her as a cover against the various superpowers while he manipulated the situation in the dark. She'd be a fool if she agreed to his request. Don't be so quick to refuse, Shi Feng said, smiling. I know this job comes with a lot of risks, but with high risks comes high rewards. If you can take on this job and safeguard Zero Wing's settlement, I can give you a copy of the mana technique for free. Moreover, don't you want to see what kind of settlement I'll be establishing? Hidden Soul was a little tempted when she heard Shi Feng's offer. However, she quickly shook her head after thinking it over. She'd be insane to go against the various superpowers for nothing more than a settlement. However, before Hidden Soul could open her mouth to voice her refusal, Shi Feng took out the settlement rune crystal from his bag and recited the incantation engraved on it. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng started reciting the incantation, an intense pillar of light suddenly emerged from the ground around Shi Feng and shot straight up into the sky. This mana, how is this possible? Hidden Soul was dumbfounded when she saw the light pillar that enveloped Shi Feng. This was because she could sense that the thing before her wasn't a light pillar at all. Instead, it was a pillar of mana so pure and intense that it was already comparable to the mana of Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, after this pillar of mana extended 1,000 meters into the air, it began spreading apart to form a magic array that covered nearly half of the entire Misty Canyon. Then, once this gigantic magic array had finished forming, an ancient and majestic settlement gradually emerged from it and descended on the forest Shi Feng designated. When the settlement had flattened the forest and settled on the ground, Shi Feng promptly received a series of system notifications. System, congratulations. You have successfully summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and became the ancient city's governor. System, the Abyssal Star Ancient City will receive full protection for 10 natural days. Please construct the city's defenses during the protection period. System, the Abyssal Star Ancient City will be fully opened after 10 natural days. All cities in the surrounding region will be notified at that time. Is this the true foundation of an ancient demon court found in the miniature ancient world? Shi Feng couldn't help but feel complicated when he read the system notifications. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry about this situation. One of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence. I won't be able to maintain a low profile even if I want to now. The ancient demon courts were the civilization legacies left behind by the ancient demon gods. Among the legacies found in ancient demon courts, the best legacies would undoubtedly be the settlements the ancient demon gods constructed. Meanwhile, these ancient settlements could be categorized into 3 groups: the 3 holy cities of the first sequence, the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and the 100 towns of the third sequence. Although there was a significant disparity between the three groups, even the towns in the third sequence were incredibly powerful. Given enough time, a small guild could easily grow into a superpower with the help of a third sequence town. This was also why Shi Feng was confident he could persuade Hidden Soul to help him. These legacy settlements functioned specifically to nurture players. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could receive some harvest from a third sequence town, let alone players who hadn't reached Tier 6. However, Shi Feng never imagined that the settlement rune crystal he acquired would yield such an amazing result. He couldn't believe he had summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities, just by spending 200,000 magic crystals. It should be known that during his previous life, even with the almighty Zero Wing supporting him, he had relied heavily on luck to summon an ancient city. Meanwhile, thanks to this ancient city, Zero Wing was able to solidify its foundation and establish a foothold in the greater god's domain. In contrast, the current Zero Wing had already gained an ancient city despite being a newly established guild. If the greater god's domain's various powers were to learn of this, they would probably mobilize the entirety of their respective world's power to steal this city. Compared to Shi Feng, Hidden Soul had a much greater reaction when she saw the majestic city that had replaced the forest before her. With her eyes filled with shock and confusion, she yelled, "An ancient city?" Originally, she thought that Shi Feng was merely building a new town. She never expected Shi Feng to summon a city, much less an ancient city. As a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Hidden Soul was no stranger to ancient cities. This was because the Flower of Seven Sins also owned several ancient cities. Meanwhile, every ancient city was a treasure trove left behind by an ancient civilization, and it could provide immense help to both individuals and organizations. It'd be more appropriate to call this a primordial city than an ancient city, Shi Feng said as he looked at Hidden Soul's dazed expression. Then, he smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying so, Shi Feng began walking toward the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul didn't hesitate for long before she followed after him. TL notes, I mentioned it in a previous chapter, but I will be using settlement as a general term for towns and cities. When I use settlement, I could be referring to towns, cities, or both. Chapter 3022, Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Holy Land, the Abyssal Star. Ancient City wasn't very large. Its size was only that of an advanced town. Unlike an advanced town, though, the ancient city was surrounded by a circle of tall walls. The moment Shi Feng and Hidden Soul stepped into the city, they could instantly feel the mysterious energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. The speed at which the mysterious energy dissipated here was more than double what they experienced when resting in the hotels of NPC cities. How amazing. The core magic array still isn't in operation, yet not only does it have mana concentration rivaling NPC cities, but it also has such a powerful cleansing effect. Is this the power of a primordial city? Hidden Soul exclaimed when she noticed the changes to her body after entering a city. There was a huge difference between a city with its core magic array activated and a city with its core magic array deactivated. Meanwhile, this was the first time she had seen a city with such powerful effects, even with its core magic array deactivated. Unlike Hidden Soul, Shi Feng took this situation calmly. As one of the 9 ancient cities built by the ancient demon gods, the functions Hidden Soul had stated were nothing but the tip of the iceberg. This was because every ancient legacy city of the second sequence would already possess environments rivaling the Holy Lands in God's domain in its initial stage. Sometime later, Shi Feng arrived at the heart of Abyssal Star City with Hidden Soul. Situated at the city's heart was an ancient tower that extended up to 500 meters into the air. Meanwhile, situated at the top of the tower was a dazzling rune, the rune acting like a lamp that illuminated the entire city. However, this ancient tower wasn't just a simple lighthouse. Instead, the stronghold held the Abyssal Star Ancient City's secrets. Of the 9 ancient legacy cities the ancient demon gods left behind, every one of them possessed a different ability. As an example, the legacy stored within the ancient city Zero Wing obtained during Shi Feng's previous life was related to concentration, and it could help players improve their concentration rapidly. Thanks to this legacy, the number of Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts Zero Wing possessed far surpassed that of other guilds. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng and Hidden Soul walked into the ancient tower, they were quickly dumbfounded by what they found. When they entered the tower's first floor, the first thing that greeted them was a row of tightly shut stone doors, and every one of these doors had strange symbols engraved on them. Then, after opening a few of these doors, they found that beyond each of these stone doors was a miniature world. Indeed, a miniature world. Every one of these miniature worlds had a unique environment. Or, more specifically, players could freely set the environment they desired in these rooms. They could set the room to become a world filled with only a specific type of mana. They could also set it so that the mana was excited or calm. One could say that these rooms were the ideal training ground for players to improve their control over mana. Incredible, the legacy in this city is truly terrifying. Shi Feng was shocked beyond words as he looked at the many stone doors on the tower's first floor. The mana in God's domain was a composite of various types of mana. It didn't consist of just one specific type of mana. However, when players used skills and spells, they would often use only one specific type of mana. Meanwhile, depending on how much mana of that specific type they managed to accumulate, the speed of their spellcasting and the power of their spells would be completely different. If players stood in an environment that possessed only one type of mana, the ambient mana would greatly help them if they were to use skills or spells of the same type. It was especially true when it came to mastering the operating principles of that specific mana type. It should be known that after reaching Tier 5, players would need to understand the operating principles of the various types of mana in order to construct their divine body and reach Tier 6. However, the process of learning these operating principles was incredibly challenging since players couldn't typically see or touch mana. They could only rely on their other senses to perceive it. The fact that ambient mana was a composite of various mana types made things even more challenging. However, the miniature worlds here provided the solution to this problem. By allowing players to filter the ambient mana around them to just one specific type, these miniature worlds could reduce the difficulty players faced in understanding mana by more than tenfold. After calming his excited heart, Shi Feng couldn't help but turn toward Hidden Soul, who was still in a daze. Then, he smiled and asked, "Now that you've seen this city's abilities, what do you think of my proposal? Are you sure you want to put me in charge of this city?" Hidden Soul asked after snapping out of her daze. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't interested in the Abyssal Star Ancient City. To be precise, no player wouldn't be interested in this city. What was her goal in obtaining the Holy Annihilation mana technique? Wasn't it so that she could better understand and control mana? Meanwhile, the Abyssal Star Ancient City provided an unbelievable training environment to improve her learning efficiency by more than tenfold. How could she possibly refuse the chance to make use of this training environment? "Since I am having you establish a mercenary organization with this city as its base, I will naturally leave this city's responsibility with you," Shi Feng said, nodding without hesitation. Had he summoned only a third sequence town, he might have had a way of letting Zero Wing defend it. However, a second sequence city was no longer something the current Zero Wing could defend. After all, the existence of this city would be revealed to the entire miniature ancient world in 10 days. The only solution Shi Feng could think of to retain ownership over the city was having Hidden Soul step forward as its governor. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins was in existence no weaker than the 5 great super guilds. Of course, Shi Feng also had other solutions to defend the Abyssal Star Ancient City if need be. However, not only would there be no benefits for him in doing so, but revealing these methods would also attract a bunch of trouble to him. I'll say it up front. If all you want me to do is form a mercenary alliance to guard the Abyssal Star Ancient City, it won't be difficult to do so. I can even contact a group of powerful experts to help us right now, Hidden Soul said after pondering for some time. But the real problem is those superpowers. If they learn of the benefits of this city, they might dispatch Tier 6 God-ranked experts here. In my current state, there is nothing I can do against them. Previously, she had refused Shi Feng's offer because she thought that Shi Feng was merely establishing a guild town. If that were the case, the mercenary alliance she established wouldn't attract many independent experts to join. It was especially true for the independent experts she was acquainted with. Every one of them was incredibly prideful, and they showed no interest whatsoever even when the various super guilds offered them an advisory position in their respective guilds. There was no way they would help defend a measly guild town just for some meager leveling resources. However, it was a different story if the target of defense was the Abyssal Star Ancient City. With what the city had to offer, she was confident she could persuade her acquaintances to join her. She could even use this chance to reclaim her position in the Flower of Seven Sins. Unfortunately, with the standards of her and her acquaintances, there was nothing they could do if the various superpowers decided to dispatch Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It was especially so when they might have to face more than one Tier 6 God-ranked expert. "Don't worry about that. I'll step forward if God-ranked experts come," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 323, Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Arrival of New Era. "If you can hold back those God-ranked experts, there shouldn't be any problems on my side," Hidden Soul said, nodding. "I won't even need 10 days to get the Mercenary Alliance up and running. Also, my suggestion is that we grade the Alliance's members based on contribution. For now, the ranks I have in mind are Bronze, Silver, and Gold, and we will use these ranks to determine how long each member can spend inside these miniature worlds." There were 100 stone doors on the Ancient Tower's first floor, which translated to 100 miniature worlds. That was by no means a large number. Moreover, although the Ancient Tower had 2 more floors, the second and third floors would only open when the city was promoted to a higher rank. Hence, there was no way to increase the number of miniature worlds inside the Ancient Tower within a short period. However, considering they would be using these miniature worlds to advertise Zero Wing's mercenary alliance, they needed to make it possible for as many people to experience the effects of these miniature worlds as possible. Otherwise, the number of players joining the mercenary alliance would decrease drastically. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by limiting the amount of time each player could spend inside these miniature worlds. No problem. Shi Feng nodded in agreement, but in addition to making contributions, members must also pay a fee to use the miniature worlds. Bronze members will have to pay 200 magic crystals per hour, silver members will get a 10% discount, and gold members will get a 20% discount. The Abyssal Star Ancient City might be powerful. The miniature worlds cost a lot to operate. Each miniature world consumed 100 magic crystals per hour when in operation. If converted to coins, that would be nearly 50 gold coins per hour. If Zero Wing tried to subsidize this cost, the guild would go bankrupt in less than a day. My thoughts are similar. I'll get the city's management details sorted and send them to you afterward, Hidden Soul said, having no objections about Shi Feng's pricing. In her opinion, there wouldn't be a problem even if they charged 500 magic crystals per hour to use the miniature worlds, let alone 200 magic crystals. After all, it was incredibly challenging to grasp the operating principles of mana under normal circumstances. If her acquaintances were to find out that there was a way to reduce that difficulty by more than tenfold, they would probably beg her to let them stay in the miniature worlds for as long as possible. Afterward, Shi Feng passed a portion of the Abyssal Star Ancient City's authority to Hidden Soul and 100,000 magic crystals for backup. Then, after making sure that everything was okay, he chose to go offline to rest. As for the remaining matters relating to the city, he left all decision-making to Hidden Soul. It was without a doubt the best solution. After all, even he wasn't a match for Hidden Soul when it came to managing a mercenary organization. Then, once Hidden Soul had stabilized the Abyssal Star Ancient City's operations, all he needed to do was have Zero Wing secretly garrison the city. Jinhai City, when Shi Feng logged out of God's domain, the morning sun was already shining into his bedroom on the second floor. Normally, even if he had spent the entire night awake in God's domain, he should wake up in a refreshed state. Now, though looked incredibly exhausted as he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin. Sure enough, the cabin's nutrient solution isn't enough to supplement the improvements I made this time. When Shi Feng saw that the gaming cabin's nutrient solution tank was already empty, he quickly retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge. Then, as soon as he drank it, he could feel his exhausted mind recovering significantly. Most people might be treating God's Domain as merely a virtual reality game, but Shi Feng was fully aware that God's Domain wasn't just a simple game. Instead, it was also a ladder of evolution. While playing God's Domain, players would receive gradual improvements to their brains. Then, their bodies would also start to improve to keep up with their brain's increased activity. However, these improvements came at the cost of a huge amount of energy. If players couldn't replenish the consumed energy in time, they might even end up burning their life energy. Of course, ordinary Tier 3 players would probably never face a situation where they would burn their life energy. This was because this was a situation that would only occur when the brain had managed to surpass the limits of its mental capacity. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng recovered from exhaustion, he clenched his fists and smiled. Although I exhausted myself by using Light Shadow many times, I made a lot of improvements as a result. My physical fitness is probably on par with top-tier athletes now. At this rate, I'll only need to train in the body strengthening technique for a few more days to reach the half-step master standard. Although the half-step master standard was nowhere near the master standard, so long as he had the physical fitness of a half-step master, he wouldn't have to worry about facing hidden threats. He could even join the God's Domain Alliance and become an official member. The God's Domain Alliance would, at most, provide basic support when it came to players who didn't qualify to become an official member. However, it was completely different once someone became an official member. So long as someone managed to become an official member of the God's Domain Alliance, even the various corporations wouldn't dare to take any actions toward this person in the real world. Not on the surface, at least. Otherwise, it would be a direct provocation to the God's Domain Alliance, which was something not even international corporations could afford to do. Because of this, powerful experts who had offended the various superpowers would never be afraid of suffering retaliation in the real world. They simply had to figure out how they could survive in God's Domain. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng executed 2 repetitions of the body-strengthening technique, he washed up and got ready to head to the God's Domain Academy. However, just as he was about to leave his home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon checking the front door's security camera through his watch, Shi Feng saw a middle-aged man and a young woman standing outside his house. To his surprise, his visitors were Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyu. Instructor Qi, aren't we about to head to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters? Why did you suddenly come to my place? Shi Feng asked, feeling a little surprised and confused as he looked at Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyu. Today was a big day for Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy. After all, the visit to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters was essentially a free training session for the Academy's students and instructors. Meanwhile, the opportunity to train at a transcendental power didn't come by easily. It is because of this that I hurried here to find you, Instructor Shi, Qi Lianshan said with a bitter smile. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked curiously. The problem lies with me. After taking a look at Chen Ziyu, Qi Lianshan gritted his teeth and continued, I hope that you can become Ziyu's instructor, Instructor Shi. Me? Become her instructor? Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Chen Ziyu, who currently had her head lowered in silence. Chen Ziyu was Instructor Qi's prized pupil. Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that Qi Lianshan would take the initiative to give Chen Ziyu to him. After all, it should be known that apprentice-teacher relationships were given great importance in the current God's domain. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many students trying to fight for Wu Lingling. That's right. Qi Lianshan nodded. Then he said, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either if I wasn't left with no better choice. However, Ziyu can successfully get into God's Domain's talent camp. This will all be worth it. God's Domain's talent camp? Shi Feng couldn't help but be confused. He had no idea what Qi Lianshan was talking about at all. This is a secret I found out only recently. Withholding no information, Qi Lianshan explained, the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters today isn't just a simple tour or training camp. In reality, it is a selection meeting for all God's Domain academies in the world. It isn't just the secret pavilion that is involved. Many super guilds are also holding tours today as a front for this selection meeting. Meanwhile, the organizer for this meeting is the God's Domain Alliance. It seems that the God's Domain Alliance is planning to go all out and nurture a group of geniuses to combat the World Passage's opening. However, as most fourth-year students have already signed contracts with the various powers, the selection meeting this time is mainly targeted toward third-year students. Chapter 3024, Chapter 98, Chapter 98, True Transcendental Power. The God's Domain Alliance is going all out to nurture geniuses? Shi Feng was very surprised to hear this news. The War of Worlds was no secret to him. Although there also existed an organization similar to the God's Domain Alliance during his previous life, this organization had only started nurturing talents of the new generation after the World Gate had fully opened. Meanwhile, once the World Gate was fully opened, there wouldn't be just one world passage connecting the two God's domains. Instead, countless passages would randomly form, allowing the two gods' domains to compete and devour each other. However, as Tier 6 God-ranked experts were needed to safeguard key locations, the main fighting force of the two gods' domains in the War of Worlds would consist of Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. Originally, Shi Feng thought it would be much later before the God's Domain Alliance realized the need to nurture the new generation's talents. He didn't think the organization would notice it already. This is indeed outside of everyone's expectations, Qi Lianshan said, expressing his understanding when he saw the look of surprise on Shi Feng's face. But I can confidently tell you that this information is true. Originally, the God's Domain Alliance was merely a loose organization focused on hosting events in the real world. While it might be considered the biggest force in God's domain, it had hardly any territory in the game. So, nobody could have expected that the God's Domain Alliance would suddenly decide to nurture geniuses unaffiliated to it and spare no cost while doing so. But what does this have to do with Ziyu becoming my apprentice? Shi Feng asked as he looked at Qi Lianshan in confusion. According to my sources, the selection this time requires students to be at the half-step refinement realm standard at the very least. In addition, their instructors must be at the flowing water realm or above. If a student can't meet these two conditions, they won't even qualify to participate in the selection, Qi Lianshan said, sighing. We wouldn't have had to take such measures if I were still in my prime, but I'm afraid you are the only person who is in such a realm in our academy right now, Instructor Shi. It seems the God's Domain Alliance has put a lot of considerations into this, Shi Feng said, realization dawning upon him. The God's Domain Alliance indeed had access to an unimaginable amount of resources. However, players couldn't become powerful experts simply by having a lot of resources. They also needed capable teachers to offer them pointers. If a player had a flowing water realm expert by their side constantly offering them guidance, they could improve their combat standards much more quickly. Moreover, flowing water realm experts were Tier 4 players on average, with some even being Tier 5 players. So, they could help their students level up very quickly as well. In other words, while the God's Domain Alliance might be willing to offer students with resources, students would need to have their instructors resolve the problem of leveling up and improving their combat standards. I know you are very busy teaching Wu Lingling and the others, and you probably don't have a lot of free time to participate in the selection, Instructor Shi. Gritting his teeth, Qi Lianshan said, but so long as you agree to participate in the selection this time, I will give you a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid afterward. S-rank nutrient fluids were incredibly precious to expert players. Even though Qi Lianshan was a senior instructor at Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, it had taken him great pains to exchange even one bottle. Originally, he had planned to use this bottle to recover his mental state. However, compared to Chen Ziyou's future, the recovery of his mental state could wait. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid? After pondering for some time, Shi Feng said, okay, I can agree to your offer, but I'm not taking responsibility for Ziyu's subsequent leveling up. Shi Feng was currently an intermediate instructor already. Although he had the qualifications to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids, it would take him a long time to accumulate 1 million Academy points. Most importantly, there was an exchange limit put on S-rank nutrient fluids. If he recalled correctly, intermediate instructors were only allowed to exchange 1 bottle a year. However, 1 bottle was nowhere near enough for him. After all, he was no longer young. He would need a lot of energy to recover his life force, repair his body's damaged cells, and improve his physical fitness. You don't have to worry about this point, Instructor Shi. All you need to do is pass the selections test, Shi Lianshan said, feeling a little excited when he heard Shi Feng's answer. Then he quickly tapped on his quantum watch and transferred Chen Ziyou's instructor position to Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng promptly clicked agree when he received the transfer prompt on his watch. With this, he became Chen Ziyou's instructor on paper. After settling this matter, Shi Lianshan quickly led Shi Feng to his luxury sedan and drove him and Chen Ziyou to Jinhai University to meet up with the other students and instructors. Liufeng City, Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. As a first-tier city, Liufeng City's population exceeded 10 million. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters sat in the heart of the city. The headquarters' 2 towers having over 200 floors and occupying an area of 2 sports stadiums. The twin towers were more than capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people to work and train inside. So, this is one of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters? As expected of a transcendental power in God's domain, just one of its branch headquarters already looks so amazing. It would be great if I could become an internal member of the Secret Pavilion. Quick, look, the Secret Pavilion's recruits are training over there. It's true. The instructor teaching them seems to be Rainbow Chaser, one of the Secret Pavilion's newly promoted Tier 5 experts. When Jinhai University's students looked out the windows of their bus and saw the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight before them. The state of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters was on an entirely different level even when compared to the main headquarters of first-rate guilds. Just the instructor responsible for guiding the recruits at the branch headquarters was already a Tier 5 expert. This was a luxury no first-rate guild could afford for a branch headquarters. Moreover, the 1,000 recruits training on the field between the 2 towers were incredibly talented. Even though these recruits looked like they were only 14 or 15 years old, even the weakest among them was already at the trial tower's 5th floor middle stage standard. If put in Jinhai University, they'd be regarded as geniuses among geniuses. Yet, in the Secret Pavilion, these geniuses were nothing more than ordinary recruits, a fact proven by the emblems they wore on their shirts. Before becoming official internal members, the Secret Pavilion's recruits would only receive a 1-star light blue emblem. Only after becoming an official internal member would they receive a 2-star dark blue emblem. While Jinhai University students were in shock over the sight they just saw, a long line of buses started arriving at the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters one after another, their numbers exceeding 80. This meant that at least 80 God's Domain academies had come to participate in the Secret Pavilion's tour this time. This number far exceeded their initial expectations. Moreover, out of these buses, there were even some that transported students from advanced God's Domain academies. What's going on? Why are students from advanced academies here as well? Gutong couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the students alighting from the various Advanced God's Domain Academies buses. Advanced God's Domain Academies. To most students seeking to make a living from God's Domain, Advanced God's Domain Academies were schools they dreamed of entering. Unlike the average God's Domain Academy, Advanced God's Domain Academies were true high-level education centers with several major corporations backing them. Some even had the support of international organizations. Meanwhile, with such ample funding, the instructors these advanced academies could recruit were also much superior in quality, with even the weakest instructor in these academies being a refinement realm expert. Participants of God's Domain's A-League would also hold lectures in these academies from time to time. However, as with the quality of their instructors, these advanced academies also had a high entry requirement. If students wished to even participate in the enrollment test of these advanced academies, they'd need to be at the 5th floor middle stage standard, which was the official standard of ordinary experts at the very least. What is the Secret Pavilion even thinking? I can't believe they invited a bunch of nobodies to the tour. That's right. The Secret Pavilion even wants us to spar with them. How are we supposed to improve by sparring with these country bumpkins? I think we might even regress if we fought them. When a group of freshmen alighted from an advanced academy's bus and saw the freshmen of the other academies around them, a look of disdain appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, the students from the other academies naturally grew angry when they heard the words of this group of students. However, none of them dared to say anything since the other party consisted of experts at the trial tower's 5th floor late stage or above. These students were not people they could compete against. Most importantly, the instructors following these students were not existences they could afford to offend since every one of them was a flowing water realm expert. These experts were either elders of first-rate guilds or vice commanders of adventurer teams. Meanwhile, after Jinhai University's bus found a parking spot, Lin Yaoyue, the leader of the group, said, Let's get off the bus as well. Chapter 3025, Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Extraordinary Realm. When Lin Yao Yue alighted from the bus, the many students and instructors gathered on the field couldn't help but turn to look at her. Wow, what a pretty lady. She's Clear Sky, one of Mysterious Moon's top 2 talents. Jinhai University's development is getting better and better. Previously, it was Wu Xiaoxiao. Now, I hear that even the geniuses of first-rate guilds are enrolling there. I heard that another genius of Wu Xiaoxiao's caliber has appeared in Jinhai University. I believe it is Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister, Wu Lingling. She reached the 5th floor's middle stage during her enrollment test. With Jinhai University's current state, its academy might rank within the top 4 of the province this year. Many of the students and instructors on the field couldn't help but grow envious as they watched Jinhai University students getting off their bus. Getting on the provincial ranking list was of great importance even to advanced God's Domain academies, let alone ordinary God's Domain academies. By getting on the provincial ranking list, not only could an academy attract more investments from corporations, but it could also recruit better quality students in the coming year. This, in turn, would create a positive cycle that would elevate the academy's status. Meanwhile, the elevation of an academy's status was beneficial to both students and instructors. Not only would their status in the world increase, but the resources they received would also increase. An academy's status was especially important now that the various corporations were placing significant importance on the miniature ancient world. Their thirst for talents and the prices they were offering had already reached unprecedented levels. However, while those from ordinary academies talked about Jinhai University in admiration, those from advanced academies also took notice of Jinhai University's students and instructors. Specifically, a 20-year-old woman with long brown hair and a curvaceous body looked toward Wu Lingling and said, "Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister? It seems the freshman competition this time is going to be interesting. Aren't you overestimating Wu Lingling, big sis?" A 17-year-old boy with messy hair and a sleepy face said, sneering as he looked at Wu Lingling as well. Wu Xiaoxiao might be able to call herself your opponent, but Wu Lingling's enrollment score is nothing special. The 5th floor middle stage standard might be extraordinary in ordinary academies, but that is just the average in our Tianxing University. Not even those at the 5th floor late stage can rank within the top 20, let alone the 5th floor middle stage. The dozen or so boys and girls standing around the lazy-looking youth nodded in agreement. As an advanced academy, Tianxing University's God's Domain Academy required all applicants to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor middle stage at the very least. Meanwhile, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's tour this time were either at the 6th floor's early stage or those close to reaching it. Hence, in their eyes, Wu Lingling's enrollment score was nothing noteworthy. Don't be careless, Xuanyi. Other than the freshmen from the various academies, the Secret Pavilion's freshmen will also participate in the freshman competition this time. Those people are true geniuses. If you wish to receive priority training from the Secret Pavilion, you'll need to rank within the top 10 at the very least, the brown-haired woman said as she turned to look at the several dozen Secret Pavilion members walking toward the field. Don't worry, big sis, aren't you aware of my strength? I can even get into the top 5 without any trouble, let alone the top 10, the young man named Lu Xuanyi said confidently. None of the other students from Tianxing University voiced any objections when they heard Lu Xuanyi's arrogant words. This was because Lu Xuanyi was a true genius at Tianxing University, his talent surpassing even his elder sister, Lu Yanya. Meanwhile, Lu Yanya was one of the top 2 geniuses of their advanced academy. When Lu Xuanyi enrolled in Tianxing University's God's Domain Academy, he was already at the 6th floor middle stage standard. After receiving guidance from the academy's instructors, his strength had skyrocketed, thus he wouldn't have any trouble going up against the Secret Pavilion's top-tier geniuses. While Lu Xuanyi and the others were talking, the Secret Pavilion's members had arrived at the center of the field. Standing in the lead of these several dozen people was a woman in sportswear looking to be in her early 20s. Meanwhile, the moment everyone looked at this woman, silence instantly enveloped the entire field as excitement and confusion filled everyone. It's Empress Purple Jade. What's going on? The Empress is actually hosting this tour. At this moment, even the instructors of the various academies were surprised to see the woman in sportswear, let alone the students, Empress Purple Jade. She had been one of the Secret Pavilion's top 3 geniuses when God's Domain first launched. Now, she had even become a Tier 6 sword god, a legendary existence whom everybody in God's Domain knew. Normally, one would have a better chance at winning the lottery than meeting Purple Jade in person. Yet, now, Purple Jade had actually appeared in one of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Moreover, by the looks of it, she would be acting as the host for the tour this time. So, how could everyone not be shocked by this situation? Instructor Shi, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? It's actually Empress Purple Jade, Wu Lingling exclaimed, her eyes filled with an indescribable sense of reverence as she looked at Purple Jade. She's so beautiful. She also looks much younger than in her combat videos. She's at the extraordinary realm already. Shi Feng was also surprised when he saw Purple Jade. Shi Feng was no stranger to Purple Jade. After all, he had partnered with the secret pavilion on many occasions during his previous life. However, unlike in his previous life, the Purple Jade in this life was completely different. Although she had similarly become a tier 6 sword god, she looked ridiculously young in this life. It should be known that Purple Jade was only slightly younger than him. Yet now, she looked no different than a 20-year-old. She even gave off an otherworldly feeling, and it felt like she was no longer mortal. Meanwhile, the only explanation he could come up with for this situation was that Purple Jade's life rating had already reached the extraordinary realm. Meanwhile, the extraordinary realm was also known as the Great Grandmaster realm, and this was an evolution he had expended great effort to achieve. Moreover, this happened after he gained access to the Greater God's domain and acquired many fortuitous opportunities. Yet now, Purple Jade had already reached this realm even before their current subworld had gained access to the Greater God's domain. Her talent was truly terrifying. However, in response to everyone's shock and confusion, Purple Jade simply scanned the crowd before her indifferently and said, "Welcome to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. I will be your host for today's tour. 1 life rating, this is unrelated to the life rating, in God's domain. I couldn't think of a better term to use here. I'll be differentiating the two by capitalization. Lowercase life rating, real world uppercase, life rating, God's domain, to Great Grandmaster realm. I'm assuming this refers to the realm above mental strength Grandmaster. Chapter 3326, Chapter 100, Chapter 100. Leaving everyone in the dust after Purple Jade briefed everyone about the upcoming tour, she let the elite members behind her show their guests around the headquarters. Meanwhile, when the various academies' students and instructors got to see and try out the top-tier training facilities available in the headquarters, they couldn't help but be awed and drool in envy. According to what they experienced, they could tell that these training facilities could help an ordinary expert become a refinement realm expert in just 2 or 3 years. The efficiency of these facilities was beyond anything their academies had access to. After touring the headquarters for several hours, the Secret Pavilion's elite members led everyone to the underground training field to begin today's main event, the freshman competition. The underground training field was much larger than the area the 2 headquarter buildings occupied on the surface, and it could easily fit 4 full-size stadiums. With such a huge area, over 10,000 people could train here simultaneously. Currently, though, there were only a little over 1,000 people gathered here, so the field looked empty. The freshman competition this time is going to be slightly different. We won't be holding one-on-one matches. Instead, we will have all participants attempt the trial tower, Purple Jade said as she scanned the crowd before her. The Secret Pavilion will award the top 10 participants of each academy with 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, and those who rank within the top 10 of the overall ranking list will receive an additional 3 bottles. In addition, those who manage to rank within the top 5 overall will also get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program. As soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, the freshmen of the various academies immediately grew excited. None of them thought that the Secret Pavilion would be so generous. Not only did they have an opportunity to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids to strengthen their bodies, but they even had a chance at becoming one of the Secret Pavilion's internal members and receiving the training of one. I must get into the top 10. When Gutong heard Purple Jade's words, he couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling with eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just you wait. I'll make you understand who's the true number 1 genius in Jinhai Academy. Top 5 in the overall rankings? I'm getting in for sure. Over at Tianjing Academy's group, fighting spirit similarly filled Lu Xuanyi after he heard Purple Jade's words. The top 5 will get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program? When Chen Ziyo watched as the various academies' freshmen climbed into the prepared virtual gaming cabins one after another, a look of envy appeared on her face. As a transcendental power in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was in no way inferior to the 5 great super guilds. Even a genius like Wu Xiaoxiao did not have the qualifications to join the Secret Pavilion and receive priority training. Yet now, the Secret Pavilion had loosened its requirements and allowed the various academies' freshmen to fight for a spot in its training program. It was a much more extravagant reward than when she participated in the Secret Pavilion's tour. There's no point in envying the opportunities of others, Ziyu, Qi Lianshan said when he noticed the envy on Chen Ziyu's face. What you need to do now is figure out how you can pass the God's Domain Association's selection. So long as you pass the selection, the training and resources you'll receive from the association will not be inferior to what the Secret Pavilion can offer in any way. I understand. Chen Ziyu nodded, the fighting spirit in her eyes flaring up. Although she couldn't receive training from the Secret Pavilion, the God's Domain Association's training was equally good. I wonder how many of our academy's students will get into the top 5 of the overall rankings. Hard to say. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has many monstrously talented recruits this year. The only students I can think of who have a chance of getting in would be Tianxing Academy's Lu Xuanyi and Lufeng Academy's Xia Cheng. Indeed, Lu Xuanyi is the apprentice of Soaring Snake, the leader of Ouroboros' 12 apostles. I heard that he has already learned 2/3 of Soaring Snake's skills. Lufeng University's Xia Cheng isn't any worse either. I heard that Lufeng University's dean is teaching her personally, and that she has already mastered an advanced combat technique. I heard that Jinhai Academy also has a shining star this year. I believe her name is Wu Lingling, and she is that Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. According to my sources, Wu Lingling is even more talented than Wu Xiaoxiao, and she has achieved rapid improvements after entering the academy, so she should have a chance as well. Impossible. Wu Lingling's teacher is incredibly weak. I heard that he used to be the guild leader of a second-rate guild, but he ended up getting fired. There is no way the resources he has can compare to Lu Xuanyi's and Xia Cheng's instructors. Indeed, I heard about Wu Lingling's situation as well. If she could find a good instructor, she might have stood a chance against those two little monsters and could have competed for the top 5 positions. While watching the freshmen getting into the virtual gaming cabins, the instructors from the various academies discussed who could enter the overall rankings top 5. Although the Secret Pavilion's freshman competition wasn't an accurate representation of the overall strength of God's Domain's latest generation of players, those who could rank among the top of the overall rankings could still be regarded as one of the top talents in the country. In a situation where veteran powerhouses were reluctant to enter the miniature ancient world, the new generation's top talents would undoubtedly become the various powers leaders in the miniature ancient world in the future. Meanwhile, when Qi Lianshan and the other instructors from Jinhai University heard the discussion of the other academy's instructors, they couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. Setting aside Shi Feng's teaching standards, just the resources he could offer to Wu Lingling would already put Wu Lingling in a significantly inferior position compared to the likes of Lu Xuanyi and Xia Chen. Unless Jinhai Academy could attract the attention of international corporations or God's Domain's various superpowers, there was no way Jinhai Academy's resources could match the various advanced academies. Inside the lounge of the underground training field, "Why didn't you notify me that you would be visiting, Commander Ziqiang? Also, isn't it only a freshman competition? You didn't have to come in person," a burly middle-aged man in his 40s said tentatively as he looked at Purple Jade. "I just thought of checking Lei Li's progress." "You don't need to mind me," Purple Jade replied in a dull tone. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Purple Jade's words. Although he knew that Purple Jade had designated the girl named Lei Li as her apprentice, and she even pampered the girl quite a lot, he didn't think Purple Jade would prioritize the girl to such an extent. After all, a Tier 6 sword god had much more important things to do than spectate a competition. However, he also had to admit that Lei Li was incredibly talented. Despite starting as someone who knew hardly anything about God's Domain, Lei Li had already become the Secret Pavilion's #1 rookie after undergoing just 2 months of training. Moreover, her position as #1 was unshakable. After all, in just 2 short months, Lei Li had gone from being just at the Trial Tower's first floor standard to the half-step refinement realm standard. Her talent surpassed even Purple Jade. Most importantly, Lei Li was only 16 this year. Lei Li will definitely come in first place. There is simply too big of a gap between herself and the others, the middle-aged man said. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to compete against the others in the Genius training program after 1 more month of training. It seems she didn't slack off. Purple Jade nodded in relief. TL notes, 1 Jinhai Academy. I will be using X Academy to reference X University's God's Domain Academy from now on to simplify things. Chapter 3027, Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Hidden Class Magic Dragon Swordsman, TL Notes, 20th February 2022. Please go back and read Chapter 2020. I mistakenly separated the chapters and moved some of Chapter 100's content to Chapter 21. I have already added the missing parts back to Chapter 100. Lei Li came in second? Who's the person in first place? Did something go wrong with the system? How could there be a freshman stronger than Lei Li? The Secret Pavilion's members were stunned when they saw the results displayed on the scoreboard. None of them could believe this was true. This was Lei Li they were talking about. Lei Li was the Secret Pavilion's most talented recruit this year, and she was a little monster whom Empress Purple Jade had taken the initiative to recruit as an apprentice. Yet now, Lei Li had only come in second place. Wu Lingling? How is this possible? When Lu Xuanyi exited his gaming cabin and looked at the scoreboard, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes. Didn't they say that she was only at the 5th floor middle stage standard during her enrollment? At this time, Lu Xuanyi wasn't the only one with questions regarding Wu Lingling's performance. The various academies' instructors and students were similarly shocked and confused by this outcome. Didn't they say that she only reached the 5th floor's middle stage during her enrollment test? Could there be a mistake in the information? A monster. She's truly a monster. She managed to reach the 7th floor's late stage at just 16. Moreover, she did it without the help of any superpower or powerful instructor. What kind of luck does Jinhai Academy have? Originally, everyone was already plenty shocked by the performance of the Secret Pavilion's recruits. However, Wu Lingling's performance brought their shock to unprecedented levels. It was understandable for the Secret Pavilion's recruits to be amazing since they had access to resources outside the reach of most people. However, what about Wu Lingling? Not only was she a freshman in an ordinary God's Domain academy, but she didn't even have a decent instructor. Yet, she had still managed to reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor late stage at the young age of 16. The degree of her talent could no longer be described with words alone. Even the various God-ranked experts in God's Domain were unlikely to be a match for Wu Lingling during their younger days. If Wu Lingling could gain access to excellent resources, there was no doubt that she would become a big shot in God's Domain in the future. She might even rank highly among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. At this time, it wasn't just the people from the other academies that were stunned. Even those from Jinhai Academy couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the scoreboard. They also couldn't help but grow ecstatic over this situation. Originally, they thought it'd be amazing if Wu Lingling could get within the top 20 of the overall rankings. After all, the resources Wu Lingling had access to were vastly inferior to the geniuses from advanced academies. Yet now, Wu Lingling had secured first place in the freshman competition, instantly becoming an existence that even the secret pavilion had to take seriously. Once news of Wu Lingling's performance got out, it probably wouldn't be long before Jinhai Academy's name reached the various first-rate guilds and superpowers of God's Domain. Meanwhile, once Jinhai Academy became famous, the various superpowers most likely start to send instructors to join the academy. They might even invest capital into the academy. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Hasn't it only been a few days? How did she become so strong already? Gutong's eyes were filled with confusion as he watched Wu Lingling climbing out of her gaming cabin. He might not have thought much about it if he hadn't known about Wu Lingling's standards when she first enrolled in the academy. However, he had always treated Wu Lingling as his rival, so he had a very clear understanding of Wu Lingling's situation. During the academy's freshman tournament, he was certain that the gap between him and Wu Lingling wasn't significant. He had only lost to her because his footwork was inferior. Yet now, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. This situation simply didn't make sense. It should be known that in the process of climbing to the Trial Tower's 6th floor, not only did he have to undergo intensive training from his cousin Gu Yiren, but he had come across a fortuitous opportunity shortly after the freshman tournament ended. Yet, despite having made such significant improvements, not only did the gap between him and Wu Lingling not shrink, but it had grown even wider instead. However, unlike Gu Tong and most people in the underground training field, Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyu did not focus their attention on Wu Lingling after learning her result. Instead, they turned toward Shi Feng. This was because they understood that, contrary to what everyone believed, Wu Lingling didn't achieve her current performance simply because she possessed incredible talent. Instead, a large part of why she managed to achieve her current results was most likely because of Shi Feng's teachings. Did she receive a legacy? Shi Feng was also a little surprised when he saw the scoreboard. The last time Shi Feng saw Wu Lingling was less than a day ago, and the girl was only able to reach the 7th floor's middle stage at the time. Moreover, based on her progress at the middle stage, it should have taken her at least a few days to reach the 7th floor's late stage. Yet, she had accomplished this feat in less than a day. The only explanation Shi Feng could come up with for this situation was that Wu Lingling had obtained a legacy of some sort before coming to the secret pavilion's headquarters. Hence, she managed to achieve a qualitative improvement in her combat standards. Meanwhile, just like Shi Feng had guessed, Wu Lingling had indeed acquired a new legacy. After fighting the spy trio from Nature Hall and Hundred Flower Palace and logging out of the game, Wu Lingling had contacted Soulfire and acquired a powerful advanced legacy from the Adventurer team, Advanced Hidden Class, Magic Dragon Swordsman. Not only did this hidden class grant a huge boost to her physique, but it had also increased her affinity with mana drastically, which allowed her to take notice of details she had previously failed to notice. In addition, the completion rate of her skills had also received an improvement. After receiving all these improvements, her combat standard had naturally risen as well. However, if Wu Lingling were to be honest, getting first place in this freshman competition was also outside her expectations. This was because Hidden Soul had constantly said that her talent and combat standard were subpar at best, and that she was vastly inferior compared to the various superpowers top-tier geniuses. Wu Lingling didn't doubt Hidden Soul's words either, since she couldn't even survive one move against Hidden Soul. Yet now, she had come in first place in the freshman competition. Could it be because the Secret Pavilion's recruits are much weaker than usual this year? Is the Secret Pavilion trying to attract new recruits using this competition? When Wu Lingling recalled the attractive rewards the Secret Pavilion offered for the competition this time, she felt as if realization had dawned upon her. However, before Wu Lingling could think further into this matter, she had her attention drawn by the noise everyone suddenly made. At this time, Purple Jade could be seen walking out of the lounge, and following behind her were several Secret Pavilion executives. Then, after leaving the lounge, Purple Jade walked straight toward Wu Lingling. After approaching Wu Lingling and scrutinizing the girl for a moment, Purple Jade asked, "Are you interested in becoming my apprentice?" Meanwhile, as soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, silence instantly enveloped the entire underground training field. Then, whether it was the various academy students or the Secret Pavilion's recruits, everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling enviously. It should be known that Purple Jade was a Tier 6 sword god bearing the title of Empress. Not only did she possess top-tier strength among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but she also held a vital position in the secret pavilion. So long as she gave the word, Wu Lingling could instantly become a core executive in the secret pavilion and receive whatever resources she wanted. At that time, she would become an existence that even the various international corporations would try to befriend. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling couldn't help but grow ecstatic when she heard Purple Jade's question. This was because Purple Jade was her idol. It was also because of Purple Jade that she became a swordsman. Now that her idol was extending an invitation to her, how could she not be excited? However, after taking a deep breath, Wu Lingling shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander Zikyung. However, I already have an instructor, so forgive me for not being able to become your apprentice." Chapter 3028, Chapter 1002. Chapter 1002, Inhuman Precision. Are my ears playing tricks on me? Did Wu Lingling just reject the Empress's invitation? She must have lost her mind. I remember that her teacher is called Shi Feng, and he is only the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. Even during his peak, he had only managed to stick around at the top of Tier 3. Tier 3? Doesn't that mean he's just an ordinary expert? That's right. Any one of my academy's instructors can beat him up. That guy sure is lucky. I can't believe he picked up such a peerless genius. He wouldn't have to worry about his future with such a student following him. When the spectating crowd heard Wu Lingling rejecting Purple Jade's invitation, many of them couldn't help but grow confused. In addition, some of the instructors present who knew about Wu Lingling's background couldn't help but grow jealous of Shi Feng. After all, even if they set aside the possibility that something might be wrong with Wu Lingling's brain, the girl could still easily reach Tier 5 with her monstrous talent. If given enough resources, she might even have a chance at reaching Tier 6. Yet, despite being only an ordinary expert, Shi Feng had actually found himself such a monstrously talented apprentice. She must be out of her mind. If she doesn't want that opportunity, she should have given it to me instead. Lu Xuanyi cursed under his breath when he saw Wu Lingling rejecting Purple Jade's invitation. He was also a swordsman. If he could have a Tier 6 swordsman as his instructor, he would have a much easier time climbing to higher tiers in the future. Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister sure is an interesting person. She's even more stubborn than her elder sister, Lu Yanya, who stood beside Lu Xuanyi, said as she looked at Wu Lingling. I'm afraid she's going to become your biggest rival in the future. Rival? Shaking his head, Lu Xuanyi said, she is not worthy of being my rival now that she has rejected the secret pavilion's invitation. With only a Tier 3 instructor and no guild backing her, I'll leave her in the dust the next time we meet in the academy competition. I guess you're right. She is the same as her elder sister in this regard, Lu Yanya said, nodding. Their instructor Soaring Snake had extended an invitation to Wu Xiaoxiao multiple times in the past. However, Wu Xiaoxiao had rejected his offer every time. Although Wu Xiaoxiao was already receiving from Crimson Emperor right now, the number of recruits Crimson Emperor needed to train was massive. Thus, even though Wu Xiaoxiao was currently training under a superpower, the resources she received wouldn't be as significant as most people imagined. Had Wu Xiaoxiao accepted their instructor's invitation previously, she might even have had a chance to reach Tier 6. Now, though, she could, at most, linger around the Tier 5 threshold. While the surrounding spectators were feeling surprised and confused over Wu Lingling's decision, the burly man standing among the secret pavilion's executives similarly couldn't help but turn toward Jinhai Academy's group with a look of surprise on his face. What's going on with Jinhai Academy's people? Why aren't any instructors coming forward to advise Wu Lingling? Normally, an ordinary God's Domain Academy would be over the moon if even an ordinary superpower tried to recruit one of their students, let alone a transcendental power like the secret pavilion. These academies would have frantically accepted the offer on their students' behalf. Yet, Jinhai Academy's side was seemingly filled with eccentric people. Even after hearing Wu Lingling refuse Purple Jade's invitation, nobody from Jinhai University had stepped forward to persuade the girl. On the contrary, every one of them looked at this situation as if they had expected it to happen. Meanwhile, when Jinhai Academy's instructors and Lin Yaoyue saw the secret pavilion's executives looking toward them, they couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. If it was possible to change Wu Lingling's mind, they would have long since done so. Unfortunately, Shi Feng seemingly possessed some unknown charm that had thoroughly captivated the little girl's heart. At this point, they had long since given up on influencing Wu Lingling's decisions, choosing to let the girl decide her own future instead. It wasn't a particularly bad decision to do so either, since Shi Feng wasn't as weak as he seemed. Otherwise, a senior instructor like Qi Lianshan wouldn't have treated Shi Feng with such respect. How unfortunate. If you come across any problems in your training in the future, feel free to contact me. Purple Jade did not get angry after having her invitation rejected. Instead, she handed Wu Lingling her business card, her action causing many of the secret pavilion's members present to grow envious. This was because they understood that Purple Jade wasn't putting on an act. Instead, she was sincerely interested in Wu Lingling. After all, only a few people in the secret pavilion had Purple Jade's contact method. Should I go and talk with Jinhai Academy's side commander? I believe that with the secret pavilion's influence, that Shi Feng wouldn't refuse our offer, the burly man whispered to Purple Jade when he saw that Purple Jade appeared very interested in Wu Lingling. A talent capable of catching Purple Jade's eyes was incredibly hard to come by. Although the Secret Pavilion's guild leader had tried to get Purple Jade to teach the guild's geniuses in the past, Purple Jade showed no interest in those geniuses whatsoever. The guild also couldn't force her to teach them since she was one of the guild's tier 6 god-ranked experts. It wasn't until recently that Laylee had appeared and caught Purple Jade's attention. Now that Purple Jade had shown interest in Wu Lingling as well, the Secret Pavilion naturally couldn't let this rare opportunity get away. No need, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Rather than that, I need you to look into Shi Feng. He definitely isn't as simple as everyone thinks. Huh? The burly man couldn't help but grow confused. I heard from the other academies' instructors that Wu Lingling's instructor is only the former guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. In addition, he had never even managed to reach Tier 4 during his peak, which was why Shadow's chairman had fired him. Instead of answering the burly man's confusion, Purple Jade asked, "Do you think Wu Lingling is a fool? How can that be?" "There's no way she could have reached the 7th floor's late stage at 16 if she were a fool," the burly man answered strangely. "Doesn't that settle it then?" After rolling her eyes at the burly man, Purple Jade put on a serious expression and said, "Moreover, there's one more important reason I said that Shi Feng isn't simple." "An important reason? Could it be that there is something special about him?" the burly man asked. "It's not him who's special, but Wu Lingling instead. Her foundation is simply too solid. It is so solid that I can't help but suspect that she isn't a little girl, but an old monster who has lived for dozens of years," Purple Jade said as she recalled Wu Lingling's every action. "When I was talking to her just now, I noticed that she has incredibly precise control over her subtle movements. That kind of precision is something you would only find on someone who has already been at the refinement realm for over a dozen or several dozen years. Yet, despite having such precision control, the continuity of Wu Lingling's movements was an utter mess, which is one of the main reasons recruits often have trouble entering the refinement realm." "Commander, are you saying that?" The burly man couldn't help but shudder when the severity of Purple Jade's words sank into his mind. "That's right. Either Wu Lingling has someone with godlike understanding over the refinement realm teaching her, or the girl is actually an old monster acting young before us," Purple Jade calmly said. "However, no matter how I look at it, Wu Lingling is a teenage girl through and through. There is also no point for her to trick us since we can easily discern her actual age and identity through public records. In that case, that leaves us with only one possibility. Her instructor's understanding has already reached a godlike standard. I'll look into him right away." After saying so, the burly man promptly left the underground training field, not daring to waste even a moment longer. The refinement realm might not seem like anything special in the eyes of the various superpowers, which were capable of systematically nurturing their own refinement realm experts. But not all refinement realm experts were equal. Depending on how sturdy of a foundation a person built for themselves at the refinement realm, their future development would also change significantly. Only by having a sturdy foundation could one progress further and faster. Unfortunately, helping players establish a sturdy foundation in the refinement realm was a challenge that troubled even the various superpowers. Even domain realm experts lacked the ability to help refinement realm experts develop their foundations. This was because everyone had bad habits, and changing these habits was incredibly challenging. Moreover, even if a person managed to get out of a bad habit, parts of it would still linger in their subconscious. Meanwhile, the only known way to get rid of bad habits right now was to have players continuously train themselves to change and get used to the refinement realm over a long period. However, this process involved a lot of time, and time was money for the various superpowers. Unfortunately, the only way they could streamline this process was if someone managed to achieve godlike understanding over the refinement realm and developed a perfect training system. If such a perfect system existed, new players could establish a solid foundation for themselves within a short period, saving them a lot of time in training and improving. However, according to the Secret Pavilion's knowledge, no guild in God's domain possessed such a capability yet. Indeed, not one guild was capable of accomplishing such a feat. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. Chapter 3029, Chapter 1003, Chapter 1003, Great Disturbance. After the freshman competition ended, the various academies' instructors simultaneously received a message from God's Domain Association. The message's content was simple. The association was welcoming all students who had reached the half-step refinement realm standard to head to the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters with their instructors and apply to join the God's Domain Association's training camp. However, the message also stated that the instructors would have to pass the association's instructor qualification certification, and the association's certification had 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Meanwhile, instructors would have to achieve the lowest bronze certification at the very minimum before their students could apply for the association's training camp. Depending on an instructor's certification rank, their students would also have to participate in different selection competitions and face different opponents. Simply put, the students of bronze instructors would compete with the students of other bronze instructors. The students of silver instructors would compete with the students of other silver instructors, etc. However, the lower the certification rank, the lower the number of instructors that could acquire said rank, and the lower the number of students each instructor could have. Conversely, the higher the certification rank, the greater the number of instructors that could acquire said rank, and the higher the number of students each instructor could have. In addition, the number of students that could pass the selection competitions of higher ranks would also be greater than the competitions of lower ranks. In other words, the lower an instructor's certification rank, the greater the competition they and their students would face. Fortunately, the training camp wasn't a one-time thing. Instead, each training camp would last a month, and the association would hold these certification competitions once a month. Thus, even if students failed to qualify for the training camp this time, so long as they managed to pass a selection before they graduated from their respective academies, they could still qualify to attend the training camp. Meanwhile, shortly after this announcement appeared, the underground training field instantly exploded into an uproar. How generous of the God's Domain Association. After this move from the association, refinement realm experts will become even more common in God's domain in the future. This is madness. This won't just popularize refinement realm experts. This will reshuffle the status quo of the various God's domain academies. Even the various powers in God's domain are probably going to be affected. Everyone was shocked and excited by this explosive news. It was especially true for the students and instructors of ordinary academies. Nowadays, the various superpowers have monopolized most of the legacies available in God's domain. If ordinary students wish to have a better future in God's domain, their only choice was to join the various superpowers. Otherwise, they'd have to face much greater challenges to develop themselves. Meanwhile, the various God's domain academies were also in a similar situation. Due to the lack of good resources, the instructors of ordinary academies faced great difficulty in producing excellent students. However, the move the God's Domain Association just made would undoubtedly liberate the students without resources, or more specifically, the younger generation, from the various superpowers restrictions. So long as one was young and talented, one could acquire sufficient resources to develop themselves from the God's Domain Association. Young players would no longer have to rely on the various superpowers for resources. After reading the God's Domain Associations, everyone quickly understood that it wouldn't be long before God's Domain would welcome a large batch of independent refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, the various superpowers would no longer be the only ones capable of reliably producing refinement realm experts. At the same time, the status and value of instructors would also rise to unprecedented heights in God's domain. It seems I'll need to have Hidden Soul act quicker. Shi Feng also started planning for the future after receiving the God's Domain Association's message. If many independent refinement realm experts suddenly appeared in God's domain, the power that would benefit the most from this situation would undoubtedly be the various mercenary organizations. During Shi Feng's previous life, after his subworld gained access to the greater God's domain, the various powers had frantically nurtured players at all costs to cope with the impending danger. Ultimately, however, there were still many players who disliked being bound by guilds. Yet, these players also wished to acquire precious resources and credits, so mercenary organizations became their best option. If Zero Wing's mercenary organization could take form before the new batch of independent refinement realm experts arrived and capitalize on this situation, the organization's growth could easily match that of the various superpowers. Meanwhile, shortly after the God's Domain Association made its announcement, the various academies' half-step refinement realm students promptly made their way to the application site with their respective instructors. When Shi Feng and Chen Ziyou arrived on the 175th floor, the hall that was the size of half a football field was already crowded with students and instructors. "So you've come as well, Ziyou." When Lu Yanya saw Chen Ziyou walking into the hall, she smiled and approached her, asking, "Have you thought about my previous suggestion?" "Thank you for your invitation, but I still don't plan on joining Ouroboros," Chen Ziyou earnestly said as she looked at the brown-haired girl before her. As one of Jinhai Academy's few half-step refinement realm experts, Chen Ziyou had received invitations from many guilds. Among them, one came from her high school classmate Lu Yanya, who had acted as Ouroboros' representative. "Won't you consider it again?" Lu Yanya frowned. However, she still chose to patiently persuade Chen Ziyou, saying, "Now that the God's Domain Association has made such a huge move, it is a rare opportunity for you to improve your circumstances. According to my sources, instructors will need to be at the Flowing Water Realm at the very least to gain a bronze certification. However, your instructor Qi Lianshan is, at best, at the half-step Flowing Water Realm with his current mental state. There's no way he can help you get into the selection competition. So long as you agree to join Ouroboros, you'll get to become Instructor Soaring Snake's apprentice straight away. Now that Instructor Soaring Snake is close to reaching the domain realm already, he'll have no problems becoming a silver instructor. You'll also be able to pass the selection without problems seeing as you are at the refinement realm already." However, even after hearing Lu Yanya's advice, Chen Ziyou still shook her head and pointed toward Shi Feng, who was currently registering for the certification test, and said, "Thank you, but I have Instructor Shi with me. I should be able to get into a selection competition without trouble." "Instructor Shi?" Lu Yanya followed Chen Ziyou's finger and looked at Shi Feng. Then, with confusion in her eyes, she asked, "Is he Wu Lingling's instructor?" "That's right, it's him." Chen Ziyou nodded. "You really love to waste time just like Wu Xiaoxiao, Ziyu." After returning her gaze to Chen Ziyou, Lu Yanya contemptuously said, "He's nothing but a former guild leader of a second-rate guild. He couldn't even reach Tier 4 during his peak. How can you hope for him to get you registered? Instructor Shi is very strong, and even Instructor Qi admires him greatly." Instructor Qi also said that Instructor Shi might be at the Void Realm already, Chen Ziyou said, a hint of reverence appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Void Realm? Lu Yanya couldn't help but take an extra glance at Shi Feng after hearing Chen Ziyou's words. However, she suddenly laughed the next moment and said, "In that case, I look forward to his performance. Hopefully, you'll qualify for a selection competition at the very least." After saying so, Lu Yanya turned around and walked away, choosing not to involve herself with Chen Ziyou's foolishness any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Feng and many other instructors followed the instructions of the Gods Domain Association staff and put on their respective customized virtual gaming helmets. Then, they began their instructor certification tests. Chapter 3330, Chapter 10.4, Chapter 10.4, Global Competition. A golden temple stood amidst an ancient forest. The temple had 5 floors in total, and it measured several hundred meters in height and occupied an area equivalent to 6 sports stadiums. There was a massive stone tablet erected outside of every floor, and every tablet had a column of numbers going from 1 to 100 listed on it. Currently, though, the space next to these numbers was blank, and beneath these numbers was one line of text. Although the text on each tablet was similar, they weren't exactly the same. The texts were simple to understand, and they represented the rewards one could obtain from challenging the temple's trials. Simply put, the first 100 people to clear each floor would receive varying amounts of association points to be used with the Gods Domain Association. Meanwhile, the first 100 to clear the first floor would receive 100 association points. The first 100 to clear the second floor would receive 1,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the third floor would receive 10,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the fourth floor would receive 100,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the fifth floor would receive 1 million association points. Not only is it planning on uncovering more talented newcomers, but it's also offering such lucrative rewards to the instructors. Is the association trying to get more experts to become instructors? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he finished reading the rewards stated on the tablets. The Gods Domain Association's association points were an incredibly precious resource to the association's internal members. Even through official channels, one association point could be traded for 10,000 credits. Of course, only a fool would exchange it for such a low price. The Gods Domain Association had access to an ocean of resources, and even the various international corporations couldn't hope to compete against the association in terms of wealth. Meanwhile, internal members of the association could exchange for resources that one normally couldn't acquire through the public market. So long as one had enough points, one could exchange for combat techniques, legacies, and even S-rank nutrient fluids. Although the association had put a price tag of 200 points per bottle on S-rank nutrient fluids, it was still a tempting opportunity for many people. In addition, according to Shi Feng's research, the Gods Domain Association even offered the incredibly rare life potions for exchange to internal members. The life potion was an item that countless wealthy people sought after. Not only could it heal the wounds on the user's body, but it could also rejuvenate the life force of the user's body cells, extending their life expectancy and youthfulness. However, the Green God Company only produced a very limited amount of life potion each year, and even the various international corporations had difficulty obtaining one per year. Yet internal members of the Gods Domain Association could exchange for it simply by accumulating enough points. The only problem was that the life potion cost a whopping 10,000 points to exchange. 10,000 points. This was an amount that most of the association's internal members would never acquire in their lifetimes. However, the association's instructor certification test offered participating instructors the opportunity to make the impossible possible. While Shi Feng was feeling shocked over the Gods Domain Association's generosity, the outside world was similarly shocked over this situation. What is the association trying to do, Commander Ziqiang? Once news of these rewards gets out, even the various powers peak experts wouldn't be able to sit still. The burly middle-aged man standing beside Purple Jade exclaimed when he read the report he just received. Setting aside the various top-tier training resources the association provided, just the S-rank nutrient fluid it offered was already a fatal temptation to many experts. It was especially true for Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. After all, one's brain would have difficulty improving without a strong body to support it. Meanwhile, not only could the S-rank nutrient fluid repair the damage on one's body, but it could also strengthen the physical body. Now that the Gods Domain Association was offering players the opportunity to acquire a large amount of association points, many experts would most likely be tempted to work as an instructor and take part in the association's instructor certification test. I don't know what the association is trying to do, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Then, with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes, she continued, but once news of this gets out, most experts around the world will probably grow restless. We might even see a global struggle between experts. Even the various superpowers old monsters and god-ranked experts might not mind revealing their cards if it means gaining access to such lucrative rewards. Register me for the test as well, Star. You'll be participating as well, Commander Zekyong? The burly man with the pseudonym of Berserk Star asked in surprise. Ever since Purple Jade reached Tier 6, she had stopped participating in tests and competitions altogether. In fact, it had already been over a year since Berserk Star saw Purple Jade in action. Of course, Purple Jade said with a light smile, I've constantly been trying to find other god-ranked experts to fight previously, but those people are so secretive that it's hard to find even one of them. This test is a good opportunity to compare myself with the others. While it might not be a frontal clash, it is still a good way to see how I match up with the others. So, how can I miss out on such an opportunity? There were only several dozen Tier 6 experts in God's domain. With the exception of a few newly promoted Tier 6 experts, most veteran Tier 6 experts were incredibly secretive in their actions. Moreover, now that the various powers had already solidified their rule over their respective territories, there was almost no instance where Tier 6 combatants would appear on the battlefield. At most, clashes between powers would involve Tier 5 combatants. Because of this, Purple Jade hardly had any chances to fight against other Tier 6 experts after reaching Tier 6 herself. She was especially curious to find out the gap between herself and the various first-place rankers on the God's Domain experts list that had disappeared over the years, the various old monsters, and those 4 people. Now that the God's Domain Association had provided the perfect place for her to test her standards, how could she miss out on this opportunity? Alright, I'll get it done immediately. Immediately, Berserk Star stepped out of the lounge and contacted the God's Domain Association's staff to arrange for Purple Jade's participation. While Purple Jade was getting ready to take part in the test, the various superpowers Tier 6 experts also received news of the God's Domain Association's offer. Interesting. I'm going to try out this test. Is the association trying to come up with a global ranking list for experts? I've hardly fought with other Tier 6 experts after reaching Tier 6 myself. This is a good chance to check out how strong the other Tier 6 experts are. Shortly after news of the God's Domain Association's test rewards got out, many Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts worldwide started applying for the association's test one after another. For a time, the instructor's test became the focus of the world's peak experts and above. Many independent experts had even started broadcasting the status of the test's stone tablets live. Meanwhile, inside one of the test instances, in the short time Shi Feng spent pondering over the association's actions, several dozen names had appeared on the first floor's stone tablet. This meant that several dozen people had already cleared the first floor's test. So many got through already. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw that the first floor's tablet list was nearly filled. According to the information the association provided, instructors would gain the bronze certification so long as they cleared the temple's first floor. Meanwhile, one needed to be at the flowing water realm at the very least to become a bronze instructor. It had only been a few minutes since the test began, yet several dozen experts had already conquered the first floor's test. This just showed how high the number and quality of experts participating in the test were. Immediately, Shi Feng also chose to enter the temple. System. Registration is required to participate in the test. You may use your God's Domain ID or a new name to register. I can choose my own name? Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. In that case, I'll go with Asura as my name. Currently, Shi Feng still did not wish to expose his name of Black Flame. After all, both himself and Zero Wing were far too weak right now, so it was good news that he could use a different pseudonym to challenge the test. System. Naming successful. Player ID Asura registered. Please check in on the first floor. Immediately, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of light that disappeared into the temple's first floor. TL notes, 200 association points, 2,000 credits. Market value of S-rank nutrient fluid is 1 million credits. Chapter 3031, Chapter 1005, Chapter 1005, Temple Trial. After arriving inside the temple's first floor, Shi Feng opened his eyes and found himself looking at a vast plain. There were also 100 humanoid statues standing before him, and these statues wielded varying weapons such as bows, spears, swords, sabers, staffs, etc. At a glance, these statues looked like a small and well-organized army. System, you have 1 hour to defeat the 100 monsters here. Your character will be fixed at level 100, Tier 3. Your weapons and equipment will be fixed at the level 100 Dark Gold rank. Please select your class, Swordsman. Shi Feng was surprised when he inspected the humanoid statue's stats. Each of these statues only had 6 million HP, which wasn't even at the standard of level 100 lords. It was just several times higher than the average HP of players. So, it wouldn't be much of a problem for a level 100, Tier 3 Flowing Water Realm expert to defeat all of these monsters. In fact, even a half-step refinement realm expert could defeat these monsters in under an hour. However, Shi Feng quickly realized the problem shortly after choosing his class. Specifically, these humanoid statues suddenly exited their inanimate state and began moving their bodies nimbly like Tier 3 NPCs. Their nimble movements were completely different from what one would normally see from golems. Kill. Meanwhile, after these NPC-like golems saw Shi Feng, they revealed fierce expressions and charged him straight away. In the blink of an eye, over 40 NPC monsters wielding longswords, sabers, spears, and shields moved within 20 yards of Shi Feng, their speed far superior to the average Tier 3 NPC. While these melee NPCs were charging at Shi Feng, the ranged NPCs also began raining arrows and Tier 3 spells at Shi Feng. Their skill activation and spellcasting were incredibly fast, all of them achieving motionless activation and silent casting. Yet, despite the shortcuts they had taken, the might of their skills and spells was at least 50% stronger than normal. What incredible technique standards. However, Shi Feng did not rush to take action. Instead, he simply evaded the ranged attacks and blocked the melee attacks directed at him. After several exchanges, Shi Feng made another shocking discovery. These NPCs were gradually improving their coordination. It was especially so for the melee NPCs. After the distant clerics and oracles cast their magic shields on them, these melee NPCs would willingly get hit by their allies' ranged attacks to attack Shi Feng. Moreover, their attacks weren't frenzied and random. Instead, they executed their attacks one after another, creating a perfect chain of attacks that never ended. If a lesser-skilled player were to fight against these NPCs, they would be put into a passive state where they could only defend and not launch any effective attacks. When fighting these NPCs, Shi Feng felt as if he were a boss monster getting raided by players. Is this trial testing the participants' knowledge and application of the realms of truth? It seems this God's Domain association is far stronger than I expected. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at the Tier 3 NPCs trying to kill him. No wonder the rumors say that only players at the Flowing Water Realm can pass the test. The Realms of Truth. This was still a mastery system foreign to most players in the current God's Domain. The only mastery system most players knew was the Realms of Refinement, and most players treated the Realms of Refinement as a standard for technique mastery. However, only a small minority of players knew that the Realms of Refinement wasn't a mastery system for technique mastery. Instead, it was a mastery system for a player's control over their body. Simply put, when a player made progress in the Realms of Refinement, the flexibility, reaction speed, perception, and other factors of their body would also improve. By making progress in the Realms of Refinement, players would become capable of accomplishing physical movements that they couldn't achieve previously. This, in turn, increased their combat standard. In a sense, improvements made in the Realms of Refinement were similar to the improvement of a player's physique in God's Domain. On the other hand, the Realms of Truth was a true mastery system for technique standards. Unlike the Realms of Refinement, the Realms of Truth did not focus on the development of the physical body's potential. Instead, it focused on the usage of one's physical body. Thus, one could say that the two mastery systems complemented each other perfectly, and there was no harm in taking on both mastery systems. Meanwhile, the temple's first floor trial might seem like only players at the Flowing Water Realm could clear it, but that wasn't actually the case. Instead, players only needed to exhibit combat power at the Flowing Water Realm standard. If a challenger was only at the Refinement Realm, so long as they were also at the Truth Realm, the first realm in the Realms of Truth, they could similarly pass the first floor trial. Once a Refinement Realm expert reached the Truth Realm, they could exhibit the power of basic combat techniques with their every move. Combined with their refinement level control and reactions, it wouldn't be difficult for them to defeat the Tier 3 NPCs here. After all, the basic attributes of these NPCs were only slightly higher than the average level 100 Tier 3 player. Since I already know what the test is about, it's time for you things to disappear. After sweeping a glance at the Tier 3 NPCs charging at him, Shi Feng brandished the two swords in his hands. Swords Transmigration. Immediately, sword lights bloomed on the battlefield one after another, rapidly draining the lives of the melee NPCs. Although the healers standing in the back had tried to save their companions, every attack Shi Feng executed consisted of over a dozen sword lights merged into one. With only 6 million HP, the melee NPCs couldn't withstand even one attack, their HPs reaching 0 instantly. In less than 3 minutes, Shi Feng had wiped out all 100 Tier 3 NPCs. System, congratulations. You are the 100th participant to clear the first floor's trial, rewarding 100 God's Domain Association points. These points will be bound with your account. These points cannot be traded with others. These points can only be used to exchange with the God's Domain Association. I'm 100th? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the system notification. Several dozen people had already cleared the first floor when he entered the temple. He had also taken his sweet time clearing the first floor trial, so he never expected to score within the top 100 still. However, Shi Feng quickly came to a realization. participants had to face 100 NPCs at the half-step refinement realm standard. Moreover, these NPCs were capable of exhibiting power close to that of basic combat techniques with their every move. Not to mention, these NPCs had excellent coordination with each other, so they could more or less make up for each other's deficiencies. Even if a flowing water realm expert fought against these NPCs, they wouldn't have much of an advantage against these NPCs. Thus, not only would flowing water realm experts require a significant amount of time to clear the first floor trial, but there was even a chance that they might fail. System, you have cleared the first floor. You are now officially a bronze instructor at the God's Domain Association. You will have one recommendation slot for every talent camp the association hosts. Do you wish to proceed to the second floor and challenge the silver instructor's test? Proceed to the second floor. Shi Feng chose to enter the second floor without hesitation. Chapter 332, Chapter 1006, Chapter 1006, Silver Rank. The atmosphere inside the 75th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters was currently boisterous. Shortly after the instructor certification test's rewards were announced, many students paid close attention to the scoreboards situated around the hall. At this time, there had long since been over 100 participants who had cleared the first floor, so the scoreboard for the first floor trial had already been filled. This situation proved that many extraordinary experts were participating in the certification test. Moreover, the names ranked on the list were all famous experts in God's domain, many of them being Tier 5 experts. However, none of the students in the hall were paying attention to the first floor trial scoreboard right now. Instead, all of them had their eyes glued to the second floor scoreboard. This was because the second floor trial's first place ranker had appeared not long ago, and this person was none other than Empress Purple Jade. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by this situation, as they didn't think a Tier 6 sword god would participate in the God's Domain Association's instructor test. Of course, everyone's surprise was only limited to Purple Jade's participation in the test. Nobody was surprised to see that Purple Jade had come in first place for the second floor trial. After all, Purple Jade was a Tier 6 sword god. How could Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts possibly compete against her? However, when more names began appearing on the scoreboard, an uproar quickly exploded in the hall. This was because every expert ranked within the top 10 of the scoreboard was a well-known Tier 6 god-ranked expert in God's domain. Second, Witch of the West Alice. Third, Battle Wolf Sirius 4th. Silver Ghost Prosciutto 5th. 13 Thrones Guild Leader Melancholy. 6th Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia, 10th Azure Chamber of Commerce's Hermit. At this point, the instructor test was no longer a simple test for participating instructors. Instead, it had become a global ranking list for experts. It should be known that Tier 6 God-ranked experts were all elusive existences. Meeting even one of these individuals was akin to winning the lottery, let alone getting the chance to see these God-ranked experts compete with each other. Oftentimes, people would ask how strong Tier 6 God-ranked experts were, and who was the strongest among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even though the Secret Pavilion had created a God's Domain experts list, those recorded on the list were merely ranked based on their publicly available battle records. It couldn't be considered an accurate measure of strength at all. Not to mention, some God-ranked experts weren't even on the list. Thus, the experts list could, at most, be used as a rough reference. However, the God's Domain Association's instructor test was different. Although the test did not show how players would perform against each other in a duel, it still showed the exact combat standards of participants. Through this, everyone could tell how strong the participating Tier 6 God-ranked experts were. Currently, the various academies' students weren't the only ones paying close attention to the scoreboard. The various powers of God's domain were also looking at it with great interest. The association has really blown the test this time out of proportions, senior brother. I can't believe there are so many God-ranked experts participating. Even teacher couldn't help himself from registering. Tao Yue, dressed in a lavender martial artist robe, said as she looked at Gu Yiren. Then, she looked toward the scoreboard for the second floor trial with an expectant gaze as she continued. I wonder how teacher will rank among the Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Their teacher was Thousand Swords, a legendary individual in world domination. He was also the guild's great elder. He had been a powerhouse in the virtual gaming industry since 20 years ago. He had even fought against the 5 great super guild's old monsters and won some of these battles. Although their teacher had hidden behind the scenes ever since God's Domain launched and mainly focused on guiding the younger generations, Tao Yue knew that their teacher was not the slightest bit weaker than the top 10 rankers on the God's Domain experts list. He should have no problem placing within the top 5 out of the God-ranked experts present, Gu Yiren answered as he looked at the scoreboard. However, it'll be difficult to get within the top 3. Setting aside the Witch of the West, even surpassing the Silver Ghost will be a great challenge. I heard that the Silver Ghost has already become the commander of mythology's main force. This goes to show that his strength has already surpassed the previous commander. Aside from the Silver Ghost, 13 Thrones Guild Leader and the Magic Eye Hunter are also experts who have reached the extremes of the domain realm. It won't be easy for teacher to win against these people. Dao Yue did not disagree with Gu Yiren's judgment. This was because the people Gu Yiren mentioned were indeed monsters. Even their teacher had very little chance of winning against these experts. Is this going to be the era where Tier 6s compete? Fighting spirit filled Lin Yaoyue's eyes as she looked at the display on the first floor lobby of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Originally, Tier 6 God-ranked experts were unreachable existences to her. However, that was no longer the case now. So long as she could successfully persuade her big sis and acquire Zero Wing's resources, she could secure herself a spot among Tier 6 God-ranked experts in the future. What's going on? Why hasn't Instructor Soaring Snake cleared the second floor yet? Back on the 75th floor, Lu Yanya couldn't help but grow confused as she watched more and more people clearing the second floor trial. It should be known that her instructor was the 41st participant to clear the first floor trial. Currently, it had already been over half an hour since the instructor's test began, and over 70 people had already cleared the second floor trial, yet her instructor's name still wasn't on the second floor scoreboard. Sis, you don't have to be too worried. Instructor Soaring Snake is a Tier 5 expert, so he definitely won't have a problem in clearing the second floor trial, Lu Xuanyi said. The difficulty of the second floor trial is probably a little harder than we thought. It's just like the first floor trial. I heard that nearly half of the Flowing Water Realm instructors that participated failed to clear it, while the rest took a significant amount of time to pass. The second floor's difficulty is probably the same. Instructor Soaring Snake is at the Void Realm's peak, so he should have no problems clearing the second floor trial. It'll just take a little more time. I understand. Lin Yanya nodded, feeling that her little brother's words made sense. Then, she shifted her gaze to another display that showed the student registration list. The Gods Domain Association's talent camp had 3 registration lists: the bronze list, the silver list, and the gold list. These lists corresponded to the rank of the applicant's instructor. Currently, her instructor was still a bronze instructor, so her name was placed on the bronze list. The bronze list was also the only list with the most applicants right now, the applicant count exceeding over 100 already. However, out of all these applicants, the association would only be allowing 10 to pass. It should be known that the bronze list's applicant count was still growing as time passed. By the time the application period was over, it wouldn't be surprising to see 500 or 600 people on the list. Only by entering the silver list would she face less competition. Although the association would also only be choosing 10 people from the silver list, there were only 10 applicants on the silver list right now. However, what Lu Yanya couldn't tolerate the most wasn't her slow entry into the silver list. Instead, what she couldn't tolerate was the fact that Chen Ziyou's name was also on the bronze list. In other words, Chen Ziyou's instructor had also cleared the first floor trial and qualified as a bronze instructor. Lu Yanya couldn't help but be upset by this situation. After all, she had confidently extended an invitation to Chen Ziyou before and said that they could enter the silver list together. Yet now, she was still stuck in the bronze list together with Chen Ziyou. Meanwhile, during the time Lu Yanya shifted her attention to the student registration list, all 100 spots on the second floor trial scoreboard were also filled. He still hasn't passed? No matter how many times Lu Yanya looked at the scoreboard, she simply couldn't find Soaring Snake's name on it. Sis, look over there, Lu Xuanyi suddenly said as he pointed at the student registration list. Is something wrong with the silver list? Why is Chen Ziyou's name there? Chen Ziyou. Lu Yanya also quickly turned to look at the student registration list upon hearing her little brother's words. How is this possible? Lu Yanya couldn't help but be dumbfounded as she looked at the silver list. There were less than 25 people registered on the silver list right now, and one of these people's names was Chen Ziyou. Moreover, the affiliated academy linked to this name was Jinhai Academy, so there was no doubt that this Chen Ziyou was the same Chen Ziyou she knew. Chapter 30333, Chapter 107, Chapter 107. Transcendental Realm, Silver Rank. Instructor Shi already cleared the second floor trial. Chen Ziyou couldn't help but doubt her eyes as she looked at the notification she received on her quantum watch. She also made sure to look at the distant holographic display to ensure she wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. She had long since known that Shi Feng wasn't an ordinary expert. After all, there was no way an ordinary expert could help her grow from the half-step refinement realm to the refinement realm with just one short lesson. This was a feat that even Void Realm experts couldn't necessarily accomplish. In fact, after attending just one of Shi Feng's lessons, Qi Lianshan had lauded Shi Feng's teaching abilities and estimated that Shi Feng's strength was at the Void Realm standard at the very least. However, even after seeing the results on the second floor trial scoreboard and her entry into the silver list, she still couldn't help but doubt this situation. The silver list. After getting into the silver list, it meant that she had a high chance of getting accepted into the Gods Domain Association's talent camp. At the very least, she had a success rate of 20%. After all, at the current rate, the silver list wouldn't have more than 50 applicants by the end of the application period. Meanwhile, the association would similarly accept 10 applicants, so the competition she faced was much fewer than the bronze list's applicants. However, other than the surprised Chen Ziyou and shocked Lu Yanya, nobody was paying attention to Shi Feng. Instead, everyone had their attention focused on the third floor trials scoreboard. It's been nearly 30 minutes since Purple Jade cleared the second floor. Why hasn't she cleared the third floor yet? The third floor's difficulty is probably significantly greater. I've seen many Void Realm experts failing the second floor trial already. The third floor trial is probably reserved exclusively for God-ranked experts. I guess that's good. Otherwise, it'd be tough for us to tell the actual difference between these God-ranked experts. Empress Purple Jade came in first on the second floor just now. I wonder who will complete the third floor first. I'm putting my money on the Witch of the West. It's either going to be her or the Silver Ghost. These two people are ranked within the top 10 of the God's Domain experts list. Everyone else is a little inferior to them. Everyone began hushed discussions among themselves when they saw that the third floor scoreboard wasn't being updated even after a long time, and they couldn't help but wonder who would clear the third floor trial first. Tier 6 God-ranked experts rarely fought against each other, so there was no precise way to determine who was stronger and weaker in the past. However, now that so many God-ranked experts were participating in this test for combat standards, everyone could see the difference between these God-ranked experts at a glance. Moreover, there was a slight difference in the scoreboards for the third floor and beyond. Rather than ranking participants by the order in which they cleared the trial, the scoreboards for the third floor and beyond ranked participants based on the time they took to clear their respective trials instead. In other words, the quicker a participant's clear time, the higher their rank would be. This would also provide everyone with a much more accurate measure of the participants' combat standards. Amidst everyone's discussions, the first name had also appeared on the third floor trials scoreboard. First current, Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia. 21 minutes 17 seconds, Phythalia actually came in first. It seems the rumors about her strength being barely within the top 10 of God-ranked experts is false. Everyone was surprised when they saw the Magic Eye Hunter Phythalia coming in first. They didn't think that the Witch of the West, who possessed extraordinary perception and control, and the Silver Ghost, who mastered several bronze and silver combat techniques, would actually lose to Phythalia. After all, the public's evaluation of the Magic Eye Hunter wasn't particularly high. Meanwhile, shortly after Phythalia cleared the third floor trial, the second and third place participants also appeared one after another. Second current, Silver Ghost Prosciutto, 22 minutes, 39 seconds. Third current, Witch of the West Alice, 22 minutes, 52 seconds. Fourth current, 13 Thrones' guild leader, Melancholy, 24 minutes, 26 seconds. Fifth current, Purple Jade, 26 minutes, 31 seconds. Those two lost to Phythalia by over a minute. Phythalia has really concealed her strength well. At this rate, unless the 5 Great Super Guild's old monsters and those 4 monsters make an appearance, she'll probably rank number 1 in the test this time. When everyone saw the time it took for the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West to clear their respective trials, they could clearly tell that there was a significant difference between them and Phythalia. However, just when everyone thought that the top ranks for the scoreboard were set, another name appeared on the third floor scoreboard a few minutes later and pushed Melancholy out of 4th place. Fourth current, 1000 Swords, 23 minutes, 28 seconds. Crap, who's this 1000 Swords? He's actually behind the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West by less than a minute. I believe this person is World Domination's Great Elder. I remember that he challenged the 5 Great Super Guild's old monsters around 20 years ago, and his results were a mix of wins and losses. I didn't think he would still be so strong after such a long time, as expected of a veteran Super Guild. World Domination has powerful foundations. Many people who recognized 1000 Swords' name couldn't help but be surprised to see him ranked so highly. After all, he had already reached his prime 20 years ago, yet he was still capable of matching the experts of younger generations. I knew it. Teacher really is amazing. Tao Yue's eyes sparkled when she saw 1000 Swords' name appearing on the third floor's scoreboard. Fourth, he actually came in 4th place. Moreover, he's only slightly behind the 2 in front. With this, everyone will know that World Domination is no weaker than the 5 Great Super Guilds. The other superpowers will probably shrink back a little when dealing with our guild in the future, Gu Yuren said, a rare happy smile appearing on his face. After all was said and done, God's domain where strength spoke volumes. Although Tier 6 God-ranked experts rarely took action and typically served as only a deterrence, there was still a difference in the strength of a guild's deterrence. Now that the various superpowers could see that World Domination possessed a high-ranking God-ranked expert, they would definitely think twice when challenging World Domination in the future. Meanwhile, inside one of the many instances of the third floor trial, Shi Feng was currently facing against 100 Tier 3 NPCs at the half-step Void Realm standard. Moreover, every one of these NPCs could exhibit the power of an advanced combat technique with their every move. When they combined their attacks, the power they could exhibit easily reached the standard of mythic monsters. When 100 of such NPCs worked together, it'd be a child's play for them to defeat domain realm experts. This temple truly is a wonderful place for training. Although it isn't as good as the ancient civilization's Realms of Truth legacies, it is still one of the few places to train in the Realms of Truth. Shi Feng's eyes burned with passion and excitement as he looked at the Tier 3 NPCs attacking him. The experience of facing these NPCs' fierce and unrelenting attacks was an experience that couldn't normally be found in the outside world. If he didn't maximize the use of his offensive power, defensive power, and speed, he wouldn't be able to defend against the fierce assault at all. However, even though Shi Feng was continuously losing HP as time passed, his mind had achieved unprecedented levels of focus as he dodged and blocked the oncoming attacks. After sparring with these Tier 3 NPCs for some time, he could feel that he had finally returned to his prime in the realms of truth. Now, not only could he exhibit the power of a bronze combat technique with his every move, but he could also execute every movement as naturally as flowing water. This meant that he had thoroughly mastered the third realm of the realms of truth, the transcendental realm. Combined with the fact that he had already reached the domain realm's second step, he could now combine even bronze combat techniques with skills and spells. This meant that he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 intermediate standard with his Tier 3 skills and spells, and he would no longer have to rely on the effects of weapons and equipment to transcend tiers. Now that I've achieved perfect control already, the training session ends here. After saying so, Shi Feng immediately used the Tier 3 legacy skill for swordsman, consecutive wind blades. Suddenly, wind blades that tore through space flew in multiple directions, catching the melee NPCs surrounding Shi Feng off guard and killing them instantly. Moreover, even after the wind blades had their power dampened by the corpses of the NPCs they killed, they still packed enough punch to cause the other melee NPCs in their path to stumble several steps backward. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng followed up his attack using the Tier 3 skill Storm Rush. There was no gap whatsoever between his skill uses, so the melee NPCs that had been knocked out of their stances were utterly defenseless against Shi Feng's flurry of slashes, their HPs decreasing by 2 to 3 million every attack. Before the rear-line healers could even do anything, the melee NPCs in Shi Feng's way had already died in the storm of blades. Subsequently, after Shi Feng used a few more Tier 3 skills, over half of the melee NPCs had died already, and the tides of battle changed to favor Shi Feng. It's a pity I don't have many Tier 3 skills and spells. Otherwise, I could have gotten rid of all of these NPCs in one fell swoop. Shi Feng sighed in pity as he looked at the remaining shield-wielding NPCs surrounding him. Because he had failed to kill all of the melee NPCs within 2 seconds, those surviving with less than half NPC instantly recovered all of their HP thanks to the rear-line healers. They were no different than a group of cockroaches. Unfortunately, now that he had already used up all of his Tier 3 skills, he had no choice but to go on the defensive until they were ready again. After all, even if he could exhibit the power of a bronze combat technique with his normal attacks, he couldn't kill any of these NPCs within 1 or 2 seconds, so he'd only be wasting his energy if he tried to fight them without Tier 3 skills. Finally, after fighting with these NPCs for several minutes, Shi Feng got rid of the last melee NPC protecting the rear line. Then, with his speed and power that rivaled Tier 4 players, he swiftly took care of the ranged NPCs. System, you have cleared the 3rd floor. Time spent 9 minutes 23 seconds. You are now officially a gold instructor at the God's Domain Association. You will have 3 recommendation slots for every talent camp the association hosts. Do you wish to proceed to the 4th floor? The 4th floor? After having experienced the 3rd floor trial, Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder what challenges would await him on the temple's 4th floor. Proceed. Chapter 3034, Chapter 10.8, Chapter 10.8, 4th floor. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng found himself appearing in a completely different location. The setting of the 3rd floor trial was a stone forest. The 4th floor trial, on the other hand, was an arena, or more specifically, a very modernized arena. Not only could Shi Feng see all sorts of advanced technology around the arena, but there were also many flying disc-like objects hovering above the arena. Moreover, every one of these flying discs had luxuriously dressed people sitting on them, the flying discs granting these people an overlooking view of the arena. Meanwhile, Shi Feng could visibly sense that these spectators were unlike any NPC he had seen before. Whether it was their clothing or behavior, none of these things looked like they belonged to the civilization he lived in. All of these people possessed their own unique cultural heritage. Most importantly, Shi Feng could sense that all of these people were incredibly strong. What is this place? Even the weakest person here is a great grandmaster at the extraordinary realm. Shi Feng was greatly shocked as he scanned the people on the flying discs. Shi Feng could also sense that these people weren't NPCs in God's domain. Instead, they gave off a feeling close to that of players. He could even hear the conversations they were having. Although he couldn't understand the languages they spoke, he could tell through their behaviors that they were laughing at him. However, before Shi Feng could conduct a closer observation on these people, a hostile intent that made him shiver suddenly descended upon him, and he couldn't help but turn to look at the source of this hostility. At this time, the arena's large gate that had originally been shut suddenly opened, and a valiant youth dressed like a swordsman slowly walked out of it. This valiant youth was indescribably handsome, and he would definitely attract a lot of attention from young women should he walk on a public street. Moreover, he also had pointed ears and turquoise eyes, proof of his elven descent. However, as soon as Shi Feng saw this elven youth, he instantly felt an unprecedented pressure descending upon him. Is he above the extraordinary realm? Shi Feng couldn't help but have such a thought when he saw the elven youth. Although the elven youth was similarly at tier 3, fully clad in dark gold equipment, and had similar HP as him, the pressure he felt from the youth was much more intense than even a superior mythic monster. Meanwhile, after the elven youth stepped into the arena and looked at Shi Feng, he shook his head slightly, a flash of disappointment appearing in his eyes. Then, he took a step forward without even bothering to unsheath the greatsword he carried on his back. In the blink of an eye, the elven youth crossed the distance of over 100 yards and appeared in front of Shi Feng. What speed? Shi Feng was startled when he looked at the expressionless youth before him. The youth's speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limits of his senses. By the time he picked up on the youth's presence, the other party had long since appeared before him. Subsequently, the elven youth swung down an arm at Shi Feng as if he were swinging a sword, the youth's arm shattering the space in its path and leaving behind a trail of darkness. I need to block it. Almost instinctively, Shi Feng executed sword's transmigration. Boom. The dark gold swords Shi Feng wielded could cut and smash rocks apart. Yet, the instant his swords came into contact with the elven youth's arm, he felt as if he had just hit an impenetrable wall. Not only did his arms instantly go numb, but the recoil of his attack and the force exerted by the youth's arm had also sent him flying back several dozen yards. When Shi Feng landed on the ground and looked at his longswords, he found that each of them had a deep groove on them. He can break dark gold weapons with his body? After just a brief contact, each of the dark gold swords Shi Feng wielded had received a big dent, and their durability had also dropped by 30%. In other words, the elven youth would only need 3 more attacks to destroy his weapons. However, before Shi Feng could figure out an appropriate countermeasure to this situation, the elven youth appeared before him again and executed another chopping attack. This time, the youth's attack had bisected the entire arena's space, and even time had begun to slow down in the face of his attack. Faced with this situation, Shi Feng promptly made the decision to combine Sword's Transmigration with the Tier 3 skill Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger was the fastest offensive skill available to a Tier 3 swordsman, the skill increasing the user's attack speed by 100% and strength by 80% upon activation. Clang. Unfortunately, the instant the silver longswords came into contact with the elven youth's arm, they instantly shattered like glass. Then, an imperceptible black slit cut through Shi Feng's body, instantly dropping his HP to 0. Is this the strength that lies beyond the realms of truth? Shi Feng experienced an unprecedented degree of shock as he looked at the elven youth and his shattered longswords. He never thought there would be such a huge gap between the temple's 4th floor and 3rd floor trials. The standard of the elven youth's combat proficiency was definitely the greatest he had ever seen in all 3 of his lives. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's surroundings began blurring after he died, and a system notification appeared before him. System, you have failed the 4th floor. Time spent, 5 seconds. If you wish to challenge the temple again, you will have to wait for 1 month. Shortly after the system notification, Shi Feng felt a dizzy feeling assaulting his mind for a moment. Then, by the time his mind regained its clarity, he found himself back on the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. At this time, several hundred people occupied the 175th floor's hall. However, the hall was indescribably quiet as everyone stared at the information displayed on the hall's central display. 3rd floor trials scoreboard, chapter 3335, chapter 1009. Chapter 1009, ch3001, strongest tier 6 player? Ashura? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of this name before? Isn't this guy a little too strong? Even Fithalia only managed 21 minutes, 17 seconds, yet he managed 9 minutes, 23 seconds. He's on an entirely different level. At this time, everyone paying attention to the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the rankings for the 3rd floor trial. Setting aside the Magic Eye Hunter Fithalia, both the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West were nigh-invincible existences among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even superpowers with Tier 6 God-ranked experts wouldn't dare offend these 2 people without a good reason. This was because both of these 2 had a frightening record of single-handedly defeating at least 2 God-ranked experts several years ago. Now that some years had passed since they set these records, there was no doubt that they had grown stronger. Meanwhile, although it was indeed surprising for Fithalia to come in first place previously, Fithalia wasn't some nameless nobody. She had also successfully killed a God-ranked expert by herself in the past. It was even rumored that she had acquired a God's legacy. So, it wasn't unacceptable that she managed to surpass the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West. However, what was up with this Asura? Not only was this person a new name among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but he had even surpassed the other participating God-ranked experts by a huge margin. He had practically made a fool out of all the God-ranked experts that ranked beneath him. I've never heard of any God-ranked experts named Asura before. Could this guy be a newly promoted God-ranked expert? No such God-ranked expert exists among the various powers. He's probably a lone wolf. This guy's amazing. He actually overpowered so many legends as an independent player. With this, nobody will dare look down on us independent players anymore. Investigate. We must get this person to join us. If we have such an expert in our guild, even the 5 great super guilds won't dare to casually offend us. The various powers had varying thoughts when they saw Asura's score on the third floor trial scoreboard. Some admired him, some were surprised by his strength, and some were curious about his identity. After getting over their initial shock, though, these powers promptly thought of recruiting him. It was especially true for the various corporations that had received news of this matter. The various superpowers had long since divided the current resources in God's domain among themselves. It was especially true for the 7 Luminaries crystals, the resource crucial for reaching Tier 6. With the various superpowers' current monopoly, it was utterly impossible to snatch any of these crucial resources from them. Even a new Tier 6 God-ranked expert appearing outside the various superpowers wouldn't change this fact. After all, the various superpowers could produce God-ranked experts at a much higher rate. However, that might change now that the God-ranked expert known as Asura had appeared. Although there were still many God-ranked experts that hadn't taken part in the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test, the current participants were already more than enough to represent most of God's Domain's God-ranked experts. Meanwhile, with the exception of the 5 great super guilds' old monsters and those 4 monsters, it was unlikely that any other God-ranked expert could beat Asura's score. Hence, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Asura was the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert in God's domain. Asura is it. When Purple Jade, who was resting in the branch headquarters top-floor lounge, saw the results on the holographic screen before her, her eyes burned with fighting spirit. Personally, Purple Jade felt that she had improved a lot since she reached Tier 6 several years ago. Right now, she felt that she could fight even Prosciutto and Alice and have a chance at winning. Other than those 4 peerless monsters and the 5 great super guilds' mysterious old monsters, she doubted that any other God-ranked expert could achieve a decisive victory over her. Now, though, a new target had appeared in Purple Jade's mind, and this target was none other than Asura. In the past, unless God-ranked experts decided to fight each other, there was no way to tell the difference between God-ranked experts. However, there was a convenient way to do so now, the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test. Anyone who had participated in the test, particularly the third floor trial, would know how challenging it was to defeat all those NPCs. Every one of those NPCs could rival the average domain realm expert in strength. While defeating one of these NPCs might be simple for a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, defeating a large group of them was an entirely different story. Despite how confident Purple Jade was in her strength, even she had taken 26 minutes to clear the third floor trial. She couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of strength, or more specifically, what kind of combat standard, was necessary to defeat all those NPCs in just 9 minutes. Interesting. I didn't think that other than those old monsters and those 4 peerless monsters, there'd be another person who has managed to reach such a realm. A 60-year-old man who looked like he was in his early 40s said, a look of interest appearing on his face as he looked at the holographic scoreboard before him. Is this person really that strong, Great Elder? Can he really match those old monsters? A burly middle-aged man asked as he looked at the lean old man standing beside him. It should be known that the lean old man was Thousand Swords, a legendary individual in world domination. While he wasn't trying to doubt Thousand Swords' judgment, the 5 great super guilds' old monsters were nigh invincible existences. So, he found it hard to imagine that a god-ranked expert that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere could match those old monsters. I can only say that they are on the same level, Thousand Swords said after giving the middle-aged man's question some thought. We will only know the exact difference if those old monsters decide to show themselves. After all, you've seen the 4th floor trial for yourself. I don't think anyone in our current God's domain can beat that person. That person on the 4th floor isn't just at the beyond domain realm. He has similarly reached an incredible level in the realms of truth. Others might not know how powerful the 5 great super guilds' old monsters were, but Thousand Swords had fought against some of those old monsters 20 years ago. Although he wasn't sure how strong those old monsters had become after entering God's domain, he was certain that all of them were at the beyond domain realm. Indeed, every one of those old monsters had reached the beyond domain realm. This was also why, even until now, none of the various superpowers god-ranked experts had ever questioned the strength of those old monsters. Meanwhile, back on the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, while everyone was busy discussing Asura and wondering whether he could rival the 5 great super guilds' old monsters, Lu Yanya had her eyes focused on the student registration list, shock and confusion coloring her face. Gold? How did Chen Ziyou get into the gold list? At this time, there were only a few names on the gold list. However, one of them just so happened to be Chen Ziyou, a name that shouldn't be there logically. This must be a mistake. How can her instructor be so strong? Lu Yanya shook her head, refusing to believe this situation to be true. It should be known that her instructor had taken a long time to complete even the 2nd floor trial and become a silver instructor. Yet, just when she thought she could stand on equal footing as Chen Ziyou afterward, Chen Ziyou's instructor had become a gold instructor. How could she possibly accept this situation? In reality, Lu Yenya wasn't the only one in disbelief over this situation. Even Chen Ziyou herself wore a dumbfounded expression when she saw her name on the gold list. Instructor Shi, Asura, Chapter 3336, Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Start of a New Era, the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert. So, this is the strength Instructor Shi has been hiding all along? Chen Ziyo dared not believe the crazy thought she just had. Asura. The current #1 God-ranked expert in the God's Domain Association's Instructor Certification Test. Just reaching Tier 6 was already an unachievable goal for most players in God's Domain, let alone becoming the strongest player among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. With her meager talent and strength, Chen Ziyo had never once harbored any thoughts of having any interactions with such a player. Not to mention, Shi Feng was merely the former guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild in the past. Although Chen Ziyo had long since known that Shi Feng couldn't possibly be just a Tier 3 expert with his combat standards, she had never thought that he would have anything to do with Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, Chen Ziyo had no choice but to have such thoughts in the current situation. Unlike everyone else, she possessed much more information about the participant named Asura. After all, Shi Feng was her registered instructor. So, the instant Shi Feng became a gold instructor, she would be entered into the gold list as well. Currently, there were already several dozen people registered on the third floor trials scoreboard. Among them, some were Tier 6 God-ranked experts, and some were apex existences among Tier 5 experts. After all, the trials only tested the participants' combat standards. The trials didn't consider the participants' tiers, equipment, skills, spells, legacies, etc. So, it wasn't strange for Tier 5 experts to conquer the third floor trial as well. However, the instant Asura's name got registered on the third floor trials scoreboard, Chen Ziyu had also received a notification that she had qualified for the God's Domain Association's gold list. In Chen Ziyu's opinion, this definitely wasn't a coincidence. After all, nobody else had gotten registered on the third floor scoreboard around this time. So, this meant that Asura was Shi Feng, and Shi Feng was Asura. While Chen Ziyu was feeling shocked over this situation, Shi Feng had also walked up to her and quietly said, "Don't tell my secret to anyone else for the moment. I still don't want too many people finding out about this. Such a situation wouldn't be beneficial to you or me." Shi Feng wasn't surprised that Chen Ziyu had figured out that he was Asura. After all, he had registered her as his apprentice. So long as Chen Ziyu was paying attention, she could easily connect the dots. Chen Ziyu nodded like a timid rabbit, her eyes filled with excitement and reverence as she looked at Shi Feng. After all, the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert in God's Domain was her instructor. There was no way she wouldn't be excited over this situation. She also understood why Shi Feng had given her such a reminder. Situations where destruction pursued the great happened frequently in God's Domain. Now that Asura had already become known as the strongest God-ranked expert, the various superpowers were probably frantically looking into Asura's identity. It might be fine if Asura belonged to the various superpowers. However, if Asura turned out to be an independent expert with no background, there would only be two possible actions the various superpowers would take, recruiting or disposing of the player known as Asura. With the combat standards Shi Feng had currently displayed, it went without saying that the various superpowers would first try to recruit him at all costs. However, if they failed to get Shi Feng to join them, the subsequent actions they would take went without saying. At that time, the various superpowers probably wouldn't stop at just targeting Shi Feng. Even the people around Shi Feng might not be spared. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng's registered apprentice, Chen Ziyu would definitely be the first to suffer the various superpowers' wrath. "You'll have to start working harder to improve yourself once we return," Shi Feng said as he looked at the names on the third floor trials scoreboard. "The resources the association provides are quite tempting, so it won't be long before war breaks out among the various powers. If you don't have enough strength, you might even have difficulty leveling up." "The various powers are going to go to war?" Chen Ziyu was confused by Shi Feng's words. The current situation in God's Domain could be described as a pool of dead water. At most, the various powers would engage in insignificant conflicts. Never would they start a full-blown war against one another. So, she found it hard to believe that a war would break out among the various powers. "You'll know what I mean soon enough," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. Then, he turned around and left the 175th floor. The reason the various powers could maintain a stable relationship with one another thus far was due to the vague gap in strength between experts, particularly Tier 5 experts. After all, nobody could tell how strong a Tier 5 expert was compared to other Tier 5 experts until they fought. Meanwhile, although fights between Tier 5 experts happened from time to time, they were still relatively rare. Because of this, most Tier 5 experts were unaware of how strong they were compared to their peers, and the only way to determine a power's overall strength was through the number of Tier 5 experts it had. However, the advent of the God's Domain Association's Instructor Certification Test had just removed this unknown variable and shattered the balance between the various powers. Now, everyone was aware that not all Tier 5 experts were equal, and that it was possible for one Tier 5 expert to defeat multiple Tier 5 experts. In that case, how could the guilds with fewer but stronger Tier 5 experts be willing to settle for fewer resources than guilds with more but weaker Tier 5 experts? God's domain had already officially become a second world for humans. Every additional territory a power occupied could mean profits that could make even major corporations grow envious. Not to mention, now that God's domain faced the threat of invasion by outer world forces, the various powers would need more resources to nurture more experts so that they could better defend their territories. Hence, now that the unknown variable known as the strength of experts was out of the way, God's domain's various powers might very well launch an all-out war against each other after today. Meanwhile, if these powers were willing to go to war with each other, it went without saying that they wouldn't hesitate to target independent players either. At this time, Shi Feng wasn't the only one who noticed this point. The many powers and experts paying attention to the instructor certification test also realized it. Is this going to be the reshuffling for Tier 5 experts? Lin Yaoyue frowned as she looked at her quantum watch's holographic display. It was a common opinion that Tier 5 experts were largely equal in strength to each other in the past. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be significant. However, the scoreboards of the second and third floor trials proved otherwise. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a massive gap in strength existed even among Tier 5 experts. It was especially true for the gap between the older generation and the newer generation Tier 5 experts. Unexpectedly, everyone had overestimated the older generation experts and underestimated the newer generation experts. This was because most of the Tier 5 experts who had conquered the third floor trial were newer generation experts. Seeing this situation, there was no way the various powers would remain quiet and settle for the current status quo in God's domain. Meanwhile, what caught Lin Yaoyue off guard the most was that neither her guild's guild leader nor Great Elder Confused Heart had made it onto the third floor scoreboard. This outcome would undoubtedly create a huge impact on Mysterious Moon's prestige. In the past, other first-rate guilds had believed that Mysterious Moon's guild leader and Confused Heart were nigh invincible existences among Tier 5 experts. Adding on the fact that Mysterious Moon had many Tier 5 experts, the guild became regarded as top tier among first-rate guilds. Meanwhile, thanks to this status, Mysterious Moon was able to occupy crucial territories most other first-rate guilds could never occupy. Other first-rate guilds had even taken the initiative to surrender some of the miniature Ancient World's resources to Mysterious Moon out of fear and respect. However, now that both of these supposedly invincible individuals had failed to clear the third floor trial, it meant that they were no different than the other Tier 5 experts that were stuck on the second floor trial. This situation would put Mysterious Moon in an incredibly precarious situation. On the other side, after the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test ended, Chen Ziyou got into the association's talent camp without fail, and Shi Feng also received the bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid Qi Lan Shan had promised him. Chapter 3037, Chapter 111, Ancient City Takes Shape. Chapter 3537, Chapter 101, Ancient City Takes Shape, Jinhai City, Qingzhou Villa District. After spending the day at the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, Shi Feng hurriedly returned to his villa to rest. In reality, those touring the branch headquarters could choose to spend the night there. However, when Shi Feng considered the bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid he got from Qilian Shan and the 11,100 association points he earned from the instructor certification test, he didn't wish to waste even a moment longer there. Thus, he left the branch headquarters ahead of time, 1 bottle of life potion and 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. These supplements should be enough to heal my body's injuries and replenish my cell's vitality, Shi Feng thought expectantly, as he looked at the 7 bottles he had just placed into the refrigerator. The God's Domain Association's points could be exchanged for resources at the association branches located in the various cities. To avoid attracting trouble to himself, Shi Feng had chosen to conceal his identity and exchanged his points at Lufeng City's association branch before returning to Jinhai City. Meanwhile, he had spent all but 100 points to exchange for 1 bottle of life potion and 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Fortunately, as Lufeng City was a first-tier city, the association branch there had all the resources the association offered. Moreover, the exchange system was operated by AI. So long as he had enough points to exchange for the items he selected, the AI would send fully automated robots to deliver the items to him. No human was involved in the entire process, so there was no need to worry that his identity would get exposed. Meanwhile, with 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 1 bottle of life potion, he should be able to elevate his physical fitness to the standard of master martial artists. Most importantly, the life potion would rejuvenate his cells, returning him to his prime of youth. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about facing bottlenecks when developing his body. While Shi Feng was conducting meditation training to put his mind and body into the perfect condition to consume and absorb the drugs, Blackie suddenly contacted him with an anxious expression on his face. Guild leader, I just received news that the balance between the various powers has been broken because of the God's Domain Association. Now, the various powers have started competing for leveling spots in both the main continent and the miniature ancient world. Battles involving tens of thousands of players have even taken place in a few places already, Blackie said in a helpless tone. Right now, the various first-rate guilds and guild alliances have already locked down all leveling maps under level 110 in the miniature ancient world. They're not letting any outsiders set foot into these maps. Qianlu's side has even clashed with some teams already. Although they've won every fight so far, we've also suffered a lot of casualties. Currently, although Zero Wing's internal members were ahead of the various guilds in terms of levels, their optimum leveling spots were still level 105 to level 110 leveling maps due to the inconvenience of travel. Originally, few guilds would send their teams out to these maps, so Zero Wing's internal members got to enjoy ample leveling resources. However, now that the various guilds were laying claim over these maps, it became a lot more challenging for Zero Wing to monopolize these resources. Although Zero Wing's members could fend off those who tried to hinder them, most of the opponents they faced were experts from the various first-rate guilds. Fighting against these experts while grinding would lower their grinding efficiency significantly. Moreover, as a small guild, the last thing Zero Wing wanted was to have a protracted fight with a large guild. After all, a large guild could afford to have a portion of their members keep Zero Wing busy while the rest of their members focused on leveling up rapidly. That is indeed a problem. Shi Feng fell into thought for a moment when he heard Blackie's report. Then, he said, have them switch to grinding in level 1 and 10 plus maps for now. Although their leveling efficiency will still decrease, it will still be better than if they stayed and fought. Also, you don't need to worry about recruiting new members. Just focus on leveling up for now. Okay, I'll notify Qianlu and the others, Blackie said. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that this was the only solution they had right now. After Blackie disconnected the call, Shi Feng also stopped meditating, took out a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the refrigerator and emptied it into his stomach. It seems I'll have to accelerate the Abyssal Star City's construction. Although Shi Feng had more or less expected the various powers to make a big move after the instructor certification test, he didn't think they would act so quickly. He also didn't expect the competition to reach the miniature ancient world as well. After drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid and feeling a warm feeling spreading throughout his body, Shi Feng lied into his virtual gaming cabin and logged into God's domain, Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star Ancient City. When Shi Feng logged back into the game, he found that the Abyssal Star City had undergone massive changes. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the pedestrians walking along the city's main street. The once deserted ancient city had become populated by numerous NPCs in less than a day. Moreover, many of these NPCs were merchants and adventurers. NPC merchants and NPC adventurers might be a common sight in towns and cities, but it was incredibly strange to see so many of these NPCs in a city that had been summoned only recently. It should be known that NPC merchants and NPC adventurers were crucial for a city's early-stage development. After all, a city could only rent its shops out if there were NPC merchants seeking to rent them, and a city's shops would also only have products to sell if NPC merchants were renting them. Meanwhile, a city could only defend itself if there were NPC adventurers applying to become guards. If a city lacked sufficient NPC guards, it couldn't even maintain basic public security. NPC guards were especially important for the Abyssal Star City since it sat in the monster-infested Misty Canyon. Meanwhile, after seeing how rapidly the Abyssal Star Ancient City had developed, Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that Hidden Soul was indeed a capable person. System, Abyssal Star Ancient City has accumulated 2,000 popularity points and 500 city guards. Do you wish to spend 20,000 magic crystals to unlock the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop? Chapter 3038, Chapter 112, Ancient Workshop, Chapter 112, Ancient Workshop and Advanced Workshop? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the system notification. Shi Feng was no stranger to workshops. Once a guild city reached the main city rank, players could construct a workshop in the city simply by spending coins and magic crystals. Meanwhile, exactly as its name suggested, the workshop was a place for the various lifestyle classes to conduct their work. At the same time, it also possessed some of the Lifestyle Association's functions, such as issuing NPC commissions and trade offers. Not only could lifestyle players acquire rare resources through the workshop, but they also had a certain chance to acquire designs and recipes from NPCs, thereby increasing their lifestyle standards. In addition, the workshop would also sell materials needed by the various lifestyle classes for crafting basic items. Sometimes it would even sell rare materials cheaply. However, while acquiring a basic workshop might be a straightforward process, acquiring an advanced workshop was a whole other story. The advanced workshop was no longer something players could unlock simply by spending coins and magic crystals. Instead, players needed to acquire the construction design for it. Meanwhile, an advanced workshop was a qualitative leap from a basic workshop. In the case of a basic workshop, it would, at most, have basic, advanced, and special workrooms. Although these workrooms could help increase players' production success rate, the increase was limited and would not exceed 10%. However, it was an entirely different story for an advanced workshop. Even the most inferior workroom in an advanced workshop would be at the special rank. Other than special workrooms, there were also magic workrooms that could increase players' production rate by 25%. In God's domain, many Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players would often defect to another power just so that they could have the privilege of using a magic workroom. If news got out that the Abyssal Star Ancient City had unlocked an advanced workshop, the various superpowers would definitely lose their minds. After all, this was an advanced workshop inside the miniature ancient world. Unlock it. Shi Feng chose to unlock the advanced workshop without hesitation. Previously, he had already stocked up 100,000 magic crystals in Abyssal Star City. Although spending 20,000 magic crystals so quickly hurt his heart, it was a small price to pay for an advanced workshop. Now that there was an advanced workshop in Abyssal Star City, it meant that Zero Wing would have no problem attracting lifestyle players to join. The importance of lifestyle players was no less than combat players. This was because a considerable portion of God's Domain's epic weapons and equipment came from the hands of lifestyle players. Some lifestyle players were even capable of crafting fragmented legendary items. Moreover, compared to items obtained from loot, items created by players were a much better fit for players. It was especially true for epic and fragmented legendary items. This was because items of such rank were typically made to fit the players who would use them. Meanwhile, because these items were made to fit the user, the players using these custom-made items could exhibit close to 100% of these items' potential. In comparison, an ordinary expert would, at most, be able to exhibit 70% of a looted item's potential, while peak experts could exhibit only 90%. In addition, when using a looted item, players would have to adapt their combat style to the item's characteristics instead of the other way around. Depending on how much change players had to make, it might lead to a further reduction in strength. Hence, all experts at the Void Realm standard or above would almost always use custom-made items. It didn't matter even if acquiring these items cost them 10 times more than what they would normally have to pay for an item of the same quality. The only times when experts of such caliber would use looted items were when the items in question possessed incredible basic attributes or effects. Because of this, almost every Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players in God's Domain had a waiting list of several years. Moreover, if one was making a commission with a lifestyle player who wasn't affiliated to one's guild, one would typically have to pay a much greater price for custom-made items. However, now that Zero Wing had an advanced workshop, Zero Wing's members would no longer have to worry about custom-made weapons and equipment in the future. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng chose to unlock the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop, a rather dilapidated 5-story building along the city's main street suddenly took on a new and vibrant look. Why does this advanced workshop occupy such a big area? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the 5-story workshop. The workshop's building matched the size of a sports stadium, and it was nearly twice as big as the advanced workshop Shi Feng had seen before. However, Shi Feng didn't put too much thought into the matter. Immediately, he walked into the workshop to inspect it. It seems I have really underestimated the Abyssal Star Ancient City. With its abilities, it can probably rank among the top 3 even within the second sequence. After Shi Feng was done inspecting the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop, he couldn't help but take in a deep breath as he tried to calm his restless heart. If he were to describe the city's ancient tower as a holy land for players to develop their control over mana, then the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop would be a holy land for lifestyle players. Not only did the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop have 400 special workrooms, but it even had 60 magic workrooms. These numbers were more than double that of the average advanced workshop. In addition, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop also had 9 incredibly special rooms that could be described as miniature worlds. Meanwhile, these workrooms were named the Sage's Room. In these 9 Sage's Rooms, players could simulate the production process of an item simply by spending some magic crystals. Without wasting precious materials, players could familiarize themselves with an item's production process, thereby increasing their production success rate. For Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players seeking to produce epic and fragmented legendary items, the function of these Sage's Rooms was something they dreamed of having. After all, the materials needed to produce epic and fragmented legendary items were incredibly precious. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare let their lifestyle players practice with these materials, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sage's Room simulation function was priceless. Moreover, this simulation function wasn't everything the Sage's Room had to offer. The Sage's Room still had one more function, and it was even more amazing than the simulation function. Legacy Guidance. Indeed, Legacy Guidance for lifestyle players. In an era where almost all lifestyle legacies had vanished from God's Domain, the Sage's Room's ability to offer legacy guidances was utterly unimaginable. However, it wasn't completely accurate to say that the Sage's Room provided players with legacy guidances. Rather than providing players with theoretical knowledge, the Sage's Room granted players a buff that increased their lifestyle rank by 1 while inside the room. In addition, the Sage's Room would also provide players with a simulation of the best possible method to produce a designated item, allowing players to have a clear goal when producing the designated item. Even so, this function would shake the entirety of God's Domain should it be made known to the public. After all, in the current God's domain, the only legacies that lifestyle players had to go by were textual descriptions of production techniques. They were not given any clear requirements or goals they needed to achieve to learn these techniques. This was why the development of lifestyle players was incapable of keeping up with the development of combat players, who possessed complete combat systems. Compared to subworlds with complete lifestyle systems, the development of lifestyle players in this subworld was at a snail's pace. Chapter 3039, Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Emerging Strength. This is going to be a headache. Shi Feng couldn't help but feel his head hurting when he finished looking through the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop's information. If he was merely dealing with an ordinary advanced workshop, he could have recruited lifestyle players without worry. However, with the presence of the Sage's rooms, he had to be extra careful when recruiting lifestyle players. If handled poorly, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop might bring an end to the Abyssal Star Ancient City. However, Shi Feng didn't mull over this matter for too long. Since he had already picked up this hot potato, there was nothing he could do but wait for Zero Wing's mercenary alliance to grow sufficiently strong. Setting aside the Sage's room, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop had another amazing function. More specifically, all advanced workshops had this function, recruiting lifestyle NPCs. Depending on an advanced workshop's popularity, it could even recruit master lifestyle NPCs. Meanwhile, master lifestyle NPCs should be enough to cope with the demands of the current miniature ancient world. After walking up to the workshop's front desk, Shi Feng activated the workshop's recruitment function. Then, in less than 2 hours, applications from NPCs began appearing before Shi Feng one after another. Amazing! This workshop has only opened recently, yet there are already master lifestyle NPCs applying to join. Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he looked through the system message bar. Normally, an advanced workshop would not attract any master lifestyle NPCs as soon as it opened. Applications from master lifestyle NPCs would only start appearing a few days after the workshop's opening. Moreover, only 1 or 2 would appear. Yet now, in just 2 hours, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop had already received applications from more than 10 master lifestyle NPCs. One of them was even a master forger. In addition, this master forger was only asking for 100 gold per day, which was only half of the standard price on the main continent. With this, I won't have to get Blackie to recruit master forgers and alchemists. After looking at the long list of applications, Shi Feng chose to hire all 15 of the master lifestyle NPCs that applied. Of these NPCs, 14 were basic masters, while 1 was an advanced master forger. Thankfully, I already have the designs ready. Otherwise, these NPCs are going to bankrupt Zero Wing. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the total cost of hiring these 15 NPCs. Each of the 14 basic masters cost 40 gold per day to hire, while the advanced master cost 100 gold. In total, it cost 660 gold per day to hire these 15 NPCs. In the miniature ancient world, even third-rate guilds would have difficulty supporting a daily expenditure of 660 gold. Firstly, unlike on the main continent, income sources were incredibly limited in the current miniature ancient world. Guilds did not have any guild towns or cities to provide them with large amounts of coins. Right now, the only way guilds could earn coins reliably was by selling equipment and having guild members do quests. Secondly, although the various guilds had sent many players into the miniature ancient world, everyone was just starting out here. Thus, everyone had significant daily expenditures. If not for players being allowed to bring 1,000 gold with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the various guilds would probably be dead-ass poor right now. Meanwhile, after the NPCs Shi Feng hired arrived at the workshop, Shi Feng approached a white-clad old man. Then, he took out the ancient mana equipment set design he had obtained from the ancient demon court and asked, "Master Horn, how likely are you to succeed in manufacturing this set?" Horn Salent, an advanced master forger. On the main continent, even the king of a kingdom would treat him with courtesy. A mana equipment set? Horn caressed his white beard and fell into thought as he looked at the design. Then, after some time had passed, he said, "Roughly 40%. 40? Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction when he heard the old man's answer. The ancient mana equipment set was extraordinary. If he had a player of the same rank produce it, their success rate would probably be under 30%. I'll leave this design with you then, Master Horn. I'll also have the other masters assist you as much as they can." With the Sage's Room's effects, Horn's success rate should increase past 50%. It cost 1,000 magic crystals and 100 gold's worth of other materials to produce an ancient mana equipment set. If the production success rate was over 50%, each set should only cost 2,000 magic crystals and 200 gold to produce. Even if this standardized ancient mana equipment set was slightly inferior to the sets obtained from the ancient demon court, they were still far stronger than dark gold equipment sets. Currently, what Zero Wing lacked most were weapons and equipment. Although Su Qianlu's Thousand Flow adventurer team had brought in many epic weapons and equipment from the main continent, there still wasn't enough to equip everyone in the guild. After all, even top-tier first-rate guilds could not fully equip all their experts in epic weapons and equipment. They could only acquire enough to gear their main force members at most. Moreover, most of these epic weapons and equipment were individual pieces rather than sets. For the average expert in first-rate guilds, they'd be fortunate to have 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. Meanwhile, the 8-piece dark gold-ranked ancient mana equipment set was inferior only to 8-piece epic equipment sets. In some cases, the mana equipment set excelled even more than epic equipment sets. If he could equip every Zero Wing member with a set, Zero Wing's overall combat power would definitely skyrocket. Afterward, Shi Feng joined Horn and the other masters in producing the ancient mana equipment set. Shi Feng wasn't just a tier 6 sword god in the past, he was also a grandmaster forger. Although he was only a basic apprentice forger with 0 lifestyle EXP right now, he still remembered all the forging techniques he had learned in the past. While Shi Feng might not be able to produce the whole set by himself, he could still help in producing some parts of the set. It was especially true when it came to refining metals and magic crystals. These tasks didn't require lifestyle levels and relied entirely on technique. Meanwhile, with the techniques Shi Feng had honed, he achieved a 60% success rate when refining, which was 10% higher than the NPC masters. This, in turn, increased the overall production success rate of the ancient mana equipment set by a little. In just 2 days, Shi Feng and the NPCs had successfully produced 50 ancient mana equipment sets. Shi Feng had also leveled up from 105 to 106 thanks to all the parts he had produced. His leveling speed was not at all inferior to players grinding out in the fields. In addition, he had leveled up twice in his forging standard, going from a basic apprentice forger into an advanced apprentice forger. Now, he was only missing a few more proficiency points to become a basic forger. However, in producing all these ancient mana equipment sets, Shi Feng had also exhausted Zero Wing's stockpile of magic crystals. If not for the large number of NPC merchants contributing 70,000 magic crystals and 20,000 gold in rent these past 2 days, Zero Wing would have long since gone bankrupt. Just when Shi Feng was about to continue crafting some parts to level up into a basic forger, he suddenly received a call notification. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Mysterious Moon's Zhuo Yalan. Seeing as you were contacting me now, did something happen over at the Dark Moon Outpost, Miss Nightingale? Shi Feng asked when he saw the tired look on Zhuo Yalan's face. According to his agreement with Zhuo Yalin, there should still be 2 days until the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost began. Something has indeed happened, Zhuo Yalin said with a bitter smile. I'm afraid we will have to cancel our previous agreement, Mr. Blackflame. World Domination has just moved into 100 Flow City and laid claim over every map that drops the tokens for the Dark Moon Outpost. First-rate guilds like Mysterious Moon stand no chance against it. Of course, Mysterious Moon will still compensate you with 10,000 gold. Ever since the God's Domain Association's temple trial, the entirety of God's Domain had undergone a massive change. Every leveling spot in the miniature ancient world had also transformed into a battlefield between the various powers. Originally, Zhuo Yalan thought that Mysterious Moon stood a chance at securing the Dark Moon Outpost since only a few first-rate guilds were competing for it. However, after World Domination moved into 100 Flow City, all of her plans had become a joke. Currently, although Mysterious Moon still retained its hold over some of its leveling spots, every map that dropped the Dark Moon token had become a forbidden zone thanks to World Domination. Although Mysterious Moon had collected over 60 Dark Moon tokens thus far, that wouldn't be enough to secure the Dark Moon Outpost. This was because the closer they got to the day of the competition, the higher the drop rate for the Dark Moon tokens would become. If World Domination monopolized all of the token maps for the next 2 days, it would have a huge advantage in numbers during the competition. World Domination has come to 100 Flow City? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to learn about this news. The rewards the God's Domain Association offered were incredibly lucrative, so it wasn't strange for even the various superpowers to make a move. Miss Nightingale, forget the compensation. How about making a deal with Zero Wing? A deal? Zhuo Yalan was a little confused as she looked at Shi Feng. May I know what kind of deal, Mr. Blackflame? It's a huge pity to just give up on the Dark Moon Outpost now. The Dark Moon Outpost is the nearest resting point for level 110 maps. We'll need to wait 1 whole month if we give up on the competition this time. How about we work together to secure it? Shi Feng asked. Of course, once we secure the Dark Moon Outpost, I want half of the shops, including the only large shop in the outpost. I also want half of the outpost's revenue. What do you think? Zhuo Yalan couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in disbelief when she heard his words. Black Flame, don't tell me you plan on attacking World Domination? Chapter 340, Chapter 14, Chapter 114, Zero Wing's Strength. Zhuo Yalan was both shocked and frightened by Shi Feng's suggestion. This was a super guild they were talking about. Even if World Domination wasn't one of the 5 great super guilds, it was still a veteran super guild that had been publicly acknowledged as such since God's Domain's launch. Although one could often see top-tier first-rate guilds behaving fearlessly against a super guild, that was only on the surface. However, it was a completely different story when it came to attacking a super guild. Zhuo Yalan would be lying if she said she wasn't frightened by Shi Feng's suggestion. As an executive of a first-rate guild, Zhuo Yalan possessed a much greater understanding of super guilds than second- and third-rate guilds in God's domain. Or, more specifically, the stronger a power was in God's domain, the more afraid they would be of super guilds. This was because super guilds were nowhere close to being as simple as they seemed on the surface. Otherwise, instances of non-superpowers going up against super guilds and coming out on top wouldn't be regarded as legends. "Are you not interested in the Dark Moon Outpost, Miss Nightingale?" Shi Feng asked with a smile. "Of course not," Zhuo Yalan denied, shaking her head. "Once ahead, always ahead." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that mana outposts located close to NPC cities were the most important economic resource for a power during the early stages of the miniature ancient world. If a power failed to secure a mana outpost on this first round, even if it secured an outpost a month later, the coins and resources it could earn through the outpost would be significantly lower than the income the outpost generated on the first month. Not to mention, the difficulty of snatching an outpost would rise exponentially after the first competition. After all, the powers that had occupied the mana outposts in the first month would have utilized the outposts to generate a massive income, which, in turn, could be used to boost their development in the miniature ancient world. Currently, what mattered the most to the various powers of God's domain wasn't the resources available in the miniature ancient world. Instead, what mattered most to the various powers was to cross the boundary river and reach the neutral zone as soon as possible. This was because whoever managed to take control of the neutral zone would become the leading force of the two gods' domains in the future. Hence, the various powers were seeking to get their players to level 120 and enter the neutral zone to make preparations to control it as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Zhuo Yalan said, "World Domination is a super guild. Even if only a portion of its members is in 100 Flow City, it still isn't an opponent we can go up against." After all, aside from its own members, World Domination still has many affiliated powers. Just in 100 Flow City alone, there is one first-rate guild and 3 second-rate guilds affiliated to World Domination. The number of first-rate experts World Domination has far surpasses ours. Aside from having many powerful experts, super guilds also had many affiliated powers working for them. Otherwise, there was no way a super guild could control the massive territory they occupied. Not to mention, they were currently in the early stages of the miniature ancient world. While the quality of experts still mattered to a certain extent, quantity played a much more important role now that everyone was at Tier 3. Meanwhile, World Domination had an overwhelming advantage over Mysterious Moon when it came to the quantity of experts they possessed. Even if Mysterious Moon had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert on its side, it still couldn't go against World Domination. The competition for the Dark Moon Outpost wasn't a simple clash between players. Firstly, there were the Dark Moon tokens needed to participate in the actual competition. The maps the Dark Moon tokens dropped at were massive, and Tier 3 players would need around 8 hours just to run from one side to another. Even if Shi Feng decided to go after World Domination's players, he wouldn't be able to kill many of them. Thus, World Domination could still collect a large number of tokens before the competition began. Secondly, the actual competition for the outpost involved players killing monsters for resources and occupying resource nodes. Even as Shi Feng was powerful, there was a limit to what a single player could do. If Mysterious Moon went along with Shi Feng's plans and attacked World Domination, not only would World Domination still secure the Dark Moon Outpost, but Mysterious Moon would also end up having to suffer World Domination's retaliation afterward. I know, if we are only talking about first-rate experts, Mysterious Moon naturally cannot beat World Domination, Shi Feng said, nodding. But what if Mysterious Moon has more experts with Tier 4 combat power than World Domination? Mysterious Moon having more Tier 4 combatants than World Domination? Impossible, Zhuo Yalan said as she looked at Shi Feng in confusion. While Mysterious Moon had indeed dispatched a large number of experts to garrison 100 Flow City, there were only 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power. Moreover, that was only because they had combat standards at the Flowing Water Realm and were geared with top-tier epic weapons that were close to rivaling fragmented legendary weapons and Hall of Fame level epic equipment sets. Compared to World Domination, the number of Tier 4 combatants Mysterious Moon possessed was nothing. Setting aside World Domination's affiliated powers, just World Domination itself probably had more than a dozen Tier 4 combatants in 100 Flow City. After all, Hall of Fame level equipment sets might be difficult to acquire for first-rate guilds, but crafting such sets would be no difficulty for World Domination, a guild with plenty of Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players. It was even possible that every Flowing Water Realm expert or above in World Domination was geared with such a set. Although epic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons might be rarer, these experts could simply make up the gap with their combat standards. Of course it wouldn't be possible if we rely only on your guild. However, it is a different story if you have Zero Wing's assistance, Shi Feng said. However, instead of explaining his plans, he asked, how many Refinement Realm experts does Mysterious Moon have right now? There are 34 in 100 Flow City and a few more in other NPC cities. I should be able to gather 40 within a short period, Zhuo Yalin said, not bothering to withhold this information. It wasn't difficult for a first-rate power to find out how many refinement realm experts other first-rate powers had sent into the miniature ancient world, so there was no point in keeping this a secret from Shi Feng. 40? Shi Feng was a little surprised. He had to admit that Mysterious Moon indeed deserved to be regarded as a top-tier first-rate guild. The number of experts Mysterious Moon had dispatched to the miniature ancient world was only a small portion of its members. After all, the guild's main operations remained on the main continent, yet Mysterious Moon still had 40 refinement realm experts in the miniature ancient world. In other words, Mysterious Moon should have at least 200 refinement realm experts in total. That was an overwhelming difference compared to second and third-rate guilds with no refinement realm experts. Seeing a lack of response from Shi Feng, Zhuo Yalin said, "This is already the limit. Although I can ask headquarters to send more people, it is a huge risk. Moreover, if they had a real chance at securing the Dark Moon outpost, she could certainly try to persuade her superiors to send more experts into the miniature ancient world. However, the consequences of failure were not something Mysterious Moon could afford to bear. No need. This many is enough. Now, it just depends on whether Mysterious Moon decides to go along with this partnership or not," Shi Feng calmly said. "If your side doesn't have any problems, you can have these refinement realm experts gather in 100 Flow City. Zero Wing will help you secure the Dark Moon outpost." Despite Shi Feng's calm words, Zhuo Yalin still couldn't help but grow anxious. However, when she thought about how these words came from a power capable of sending a Tier 6 God-ranked expert into the miniature ancient world, she felt that Zero Wing must have its reasons for being so confident. So, after pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Afterward, Zhuo Yalin hung up the call and began contacting the guild's core experts. Chapter 3041, Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Confrontation. Inside a luxurious 5-story mansion in 100 Flow City, currently, 40 players who had reached level 103 were gathered inside the mansion's 5th-floor conference room. All 40 of these players were fully geared in epic equipment, and they radiated an aura that would instill fear into an ordinary Tier 3 expert. Some of these players even radiated dense bloodlust, their bodies surrounded by a faint layer of red mist. "Why did you suddenly gather us here, Nightingale? Did something happen?" The 30-year-old man radiating the densest bloodlust asked as he looked at Zhuo Yalin coldly, his voice showing no respect for her whatsoever. "You should know how important the Crimson Mist Legion's missions are. We do not have time to waste here with you." The man's unforgiving words caused the Mysterious Moon experts present to fall silent, none of them daring to say a word as they looked at Zhuo Yalin. The Crimson Mist Legion. It was the only trump card legion Mysterious Moon possessed, and the legion's commander was Crimson Seal, the grim-looking man speaking to Zhuo Yalin. At the same time, Crimson Seal was also one of Mysterious Moon's vice-guild leaders. Normally, Crimson Seal should have been responsible for overseeing Mysterious Moon's operations in the miniature ancient world. However, the guild leader had decided to leave this responsibility to Zhuo Yalin to nurture her into one of the guild's future leaders. Hence, Zhuo Yalin was technically Crimson Seal's superior in the miniature ancient world. However, because of this situation, Crimson Seal ended up having great opinions about Zhuo Yalin. After all, in terms of management capabilities and combat standards, Crimson Seal was still significantly superior to Zhuo Yalin. It was especially true when it came to combat standards. In Mysterious Moon, Crimson Seal was a Void Realm expert capable of ranking within the top 5 in the guild, and he was just half a step away from reaching the Domain Realm. In contrast, Zhuo Yalin was only a Flowing Water Realm expert. However, Zhuo Yalin had long since gotten used to Crimson Seal's strictness. So, she smiled and said, "Vice Guild Leader Seal, I know the guild leader has assigned many missions to you, but I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement." "An important announcement?" With eyes full of disdain, Crimson Seal said, "What do you think can be more important than collecting the tokens for the Twin Lion City's Greyhawk outpost?" World Domination's entry into 100 Flow City had thoroughly messed up Mysterious Moon's original plans, and this forced Mysterious Moon with no choice but to move their base of operations to the Twin Lion City. Meanwhile, the competition for the Greyhawk outpost, the Mana outpost closest to the Twin Lion City, was already closing. Some of 100 Flow City's other first-rate guilds had also moved to the Twin Lion City. Thus, competition for the Greyhawk outpost was going to be much more intense than the competition for the Dark Moon outpost. "The Dark Moon outpost," Zhuo Yalin said in a serious tone. "We have already invested a lot into 100 Flow City. We will incur massive losses if we give up on it now. My intention is for us to follow our original plans and continue competing for the Dark Moon outpost." As soon as Zhuo Yalin finished speaking, many people in the room couldn't help but gasp and look at her in disbelief. This was a giant mountain that towered above the many first-rate guilds in God's domain. Many people in Mysterious Moon might think that their guild had no reason to fear a confrontation with a super guild, but core members like them know that this was nothing but a delusional fantasy. As core members of the guild, they knew just how big of a gap there existed between Mysterious Moon and a super guild. Compete for the Dark Moon Outpost? Crimson Seal couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhuo Yalin's words. Are you telling us to attack world domination? That's right. Zhuo Yalin nodded. Are you insane, Nightingale? Crimson Seal abruptly stood up from his seat and glared at Zhuo Yalin. The guild leader might have left you in charge of the guild's affairs in the miniature ancient world, but he did not grant you permission to send the entire guild to the grave. At this moment, other than Lin Yaoyue, who sat beside Zhuo Yalin, everyone else in the room couldn't help but deeply agree with Crimson Seal. That's right. While I understand you find it difficult to accept losing the investments we have made in Hundred Flow City, you can't joke around using the guild's future, Vice Commander Nightingale. World domination might not have sent many people to Hundred Flow City, but their experts still outnumber us by a large margin. We will only be seeking our own deaths by competing with world domination. Based on our findings, world domination has dispatched 3 legions to Hundred Flow City this time. Of them, there is even a trump card legion led by world domination's vice guild leader Zuo Tianquang. You are aware of how powerful world domination's trump card legions are, right, Vice Commander Nightingale? Of each legion's 1,000 members, even the weakest among them is at the half-step refinement realm, and many among them are at the refinement realm. The team leaders in the Legion are also at the refinement realm's peak at the very least. With our forces, how can we even hope to compete with world domination? For second-rate guilds and below, they would only know that super guilds were existences that shouldn't be offended. However, they were unaware of how powerful a super guild was exactly. A half-step refinement realm expert that would be treated as an integral member of a first-rate guild would be nothing but the weakest member in a super guild's 1,000-man trump card legions. Even in a super guild's normal 1,000-man legions, a half-step refinement realm expert could, at most, become a team leader, while the normal members of the legion were first-rate experts at the very least. Meanwhile, world domination had dispatched 2 normal legions and 1 trump card legion to Hundred Flow City. Faced against such a force, it wouldn't matter even if every first-rate guild in Hundred Flow City banded together. They still wouldn't be able to go against these 3 legions from world domination. Indeed, this was the difference between a first-rate guild and a super guild. The 2 were standing on entirely different levels. I understand your concerns, Zhuo Yalin said patiently after hearing everyone's objections, which is why Mysterious Moon wouldn't be the only one competing for the Dark Moon Outpost this time. Zero Wing will also be assisting us. Zero Wing? Upon hearing Zhuo Yalin's words, everyone quickly thought of something. Is it the guild established in Hundred Flow City by that outer world god-ranked expert? Although Zero Wing's existence remained a secret in Mysterious Moon, everyone present was a core expert of the guild. So, they had more or less heard about Zero Wing and its origins. While Mysterious Moon had thought of partnering with Zero Wing previously, the demands of Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame were simply far too much for Mysterious Moon to accept. Currently though, Zero Wing was nothing but an empty shell of a guild. The only noteworthy expert in Zero Wing was Black Flame. As for the Thousand Flow adventurer team that had joined the guild, it was nothing but an insignificant existence. Meanwhile, Crimson Seal sat down again and sneered, saying, Nightingale, Zero Wing might have a god-ranked expert, but the Dark Moon Outpost problem isn't something just one god-ranked expert can resolve. At this moment, even Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be confused by Zhuo Yalin's decision, let alone Crimson Seal. While Black Flame was indeed powerful, with Zero Wing in its current state, there was very little the guild could do in the miniature ancient world, much less clash against a super guild in a direct confrontation. However, before Zhuo Yalin could offer a response, a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Then, the person outside the conference room loudly reported, Vice Commander Nightingale, Black Flame and his companion have arrived at the mansion's entrance. Should I let them in? Invite them in. Chapter 342, Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Ice Queen. The conference room fell silent when everyone heard Zhuo Yalin's words. None of them thought Zhuo Yalin had invited Black Flame to this conference. What do you think this little girl is trying to do, Vice Guild Leader? Is she really intent on fighting for the Dark Moon Outpost? The 50-year-old thin man dressed like a knight sitting next to Crimson Seal asked in a whisper. I don't know. Crimson Seal shook his head. Then, in a resolute voice, he said, But if that really is the case, I will have no choice but to carry out the guild leader's secret command and deprive her of her authority. I guess that's the only thing we can do if she is bent on having her way, the thin man said, nodding. Then he let out a sigh and muttered, But it truly is a pity. Their guild leader and great elder had already designated Zhuo Yalin as the future leader of Mysterious Moon. Meanwhile, with the miniature ancient world's launch, the guild leader had decided to use this opportunity to nurture Zhuo Yalin. However, the miniature ancient world was crucial to Mysterious Moon's future. So, as a preventive measure, the guild leader had also sent Vice Guild Leader Crimson Seal and several other old fellows like him to the miniature ancient world. On the one hand, they would be assisting Zhuo Yalin in managing the guild. On the other hand, They would be testing Zhuo Yalin's capabilities. Currently, though, they couldn't help but find Zhuo Yalin's behavior to be a little too over the board. It was simply absurd to fight against world dominators just to salvage the guild's losses. Let alone them, even the guild leader and great elder probably wouldn't wish to see the guild's future successor have such a behavior. Meanwhile, so long as Vice Guild Leader Crimson Seal carried out the guild leader's secret command, it would mean that Zhuo Yalin would thoroughly lose her qualifications to become the guild's future successor. After all, if a guild wished to survive for a long time, its leaders would need to know when to cut their losses and seek other alternatives. Stubbornly insisting on a path would simply plunge the guild into the abyss. While Crimson Seal and the vice commander of the Crimson Mist Legion were having a hushed conversation, the conference room doors suddenly opened. A moment later, a man and a woman walked into the room. The man wore a black cloak and had a pitch-black longsword hanging by his waist, while the woman wore a luxurious dark red mage's robe. At a glance, the man looked like he was a wanderer in the wilderness, while the woman was a beauty who radiated an air of elegance and maturity. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of these two people, Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but look at them curiously. Everyone paid especially close attention to Shi Feng. Is he that God-ranked expert? Even though he's standing right in front of me, I can't feel even the slightest hint of his presence. Is this the degree of control a God-ranked expert has over his body? Mysterious Moon's experts wore a look of shock and yearning as they observed Shi Feng's every movement. Tier 6 was a goal that all players in God's domain dreamed of reaching. Yet, despite there being several dozen billion players in God's domain, only a few dozen had managed to reach Tier 6. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Now that everyone got to see a God-ranked expert in person, their previously faded ambitions had ignited once again. However, not long after everyone started observing the two new arrivals, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Level 106? How is her level so high? Shi Feng was wearing a black cloak, so everyone couldn't see his level. However, Su Qianlu wasn't wearing one, so they could easily determine her level by using a simple identification skill. Meanwhile, what they discovered blew their minds. It seems rumors about the Ice Queen aren't completely baseless, Crimson Seal muttered. He, too, was a little surprised when he saw Su Qianlu's level. Crimson Seal was the vice guild leader of Mysterious Moon, a first-rate guild. Thus, he had never paid much attention to the name of Ice Queen Su Qianlu. Or, more specifically, he had never even heard of Su Qianlu before coming to the miniature ancient world. After all, Mysterious Moon didn't have any operations in the Black Dragon Empire. The only information Mysterious Moon had bothered to collect was on the Empire's peak experts, first- and second-rate guilds, and top 10 adventurer teams. Meanwhile, Su Qianlu's Thousand Flow adventurer team was barely considered a well-known adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire. Thus, it was only natural that it did not enter Mysterious Moon's eyes. Crimson Seal would never have learned about Su Qianlu's name if not for Zero Wing. However, the current Su Qianlu far surpassed Crimson Seal's initial expectations. Su Qianlu was only the commander of a well-known adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire. Yet, in the current miniature ancient world, where only an extreme few experts had managed to reach level 1003, Su Qianlu had already reached level 1006. What rapid leveling speed! Zhuo Yalin was also surprised by Su Qianlu's level. She never thought that Zero Wing would be so powerful to help Su Qianlu level up so quickly. Meanwhile, when Mysterious Moon's members had their attention focused on Su Qianlu's level, Shi Feng also arrived before the conference table. After Su Qianlu briefly introduced both parties, Shi Feng made his way up to the conference stage. I believe Miss Nightingale has already informed everyone present of the situation. After sweeping his gaze across the people in the room, Shi Feng got straight to the point and said, Zero Wing is similarly very interested in the Dark Moon outpost. Hence, we plan to work with Mysterious Moon to secure it. May I know what everyone thinks about this arrangement? As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, silence enveloped the room as Mysterious Moon's experts pondered over his words. They'd be lying if they said they weren't interested in working together with a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. However, if a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was all the assistance Zero Wing had to offer, Mysterious Moon would still be unlikely to win the competition for the Dark Moon outpost. They were going up against a super guild after all. If they handled this matter poorly, they might end up dragging the entirety of Mysterious Moon into the abyss. A moment later, Crimson Seal stood up from his seat and glanced at Zhuo Yalin. He felt that Zhuo Yalin was still too much of a greenhorn when handling guild affairs. Or, more specifically, the mystery surrounding Tier 6 God-ranked experts was far too great. Meanwhile, this mystery had clouded Zhuo Yalin's ability to make a proper judgment. In his opinion, while Zero Wing might have some capabilities, these capabilities were still not enough for it to go against a super guild. Afterward, Crimson Seal turned to Shi Feng and bluntly said, Mr. Blackflame, you might be a God-ranked expert, but don't you think that you are underestimating world dominators a little too much? World dominators' foundations are not something you can uncover just by spending a few days in the miniature ancient world. In regards to your invitation, forgive Mysterious Moon for rejecting it. You say that I am underestimating world dominators? Looking at Crimson Seal, Shi Feng calmly asked. In that case, may I ask, how much do you know about Zero Wing, Vice Guild Leader Seal? As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Su Qianlu, who stood beside him, suddenly unleashed a burst of mana. Su Qianlu's mana flooded the room instantly, causing every mysterious moon present to experience a suffocating feeling. In addition, everyone also found that they had lost the ability to use the mana surrounding them. However, compared to Su Qianlu's mana, the aura she radiated was much more terrifying. Faced against Su Qianlu's aura, many of the Refinement Realm experts couldn't help but react like frightened rats and instantly retreated by over a dozen yards away from her, their eyes full of wariness as they looked at her. Tier 4 strength? Crimson Seal was dumbfounded as he looked at Su Qianlu. Chapter 333, Chapter 117, Chapter 117. Extraordinary Foundations. How is this possible? Could she have reached Tier 4 already? She's only at level 106 right now, so there's no way she is at Tier 4. It is probably because of her weapon and equipment. That can't be possible, right? It would take at least a fragmented legendary item for her to have such powerful mana and aura. But her staff is giving off an epic ranked glow, while her equipment is giving off a dark gold ranked glow. There's not even one fragmented legendary item on her. Mysterious Moon's members felt as if they were standing in the presence of a mythic monster right now, and they couldn't help but grow confused by this situation. Tier 4 strength. This was the greatest combat power players could muster in the current miniature ancient world. Even the various superpowers Apex experts were only at this level. However, the various superpowers Apex experts could only acquire such strength because they had the help of Hall of Fame, level epic equipment sets in addition to their extraordinary combat techniques. Even then, only the raw power of their attacks would reach the Tier 4 standard. The standard of their mana would still be a Tier 3. It should be known that Su Qianlu was only at the Flowing Water realm. Some of the Mysterious Moon experts present were even superior to her when it came to combat standards, let alone the various superpowers Apex experts. Yet, even without entering combat, Su Qianlu already possessed strength and mana at the Tier 4 standard. In other words, Su Qianlu possessed the true might of a Tier 4 player. If Su Qianlu were to enter combat and use skills, spells, and combat techniques, she could unleash even greater strength. If it came down to a fight, even Crimson Seal wouldn't necessarily match Su Qianlu. At this moment, let alone Mysterious Moon's other members, even Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yao Yue, who were relatively familiar with Zero Wing's members, couldn't help but be shocked. Is this what Zero Wing is capable of? Lin Yao Yue's eyes burned with a passionate flame as she scrutinized Su Qianlu. Although she had previously learned from Shi Feng that Zero Wing was an extraordinary existence in the world it came from, she felt that as an outer world power, the things it could do here should be incredibly limited. She felt that she could, at most, acquire some legacies and combat techniques from Zero Wing, which could, in turn, pave a smoother path for her in the future. If she relied solely on Zero Wing, it'd be impossible for her to become an expert that even the various superpowers feared. However, she no longer felt that way now. After the Thousand Flow Adventurer team joined Zero Wing, Lin Yao Yue had conducted an investigation into Su Qianlu. According to her investigation, while Su Qianlu was indeed a Tier 4 expert in the Black Dragon Empire, she was only at the Flowing Water Realm standard. She might be able to get into the upper echelons of a first-rate guild with such standards, but she definitely couldn't become one of the leading executives. Yet, after joining Zero Wing for a few days, Su Qianlu had gained strength so overwhelming that even Crimson Seal had to fear her. How many people with such strength do you think World Dominators has, Vice Guild Leader Seal? Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Crimson Seal. 10, 20, or is it 30? After Su Qianlu returned to Hundred Flow City, Shi Feng had passed the Holy Annihilation mana technique to her. In addition, he had also given her a drop of Ancient God's blood, upgrading her mana body to the gold rank. After combining these factors with the Ancient Mana equipment set acquired from the Ancient Demon Court, Su Qianlu's basic attributes and mana were now extremely close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. The only thing she was missing now was a Tier 4 physique and Tier 4 spells. There shouldn't be more than 10, Crimson Seal said after giving Shi Feng's question some thought. If World Dominators invested all of its available resources and manpower into the miniature ancient world, it might be capable of producing 30 Tier 4 combatants. However, if they were only talking about 100 Flow City's side, World Dominators probably couldn't even muster 5 Tier 4 combatants, let alone 30. World Dominators might not have trouble getting their hands on Hall of Fame level epic equipment sets, but it was a different story for epic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. Even with World Dominator's influence, it could, at most, acquire 30 of such weapons. This was because epic weapons of such caliber were even rarer than the average fragmented legendary weapon. In addition to items, players also needed to be at the Domain Realm to achieve Tier 4 combat power. In God's Domain, Domain Realm experts were incredibly rare even in the 5 great super guilds, let alone World Dominators. Every one of these experts was a core executive in the guild. Currently, out of World Dominators' members in Hundred Flow City, only Zhuo Tianquang and his 2 vice commanders were likely to have Tier 4 combat power. The likelihood of anyone else having such combat power was incredibly low. What about experts with combat power close to reaching the Tier 4 standard? Shi Feng asked. There shouldn't be more than 20, Crimson Seal answered definitively. Although the requirements for achieving combat power close to the Tier 4 standard weren't as strict, players still needed to be at the Void Realm standard at the very least. While Void Realm experts weren't as rare as Domain Realm experts, they were still relatively rare. Typically, they could be seen working as Legion Vice Commanders in the various super guilds. With there being only 3 legions in 100 Flow City, there was no way World Dominators could have more than 20 players with combat power nearing the Tier 4 standard based here. Less than 20? After scanning the crowd before him, Shi Feng said, if Mysterious Moon agrees to partner with Zero Wing will let everyone here gain strength close to the Tier 4 standard. Will that be enough strength to fight against World Dominators now? What did he say? How is that possible? Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was joking with them when they heard his words. Although achieving strength nearing the Tier 4 standard wasn't as challenging as achieving strength at the Tier 4 standard, it still wasn't something that could be achieved easily. Not to mention, most of the people present were only at the Refinement Realm standard. Trying to achieve such combat power was nothing but a pipe dream for them. The only feasible way Shi Feng could accomplish such a feat was if he gave everyone here a fragmented legendary item each. However, that evidently wouldn't be possible. Even on the main continent, super guilds would have great difficulty taking out 40 fragmented legendary items on the spot. Needless to say, the difficulty of doing so in the miniature ancient world was exponentially greater. In response to everyone's doubtful gazes, Shi Feng took out one of the standardized ancient mana equipment sets in his bag and put it on the conference table. Then he said, "Won't you find out if I'm telling the truth or not if you take a look?" Everyone quickly started inspecting the ancient mana equipment set's effects upon hearing Shi Feng's words. A mana equipment set? The 8-piece set effect improves physique by 40%? Isn't this set effect insane? No. What's truly amazing about this set is the mana. The basic attributes the set provides might be inferior to 8-piece epic sets, but the boost it gives toward mana is simply absurd. It practically doubles the power of all skills and spells. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the standardized ancient mana equipment set's statistics. Although this standardized set couldn't provide players with Tier 4 basic attributes, the improvements it could provide in actual combat were simply ridiculous. With the effects of this set, Tier 3 skills and spells used by Tier 3 players would most likely exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, the higher the player's skill or spell completion rate, the greater the improvements they would see. For Refinement Realm experts like themselves, if they paired this standardized ancient mana equipment set with a top-tier epic weapon, they could easily hold their ground against a Tier 4 mythic monster. No wonder he has such confidence, Crimson Seal thought as he looked at Shi Feng. He finally understood how Su Qianlu managed to gain her current strength. 40 sets, Shi Feng said, smiling as he extended 4 fingers to the crowd before him. If you partner with Zero Wing will provide you with 40 of these mana equipment sets. Chapter 344, Chapter 118, Chapter 118. What about super guilds? 40 sets? What? Zero Wing has 40 of such mana equipment sets. Even the 5 great super guilds will have trouble getting 10 of such sets, let alone 40. Everyone couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard Shi Feng's words. Mana equipment sets capable of surpassing 8-piece epic equipment sets in combat performance were unbelievably rare even on the main continent, let alone the miniature ancient world. If a guild could acquire even 10 of such sets, it'd be nigh unstoppable in the current miniature ancient world. They couldn't even imagine what they could achieve if they had 40 of such mana equipment sets. At this time, even Zhuo Yalin, who supported partnering with Zero Wing, couldn't help but think that Shi Feng was joking with them. Although she knew that Shi Feng must have come prepared, the promise he just made simply sounded too exaggerated to be true. If any of the current powers could get their hands on so many mana equipment sets, it'd be a devastating force in the miniature ancient world. It could probably even exchange blows with the 5 great super guilds if it weren't afraid of the repercussions. Meanwhile, after taking a deep breath, Crimson Seal looked at Shi Feng with a serious expression and said, "Mr. Black Flame, if what you say is true, then Mysterious Moon will be willing to partner with Zero Wing to secure the Dark Moon outpost." Crimson Seal's sudden change in attitude stunned many of the Mysterious Moon members present. Of course, everyone could also understand his reaction. There was probably no power in God's domain that could turn down the opportunity to gain 40 of such heaven-defying mana equipment sets. "Don't be in such a hurry to make promises, Vice Guild Leader Seal. I still haven't finished speaking," Shi Feng said with a light smile. He wasn't at all surprised by Crimson Seal's sudden change in attitude. "Although I have talked about the partnership with Miss Nightingale, Zero Wing will not be providing these mana equipment sets for free." "That is only natural," Crimson Seal said, nodding. "There'd have to be something seriously wrong with the brains of Zero Wing's leadership if the guild provided the 40 mana equipment sets for free. It should be known that if any power in 100 Flow City managed to acquire these 40 sets right now, it'd become 100 Flow City's overlord immediately. With these 40 sets as a bargaining chip, Zero Wing could also talk with any of the other first-rate guilds in 100 Flow City and get a good deal. Zero Wing had no obligation to partner with Mysterious Moon at all. After saying so, Crimson Seal couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Yalan, who was still in a daze, his evaluation of the girl increasing significantly. Then, he said, Nightingale is the person in charge of Mysterious Moon's affairs in the miniature ancient world. She can represent Mysterious Moon on all matters here. If you have any conditions to make, feel free to state them to Nightingale, Mr. Black Flame. Crimson Seal wasn't a fool. He naturally noticed the hint in Shi Feng's words. Mysterious Moon only had the opportunity to partner with Zero Wing now because of Zhuo Yalan. Without her, there'd be no foundation for their two guilds to negotiate partnership on. Thus, it was only right that he let her handle negotiations with Zero Wing. The other Mysterious Moon members present also nodded in agreement with Crimson Seal's words, and this situation caused Zhuo Yalan to look at Shi Feng gratefully. Because of a few simple words from Shi Feng, her position in Mysterious Moon had changed completely. Now, she was finally Mysterious Moon's person in charge in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also inwardly sighed in relief when he saw this situation. After reaching this point, he could finally begin carrying out his plans. Immediately, he looked toward Zhuo Yalan and said, Miss Nightingale, since Mysterious Moon has already agreed to the partnership, I can offer Mysterious Moon two methods of acquiring these 40 mana equipment sets. In the first method, Zero Wing will rent these sets to Mysterious Moon at a rate of 200 gold and 1,000 magic crystals per set per day. In the second method, Zero Wing will sell these sets to Mysterious Moon for 4,000 gold and 10,000 magic crystals per set. Zero Wing will only accept one-time payments for both these methods. In addition, after we secure the Dark Moon Outpost, Mysterious Moon must give Zero Wing 3 of the 6 shops in the outpost. Of them, one must be the large shop. Mysterious Moon must also give Zero Wing half of the Dark Moon Outpost's total revenue. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Su Qianlu, who stood beside him, frowned slightly. Then she asked in a whisper, Are you really going to sell them these sets, guild leader? Although the standardized ancient mana equipment sets were slightly inferior to the sets looted from the ancient demon court, they were still heaven-defying equipment in the current state of the miniature ancient world. She could understand it if Shi Feng chose to rent these sets to Mysterious Moon. After all, Zero Wing didn't even have the necessary refinement realm experts to take advantage of these sets' full potential. However, she couldn't help but be confused by Shi Feng's offer to sell these sets. If these 40 sets were used on Zero Wing, it could allow Zero Wing to trample over the various powers in 100 Flow City. There'd be no power in 100 Flow City that could oppose Zero Wing. However, if Zero Wing sold these sets to Mysterious Moon, Zero Wing would be unnecessarily creating competition for itself in 100 Flow City. In reality, Su Qianlu wasn't the only one surprised by Shi Feng's offer. Even Mysterious Moon's members were taken aback. None of them thought that Zero Wing would be selling them these mana equipment sets. It should be known that every standardized ancient mana equipment set could be used to produce a Tier 4 combatant. In the current era where players were still far from reaching Tier 4, the value of having 40 Tier 4 combatants went without saying. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Shi Feng replied without explaining his decision. The standardized ancient mana equipment set might be powerful, but its flaws were also obvious. It had a high upkeep cost. Every durability point consumed required 10 magic crystals to replenish. Meanwhile, it wasn't strange for the set to lose several, or even over a dozen, durability points after a single battle. Such expenditure might not be a problem for a first-rate guild like Mysterious Moon, but it wasn't something the current Zero Wing could afford at all. Not to mention, Zero Wing needed to spend a lot of coins and magic crystals to further its development. Rather than hold on to a bunch of mana equipment sets that Zero Wing couldn't adequately make use of, it'd be much wiser to convert these sets into coins and magic crystals. He could also pull Mysterious Moon in as an ally for Zero Wing by doing so, killing two birds with one stone. As soon as Shi Feng finished answering Su Qianlu, Zhuo Yalan promptly said, Mysterious Moon will choose the second method. We will pay the full amount tomorrow. However, we hope Zero Wing can provide us with the 40 sets today. May I know if you can allow that, Mr. Blackflame? After all, there isn't much time left until the competition for the Dark Moon Outpost, and it'd take some time to gather so many magic crystals. These 40 ancient mana equipment sets were undoubtedly Mysterious Moon's best chance at striking it big in the miniature ancient world. She'd be an utter fool not to buy them. However, an expenditure of 100,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals was a heavy burden even for Mysterious Moon. It was especially true for the 400,000 magic crystals. Mysterious Moon couldn't take out so many magic crystals right now even if it wanted to. She'd have to request headquarters to transfer more resources over from the main continent. That won't be a problem. Shi Feng nodded. Afterward, Zhuo Yalan and Shi Feng signed a contract with each other. The contract stating that Shi Feng needed to transfer 40 ancient mana equipment sets to Mysterious Moon by today, while Mysterious Moon needed to pay him 100,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals by tomorrow. After signing the contract, Shi Feng took out the 40 standardized ancient mana equipment sets in his bag and handed them to Zhuo Yalan. Then, Zhuo Yalan quickly distributed these sets to the mysterious moon members in this room. A super guild, is it? Fighting spirit burned in Zhuo Yalan's eyes when she looked at everyone wearing the mana equipment set. It's about time you learn who's boss. Ever since the situation in God's domain had stabilized a few years ago, not a single non-superpower had ever dared to challenge a super guild. However, that was all going to change after today. Today, Mysterious Moon would become the first non-superpower to challenge a super guild after so many years. Chapter 3045, Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Beginning of Madness. New Moon Forest, a 100-man team of level 103 experts geared with dark gold and epic equipment, was in the midst of fighting against a horde of undead numbering in the thousands. Although there were quite a few level 105 great lords among these undead creatures, this expert team quickly and steadily reduced the horde's numbers. The leader of this 100-man team was a male berserker wielding a blood-red two-handed saber. In addition to holding off several great lords by himself, this berserker was also issuing commands to his teammates that precisely targeted the weak points of the undead horde. In less than half an hour after the battle began, the 100-man team successfully cleaned up the horde of several dozen great lord-ranked undead knights and several thousand other undead creatures. Not only did the team suffer 0 casualties, but they had also expended little stamina throughout the battle. If they kept up this pace, the team could probably take care of several more undead hordes of such size without having to take any breaks in between. You're really the best, Boss Blade. As expected of the leader of our guild's 5 demon generals. You're probably the only person in the guild who can lead a team so efficiently. Luo Tiancheng, clad in silver armor and carrying a greatsword on his back, complimented as he approached the berserker leading the team. It's so-so. If guild leader Shi were still around, this level of combat would be nothing, Rampant Blade nonchalantly said as he glanced at Luo Tiancheng. Ever since Shadow's 5 demon generals disbanded and guild leader Shi Feng left the guild, he had become the only person capable of supporting Shadow's ambitions. Although there were quite a few first-rate experts in the guild that were close to reaching the half-step refinement realm standard, none of them could take charge in large-scale battles effectively. An example would be 2 of Lan Hailong's close confidants, Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu. As for Gu Yiren and those from World Dominators, they couldn't be relied on whatsoever. This was because Gu Yiren never had any intentions of managing or developing Shadow at all. Since taking over as Shadow's guild leader, the only thing he had done was order Shadow's members around to help him with miscellaneous work. Most of the time, Gu Yiren would be doing his own thing with his team from World Dominators. Not once had he helped train anyone from Shadow before. You're being too modest, Boss Blade. Now that you've reached the refinement realm already, combined with World Dominator's resources, it's only a matter of time before you reach Tier 4 in the future. There's no way that Shi Feng can hope to match you, Luo Tiancheng said, laughing. Once we complete our mission this time, Chairman Lan will discuss with Guild Leader Gu to let you become the guild's acting guild leader. At that time, you'll get to manage all of the guild's affairs. Refinement realm? Rampant Blade revealed a bitter smile when he heard these words. I reached this realm over a year later than Su Qianlu. I also heard that Su Qianlu has apparently joined the new guild that guild leader Shi and Blackie established. An expert of my caliber is only strong in a guild like Shadow. In reality, Rampant Blade had received an invitation to join Zero Wing from Blackie. However, he had grown attached to Shadow over the years, and he still had many brothers in Shadow, so he eventually rejected Blackie's offer. You're putting Zero Wing on too high of a pedestal, Boss Blade. Zero Wing is nothing but a newly established small guild with a few thousand members. Even with Su Qianlu's 1,000-flow adventurer team serving as its base, there's no way it can compete with our guild. After all, Shadow now has World Dominators backing it. Once the resources from World Dominators start piling up, our guild will have many Tier 4 experts in the future. In contrast, Zero Wing is going to have a tough time even surviving, Luo Tiancheng said in disdain. In Luo Tiancheng's opinion, Shi Feng's statement to make Shadow disappear was nothing but a joke. Even Chairman Lan Hailong had laughed when he heard of it. While the miniature Ancient Worlds launch had indeed granted Shi Feng a lot of advantages and reduced the various powers' influence, it didn't change the fact that a guild required resources and experts to prosper. Although Shi Feng now possessed high status in Jinhai Academy was nothing but a God's Domain academy. The things it could do and the resources it possessed were incredibly limited. Trying to go against Shadow, which had several 100,000 members and controlled 10 city-states, was nothing but lunacy. There was also no competition between the experts of Zero Wing and Shadow. Ever since Shadow received the guild legacies from World Dominators, Shadow's members achieved significantly faster growth. Rampant Blade had even become a Refinement Realm expert thanks to these resources. Even if Zero Wing had a Refinement Realm expert like Su Qianlu 1, it still couldn't compete with Shadow in the future. In fact, after Shadow completed the mission assigned by World Dominators this time, World Dominators would be able to control the entirety of 100 Flow City through the Dark Moon Outpost. Once that happened, Shadow could take advantage of World Dominators' influence to eradicate Zero Wing. Let's stop talking about this. Have everyone look for the Dark Moon tokens quickly, Rampant Blade said, not bothering to refute Luo Tiancheng's words. Based on the current situation, Shadow was indeed growing stronger and stronger. As evidence, even Luo Tiancheng had reached the half-step refinement realm already. We need to meet our quota of 200 tokens by today. Otherwise, World Dominators is going to have our training resources, Luo Tiancheng nodded. Then, he hurriedly had everyone on the team sort through the loot. At the same time, he sent the team's assassins and rangers to scout around for more undead creatures. Meanwhile, during the time Rampant Blade's team was looting their kills, Rampant Blade suddenly heard a message notification. Has Mysterious Moon gone crazy? Rampant Blade couldn't help but be stunned when he read the message Gu Yiren sent him. Meanwhile, noticing Rampant Blade's shocked expression, Luo Tiancheng asked, "What happened, Boss Blade?" "Mysterious Moon has suddenly declared war on World Dominators," Rampant Blade said after taking a deep breath. Moreover, just a few minutes ago, Mysterious Moon annihilated one of World Dominators' 100-man teams. Annihilated? Luo Tiancheng was also shocked and confused when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Is Mysterious Moon looking to die? It might be fine if it were merely a simple conflict with a few players from a different guild. World Dominators wouldn't even care if a few of its players got killed. After all, such minor conflicts were frequent in God's domain. There was no way a super guild like World Dominators would bother to pay attention to these trivial matters every day. After all, there were millions of members in the guild. There'd be no end if it tried to take care of every personal conflict that took place. However, it was different if an entire 100-man team got annihilated. It was especially true now that World Dominators had declared monopoly over the New Moon Forest. Such an act of transgression represented an entirely different meaning. War. This was a declaration of war. It had already been many years since anyone dared to declare war on a super guild. Meanwhile, the last time it happened, a first-rate guild had gotten erased from God's domain. Hyel notes, one even if Zero Wing had a refinement realm expert like Su Qianlu, this isn't a translation error. Shadow most likely isn't aware that Su Qianlu has become a flowing water realm expert. Chapter 3046, Chapter 1T, Chapter 1T, Chapter 20. Zero Wing? Contact all the nearby teams and have them gather at our location immediately, Rampant Blade shouted after getting over his shock. Gu Yiren had explicitly stated in his message for all guilds affiliated with World Dominators to form 1,000-man legions and surround the lake region in the New Moon Forest. Meanwhile, his goal in doing so was very obvious. Mysterious Moon had already angered World Dominators. So, now, World Dominators was preparing to make a move against Mysterious Moon. Under Rampant Blade's command, his party leaders promptly began contacting the other teams operating nearby, everyone reacting both anxiously and excitedly over this situation. Quick, bring your team over. Mysterious Moon has declared war on World Dominators, and World Dominators is now planning on taking action against Mysterious Moon. You're going to miss the show if you don't hurry over. That's right. World Dominators must be preparing to take revenge. A top-tier first-rate guild versus a super guild. It's been many years since something like this has taken place. At this time, Shadow's members weren't the only ones excited over this situation. The members of World Dominators' other affiliated guilds operating in the New Moon Forest also grew restless over this situation. Ever since the incident where a super guild had erased a first-rate guild took place several years ago, no more of such incidents took place in God's domain. At most, conflicts between first-rate guilds and super guilds were limited to small fights. This time, however, World Dominators was evidently planning on getting serious. 100 Flow City, inside a guild-owned 3-story mansion located along the city's main street, 1 first-rate guild, 3 second-rate guilds, and 7 third-rate guilds. It seems World Dominators is really planning on using Mysterious Moon to set an example this time. A white-clad old man sitting behind a desk muttered as he read the news he just received. Do you think we should cooperate with World Dominators this time, Elder Lu? A woman sitting on the sofa in front of the desk asked. The woman radiated a bold aura, and she was sipping on a cup of tea as she spoke to the white-clad old man. Witch's Sin might have become a pseudo-super first-rate guild in these past few years, but we still can't hold a candle to World Dominators, so we still need to send some people over, the old man said with a light smile. But I don't believe Mysterious Moon has gone crazy. Since they dare bare their fangs against World Dominators, they must have their reasons for doing so. Take a team with you. I'm sure Zuo Tianquang won't make a fuss if we send a team led by one of our vice guild leaders. But remember that you're only there to spectate. You're not there to work for World Dominators. I understand, the woman said as she got up from her seat. Then, with a slight smile, she continued, I can also use this chance to pick a fight with Nightingale. Hopefully she won't disappoint me. After saying so, the woman vanished from the office as if she had never appeared here before. It seems this little girl is still hung up over the secret pavilion's past evaluation, the white-clad old man said with a slightly bitter smile when he heard the leather-clad woman's words. The woman named Blue Sheath had been entered into the secret pavilion's rookie assassin list together with Mysterious Moon's Nightingale in the past. However, Blue Sheath was ranked 1 place behind Nightingale at the time. The two of them had known each other since young, and they had always been each other's rivals, so Blue Sheath couldn't help but feel peeved over the evaluation. Initially, the old man thought that Blue Sheath had forgotten about her rivalry with Nightingale after having most of her time occupied with training under world dominators. However, it would seem that Blue Sheath had never let go of this rivalry. Meanwhile, during the time Witch's Sin was dispatching experts to the New Moon Forest, a commotion also took place throughout Hundred Flow City. What's going on? Why are so many guild experts leaving the city together, don't you know? Mysterious Moon declared war on World Dominators. World Dominators has decided to deal with Mysterious Moon, so it is now calling on all of its affiliated guilds to gather at the New Moon Forest. News of this has long since spread throughout the entire city. A first-rate guild is declaring war on a super guild? Did Mysterious Moon's leadership lose their minds? Who knows? Maybe Mysterious Moon is confident in winning? Not a chance. That's a super guild we're talking about. The only thing that could come of declaring war on a super guild is death. The players in Hundred Flow City began discussing Mysterious Moon's actions as they watched the various large guilds experts leaving the city in large groups. Meanwhile, opinions on Mysterious Moon were split into two camps. One camp felt that Mysterious Moon was simply seeking its own death, while the other camp felt that Mysterious Moon was worthy of becoming the various first-rate guilds' role model. Some people also felt that it might be time to rewrite God's Domain's history. New Moon Forest, New Moon Lake, the silvery white lake looked like the moon from afar, and the radiance it gave off illuminated the surrounding forest. The scenery here was spectacular, and many players grinding in the New Moon Forest would often stop by this place to enjoy the view. At this moment, though, the New Moon Lake's beauty was partially eclipsed by the 10,000 or so first-rate experts gathered beside it. Most of the various guilds' experts have gathered here already, Guild Leader Gu. We can conduct a sweep of the forest at any time, Rampant Blade reported respectfully as he looked at Gu Yiren, who was currently resting underneath a tree. Although Gu Yiren had never cared about Shadow's affairs and never bothered to help Shadow's members grind, nobody in Shadow dared to question Gu Yiren's strength and authority. Take the current situation, for example. Even though the various first-rate guilds present originated from 10 different guilds, all of them were under Gu Yiren's complete control. Good. Gu Yiren nodded as he swept his gaze across the small army before him. Split everyone into 1,000-man legions and search the forest. Kill all outsiders you come across. All? Rampant Blade couldn't help but ask. A guild would easily incite anger from the public if it randomly killed players out in the fields. Even when a guild blockaded a map to fight another guild, it would, at most, warn non-enemy players to leave the map. Only when these outsiders refused to abide by the warning would a guild decide to kill them. I don't want to repeat myself, Gu Yiren said as he glanced at Rampant Blade. Also, notify immediately if any of you come across Mysterious Moon's core team. World Dominators must be the one to annihilate them. So, this is a super guild? Rampant Blade had his impression of super guilds refreshed when he saw Gu Yiren's complete disregard toward making enemies. Normally, most powers in God's domain would more or less worry about involving outsiders when declaring war on others. After all, the last thing they wanted to do was to offend a power they couldn't afford to offend. However, World Dominators didn't seem to care about this in the slightest. Judging by Gu Yiren's tone, it would seem that he wouldn't hesitate to take action even if the other party was another super guild. Afterward, the gathered first-rate experts split into 1,000 legions and spread out in all directions, conducting a thorough search of the entire New Moon Forest. Sometime after the hunt for Mysterious Moon's members began, a ranger from Shadow urgently contacted Rampant Blade and said, Vice Guild Leader, 2 of our assassin parties suddenly got annihilated less than 1,000 yards away from the New Moon Lake. Moreover, the people who annihilated those 2 parties are now heading toward your direction. They're heading for us? Rampant Blade couldn't help but grow confused when he heard the ranger's report. Can you send their images over? They were using the New Moon Lake as their base of operations this time. To ensure that they had enough forces to dispatch as reinforcements at all times, they had kept a force of 2,000 players by the lake. Gu Yiren's team from World Dominators was also on standby here. Thus, it'd be suicide for any enemies to come to their location. Yes, I already captured their appearances with eagle eyes. I'll send the image over now, the ranger said, nodding. A moment later, an image appeared in front of Rampant Blade. The enemies that killed the 2 assassin parties only numbered a few. Meanwhile, every one of them was wearing a black cloak to hide their information. This is zeroing? When Rampant Blade looked at the picture, he quickly noticed 2 familiar figures. Although these 2 players had hidden their player information, they didn't bother hiding their appearances. So, Rampant Blade instantly recognized Su Qianlu's and Blackie's faces. However, before Rampant Blade could react to this discovery, several figures gradually walked out of the forest ahead of him. Chapter 347, Chapter 12.1, Chapter 12.1, 5 is enough. What are they trying to do? Are they also planning to make an enemy out of World Dominators? Rampant Blade was astonished and confused when Blackie and Su Qianlu walked out of the forest. It was already a well-known fact that Mysterious Moon and World Dominators were at war with each other. Moreover, world dominators had also made it clear that it wouldn't forgive Mysterious Moon for this slight. It was already bad enough that Blackie and Su Qianlu's group had come to the New Moon Forest and gotten rid of 2 of Shadow's scout parties. After all, this was already a blatant act of provocation toward world dominators. Yet, to make matters worse, they had even appeared before Zhu Yiren. With the strong stance Gu Yiren was taking in this war, he would absolutely make sure that Blackie and Su Qianlu's party vanished from God's domain. At this time, Rampant Blade couldn't help but feel conflicted over this situation. Whether it was Blackie or Su Qianlu, both had been his comrades for many years in Shadow. They used to go on adventures and brave all sorts of danger together. So, he did not wish to see the two falling into the abyss. However, with the situation at hand, there simply wasn't anything he could do to salvage this situation. Subsequently, the various experts gathered by the New Moon Lake also started noticing Su Qianlu's group one after another. Haven't we blocked off the New Moon Forest already? How did these people get in? They're hiding their player information. Could they be Mysterious Moon's helpers? That's possible, but it is also possible that they are not. They might be from a superpower trying to take advantage of this situation to strike at world dominators. After all, it's not like world dominators is free of enemies. The experts present quietly discussed themselves when they saw Su Qianlu's group emerging from the forest. The current miniature ancient world was a chaotic mess as every power in God's domain sought to get a piece of the pie and become the future leader of God's domain. Meanwhile, as a super guild, World Dominators was a strong competitor for the various superpowers of God's domain. Now that Mysterious Moon had suddenly declared war on World Dominators, it wasn't strange that some superpowers had decided to muddy the waters. After Gu Yiren saw Su Qianlu's group, he walked up to them and demanded, "How bold of you to come here. Who are you people? Which superpower are you from? Is it Battle Wolves, or is it Sacred Temple?" In Gu Yiren's opinion, the only outsiders who dared come to provoke World Dominators now would either be Mysterious Moon's helpers or World Dominators' rivals. Meanwhile, the possibility of Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple trying to stir up trouble was the highest. Zero Wing, Su Qianlu stated. Zero Wing? Where is Zero Wing based? Why haven't I heard of such a superpower before? Could this be a cover name? They're wearing black cloaks to hide their identities after all. How can they possibly expose their real identities now? The various experts present couldn't help but be surprised and confused when they heard Su Qianlu's answer. There was a limited number of superpowers in God's domain, and every one of them possessed powerful origins. Hence, any player that had played God's domain for some time would more or less know about the various superpowers. The various large guilds members even had to undergo a compulsory course on the various superpowers' basic information. Zero Wing? A piece of information suddenly flashed across Gu Yiren's mind when he heard this name. Is it the new guild that former guild leader Shi Feng established? Meanwhile, when Luo Tiancheng saw Su Qianlu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Then, after racking his mind for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, You're Su Qianlu." Su Qianlu's appearance was a sight that almost all veteran members of Shadow would remember. After all, she used to be one of the most beautiful female members in Shadow. On top of that, she also used to be one of the strongest experts belonging to Shadow. That's right. Su Qianlu did not deny Gu Yiren's and Luo Tiancheng's words. "We're not here to go against world dominators today. We're just here to settle some personal grudges." Personal grudges? Gu Yiren sneered as he suddenly thought of something. Do you mean taking care of Shadow? According to his informant, Shi Feng, the former guild leader of Shadow, had a thorough falling out with Shadow after Lan Hailong's shameless behavior. As a result, Shi Feng had publicly declared that he would erase Shadow's name from God's domain. Originally, Gu Yiren thought that Shi Feng was only speaking out of anger. He never thought that Shi Feng actually planned on carrying out his words. At this time, Shi Feng, who had hidden both his information and appearance, suddenly said, "That's right. We hope that unrelated people do not interfere to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings." In reality, Shi Feng could have let Mysterious Moon take care of a second rate like Shadow. However, after thinking it over, he decided that it'd be best if he erased Shadow from God's domain with his own hands. "You want to deal with one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds right in front of our eyes? Do you think we'll allow that?" Gu Yiren asked, laughing. "Don't you think you're being too arrogant? Do you take World Dominators for a decoration?" "That's right. Who do you think you are?" "One of the 5 great super guilds," Luo Tiancheng said, fanning the flames. "With just the 5 of you, do you really think you can do anything to Shadow?" The other members of Shadow also nodded in agreement, a nonchalant expression on their faces. Shadow had well over 1,000 first-rate experts gathered by the New Moon Lake right now. Among them, there were even a bunch of half-step refinement realm experts. With such a force, they could even take on 2 mythic monsters simultaneously, let alone 5 measly players. In response, Shi Feng said in a definitive tone, "5 is enough. 5 is enough." Gu Yiren couldn't help but laugh. Then his gaze grew cold as he said, "In that case, let me see how you 5 are going to fight us." After saying so, Gu Yiren waved his hand. Immediately, 24 refinement realm experts from World Dominators charged at Shi Feng's party of 5. Chapter 3048, Chapter 1222, Chapter 12.2, Difference in Strength, 24 Refinement Realm Experts. Rampant Blade's expression grew somber when he saw World Dominators as experts charging toward Blackie and Su Qianlu's party. He didn't think that Gu Yiren's team members would be this powerful. It was true that Su Qianlu and Blackie were considered experts even by first-rate guild standards. It was especially true for Su Qianlu. Not only did she reach the Refinement Realm long ago, but it was even rumored that she had reached the Flowing Water Realm already. However, even a Flowing Water Realm expert would find it difficult to go up against 24 Refinement Realm experts simultaneously. Not to mention, these were Refinement Realm experts from World Dominators, a super guild. Not only did they have much better training, but they were also fully equipped with epic weapons and equipment, you overconfident fools. Do you think World Dominators will hold back against you? Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Shi Feng's party. World Dominators was a super guild. There was no way it would sit by and watch as one of its affiliated guilds got targeted. It would become a joke in God's domain if it did that. The 24 Refinement Realm experts reached within 50 yards of Shi Feng's party in the blink of an eye. Then, every one of them began revealing their strongest moves, none of them intending to hold back or play around with Shi Feng's party. At a glance, one could tell that these were all veteran experts with real experiences clashing with other players. Restrict them. In response to the 24 Refinement Realm experts' assault, Blackie waved his staff and cast a spell without chanting an incantation. Even the mana fluctuations that came from him were incredibly weak. Boom. Along with a loud bang, several hundred shadow vines emerged from the ground beneath the 24 Refinement Realm experts' feet. In addition, from start to end, none of the shadow vines radiated any mana fluctuations. The appearance of these vines, swift and silent. What? Double speed casting? Rampant Blade was shocked when he saw Blackie's attack. He felt as if he was coming to know Blackie for the first time. Double speed casting. This was a spellcasting technique that only an extremely few magical class experts could master. Even most Refinement Realm experts were incapable of such a feat. Yet now, not only did Blackie effortlessly execute a double speed casting, but his mana control was so excellent that he had leaked hardly any mana throughout the entire spellcasting process. The level of technique Blackie had just displayed was something even Flowing Water Realm experts could not accomplish. Similar to Rampant Blade, the 24 Refinement Realm experts were similarly caught off guard by Blackie's response. The speed of spells might not be as fast as melee attacks, but spells made up for their lack of speed with numbers. Meanwhile, the countermeasure experts had developed to counter offensive spells with a large number of attacks was to detect the mana fluctuations caused by the spell targeted at them and take evasive measures in advance. However, if a spell gave off no mana fluctuations during its formation, it'd be nigh impossible to dodge it preemptively. In such a scenario, the only response one could make was to prepare oneself to block the spell. The next moment, the several hundred shadow vines lashed out at the Refinement Realm experts simultaneously, causing these experts to lose at least 1/3 of their HP. Some had even lost half of their HP. The appearances of these experts were also reduced to a mess, and they looked nothing like an expert team from World Dominators. What a powerful magical class expert. Blue Sheath, who was spectating the battle from a distant treetop, couldn't help but focus her gaze on Blackie. World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts all possessed strength rivaling Grand Lords of the same level. Yet, even though these experts had blocked the shadow vines attacking them, they had still lost over 1/3 of their HP. In God's domain, the power of spells relied on two factors. The first factor was the player's basic attributes, while the other factor was the spell's completion rate. Of these two factors, the latter played an especially important role. With a sufficiently high spell completion rate, one spell could exhibit power several magnitudes greater than a similar spell cast by a player with the exact same basic attributes. Although Blackie's aura felt extraordinary in Blue Sheath's eyes, it was, at most, on par with World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts. This meant that both sides should possess roughly similar basic attributes. Thus, the reason Blackie managed to cause so much damage to those Refinement Realm experts despite this fact must mean that his spell completion rate was extremely high. Impossible. Luo Tiancheng's eyes bulged when he saw the effect of Blackie's spell. How did he get so strong? The 24 Refinement Realm experts made up a frightening force. Yet, with just a simple wave of his staff, Blackie had not only stopped these 24 Refinement Realm experts' assault, but he had even reduced them into a miserable mess. Luo Tiancheng was fully aware of Blackie's standards. Back when Blackie was still with Shadow, he had only been a member of the guild's middle management. Moreover, he was focused mainly on handling guild affairs, and his combat standard was only at the level of first-rate experts. He couldn't even be considered one of the top-ranking experts in the guild. Yet, what was with this situation? Meanwhile, after Shi Feng took a look at World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts, he turned toward Happy Snow the Berserker and said, "Go and help Blackie. It'll be tough for him to deal with these people alone." After all was said and done, Blackie still hadn't reached the Refinement Realm standard. While he might have a gold mana body, the Holy Annihilation mana technique, and the ancient mana equipment set helping him, he could still die easily if he got caught in a melee or targeted by numerous ranged attacks. Simply put, Blackie was currently a glass cannon. He might have astonishing offensive capabilities, but he wouldn't last more than a few moves in an actual duel with a Refinement Realm expert. Fine then. I'll use these guys to test my recent improvements, Happy Snow said, curling her lips in dissatisfaction. Immediately, Happy Snow unsheathed the two-handed saber hung on her back. Then, in the blink of an eye, she instantly appeared amidst the 24 Refinement Realm experts, her speed superior to even assassins of the same level. Subsequently, before World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts could react, Happy Snow swung her massive saber at the nearest shield warrior. Advanced Combat Technique, Wolfpack. Happy Snow's saber instantly transformed into 5 phantom wolves that pounced at the shield warrior. However, the shield warrior was no pushover. Although he had reacted slowly to Happy Snow's appearance, as soon as he noticed Happy Snow attacking him, he promptly raised his shield and activated the Tier 3 defensive skill Iron Wall. Aside from increasing his defense by 200% and reaction speed by 50%, the skill also reduced the numbing effects he suffered by 100%. Other than the shield warrior, a nearby oracle also quickly reacted to Happy Snow's attack. Immediately, the oracle cast a defensive barrier on the shield warrior, the barrier nearly doubling the shield warrior's maximum HP. Boom. When the first phantom wolf collided with the shield warrior's shield, the shield warrior stumbled one step backward and nearly lost his balance. As a result, when the second phantom wolf struck, the shield warrior promptly lost his balance and fell on his back. Immediately afterward, the third, fourth, and fifth phantom wolves pounced on the shield warrior afterward, instantly tearing through the oracle's barrier and reducing the shield warrior's HP to 0. The shield warrior had died so quickly that the nearby healers didn't even have time to heal him. She killed him in one move. Rampant Blade couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw Happy Snow killing the shield warrior after just one exchange. Rampant Blade had seen Happy Snow before, and he knew that the little girl had only reached the Refinement Realm recently. Yet now, she had instantly killed a veteran Refinement Realm expert. It was simply unbelievable. Not bad. I like this feeling, Happy Snow stated excitedly as she looked at the shield warrior's vanishing body. Not only did the ancient mana equipment set increase her skill completion rate, but it had also improved the density of her mana and her control over mana. Because of this, she had a much easier time executing combat techniques, and she became able to execute Wolfpack effortlessly. If it was before she acquired this set, she wouldn't have been able to make use of the advanced combat technique in actual combat. Of course, the ancient mana equipment set wasn't the only factor contributing to her success. A more important factor was the ancient god's blood Shi Feng had given to her. Thanks to the ancient god's blood, her mana body had also reached the gold rank. Moreover, it was even a peak gold mana body. This improvement had cleared up her mind significantly, and she could now execute combat techniques much more efficiently. Previously, she could only create 4 phantom wolves when executing Wolfpack. Moreover, it was also under a practice setting. Now, not only could she freely execute the combat technique in battle, but she could even create 5 phantom wolves with it. What power? Is she a monster? When the other experts from World Dominators saw their companion getting killed, they couldn't help but gulp nervously. If Happy Snow could kill even a shield warrior in one move, it went without saying that she could do the same for other classes. To make matters worse, they still had to keep an eye out for Blackie's ranged attacks. If they received a direct hit from one of Blackie's spells, they wouldn't even know how they died. Meanwhile, seeing World Dominators' experts growing cautious, Shi Feng asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Chapter 349, Chapter 12.3, Chapter 12.3.4.4.3, One Sword for Thousands. Although Shi Feng spoke in a calm and low voice, nobody present dared to underestimate him. Previously, everyone thought that Shi Feng was simply spouting nonsense when he said that just the 5 of them were enough. However, after seeing Blackie's and Happy Snow's overwhelming performance, nobody doubted Shi Feng's words anymore. The combat power Blackie and Happy Snow displayed was something only Apex experts could exhibit in the current miniature ancient world. 24 Refinement Realm experts couldn't even serve as a warm-up for these two players. Only the various super guilds Apex experts could possibly fight the two of them. It seems Zero Wing cannot be underestimated. Despite being a new guild, it has so many powerful experts. Indeed. But World Dominators isn't a pushover either. With only 5 players, Zero Wing will still have difficulty targeting Shadow's members. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the various large guilds' experts couldn't help but turn toward Gu Yiren. Currently, Gu Yiren still held the initiative in his hands. After all, World Dominators currently had the entire New Moon Forest on lockdown. Now, it was up to him to decide whether they would fight or not. If Gu Yiren chose to fight, his side would most likely sustain severe losses, and his progress in the miniature ancient world would slow down significantly. However, if Gu Yiren chose not to fight, his reputation among World Dominators' various affiliated guilds would most likely plummet. His actions might even end up affecting World Dominators' prestige. 2 experts with Apex level strength, is it? I can see why you dare to behave so boldly, Gu Yiren said as he looked at Shi Feng coldly. However, don't forget where this place is. Apex experts might be powerful, but they aren't invincible in the miniature ancient world. As soon as Gu Yiren finished speaking, the various guilds' experts promptly advanced and got ready for battle, their numbers exceeding 2,000. Aside from first-rate experts, there were also some Refinement Realm and Half-Step Refinement Realm experts among these 2,000-plus players. Even if they were up against two experts with Apex-level strength, they could rely on Zerg tactics to whittle down and kill the opponent. After all, there was a limit to a player's stamina and concentration. Take Happy Snow, for example. While it was true that she had killed a shield warrior in one move, she had done so with the help of an advanced combat technique, something that cost a significant amount of stamina and concentration to use. How about giving up now, mister? Nobody can annihilate Shadow today. Dao Yue, who stood behind Gu Yiren this entire time, suddenly stepped forward to advise Shi Feng. World Dominators has similarly dispatched Apex experts to the New Moon Forest. If the battle drags out, you won't even have the chance to escape later. The various guilds' experts also nodded in agreement with Dao Yue's words. In reality, none of them wished to fight against Shi Feng's group of 5. However, Gu Yiren had already made himself clear that he wouldn't let Shi Feng touch Shadow. Thus, even if it meant dying and losing a level, they needed to stop Shi Feng's party. Otherwise, World Dominators would make it so that they couldn't continue surviving in God's domain. So what you're saying is, instead of answering Dao Yue's question, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "You're not going to give way?" "You can think of it that way," Dao Yue said nonchalantly. If she came across Shi Feng's party under normal circumstances, she absolutely wouldn't dare to antagonize them at all. This was because her guild wouldn't go out of its way to target a domain realm expert for her sake alone. However, she was currently working under Zhuo Tianquan's orders, and they were also currently in the middle of a guild war. If Shi Feng's party killed them, their guild would definitely avenge them for the sake of its reputation. Not to mention, so long as Shi Feng's party dared make a move, she would promptly contact Zhuo Tianquan and notify him about the situation here. With a force of over 2,000 first-rate experts, they had more than enough fodder to keep Shi Feng's party busy until Zhuo Tianquan and the other Apex experts arrived. In that case, you can be buried together with Shadow. Shi Feng absolutely wouldn't let go of this opportunity to heavily damage Shadow. Immediately, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and enveloped the many experts present in his mana domain. A mana domain? How does he have a mana domain at Tier 3? The various large guilds experts were dumbfounded when they felt Shi Feng's frightening mana enveloping their bodies. Disappear. Shi Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night horizontally. Second sword, Holy Devour. Even with the ancient mana equipment set's bonuses, it was still a significant burden for Shi Feng to execute Holy Devour. If he tried to execute Holy Devour at full power, he could, at most, use it 3 times in a battle. After 3 executions, he would immediately fall into a mentally weakened state. Thus, this was a trump card he wouldn't casually use under normal circumstances. However, out of all the attacks in Shi Feng's repertoire, Holy Devour had the largest AoE. Shi Feng was only a Tier 3 player right now. If he had to kill 2,000 plus first-rate experts one by one, he'd die from exhaustion before he could even get rid of all of them. Thus, the best solution was to use an attack with a big AoE and reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible. Then, he would leave the rest for Su Qianlu and the others to deal with. Not good. Meanwhile, when Blue Sheath saw the sudden change in Shi Feng's aura, she instinctively executed Shadow Walk, an advanced combat technique, and distanced herself from the battlefield. She had also activated Shadow Flash, a Tier 3 life-saving skill that increased her movement speed by 300% for 5 seconds. While retreating, though, she kept a constant look over the battlefield, ensuring she didn't miss out on anything. The next moment, before Blue Sheath could move even 100 yards away from her previous location, a scorching light suddenly enveloped her vision, the light incinerating everything in its path and shattering even space itself. This, Blue Sheath was dumbfounded. One attack. It was only one attack. With just one attack, Shi Feng had extinguished the lives of nearly half of the 2,000-plus experts, erasing even their ashes from the battlefield. Battlefield, notes, 1 Apex experts, and experts with Apex-level strength. Apex experts refer to domain realm experts. Experts with Apex level strength refer to expert players capable of exhibiting the raw power of domain realm experts. They aren't necessarily domain realm experts, though. Chapter 350, Chapter 24, Chapter 24, End of an Era. What is this? Isn't he just Tier 3? How can he have such power? He can already shatter space at Tier 3. Could he be a god-ranked expert? When the experts caught outside of Shi Feng's mana domain saw the fragmented void in front of them, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had seen experts shattering space with their attacks before. On the main continent, any Tier 4 expert could easily accomplish such a feat. Some of them even used to be Tier 4 experts on the main continent. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. It was impossible for players to even reach level 20 at this stage of the game, let alone Tier 4. Yet, the cloaked man before them had accomplished a feat that could typically only be accomplished by Tier 4 players. With just one singular attack, he had exhibited power on par with Tier 4 taboo skills at Tier 3. At this moment, there was only one plausible explanation everyone could come up with for this unbelievable situation: a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. An existence capable of turning the impossible possible. Shadow is really finished this time. When Rampant Blade saw Shadow's experts disappearing without a trace, he couldn't help but turn to look at the proud figures of Su Qianlu and the others, his eyes full of bitterness and lamentation. In the past, he used to hold the same position as Su Qianlu as one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. Yet, in the time it took him to reach the refinement realm, Su Qianlu and Blackie had already become existences that even world dominators found tricky to deal with. The two of them were even capable of killing refinement realm experts like ants. In reality, Rampant Blade had felt that Shi Feng was joking when he heard about the other party's declaration to erase Shadow from God's domain. After all, there was simply too significant of a gap between Shadow and Zero Wing. Now, however, over 80% of the experts Shadow had dispatched to the miniature ancient world had just been killed. On the surface, it might seem as if these experts had just lost a level and a piece of equipment. However, in the current state of the miniature ancient world, this was an irrecoverable loss. After all, these experts were all geared with top-tier weapons and equipment that Shadow had paid a huge price to procure. It wouldn't be an easy task to replace all of these items. Meanwhile, before they could recover these lost items, Shadow would be much more restricted in what it could do in the miniature ancient world. Needless to say, it'd also be impossible for Shadow's experts to catch up to the experts of other guilds in terms of levels. Simply put, Shadow had already lost its initiative in the miniature ancient world. It had already been kicked off the front lines and lost the opportunity to contest crucial resources. Naturally, all of the investments it had made thus far were also for naught. However, these losses still weren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem Shadow now faced was Zero Wing's Tier 6 God-ranked expert. If it were before the Secret Pavilion's recent move, it wouldn't have been a significant problem for Shadow to be targeted by a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. After all, the God-ranked expert in question wasn't on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shadow's main source of income remained on the main continent. However, the various powers of God's domain were currently frantically competing for the miniature ancient world's resources. Among these powers, there were bound to be some who wouldn't mind destroying Shadow, both on the main continent and in the miniature ancient world, if they could gain a Tier 6 God-ranked expert's favor. Not to mention, they could also reduce the number of competition they needed to face in God's domain. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Blue Sheath couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw that Shi Feng had stopped attacking. "What rotten luck. I nearly got killed just now," Blue Sheath muttered under her breath. The attack just now had triggered all of her danger senses, and she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. It had already been many years since she had experienced such a feeling. What the hell is Shadow thinking? Even world dominators wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke a God-ranked expert. But after this mess, world dominators will have no choice but to pick a fight with this God-ranked expert. The experts of one of world dominators' affiliated guilds had just been annihilated. Even if world dominators was reluctant to, it would have no choice but to go after Zero Wing. Otherwise, it'd become a laughingstock among the various powers, and no power would be willing to attach themselves to it. Meanwhile, during the time Blue Sheath was resting, sounds of battle suddenly came from a different location. Moreover, these sounds were rather loud, and Blue Sheath could hear them clearly even though the battle took place several hundred yards away. What's causing such a loud commotion? Has Zuo Tianquang's legion finally started clashing with Mysterious Moon's experts? A hint of anticipation appeared in Blue Sheath's eyes as she looked at the intermittent flashes coming from a distant part of the forest. Immediately, she went into stealth and dashed toward the other battlefield. Anyone capable of causing such a huge commotion in the current miniature ancient world must possess strength at the Tier 4 standard. Out of world dominators' forces scattered across the New Moon Forest, only the trump card legion led by Zuo Tianquang possessed Tier 4 combatants. Meanwhile, if Zuo Tianquang's legion was making a move, it went without saying that they had discovered Mysterious Moon's members. Thus, Blue Sheath needed to head over to the other battlefield immediately. Otherwise, she might miss out on her chance to challenge Nightingale. Boom, boom, boom! As the sounds of battle continued echoing throughout the forest, Blue Sheath arrived within 100 yards of the battlefield. There were several hundred players fighting on the battlefield right now. Of the two clashing sides, the side with greater numbers consisted of players wearing World Dominators' guild emblem, while the side with fewer numbers consisted of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem. Meanwhile, after observing the battle for a moment, Blue Sheath couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? Logically, World Dominators should have been at an absolute advantage thanks to their overwhelming numbers. Yet now, World Dominators' members were fighting a retreating battle, their team of several hundred members getting pummeled by Mysterious Moon's several dozen members. At this moment, even World Dominators' Zuo Tianquang was getting pinned down by Mysterious Moon's Vice Guild leader, Crimson Seal. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part. What astonished Blue Sheath the most would still have to be the sight of the silver-haired female assassin dashing around the battlefield, killing one player after another. Meanwhile, this silver-haired assassin was also the opponent. Blue Sheath was seeking to challenge Nightingale. Currently, Nightingale wore leather armor engraved with magic patterns, and her body radiated mana from top to bottom. The mana she radiated had even taken on a faint, misty form. As for the two crescent blades she wielded, they were like demonic claws that tore through everything in their path. Even Lonely Dragon, a Hammer Knight and Zhuo Tianquang's vice commander, couldn't face Nightingale's attacks directly. When confronted with Nightingale's attacks, his only option was to rely on his footwork to evade Nightingale's attacks. Even then, he didn't last more than 30 seconds before he lost all of his HP to Nightingale's crescent blades. The current Nightingale was so strong that even Blue Sheath dared not move forward to challenge her. Moreover, Nightingale wasn't the only anomaly on this battlefield. The other Mysterious Moon experts were also exhibiting extraordinary combat power. 40? Since when did Mysterious Moon have so many experts with near Tier 4 strength? After observing the battle for some time, Blue Sheath finally understood why World Dominators' members were at such a severe disadvantage. Although Mysterious Moon only had 40 members on this battlefield, every one of them was an expert with combat power nearing the Tier 4 standard. This number was double of what World Dominators' side possessed. Even though World Dominators' side had more players, most of these players were of no help whatsoever. In front of an expert with near Tier 4 strength, ordinary Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts were nothing more than cannon fodder. After the battle continued for a few more minutes, Zhuo Tianquang had finally died after getting besieged by several Mysterious Moon experts. Along with Zhuo Tianquang's death, the final member of World Dominators' Trunk Card Legion had also disappeared from the New Moon Forest. Chapter 3051, Chapter 25, Chapter 25, 100 Flow City in an uproar Jinhai City, downtown area, Lan Family Mansion. What? Nearly all of our experts in 100 Flow City got annihilated. Impossible. Hadn't you been moving with World Dominators? How can nearly all of you get killed? Also, you all got killed by Zero Wing of all guilds? Lan Hailong, dressed in a collared suit with two female secretaries standing by his side, bellowed as he glared at Luo Tiancheng through the video call. When he heard the news Luo Tiancheng suddenly brought him, he couldn't help but shoot up from his seat, the grape wine in his hand spilling all over the floor. Zero Wing was nothing but a small guild established by someone he had dismissed from his guild. Yet now, he was being told that this small guild had eradicated nearly all of his guild's experts. How could he possibly believe this? The most ridiculous part about this was that Zero Wing had accomplished this feat with only one player. It's true, Chairman Lan, Luo Tiancheng said with a helpless and bitter smile. Moreover, it isn't just us who got done in. Guild leader Gu and his team also got wiped out by that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing. According to guild leader Gu's analysis, he suspects that person might be a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, one attack. With just one attack, that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing had snuffed out the lives of over 1,000 players. The attack had happened so quickly and suddenly that Luo Tiancheng didn't even manage to react to it. Before he knew it, the world around him had turned gray, and his connection with his body was forcibly disconnected. The only thing he managed to see was a cloaked figure holding a sword in the distance. A God-ranked expert? Impossible. How can a small guild have ties with a God-ranked expert? Also, Gu Yiren is one of World Dominators' top-tier geniuses. Even a God-ranked expert won't have an easy time killing him in the miniature ancient world. Lan Hailong instinctively refused to believe Luo Tiancheng's words. Gu Yiren was one of the people World Dominators had tasked with managing its affiliated guilds in the miniature ancient world. Setting aside the fact that Gu Yiren was a Flowing Water Realm expert, just the fact that he was considered a top-tier genius in World Dominators meant that he would have received some tools that could save him during desperate times. The various superpowers might not care much about the lives of their normal members, but it was a different story for the lives of their top-tier geniuses. The cost of even a single death was high in the miniature ancient world. If the various superpowers wanted to ensure their advantage in the miniature ancient world, they would definitely do everything they could to prevent their top-tier geniuses from dying. As a super guild, there was no way World Dominators would supply its top-tier geniuses with life-saving items. Meanwhile, just like Lan Hailong surmised, Gu Yiren had indeed received life-saving items from his guild. With the items he had, he could easily survive an assassination attempt from even domain realm experts. Unfortunately, Gu Yiren hadn't expected Shi Feng's attack to be so strong and fast. Everything happened so quickly that he had already gotten killed before he even realized what was going on. Naturally, he didn't have time to use his life-saving items either. Otherwise, even if Shi Feng's attack could shatter space, he couldn't have stopped the activation of a Tier 4 teleportation scroll. I'm telling the truth, Chairman Lan. You can ask Guild Leader Gu about this yourself, Luo Tiancheng said. When he saw Lan Hailong's crazed expression, he could understand what was going through the other party's mind. If he were standing in Lan Hailong's shoes, he wouldn't have been able to accept this situation either. In order to capitalize on the miniature ancient world's benefits, Shadow had borrowed a lot of credits to gear its experts with level 100 epic weapons and equipment. After all, Shadow's experts had achieved significant improvements in their combat standards after receiving World Dominators' training resources. If they combined their improved combat standards with epic weapons and equipment, they could go against even the experts of first-rate guilds. Yet now, after taking a deep breath, Lan Heilong asked, "How many? How many epic weapons and equipment did we lose?" "Roughly 500 pieces," Luo Tiancheng answered carefully. Although Shadow had suffered over 1,000 casualties in the fight with Zero Wing, not everyone was geared with epic weapons and equipment. After all, even if Shadow had the money, there weren't that many level 100 epic weapons and equipment available for sale. At a reasonable price, that is. Because the various powers were frantically buying up epic weapons and equipment, the average price of these items had also skyrocketed. With Shadow's limited financial strength, it could only equip around half of its experts with epic weapons and equipment. Hence, the loss they suffered wasn't as terrible as one would expect. However, Lan Heilong nearly fainted when he heard Luo Tiancheng's answer. The average price of a piece of level 100 epic equipment was 300,000 credits, while the price of a level 100 epic weapon was 700,000 credits. If he assumed half of the epic items lost were weapons, his total loss would reach 250 million credits. He had already invested all of the money he had into the miniature ancient world. A loss of 250 million was no different than a stab to his heart. World Dominators. Is World Dominators not going to do anything about this situation? Lan Heilong asked, a glimmer of hope appearing in his heart. Shadow was one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds, and its experts had suffered annihilation while carrying out a mission for World Dominators. By reason, World Dominators should avenge Shadow. If that happened, there was a high chance that Shadow could recover the weapons and equipment it lost. Even if they couldn't recover those items, so long as World Dominators offered to help Shadow in 100 Flow City, Shadow would still have a chance to return to the miniature ancient world's front lines in the future. However, as soon as Lan Heilong finished asking his question, a voice came from beside Luo Tiancheng. That's unlikely to happen. Mysterious Moon has already annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions that are stationed in 100 Flow City. World Dominators lost. You're saying World Dominators, a super guild, lost? Lan Heilong was dumbfounded as he looked at Rampant Blade, who had appeared in the video call. At this time, let alone Lan Heilong, even Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the news Rampant Blade shared. It was already unbelievable that Zero Wing had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert helping it. However, a first-rate guild defeating a super guild was even more unbelievable. Even if it were only 3 of a super guild's legions, this matter still sounded like fantasy. At the same time, news of World Dominators' defeat also quickly spread throughout the entire 100 Flow City. This is crazy. This world must be going crazy. I didn't think Mysterious Moon had hidden its strength so well. I can't believe even World Dominators is no match for Mysterious Moon. Sure enough, times are changing in God's domain. When the various powers and players learned of this shocking piece of news, some felt admiration toward Mysterious Moon, while some felt that World Dominators had weakened. Most importantly, everyone had come to realize one thing. Super guilds were no longer unbeatable existences. Because of this situation, many powers that had been accumulating their strength in secret had begun growing restless, and all of them were thinking of challenging the various superpowers' authority. Chapter 3052, Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Saint Legacy, 100 Flow City, Witches' Sins Residence, 40? You're saying Mysterious Moon has 40 experts with strength nearing the Tier 4 standard? Lu Wusheng asked, greatly surprised when he heard Blue Sheet's report. Then, realization dawned upon him as he said, no wonder World Dominators stayed silent after losing to Mysterious Moon. Without mobilizing all of its forces, there's no way World Dominators can deal with those 40 experts. The public was only aware that Mysterious Moon had won against World Dominators, not how Mysterious Moon had achieved this victory. Although this information was already plenty shocking, it was nothing compared to the information Blue Sheath brought back. I thought World Dominators would try to recover its lost reputation immediately, but it seems that won't be happening anytime soon, Lu Wusheng said as he stroked his beard. I have truly underestimated Mysterious Moon. I didn't think they would actually be so far ahead of Witch's Sin. I didn't think that Mysterious Moon has hidden its strength so deeply, Blue Sheath said, nodding in agreement. Challenging a superpower was a necessary process for all first-rate guilds. Only when a first-rate guild had managed to achieve a victory against a superpower would the other powers in God's domain recognize it as a superpower. Otherwise, nobody would be convinced of the first-rate guild's status, and nobody would fear it as they would fear a superpower. However, while Mysterious Moon might have snatched the initiative, it is Witch's Sin's turn to make a move next, Lu Wusheng said, his voice filled with determination. Actually, Mysterious Moon's matter isn't the most shocking thing I saw today, Elder Lu, Blue Sheath suddenly said. Before I discovered Mysterious Moon's fight with World Dominators, I saw something even more amazing. Something even more amazing? Lu Wusheng couldn't help but be a little surprised. If news of Mysterious Moon having 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength got out, it would most likely shake the entire miniature ancient world. Nobody would think that world dominators had grown weaker after losing to Mysterious Moon either. On the contrary, they would think that world dominators' defeat was inevitable. So, Lu Wusheng found it hard to believe that there was something even more amazing than this matter. A Tier 6 sword god has entered the miniature ancient world, Blue Sheath said, uttering every word loudly and clearly. Moreover, I can guarantee that it's a sword god that I have never seen before. A never-before-seen sword god in the miniature ancient world? Lu Wusheng felt a chill crawling down his spine when he heard Blue Sheath's words. Are you certain? It should be known that Tier 6 god-ranked experts were high and mighty existences. Even if the miniature ancient world had a lot of opportunities and potentially even housed god legacies, these opportunities were nothing to a true Tier 6 god-ranked expert. There was no way a god-ranked expert would do something as stupid as abandoning their Tier 6 status and restarting their progress in the miniature ancient world. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't do such a thing. The reason for this was simple. The birth of every Tier 6 god-ranked expert required an astronomical amount of 7 luminaries crystals. It was why only the strongest among first-rate guilds possessed Tier 6 god-ranked experts. While the various superpowers had the 7 luminaries crystals to produce multiple god-ranked experts, they definitely couldn't afford to waste these resources. Hence, there shouldn't exist a Tier 6 god-ranked expert in the entire miniature ancient world. If such an expert existed, there could only be one explanation. An outer world player. I have a record of the battle, Blue Sheath said as she forwarded the video she recorded of Shi Feng's battle. A saint legacy. This was the first thought that came to Lu Wusheng's mind after watching the video. Most people would only take Shi Feng's attack at face value when they saw the attack shattering space. However, as a Tier 5 Divine Mage and someone incredibly close to reaching Tier 6, Lu Wusheng possessed much greater knowledge than most players. Meanwhile, thanks to his knowledge, Lu Wusheng could tell that the main reason Shi Feng could exhibit such power with his attack was due to his extraordinary control and usage of mana. The level of control and usage Shi Feng had exhibited was simply unheard of. Out of all the existences Lu Wusheng could think of, the saints of legends, individuals who had reached the extremities of one particular field, should be the only existences capable of manipulating mana in such a precise and ingenious manner. Hence, he concluded that in addition to being a Tier 6 god-ranked expert, Shi Feng must also have a saint legacy. I believe Mysterious Moon shares a close relationship with this sword god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the New Moon Forest when Mysterious Moon was challenging world dominators, Blue Sheath said, offering her opinion on the matter. No, you're completely mistaken, Lu Wusheng said, shaking his head. Or, more specifically, everyone in 100 Flow City is mistaken. This god-ranked expert didn't appear because Mysterious Moon decided to challenge world dominators. Instead, it is because Mysterious Moon has formed a partnership with this god-ranked expert beforehand that it dared to challenge world dominators. 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength. This was a force only a veteran super guild like world dominators could muster at this stage of the game. Newer super guilds and other superpowers couldn't muster such a force even if they wanted to. Mysterious Moon was merely a first-rate guild that didn't even have a Tier 6 god-ranked expert. How the hell did it come to possess so many experts of such caliber? What should we do about this, Elder Lu? Blue Sheath asked. After thinking it over, she felt that Elder Lu's words made sense. Otherwise, she'd have no way to explain how Nightingale, someone slightly weaker than her in terms of combat standard, possessed the ability to kill a domain realm expert like World Dominators' Hammer Knight Lonely Dragon. Go and get ready. It's about time we visit Zero Wing as well, Lu Wusheng said, smiling as he stood up from his seat. We can't let Mysterious Moon monopolize everything. Good things must be shared. I understand. Blue Sheath nodded. I'll have people find out where Zero Wing is based immediately. After saying so, Blue Sheath vanished from the conference room, leaving Lu Wusheng by himself. An outer world player, is it? It seems it's about time we break free from World Dominators' control, Lu Wusheng muttered as he looked out the window. Witch's Sin had already reached the standard of a super first-rate guild 3 years ago. Its strength had long since gone beyond the level of even top-tier first-rate guilds. In addition to having 2 publicly known Tier 6 god-ranked experts, it also had one other Tier 6 god-ranked expert in secret. With 3 Tier 6 god-ranked experts and the guild's near-perfect guild legacy that allowed it to nurture players systematically until the Void Realm, Witch's Sin was more than qualified to become a super first-rate guild. Even actual super first-rate guilds were no better than Witch's Sin in these regards. However, Witch's Sin still chose to conceal its strength and hide behind world dominators. This was because the leadership of Witch's Sin understood that it still wasn't time for their guild to reveal its strength. They understood that the pool of water known as God's Domain was much deeper than most people thought. It definitely wasn't as shallow as it seemed. 3 god-ranked experts were far from enough to accomplish anything great in God's Domain. Witch's Sin still required an opportunity. Meanwhile, now was the chance for Witch's Sin to rise. Chapter 3053, Chapter 27, Astonishing Wealth. 100 Flow City, New Moon Forest. After Shi Feng exterminated Shadows and World Dominators as experts, the other experts on the battlefield promptly scattered like a bunch of frightened birds, leaving only Shi Feng's party of 5 behind. In no time at all, the previously lively surroundings of the New Moon Lake had become desolate and silent. "You're too cruel, guild leader. You ruined my wonderful training opportunity." Happy Snow complained when she looked at the desolate lakeside area. "I'm already close to breaking through the last barrier. All I needed was to spar with a few more Flowing Water Realm experts." Flowing Water Realm experts were incredibly rare in God's domain, and opportunities to spar with such experts were even rarer. Unless she went knocking on the door of a guild with Flowing Water Realm experts, it was unlikely that she would come across such opportunities. Meanwhile, out of the affiliated guilds World Dominators had gathered today, some of them had dispatched Flowing Water Realm experts. Yet, the battle was already over after she had the chance to execute only one move. The Flowing Water Realm experts standing behind Gu Yiren didn't even get the chance to make a move before Shi Feng killed them. It is indeed a pity. Su Qianlu also revealed a disappointed look in regards to this situation. If Shi Feng hadn't made a move, she could have gotten the chance to spar with true experts like Gu Yiren. Gu Yiren and his subordinates had trained under a super guild, so their foundations must be greater than the average Flowing Water Realm expert. If she could spar with such experts, she could definitely improve her combat standards. "Can you two battle maniacs stop being ungrateful? I think the guild leader's actions are right. See how much work he saved you guys?" Blackie reprimanded, curling his lips as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. "If we had to kill them one after another, most of Shadow's experts would have fled after realizing they're no match for us. If we allowed that to happen, what's the point of us coming over to intercept them in the first place?" There were only 2 ways to affect a guild in God's domain. The first way was through targeting a guild's experts. The second way was through targeting a guild's income. If one caused sufficient damage to any of these 2 methods, one could erase a guild from God's domain. Meanwhile, their goal this time was to target Shadow's experts. Apart from being the symbol of Shadow, these experts were also the strength Shadow relied on to raid team dungeons. Without these experts, Shadow would no longer have a stable supply of high-quality weapons and equipment. If it became known that Shadow lacked the ability to raid high-difficulty team dungeons and secure high-quality weapons and equipment, who'd possibly be willing to join or stay in Shadow? Eventually, Shadow would gradually lose its members and eventually be forced to disband. However, whether it was Su Qianlu or Happy Snow, neither of them bothered themselves with internal affairs. They remained oblivious to the importance of high-quality weapons and equipment to an organization in God's domain. They also didn't know how to cherish a good opportunity to secure a bunch of high-quality weapons and equipment. From how Blackie looked at it, if it weren't for Firecloud sacrificing all of his time and energy managing internal affairs, Su Qianlu's 1,000 Flow adventurer team would have never managed to survive in the Black Dragon Empire. Now that Happy Snow and Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing, they became even more unhinged. They paid zero attention to the guild's internal affairs and focused entirely on improving their strength. It was especially true after they acquired the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Both of them had become crazed battle maniacs. "Alright, hurry up and collect the loot," Shi Feng said as he watched Su Qianlu and Blackie bickering with each other. He wasn't surprised that they had differing opinions, though. Or, more specifically, he had already gotten used to this situation. After all, when they were in Shadow, Blackie was responsible for managing internal affairs, while Su Qianlu was responsible for managing external affairs. It was also the same case in Zero Wing during Shi Feng's previous life. This battle is only a warm-up. The real fight has just started. Just started? Su Qianlu was confused by Shi Feng's words. Hasn't Mysterious Moon defeated World Dominators already? These next 2 days were the most crucial for competing for the Dark Moon Outpost. After Mysterious Moon had annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions, the experts of World Dominators' affiliated guilds had also fled the New Moon Forest. It was unlikely that World Dominators could organize a force strong enough to go against Mysterious Moon these next 2 days. Hence, Mysterious Moon was almost guaranteed to secure the Dark Moon Outpost. Aside from having to wait for Mysterious Moon to transfer the Dark Moon Outpost's shops to Zero Wing, there shouldn't be anything that Zero Wing needed to do these next 2 days. Mysterious Moon has indeed defeated World Dominators, Shi Feng said, chuckling. But do you honestly think a super guild has so little strength? After this incident, World Dominators will most likely start retaliating for real. During his previous life, Shi Feng had been the guild leader of the #1 guild in God's domain, hence he knew just how powerful a super guild was. World Dominators might have difficulty mustering a force of 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength, but targeting a first-rate guild and securing a measly outpost was child's play for it. In God's domain, defending one's possessions was often more difficult than fighting for another person's possessions. After this battle, it would be Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon's turn to defend, while World Dominators would begin its offensive. Meanwhile, only after they had successfully defended their advantage would their victory count. This was something Mysterious Moon probably understood as well. In fact, Mysterious Moon might have already begun concentrating its strength in Hundred Flow City to solidify its hold over the Dark Moon Outpost. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Outpost would become the foundation for Zero Wing's future development, and a significant amount of money and resources would be necessary to develop it. Hence, Zero Wing needed to take every opportunity it had to secure valuable resources. After 10 minutes of looting, Shi Feng's party collected all of the items on the ground. Crap. Since when was Shadow this rich? Over half of all these items are epic ranked. Blackie couldn't help but be astonished when he was done sorting through the loot. Lan Heilong will probably have a heart attack if he learns of this loss. They had acquired a little over 1,000 weapons and equipment in this battle, and over 600 of them were epic ranked. It should be known that they had targeted mainly Shadow's experts during the previous fight, while the number of World Dominators' experts they killed was no more than 100. In other words, over 500 of the epic weapons and equipment they looted belonged to Shadow. They could already arm a 100-man team to the teeth with this many epic weapons and equipment. At this time, even Shi Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Lan Heilong. A 100-man team's worth of epic weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds could only afford to gear their main force to such an extent. This meant that Shadow had just lost an entire main force's worth of equipment. Nice, we've hit the jackpot this time, Firecloud exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the weapons and equipment in his bag. We won't have to worry about lacking equipment when we recruit more members later. The number of epic weapons and equipment they just acquired surpassed even the total number the 1,000 Flow Adventurer team possessed when the Adventurer team transitioned into the miniature ancient world. Zero Wing's guild warehouse would remain stocked for a long time with this huge influx of weapons and equipment. No, we will be selling everything but the epic weapons. The sooner the better, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, it's best if we can convert these items into magic crystals. As for the guild warehouse, I'll think of a way to produce more mana equipment sets later. Setting aside level 100 epic weapons, level 100 epic equipment could only be used in the current stage of the game. Once the various powers entered the level 120 neutral zone and interacted with the outer world players, mana equipment would quickly become the mainstream equipment. At that time, other than powerful epic weapons and equipment, everything else would become outdated. Rather than wait until the level 100 epic equipment lost their value, it'd be better to sell the equipment while they could still get a good price. They could also use the coins and magic crystals they earned to upgrade the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Okay, I'll go and get it done, Blackie said, having no opinions regarding Shi Feng's decision. After experiencing the mana equipment set's effects, he could no longer see ordinary epic equipment as excellent. After Shi Feng's party returned to Hundred Flow City, Shi Feng suddenly received an emergency notification from the system. Simultaneously, a window showing the surveillance footage of his villa popped up in front of him. Why are they here? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene displayed in the surveillance footage. Noticing the strange look on Shi Feng's face, Su Qianlu curiously asked, "What's wrong, guild leader?" "It's nothing. Some old acquaintances just appeared outside my house," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Old acquaintances? Who?" Blackie asked curiously. He knew that Shi Feng had very few acquaintances in Jinhai City, and even fewer among them would come knocking on his door at this time. In response, Shi Feng calmly said, "Lan Hailong, Chapter 3054, Chapter 12.8, Chapter 12.8, Fight? Lan Hailong? Why is he here?" Blackie's expression darkened a little when he heard Shi Feng's words. He had spent the past 10 years striving for Shadow. Yet, not only did he have nothing to show for it, but he had even gotten thrown away like a used tool by Lan Heilong. Fortunately, the miniature ancient world had appeared, and he had managed to get into Zero Wing. Although he hadn't made any money yet, he could already see the future prospects of the guild. Zero Wing definitely had a promising future, and it would certainly surpass Shadow by leaps and bounds in the future. He's probably here for those epic weapons and equipment. Levels lost can be recovered, but it won't be easy to recover all those epic items, Su Qianlu said, smiling. Even her 1,000 Flow Adventurer team did not possess this many epic weapons and equipment when it transitioned into the miniature ancient world. It wasn't hard for her to imagine how devastated Lan Heilong must have felt after finding out about such a loss. It might be a different story if Lan Heilong didn't know who had come into possession of these epic weapons and equipment. However, in a situation where he knew who had acquired these items, there was no way he wouldn't do something about it. "Guild leader, that Lan Heilong must be up to no good. I'll bring people over to your place right away," Blackie hurriedly said when he recalled the sinister methods Lan Heilong had employed in the past. "No need, I can take care of it by myself." "You go and sell the equipment," Shi Feng said, waving his hand. "Will you really be fine, guild leader?" Su Qianlu asked with some concern. "Don't worry, it's just Lan Hailong and his thugs. They don't have the strength to do anything against me," Shi Feng said, smiling. "All right, I'm logging off. If it were 2 weeks ago, Shi Feng might have had a little trouble dealing with Lan Hailong. However, the S-rank nutrient fluids he consumed had already healed his hidden injuries and revitalized his body cells fully. Combined with his training, he now possessed the physical fitness of a half-step master. Now, he would have no problems facing even martial arts masters. After saying so, Shi Feng promptly chose to log out of God's domain. Outside Shi Feng's villa, under the villa's surveillance camera, Lan Heilong currently wore an ugly expression on his face. His eyes were also vaguely bloodshot, and even his clothes still had a lot of wine stains left on them. At this moment, he was completely devoid of his past arrogance and majesty. This bastard simply isn't taking us seriously, Chairman. He's made us wait outside for over 10 minutes already. The muscular and balding Zhou Yuhu said impatiently. Should I break inside and drag him out? Zhou Yuhu was currently Shadow's chief training instructor. He had also participated in many fighting competitions in the city and won many trophies during his younger days. Although his combat standards were inferior to Shi Feng in God's domain, he was far superior to Shi Feng in combat in the real world. With his physical fitness currently at the half-step Henglian master standard, he could easily take on 2 or 3 Shi Fengs simultaneously. Meanwhile, the security system of Shi Feng's villa might seem excellent, but Zhou Yuhu was confident he could sneak inside without any cameras catching him. However, after hearing Zhou Yuhu's suggestion, Lan Heilong calmed down a little and shook his head, saying, Shi Feng now has a tier 6 god-ranked expert backing him, so he's naturally feeling arrogant. We'll wait. Since Lan Heilong had already said so, as Lan Heilong's #1 henchman, Zhou Yuhu had no choice but to dismiss his plans and continue waiting. After another 10 minutes had gone by, the villa's door finally opened, and standing behind it was Shi Feng. At this time, Shi Feng was dressed in a bathrobe, and his hair was still wet. Evidently, he had just come out of the shower. Shi Feng. Zhou Yuhu immediately felt his anger flaring up when he saw Shi Feng's attire. We've been standing outside for so long, yet you were inside taking a shower? Are you even taking us seriously? Do you have business with me? Shi Feng asked, ignoring Zhou Yuhu as he turned to look at Lan Heilong. Honestly, he wasn't trying to trouble Lan Heilong and Zhou Yuhu by taking a shower. Instead, he had simply taken a shower because his body had grown dirty and sticky after spending many hours cooped up inside his virtual gaming cabin. I know you're very upset with me, Shi Feng. Seemingly regaining his past majesty, Lan Heilong calmly said, now that you have a god-ranked expert standing behind you, it's natural that you can ignore Shadow and me. However, don't you know you've just brought disaster to yourself? Disaster? Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Lan Heilong's high and mighty behavior. What is this disaster you speak of, Chairman Lan? Your Zero Wing might have a god-ranked expert backing it, but not only did your people annihilate Shadow's experts right in front of World Dominator's many affiliated guilds, but they've also killed Gu Yiren, one of World Dominator's administrators in the miniature ancient world. Do you think World Dominators will let Zero Wing off the hook after this slight? Lan Heilong asked. When he looked at Shi Feng's nonchalant expression, he could tell that the other party wasn't heeding his words whatsoever. So, he continued, I can tell you now that World Dominators is very angry over this matter. It is even prepared to issue a bounty across the entire miniature ancient world. That god-ranked expert might not care about having a bounty placed on him, but what about the rest of you? Do you think you can survive the pursuit of the miniature ancient world's countless experts? Nodding to Lan Heilong's words, Shi Feng asked, So, hasn't Zero Wing acquired Shadow's lost epic weapons and equipment? Chuckling, Lan Heilong said, I can make you an offer. Think of a way to sell those items back to Shadow. You can at least give that god-ranked expert an explanation that way. In return, Shadow will plead World Dominator's side for mercy and forget about issuing a bounty on Zero Wing. This is a deal that is good for both of us. Shi Feng quietly looked at Lan Heilong. After listening to Lan Heilong's offer, he suddenly found that Lan Heilong wasn't a brainless fool like he thought. The man was simply ignorant of the current situation. Your offer is good, but I refuse, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Don't delude yourself, Shi Feng. World Dominator's bounty will be one that can tempt countless experts. There is no way Zero Wing can survive this, Lan Heilong said, his gaze suddenly turning icy cold. This is your only chance. Let's just fight then. After saying so, Shi Feng closed the door and stopped entertaining Lan Heilong and Zhou Yuhu, his actions causing Lan Heilong to grow dumbfounded. Chapter 355, Chapter 12.9. Chapter 12.9, Arrogant Shi Feng, TL Notes, made a change to Chapter 28. 20th March 2022. Bounty kill order, what does he mean? Lan Heilong fell into a daze as he stared at the villa's shut door. Fight? Fight who? World Dominators? A super guild? Should I take care of him, Chairman? Zhou Yuhu suggested. Don't bother wasting your energy, Lan Heilong said, shaking his head. Then, with a somewhat gloomy expression, he said, Before I came here, Gu Yiren had already told us not to provoke Shi Feng no matter what for now. Does guild leader Gu doubt my strength? Zhou Yuhu asked angrily. I'm not trying to boast, Chairman, but my physical fitness has improved significantly since I started receiving World Dominators' training resources. I'm only a little ways off from becoming a martial arts master. It's a piece of cake for me to take care of Shi Feng. You should be aware of Gu Yiren's strength. Do you think you can beat Gu Yiren in a fight? Lan Heilong asked as he glanced at Zhou Yuhu. Zhou Yuhu shook his head in response. Gu Yiren's physical fitness had already reached a realm that was beyond his reach. If they fought seriously, he felt that Gu Yiren could claim his life in a single move. Gu Yiren has said that he isn't a match for Shi Feng. If you still wish to try after hearing this, be my guest, Lan Heilong said as he looked at the lights on the second floor lighting up. If it weren't for Gu Yiren's warning, he would have most likely had a similar idea as Zhou Yuhu. After all, there was no way he would take such a slight sitting down. Initially, Lan Hailong had been skeptical of Gu Yiren's claims. However, when he recalled how Gu Yiren talked about Shi Feng fearfully, and then saw how nonchalantly Shi Feng treated them today, he realized that Gu Yiren might have been speaking the truth. Even guild leader Gu isn't a match? Zhou Yuhu was stunned when he heard Lan Hailong's words. At the same time, a hint of fear had also appeared in his eyes as he stared at the villa's second floor. But are we really going to let this matter slide? Since Gu Yiren had already spoken as such about Shi Feng, Zhou Yuhu naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to barge into Shi Feng's villa. If he did that, Shi Feng would be completely within his right to take care of him. Shi Feng could even cripple him without having to worry about any legal repercussions. On the other hand, not only would he have to receive a beating, but he might even get into legal trouble for trespassing onto private property. Let this matter slide? The corners of his mouth lifting slightly, Lan Hailong said, "How can we let this matter slide? Shi Feng might think that he's become amazing, but he simply has no idea how powerful a super guild is. Just wait and see. It won't be long before Shi Feng comes running to beg me." Before coming into contact with world dominators, Lan Hailong hadn't thought much of super guilds. While he acknowledged that super guilds were powerful, he didn't think they were invincible. He even used to think of challenging a super guild if there was an opportunity to do so. However, after partnering with world dominators, he realized just how powerful super guilds were. The strength the various super guilds revealed to the public was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this small tip was already enough to scare the various non-superpowers into submission. But what about all those epic weapons and equipment we lost? Zhou Yuhu asked worriedly. Without those items, our main force won't be able to compete against the other powers' main force. We'll also be a step behind in exploring level 110 plus maps. Currently, most of the various powers experts in the miniature ancient world had already reached level 103. Some powerful experts had even reached level 1004 already. Meanwhile, once the various powers' main force members reached level 1005, they would promptly advance into level 110 maps and widen the gap between them and other players. However, the miniature ancient world had a significantly harsher level suppression system. Without a full suit of epic weapons and equipment, players would have difficulty grinding level 110 monsters at level 105. We don't have any other choice. We'll mortgage one of our main cities first and use the money to replace what we lost. I refuse to believe that Shadow can't survive without that batch of epic weapons and equipment Zero Wing stole, Lan Hailong said, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the villa's second floor hatefully. I want to see just how long Zero Wing can survive against World Dominators' kill order. After saying so, Lan Hailong turned around and walked away. Zhou Yuhu also took one last look at the villa before chasing after Lan Hailong. Meanwhile, on the villa's second floor, after executing 3 repetitions of the body-strengthening technique, Shi Feng grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid out of the fridge and drank it. Then, he climbed into his virtual gaming cabin and got ready to log into God's domain. It seems we've thoroughly enraged World Dominators this time. I didn't think World Dominators would put a kill order on us. Shi Feng frowned a little when he recalled Lan Hailong's words. When a player power issued a kill order, it showed that this player power was determined to kill the person or organization they targeted. Simply put, a kill order was a bounty. However, the bounty offered by a superpower was different from what non-superpowers could offer. The bounty the average power offered wouldn't earn the interest of peak experts. This was because the average power would only offer credits or coins for their bounty. At best, it would offer epic weapons and equipment. However, none of these things could catch the interest of peak experts. After all, a peak expert in God's domain could easily earn several million credits from a single commission. Obtaining epic weapons and equipment was a simple task for peak experts as well. Or, more specifically, most peak experts were the ones selling epic weapons and equipment in God's domain. Hence, the bounties issued by the average power in God's domain wouldn't attract the interest of peak experts at all. However, it was a different story if it were a bounty issued by a superpower. It was especially so if said superpower was a super guild, an existence standing at the top among the various superpowers. A super guild's bounty could cause even apex experts to go crazy, let alone peak experts. Whenever a super guild issued a bounty, the very minimum reward it would offer was a fragmented legendary item. Fragmented legendary items were things that even first-rate guilds had few of. Typically, even first-rate guilds wouldn't be willing to offer fragmented legendary items as a reward for their bounties. However, a super guild wouldn't care about that. Aside from fragmented legendary items, super guilds would also offer legacies as rewards. Of course, these weren't your average legacies. Instead, they were god legacies. These were legacies that even most first-rate guilds lacked the ability to acquire. Meanwhile, a god legacy would have a fatal attraction toward experts stuck in the boundary between Tier 5 and Tier 6. It was similar to how Galaxy Past was adamant in acquiring the Holy Annihilation mana technique. If World Dominators had decided to issue a kill order on Zero Wing, Shi Feng did not doubt that many peak experts and apex experts would come after Zero Wing. While Shi Feng was confident he could repel these attacks without trouble, it was a different story for Su Qianlu and the others. Currently, the strongest member in Zero Wing after Shi Feng was Su Qianlu. With her combat standards paired with the ancient mana equipment set, she could fight against an Apex expert fully geared in top-tier epic items. However, while she might be able to fight off one Apex expert, what if she had to go up against 2 or 3 simultaneously? Many Peak and Apex experts had flooded into the miniature ancient world in an attempt to reach Tier 6. There was no way these experts wouldn't be interested in a kill order issued by world dominators. Even if Su Qianlu and the others grouped up whenever they went out to grind, it probably won't take more than a few seconds before they got sent back to the city. With world dominators' kill order in effect, Su Qianlu and the others wouldn't even be able to leave the city to level up. It seems I'll have to open Abyssal Star City ahead of time. Chapter 356, Chapter 13, Surge of Wealth. By the time Shi Feng had returned to God's domain, the entire 100 Flow City was already buzzing with activity. Almost every player in the city was talking about the battle in the New Moon Forest feverishly. Did you hear? It seems Mysterious Moon has fully occupied the New Moon Forest already. Yet, despite knowing this, World Dominators hasn't dared to send any people there. It seems World Dominators intends to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost. Of course I've heard about it. Also, your information is outdated. Outdated? According to my sources, World Dominators has already demanded Mysterious Moon to withdraw from the competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. Otherwise, even if Mysterious Moon manages to acquire it, World Dominators will turn the outpost into a restricted area. World Dominators is going too far. It's behaving no different from a bully at this point, I know, right? But Mysterious Moon has also declared that it would fight till the very end. Moreover, it is currently recruiting new players and experts, and the benefits it is offering are excellent. If Mysterious Moon manages to secure the Dark Moon Outpost as well, all of its members will get to save a lot of travel time. The players on the street discussed the war between Mysterious Moon and World Dominators, and many couldn't help but be enraged by World Dominators' overbearing attitude. At the same time, independent players who had been subjected to the various superpowers' oppression all these years couldn't help but be tempted to join Mysterious Moon. After all, Mysterious Moon was the only first-rate guild to have achieved victory against a super guild these past few years. Now, it had even resolved itself to fight to the bloody end. I've also received a different piece of news. I heard that World Dominators is also planning on putting a kill order on a guild called Zero Wing. Zero Wing? Isn't that a newly established small guild? I heard that Zero Wing is super amazing. Despite being only a small guild, it has a Tier 6 God-ranked expert among its ranks. Moreover, Zero Wing has even annihilated one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds right in front of World Dominators' face. Right now, World Dominators is planning on offering 1 God Legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. You'll get 5 points for killing Zero Wing's elite members, 20 points for killing internal members, 100 points for killing core members, and 1,000 points for killing executive members. You can then use these points to exchange with World Dominators. Crazy. This is crazy. What is going on with this miniature ancient world? It's only been a few days since it opened. Yet first it was Mysterious Moon. Now it is a newly established guild. Is everyone trying to go against World Dominators? It's also because of this situation that World Dominators is trying to set an example. There's no way anybody couldn't resist the temptation of these rewards. Although it costs 20 million points to exchange for the God Legacy and 5 million points for each fragmented legendary item, it's not entirely impossible to obtain this many points. This is a chance for many ordinary experts in the miniature ancient world to access these resources. You've tempted me with your words. Should we team up to hunt Zero Wing's members? I'll pass. I heard that while Zero Wing might not have many members, every one of them possesses extraordinary strength. Even the weakest among them is a first-rate expert. Rather than hunt Zero Wing's members, I'd be giving them equipment instead. When Shi Feng overheard the independent players' discussion, he couldn't help but chuckle. World Dominators sure is ruthless. Think it would go as far as to use a God Legacy as a bounty. Even I'm feeling a little tempted by this offer. The generosity of this point system should also allow hard-working ordinary experts to exchange for a fragmented legendary item. Setting aside the God Legacy, just the fragmented legendary items being offered were already more than enough to tempt most players into action. After all, a fragmented legendary item could grant players a massive boost to their combat power, much greater than what the standardized ancient mana equipment sets could provide. Even now, Shi Feng only had 1 fragmented legendary item in his possession, while most first-rate guilds didn't even have 30 fragmented legendary items. Yet now, World Dominators was offering over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. When Shi Feng arrived in front of the Candlelight Hotel, he received an urgent call from Blackie. Guild leader, have you received the news yet? World Dominators has placed a kill order on us. Now, practically every player in power in the miniature ancient world is talking about this matter. I've even received news saying that some superpowers experts are considering World Dominators' offer, Blackie said anxiously. Many of our members have already asked to withdraw from the guild because of World Dominator's kill order. Moreover, I'm afraid it will be incredibly difficult for us to go out and grind in the future. A super guild's kill order. This was the first time Blackie had ever experienced such a situation. In the past, whenever he learned of super guilds placing a kill order on someone, he would simply think of it as an entertaining piece of news. However, now that he was the target of one of these kill orders, he couldn't find it entertaining in the slightest. He also understood what it felt like to be subjected to a super guild's kill order. As soon as this kill order appeared, he felt that the whole world had become his enemies. Some of Zero Wing's members were even selling information on their fellow guildmates. Since Blackie was an executive of Zero Wing, his head was worth 1,000 points. If others killed him 5,000 times, they'd have enough points to redeem a fragmented legendary item from World Dominators. If they killed him 20,000 times, they'd had enough to exchange for a god legacy. 20,000 times. That'd be enough deaths to last him for 10 years. I've heard about it already, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Blackie's anxious expression. It's nothing big. Since World Dominators wants to play, we'll play with them. He had experienced this situation many times during his previous life, so he had long since grown used to it. Adding one more experience to the list wouldn't faze him in the slightest. I want to do that too, guild leader, but we're dead-ass broke. We don't have anything we can offer as a reward, Blackie said with a bitter smile. In addition to a god legacy, World Dominators had also offered over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward. These were all items that even Apex experts sought to obtain, let alone ordinary experts. The only thing of roughly equal value Zero Wing could offer was the standardized ancient mana equipment sets. However, if they recklessly gave these items away, it might backfire on them instead. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Shi Feng asked Doit1. It's going along smoothly, Blackie said excitedly. You have no idea how popular epic weapons and equipment are on the market right now, guild leader. Everything that appears in the auction house will get bought out almost immediately. Although we've sold only 70% of our epic equipment, we've already made 830,000 gold and 326 million magic crystals. That much? Shi Feng was a little flabbergasted. He finally understood Lan Heilong had swallowed his pride to come knocking on his door asking for those epic weapons and equipment. Lan Heilong had even gone as far as to ask to buy those items back. Because of the various powers' fervent attempt to secure a foothold in the miniature ancient world, the value of epic weapons and equipment here had soared even further. Now, it would seem that demand for these items far surpassed supply. Originally, Shi Feng thought that they could, at most, make 2 million gold from the sales of Shadow's epic weapons and equipment. Yet, even though they had only sold 70% of their haul thus far, they've already made over 2 million gold in profit. Even for a first-rate guild, a sum of 830,000 gold and 3.26 million magic crystals was a significant amount of wealth. It should be known that Zero Wing's transaction with Mysterious Moon only amounted to 100,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the equipment Zero Wing sold to Mysterious Moon came in 8-piece sets. 40 sets in total meant 320 pieces of equipment. Even though there was only a small difference in number, the difference in actual value was massive. If we convert all of these coins and magic crystals into mana equipment sets, we might have a chance at fighting against World Dominators, Blackie said, his worries lessening significantly when he recalled how many coins and magic crystals Zero Wing had earned. No! It's too much of a waste to convert everything into mana equipment sets. I have a much better use for these resources, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Come over to the Candlelight Hotel quickly. I'll take you to a good place. TL notes. The part where World Dominators is offering a god legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items is very absurd and contradictory to what we've known thus far about the miniature ancient world, so I assume that these rewards will be given out on the main continent instead of in the miniature ancient world. Most experts are entering the miniature ancient world for an opportunity to reach higher tiers, and fragmented legendary items are essentially opportunities for players who weren't executives of superpowers or first-rate powers. If they can get a fragmented legendary item or a god legacy reserved to their name on the main continent, they probably wouldn't mind starting over a new character on the main continent. There is also the option of helping others on the main continent acquire these opportunities in exchange for real-world benefits, S-rank nutrient fluid, life potion, etc. A little spoiler, but World Dominators is even going to add a legendary item in its list of rewards later on. Unless legendary items have suddenly become worthless, I doubt anyone can acquire a legendary item in the first few weeks of the miniature ancient world's launch. 1. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng mentioned in chapter 27 that they would only be selling the epic equipment, but the author wrote epic weapons and equipment in this chapter. I'm assuming he forgot, or he just typed weapons out of habit, but I'll leave it as such unless a future chapter proves this otherwise. Chapter 3057, Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Zero Wings Guild Residence, 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. At Shi Feng's command, Blackie promptly used a return scroll to teleport back to 100 Flow City. Then he hurried his way back to the Candlelight Hotel, not daring to delay for even a moment. After entering the hotel, Blackie followed Shi Feng to the secret room located in the hotel's basement. Then, after entering the secret room and making sure that nobody else was around, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer as he asked, "Why did you call me back so urgently, guild leader?" "Where are we heading to?" "To a city." "You'll know once we arrive," Shi Feng said as he took out a guild transfer scroll from his bag. Then, he handed the scroll to Blackie and continued, "Take this and use it." A guild transfer scroll? Blackie's eyes widened in shock when he saw the magic scroll Shi Feng offered him. "Guild leader, we have a guild residence now?" A guild transfer scroll was similar to a return scroll. However, instead of teleporting players to a city's teleportation hall, it teleported players to the guild residence linked to it instead. The transfer scrolls could also only be used by the members of the guild that produced them. Since Shi Feng was giving him a transfer scroll, it meant that Zero Wing now possessed its own guild residence. We did acquire one some time ago, but I kept it a secret from you guys because of reasons," Shi Feng said, nodding. Then, he took out another transfer scroll for himself and said, "All right, let's quickly head over. I have many things I need you to do once we head over there." "Okay." Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Blackie promptly activated his transfer scroll. A guild residence was something that almost every guild player would have come across. Any guild with sufficient strength would have their own guild residence. Or, more specifically, only after gaining a guild residence would a guild be recognized as such officially. Meanwhile, a guild residence granted many benefits to a guild's members, and it was of significant help to the development of a guild. When Blackie opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived inside an ancient-looking city. Many of the buildings in the city also looked somewhat dilapidated. This mana, it's so dense. Shortly after arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, Blackie quickly realized its uniqueness. Then, when he focused on perceiving his surrounding environment, he couldn't help but grow even more shocked. Not only is the mana here much denser than Hundred Flow cities, but its purification properties are also many times greater. Before meeting up with Shi Feng, Blackie had been grinding in the New Moon Forest, and his body had accumulated a significant amount of foreign energy as a result. Normally, if he rested in Hundred Flow City or any other NPC city, he would have needed an hour to get rid of this amount of foreign energy. However, upon arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, he discovered that the rate at which the foreign energy in his body disappeared had increased drastically. 10 minutes. At most, it would take 10 minutes for all of the foreign energy in his body to disappear. The purification rate here was several times faster than any NPC city. However, this wasn't the end of Blackie's surprise. A moment later, he quickly discovered an even more surprising matter. The map. According to his system map, the recommended level for his current area was level 15 to level 120. In the current miniature ancient world, this was a map that no player could grind in. Moreover, Misty Canyon that the city was located in was only one map away from the Boundary River. Noticing the dumbfounded look on Blackie's face, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "How is it? Not a bad place, right?" Blackie couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Shi Feng's words. This bastard was blatantly showing off. How was this just not bad? The value of this place was off the charts. Zero Wing would have a humongous advantage over the other powers if it had access to this city. Setting aside the city's excellent geographical location, just the city's purification ability was already more than enough to put it above any NPC city in the miniature ancient world. If Zero Wing's members could use this city as their base of operations, their leveling speed would be twice as fast as other players at the very minimum. Not to mention, the city itself was surrounded by level 115 plus monsters. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes of travel for players to reach a grinding spot. In comparison, players operating from Hundred Flow City would need to travel several hours before they could reach a suitable grinding spot. While Shi Feng was giving Blackie a general introduction of the Abyssal Star ancient city, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before them. Meanwhile, this lithe figure was none other than Hidden Soul. "How is recruitment coming along on your side?" Shi Feng asked when he saw Hidden Soul suddenly appearing before him. The main reason Shi Feng had left Abyssal Star City under Hidden Soul's control was to get her to recruit mercenary players for him. Then, they would use these mercenaries to rapidly develop and defend the city. "I've recruited a batch already," Hidden Soul said. Then, sighing through her mask, she continued, "But I'm afraid it'll be tough to convince the remainder. At the very least, it's unlikely that they will join right now." "Are they not interested in the city?" Shi Feng asked curiously. He found it hard to believe that any expert could resist the Abyssal Star ancient city's temptation. "It's not that they're not interested. It's just that they don't believe me," Hidden Soul said with a bitter smile. "However, considering that none of them are willing to join or sign a confidentiality contract, it's too big of a risk to reveal anything to them." The Abyssal Star ancient city was too magical. It was especially so for the ancient tower in the middle of the city. It was essentially a holy land for players to learn the operating principles of mana. They'd be inviting disaster for themselves if they recklessly revealed the ancient tower's secrets to others without having the necessary strength to protect it. Hence, while trying to recruit her acquaintances, she would only vaguely say that the city was an excellent place to improve one's combat standards. Only after these people had agreed to join and signed a confidentiality contract would she share the tower's secrets with them. After thinking it over, Shi Feng asked, "How many people are we talking about? What are their standards?" Hidden Soul raised a finger in response. 10 or 100? Shi Feng asked in confusion. Hidden Soul rolled her eyes when she heard Shi Feng's question. Then, in a contemptuous tone, she said, "It's 1,000. Out of these 1,000 players, even the weakest is a half-step Refinement Realm expert, and over half of them are Refinement Realm experts or above. There are also over 20 Void Realm experts and 4 Domain Realm experts." "That many? How did you find all these people?" Shi Feng was honestly shocked when he heard Hidden Soul's answer. Originally, Shi Feng thought that Hidden Soul could, at most, recruit a dozen or so Void Realm experts. Then, they could get these Void Realm experts to introduce their acquaintances to join the Mercenary Alliance. The best-case scenario would be that they managed to recruit a few hundred experts before the city's opening. In the current state of the miniature ancient world, this could already be considered a relatively sizable force. Meanwhile, Blackie couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Hidden Soul's words. Over 500 Refinement Realm experts. Even first-rate guilds couldn't field so many Refinement Realm experts. In the miniature ancient world, this was a force that only the various superpowers could take out. "Don't ask," Hidden Soul said as she looked at Shi Feng. "The only thing I can say is that if I can open this place for others to visit, I'll be able to recruit even more experts. However, if I have to operate without exposing this city's existence, it'd be difficult for the Mercenary Alliance to take shape in just 10 days. Seeing the anxious look on Hidden Soul's face, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You can start sharing some of Abyssal Star City's information with those people from today onwards. Aren't you worried that the various superpowers will surround this place once it gets exposed?" Hidden Soul asked as she looked at Shi Feng in surprise. If the Abyssal Star Ancient City's secrets got out, she did not doubt that the various superpowers would band together to attack this place. Meanwhile, with the city's current defenses, the city would fall instantly. Chapter 3058, Chapter 32, Abyssal Star, Ancient City Strength, Chapter 32, Abyssal Star Ancient City Strength, that was before. Seeing the astonished look on Hidden Soul's face, Shi Feng confidently said, "No one will be able to threaten Abyssal Star City from today onward, at least not until Tier 4 players appear. Normally, it would become possible for players to breach a guild city after reaching Tier 3. This was because the NPC guards a guild city could recruit were at Tier 3 on average. Their levels would also be 10 to 20 levels above the player set as the settlement's administrator. Moreover, guild cities were limited to the number of NPC soldiers they could recruit. In the miniature ancient world, the standard advanced city would only have a force of 4,000 NPC guards defending it. In other words, an advanced guild city could, at most, recruit 4,000 NPCs to defend it. It was true that NPCs were stronger than players on average. NPCs would typically have more skills and spells than players of the same tier. It was also much cheaper and easier to fully equip NPC guards and epic items. Thus, even Refinement Realm experts would have difficulty fighting against an NPC of the same tier. Meanwhile, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs was more than enough to crush the siege of any superpower. However, faced against the siege of multiple superpowers, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs would crumble quickly. After all, unlike players, it was much more difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. Hence, in the era of Tier 3, the various superpowers could easily take down an advanced city so long as they worked together. However, that was no longer the case for the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Shi Feng had money now. As a city of the second sequence, Abyssal Star City had a massive advantage over normal cities when it came to recruiting NPCs. So long as one had the money, one could recruit powerful NPC guards to defend the city. It was similar to the NPC merchants visiting Abyssal Star City. In only a few days, many NPC merchants had already gathered in Abyssal Star City and rented many of the shops in the city. "Are you really sure about this?" Hidden Soul asked. When she looked at Shi Feng's confident look, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. "Go ahead and do it. Just make sure to keep Zero Wing's connection with this city a secret," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "These are your words. Don't say I didn't warn you when you lose this city." After saying so, Hidden Soul promptly logged out of the game, evidently delighted by Shi Feng's proposal. She could already imagine how her acquaintances would react once they found out about Abyssal Star City's effects. Those people would most likely beg her to let them join the Mercenary Alliance. After reaching Tier 5, players would need to meet 2 requirements that involved mana if they wished to reach Tier 6. The first requirement was to master the basic principles of mana, while the second requirement was to master the advanced usage of mana. Unfortunately, even if players managed to find a Holy Land with incredibly dense mana, it'd still be nigh impossible to achieve these 2 requirements. The difficulty of doing so was simply far too great for most Tier 5 players. However, it was a different story for the Ancient Tower. The Ancient Tower's ability to filter out all but one type of mana would simplify the process of perceiving, understanding, and learning how to use mana significantly. Hence, players would have a much higher chance at fulfilling the requirements to reach Tier 6 in the Abyssal Star Ancient City's Ancient Tower compared to a Holy Land. Moreover, these were only the effects of the ancient tower's first floor. Along with the Abyssal Star Ancient City's development, the ancient tower's second and third floors would also open up. At that time, even more powerful effects would become available. Hence, in a situation where combat standard requirements were met, the ancient tower would become a crucial component for Tier 5 players seeking to reach Tier 6 in the miniature ancient world. What a hurry she's in. Shi Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Hidden Soul logging out of the game. Then, he looked toward Blackie and said, "Let's go. It's time we begin our business." "What business?" Blackie asked in confusion. "I asked you here to help me with two things." While walking toward the City Lord's mansion located in the center of the city, Shi Feng explained, "Your first job is to help me organize the recruitment information in the City Lord's mansion. Your second job is to make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world in Zero Wing's name." Make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world? Blackie grew even more dumbfounded. Making global announcements was a job Blackie was familiar with. This was because he had been responsible for making these announcements back in Shadow. But why was Shi Feng asking him to make an announcement in Zero Wing's name? "We're here. Get to doing your first job for now," Shi Feng said as he pointed at the majestic City Lord's manor. "You can deal with the second job once you're done with the first one. Leave it to me, guild leader." "I'll get the recruitment information sorted out by today," Blackie said confidently as he looked at the crowded City Lord's manor. "It's not going to be an easy job," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw Blackie's confident look. "We'll need to check every applicant's attribute panel before registering their information. We'd be lucky if we can get everything done by today." The number of NPCs applying for a guard position in Abyssal Star City was massive. If they wanted to recruit a reliable force of NPC guards, they'd have to carefully look through every applicant's attribute panel before deciding whether to recruit the NPCs. Afterward, Shi Feng and Blackie began inspecting the NPCs gathered in the City Lord's manor one after another. Even though Blackie had done a lot of this kind of work in the past, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the huge assortment of NPC applicants. The strength of the NPCs ranged all the way from Tier 4 on the highest end, Tier 1 on the lowest end. However, the growth potential of these NPCs also varied significantly. Many of the Tier 1 NPC applicants had great potential, and they should have no trouble reaching Tier 4 in the future. On the other hand, the Tier 3 NPC applicants might have greater strength right now, but most of them had average potential, and there was almost no chance that they could reach Tier 4 in the future. When inspecting these NPCs, Shi Feng chose to recruit the Tier 4 NPCs they came across without hesitation. It didn't matter even if they asked for a weekly salary of 300 gold, which was 10 times higher than what the Tier 3 NPCs asked for. After inspecting the applicants for 6 hours continuously, Shi Feng and Blackie ended up recruiting 237 Tier 4 NPCs that ranged from level 120 to level 125. Although it cost 71,100 gold just to hire these Tier 4 NPCs for a week, it was a worthwhile investment for the current Abyssal Star City. Every Tier 4 NPC could kill a Tier 3 peak expert with little effort. Meanwhile, a force of 237 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to cover the entire city. Aside from Tier 4 NPCs, they also decided to hire every Tier 3 NPC with great potential. Each of these NPCs cost 30 gold per week to hire, and they ended up recruiting 2,409 of such NPCs for a total of 72,570 gold per week. The total hiring cost of the Tier 3 NPCs was almost similar to that of the Tier 4 NPCs, but their numbers were 10 times greater than the Tier 4 NPCs. While these Tier 3 NPCs might not be as strong as the Tier 4 NPCs, they would become an integral part of the city's management. After all, there was no way a few hundred Tier 4 NPCs could safeguard every corner of the city at all times. However, compared to the cost of gearing up these NPCs, the cost of hiring these NPCs paled in comparison. It cost 800 gold to fully equip an NPC in level 150 epic weapons and equipment. While this price seemed cheap compared to purchasing epic weapons and equipment for players, Blackie's heart bled when he saw this price. After all, if they wanted to fully equip every NPC guard with level 150 epic weapons and equipment, they'd have to spend over 2 million gold. That simply wasn't an expenditure Zero Wing could afford at this time. With Zero Wing's current finances, the best they could do was equip the Tier 4 NPCs with epic weapons and equipment, while the Tier 3 NPCs would have to settle for level 120 dark gold weapons and equipment that cost 100 gold per set. Even so, the total expenditure of hiring and gearing the NPCs still racked up to 570 gold. Moreover, this was only the initial stage of the city's expenditure. If Zero Wing couldn't find a way to earn a large sum of coins, it wouldn't take more than a month for Zero Wing to go bankrupt. While Blackie was feeling gloomy over parting with a quarter of the money he had earned recently, Shi Feng suddenly received a call from Shi Feng. "Guild leader, someone came to the Candlelight Hotel and specified that they want to meet you," Su Qianlu said after seeing Shi Feng's face appearing in the video call. "They say they want to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing." Partnership? Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. Who are they? After taking a deep breath, Su Qianlu said, Witch's Sin, Chapter 3059, Chapter 33, Tier 6, Saint Chapter 33, Tier 6, Saint Witch's Sin. This was a name that almost every guild in God's domain knew about. Compared to the other first-rate guilds, Witch's Sin was the closest to becoming a super first-rate guild in God's domain. Not only did it have 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but it also had at least 25 publicly known Tier 5 experts under its command. It was an existence that no power in God's domain could afford to underestimate. However, what concerned Su Qianlu right now wasn't that a pseudo-superpower was seeking to partner with Zero Wing. Instead, what concerned her was the fact that Witch's Sin was an affiliated guild under World Dominators. In a situation where World Dominators had put a kill order on Zero Wing, there was no way Su Qianlu wouldn't doubt Witch's Sin's goals. How many people did Witch's Sin send over? Shi Feng asked. 2 people, an old man and a girl. The old man is the Witch's Sin's source of darkness, Lu Wusheng, Su Qianlu answered, her voice taking on a reverential tone when she spoke about Lu Wusheng. Lu Wusheng was a magical class player, and he was akin to a living legend for magical class players. This was because Lu Wusheng had fought a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill despite being only at Tier 5. The astonishing battle back then had destroyed nearly 1/3 of a kingdom. Although Lu Wusheng didn't win the fight, the God-ranked expert fighting him didn't win either. The achievement of fighting a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill as a Tier 5 player was something only a few players could accomplish. Hence, after that battle, Lu Wusheng became a role model for many elementalists. Alright, I'll head back now, Shi Feng said, nodding as he hung up the call. Are you really going to meet them now, guild leader? Blackie asked, confused by Shi Feng's decision. Witch's Sin might be visiting for a partnership, but the Abyssal Star Ancient City was much more important than Witch's Sin. The sooner they finished filling up the city's NPC guard slots, the sooner they could ensure the city's safety. Meanwhile, ensuring the city's safety was especially important now that Shi Feng had given Hidden Soul the green light to share the city's information. Of course, Witch's Sin isn't as simple as everyone thinks, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then, without offering an explanation, he activated his return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. Most people still weren't aware how powerful Witch's Sin was exactly in this life. Most people might regard Witch's Sin as a pseudo-superpower, but if they were speaking in terms of strength, Witch's Sin could already be considered a bona fide superpower. Moreover, Witch's Sin had also kept a frightening individual hidden from the public, the Witch of Crime and Punishment, Smooth Life. During Shi Feng's previous life, almost nobody knew that Witch's Sin had kept a Tier 6 mage god hidden under its grasp. Only after the Greater God's domain's various powers invaded their god's domain did Witch's Sin reveal this mage god of theirs. Though, rather than a mage god, it'd be more appropriate to address Smooth Life as a Tier 6 saint instead. In addition to becoming a god-ranked expert, Smooth Life had also successfully reached the extremes of a world law. Meanwhile, during her debut fight, Smooth Life had single-handedly killed 7 Tier 6 god-ranked. After that battle, Smooth Life instantly rose to fame in both their god's domain and the Greater God's domain. Upon reaching Tier 6, the difference between players would become very small. So it was astounding that Smooth Life managed to go up against 7 God-ranked experts simultaneously and kill every one of them. Even in the Greater God's domain, few Tier 6 God-ranked experts possessed such heaven-defying combat power. Hence, now that Witch's Sin was taking the initiative to ask for partnership with Zero Wing, Shi Feng naturally couldn't turn down the offer without at least finding out what Witch's Sin wanted. After all, a Tier 6 saint would be of significant help once the Outer World powers invaded their god's domain. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. After Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath had waited for around 20 minutes, Shi Feng finally walked into the lounge they were waiting in. Hello, Mr. Black Flame. I am Lu Wusheng, Witch's Sin's great elder, Lu Wusheng said, taking the initiative to greet Shi Feng. The person next to me is Blue Sheath, one of Witch's Sin's vice guild leaders. Hello, Shi Feng returned the greeting while scanning the 2 people before him. May I know what partnership you seek to discuss with me? I see that you are a very straightforward person, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wusheng commented as he caressed his beard. In that case, I'll just get to the point. Blue Sheath and I have come here for one purpose only, to make a deal with you. Chuckling, Shi Feng asked, what kind of deal? The ancient mana equipment set, Lu Wusheng said, excitement flashing in his eyes. I have already looked into Mysterious Moon's situation. The reason Mysterious Moon can produce so many experts with near Tier 4 strength is entirely because of the ancient mana equipment sets you provided them. Initially, Lu Wusheng had been confused about why World Dominators had chosen to avoid a frontal confrontation with Mysterious Moon. However, after investigating Mysterious Moon and learning about the ancient mana equipment sets, he understood why World Dominators had made such a decision. Yes, I did supply those things to Mysterious Moon, Shi Feng said, not bothering to deny Lu Wusheng's claims. Anyone intent on investigating Mysterious Moon's ancient mana equipment sets could easily find out the set's origin, so there was no point in hiding this information. We wish to buy those ancient mana equipment sets as well, Lu Wusheng said, smiling when he saw Shi Feng acknowledging his claim. We are willing to pay twice as much as Mysterious Moon. Moreover, we will also sign a contract stating that we will not use these sets against Zero Wing under any circumstances. Lu Wusheng greatly desired the ancient mana equipment sets. So long as Witch's Sin could acquire 40 of these sets like Mysterious Moon, it could afford to come into the spotlight and get everyone to acknowledge it as a superpower. Your offer is very tempting, Mr. Lu. However, Zero Wing no longer intends on selling these ancient mana equipment sets, so I'm afraid I will have to refuse your offer, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If 2 times is not enough, Witch's Sin can offer you 3 times, Lu Wusheng hurriedly said when he heard Shi Feng's words. The price isn't the problem, Mr. Lu, Shi Feng said. I've already said that Zero Wing will not sell those sets. However, if you really wish to partner with Zero Wing, I can offer Witch's Sin another option. What option? Lu Wusheng asked out of curiosity. Join Zero Wing's mercenary alliance and cooperate with Zero Wing in dealing with world dominators, Shi Feng stated. Upon hearing Shi Feng's suggestion, the corners of Lu Wusheng's mouth lifted slightly. Then, he shook his head and said, It's not that I doubt your strength, Mr. Black Flame, but there is no way you can win against world dominators. There is no benefit for Witch's Sin to do so either. You need to know that Witch's Sin is an affiliated guild of world dominators. Shi Feng wasn't surprised to hear Lu Wusheng rejecting his offer. Smiling, he asked, What if I give you and Witch's Sin's many Apex experts a significant chance at reaching Tier 6? Chapter 360, Chapter 34. Basis of Partnership. Chapter 34, Basis of Partnership. A significant chance at reaching Tier 6? Lu Wusheng asked out of curiosity, his eyes widening a little when he heard Shi Feng's words. I am not trying to doubt your abilities, Mr. Black Flame, but getting promoted to Tier 6 isn't something that can be accomplished with words alone. Even if I obtain a God Legacy, my chances of reaching Tier 6 will only increase by a small margin. Reaching Tier 6 was the dream of all Tier 5 experts in God's domain. However, only an extremely small minority could achieve this dream. Meanwhile, the closer one got to Tier 6, the more they would realize just how challenging it was to reach Tier 6. The difficulty was so high that most people would despair when they learned of it. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Blue Sheath similarly couldn't help but grow interested. Although she was nowhere near meeting the requirements to reach Tier 6 right now, if there was a way to increase her chances of reaching it, she naturally had to secure it as early as possible. Since I dare say so, I naturally have the ability to make it come true, Mr. Lu, Shi Feng said with a faint smile. Moreover, shouldn't we only discuss these things after becoming partners? Yes, you're right, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wusheng hurriedly said, realizing the blunder he made. He had accidentally revealed his true thoughts in front of Shi Feng. Then, after calming himself, he continued, But if you talk about entering a partnership, shouldn't you show some sincerity first, Mr. Black Flame? After all, Witch's Sin is affiliated with world dominators. Without sufficient reason, how would we dare betray world dominators? Shi Feng's smile deepened when he heard Lu Wusheng's suggestion. Then he said, What you say is correct, Mr. Lu. It will indeed be difficult for you to decide to go against a super guild without sufficient benefits. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wusheng said while caressing his beard. You might think that World Dominators isn't much for a super guild after seeing it lose to Mysterious Moon, but I can assure you that World Dominators is not as simple as it seems. If World Dominators wants to, it can destroy Mysterious Moon effortlessly. Even if Mysterious Moon has 40 primordial mana equipment sets, it will never be able to defend the Dark Moon outpost. However, Shi Feng simply chuckled in response to Lu Wusheng's reminder. Nobody had a better understanding of the various superpowers and super guilds than him in this world. If he said he was number 2 when it came to such knowledge, nobody could say they were number 1. Meanwhile, as a veteran super guild, the strength and depth of world dominators were not things someone like Lu Wusheng could uncover. It was also why Shi Feng had chosen to partner with Witch's Sin and form a mercenary alliance. Every guild that managed to become a super guild did not possess just powerful experts. Besides that, super guilds also had the ability to acquire strategic tools. Meanwhile, among these strategic tools, many originated from ancient times, and some even originated from primordial times. For most experts in God's domain, these strategic tools were completely out of their reach. They'd have to have heaven-defying luck to get their hands on even one of these items. However, for a super guild with countless experts, they could acquire these tools much more easily and reliably. Meanwhile, if a super guild decided to use one of these items, they could easily destroy an entire kingdom. This was exactly what had happened during Shi Feng's previous life. When their God's domain connected with the greater God's domain and the various outer world powers invaded, many super guilds used these strategic items to stall the various outer world powers' advance. Many of these tools even allowed players to transcend tiers. The only problem was that these tools were consumables. Unless absolutely necessary, the various super guilds would use these tools. However, unlike what Shi Feng was thinking, Lu Wusheng interpreted Shi Feng's laugh differently. Contempt. From how Lu Wusheng looked at it, Shi Feng was treating the world dominators he mentioned with contempt. Ignorant of Lu Wusheng's thoughts, Shi Feng asked, "May I know if you have time to spare right now, Mr. Lu?" "We don't have anything going on for the moment," Lu Wusheng said, feeling a little confused by Shi Feng's question. "Even if we do have something to do, its importance can't compare to negotiating a partnership with you, Mr. Black Flame. In that case, I wish to invite you to come to a place with me, Mr. Lu. Once we reach there, I will let you know that Witch's Sin will not lose out in partnering with Zero Wing," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Lu Wusheng naturally did not object to Shi Feng's suggestion. He was rather curious why Shi Feng was so confident Witch's Sin would be willing to join Zero Wing in opposing world dominators. Afterward, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath secretly followed Shi Feng out of Hundred Flow City. After arriving inside a forest several kilometers away from Hundred Flow City, Shi Feng took out a summoning flute and summoned his Thunderwolf. Upon seeing the Thunderwolf, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be surprised. What a powerful mount! "The strength of this mount already surpasses the average Great Lord," Blue Sheath exclaimed in the party chat. She promptly deduced the standard of the Thunderwolf's strength with just a glance, and she couldn't help but look at the mount in admiration. "It's a pity that there's still no clear way to obtain mounts in the miniature ancient world. If I can get a mount like this, my leveling speed will easily double. It seems Black Flame's foundations in the miniature ancient world aren't as simple as I thought. No wonder he managed to convince Mysterious Moon to go against world dominators," Lu Wusheng said, his evaluation of Shi Feng increasing even further. Having a Great Lord as a mount might not seem special on the main continent, but this was a feat that even super guilds couldn't necessarily accomplish in the miniature ancient world. "Get on, we have a long road ahead of us. If you have any business to take care of, it's best if you make the necessary arrangements now," Shi Feng reminded after hopping onto the Thunderwolf's back. However, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath simply smiled when they heard Shi Feng's reminder. How far could they possibly travel? A Great Lord level mount's speed was several times higher than players. With the Thunderwolf's speed, it could easily reach any level 110 leveling spot around Hundred Flow City within 2 hours. However, after riding on the Thunderwolf for some time, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. Not only did Shi Feng cross level 110 maps, but he had even crossed level 115 maps. After advancing non-stop for 8 hours, they arrived at the Misty Canyon, a level 120 map that was essentially a forbidden area for current players. Meanwhile, after arriving in the Misty Canyon, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath saw something that blew their minds. A city. There was a city situated deep within the Misty Canyon. Moreover, many NPC merchants traveled in and out of the city's entrance. The NPC traffic here was only slightly inferior to the average NPC city. When Lu Wusheng saw this prosperous city, a frightening thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Unable to help his curiosity, he turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Mr. Black Flame, don't tell me this city is—" Upon hearing Lu Wusheng's trembling voice, Shi Feng smiled and said, "You've guessed correctly. Zero Wing is the owner of this Abyssal Star Ancient City. TL notes, justify I. The term superpower refers to all organizations that are on the level of a superpower. It isn't limited to just guilds, super first-rate guilds, and super guilds. So, adventurer teams, mercenary organizations, and whatever organization the author decides to come up with in the future can also fall under the category of superpowers. Why? 25th March 2022. Made a change to Chapter 79, Twin-Headed Destruction, Snake Ancient Demonic Beast, Mythic, Twin-Headed Destruction, Snake Primordial Demonic Beast, Mythic, 25th March 2022. Further changes, Ancient Demon Court Primordial Demon Court, Ancient Demon, Primordial Demon Ancient Mana Equipment, Set Primordial Mana Equipment, Set Abyssal Star, Ancient City, Y Abyssal Star, Primordial City, Ancient Dark, Gold Mount, Primordial Dark, Gold Mount, Ancient Tower, Primordial Tower, Ancient Era, certain instances only. Primordial Era, Chapter 361, Chapter 35, Holy Land that Surpasses All, Chapter 13.5, Holy Land that Surpasses All. Upon hearing Shi Feng's admission, Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How can there be a guild city so close to the Boundary Mountain Range? This shouldn't be possible. Blue Sheath couldn't help but deny reality as she looked at Abyssal Star City. 1. On the main continent, guild towns and guild cities had long since become things that were commonly seen. There even existed quite a few guild holy cities. However, the miniature ancient world had only appeared recently. Yet, while the various powers were fighting tooth for nail to gain the privilege of controlling the various mana outposts temporarily, Zero Wing had already acquired itself a guild city. Moreover, this guild city was located right next to the Boundary Mountain Range, the neutral zone that everyone was trying to secure a foothold in. When Blue Sheath thought about the advantage Zero Wing would have over the various powers, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Is this the reason for your confidence, Mr. Black Flame? Lu Wusheng couldn't help but ask Shi Feng while looking at Abyssal Star City. Zero Wing would have an overwhelming advantage over the other powers in God's domain with the Abyssal Star Primordial City in its possession. Naturally, Mysterious Moon, Zero Wing's partner, would also gain a significant advantage over the other powers in entering the neutral zone. Meanwhile, with this advantage, Mysterious Moon could abandon its reliance on the main continent completely. So long as Mysterious Moon could secure a stable foothold in the miniature ancient world's neutral zone, it would be able to obtain much more significant profits than before. In fact, many superpowers would desperately try to partner with Mysterious Moon in the future. At that time, world dominators would have difficulty even pressuring Mysterious Moon, let alone dealing with Zero Wing. This city? Shi Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard Lu Wusheng's question. This city isn't the reason for my confidence. Also, I've already stated before that so long as Witch's Sin partners with Zero Wing, I will give Witch's Sin's Tier 5 experts a significantly greater chance at reaching Tier 6. This isn't all you have to show us? Blue Sheath couldn't help but doubt Shi Feng's words. If news spread that a guild city had appeared next to the Boundary Mountain Range, it would definitely send shockwaves throughout the entire God's domain. Compared to this piece of news, Shi Feng's so-called greater chance at reaching Tier 6 paled significantly. It was commonly known that opportunities that could increase a Tier 5 player's chances at reaching Tier 6 were, at best, a God Legacy, or something of roughly equivalent standard. However, even a God Legacy could only increase a Tier 5 player's promotion success rate by 10%, while most other fortuitous opportunities couldn't even provide a 10% increase. In Blue Sheath's opinion, the fortuitous opportunity Shi Feng hinted at was most likely the attack he had used to annihilate Shadow's experts in the New Moon Forest. After all, according to Lu Wusheng, the attack was a product of a saint-level mana technique. A mana technique of such caliber naturally could offer players a certain degree of help reaching Tier 6. Moreover, this help would come in a significant amount. At the very least, it would be much better than the average Tier 6 legacy guidance. However, even a saint-level mana technique would pale significantly compared to an actual god legacy. You'll find out once we head inside. Shi Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he rode the Thunderwolf into the city. At this time, Abyssal Star City's security had improved drastically thanks to the many NPC guards the city recruited. As a result, the number of NPCs visiting the city had also skyrocketed. When Shi Feng's group made their way down the main street, they could see merchant caravans parked along the entire street while selling their wares. Meanwhile, the quantity and quality of the items these NPC merchants sold far surpassed the NPC merchants found in NPC cities. Some NPC merchants were even selling epic weapons and equipment, Tier 3 magic scrolls, and Tier 3 skill and spell books, things that normally weren't sold in NPC cities. However, compared to the NPC merchants, what surprised Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath even more was the mana density and the purification rate in Abyssal Star City. Both of these factors were directly related to the leveling speed of players. Meanwhile, with Abyssal Star City's superior mana environment and purification rate, players operating from this city would have a significant advantage when entering the neutral zone inside the Boundary Mountain Range. After all, players would have to fully unlock their mana body before reaching Tier 4. Meanwhile, a place with high mana density would benefit players seeking to unlock their mana body's potential. After arriving before the primordial tower in the middle of the city, Shi Feng hopped off the Thunderwolf and looked at his two passengers, saying, "We're here." An ancient tower? Lu Wusheng couldn't help but grow confused as he looked at the majestic tower before him. Ancient civilizations indeed possessed many powerful constructions that could aid players in their development. However, the assistance these constructions could provide was only limited to players below Tier 5. After reaching Tier 5, the help players could receive from an ancient civilization's legacy was negligible. If Tier 5 players wished to make further progress, they could only rely on themselves to figure things out. After all, Tier 6 existences were incredibly rare, even among ancient civilizations. There are special rooms inside this tower that can let players have an easier time grasping the operating principles of the various types of mana, Shi Feng said when he noticed the look of confusion on Lu Wusheng's face. However, I doubt you'll believe me even if I tell you this, so it's best if you head inside and experience it for yourself, Mr. Liu. After saying so, Shi Feng brought Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath into the primordial tower. Then, he let Lu Wusheng enter one of the rooms to experience the miniature world inside it. An hour later, Lu Wusheng left his room with a reluctant expression. His desire to stay inside the room was so obvious that even Blue Sheath could see it. "Is the inside of that room really that good, Great Elder?" Blue Sheath asked curiously. Currently, Blue Sheath had yet to touch upon the operating principles of mana. This was because she was only at the standard of a Tier 4 player. Meanwhile, what mattered most for her was not to learn about the operating principles of mana, but to improve her precise control over mana. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to achieve an entry-level understanding of the operating principles of mana. "Good?" Lu Wusheng shook his head. Then, with eyes full of excitement and madness, he said, "This is no longer a question of whether it is good or not. This place has already surpassed all holy lands in existence. If I can stay inside such a room long-term, I am confident my chances of reaching Tier 6 in the future will exceed 60%. Shi Feng was not surprised that Lu Wusheng would offer such a high evaluation. Looking at Lu Wusheng, Shi Feng smiled and asked, May I know if Witch's Sin is willing to partner with Zero Wing now, Mr. Liu? TL notes, 1 Boundary Mountain Range. I'm not sure if the author forgot, but he switched to using Boundary Mountain Range in this chapter instead of Boundary River. So far, there have already been 2 variations of the Boundary River. However, he has used Boundary Mountain Range multiple times in this chapter. I'm not sure if he's decided to change Boundary River to Boundary Mountain Range, or if the Boundary River is something inside the Boundary Mountain Range. Chapter 3062, Chapter 36, Mercenary Alliance Take Shape. Chapter 36, Mercenary Alliance Take Shape Partnership? After hearing Shi Feng's question, Lu Wusheng couldn't help but ask, may I know what conditions Witch's Sin will have to meet if we join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance? Right now, Lu Wusheng no longer doubted the possibility of a partnership between Witch's Sin and Zero Wing. On the contrary, he wanted to complete the partnership discussions and finalize everything as soon as possible. However, the situation inside the tower was also obvious. There were only 100 rooms available on the first floor. In other words, the tower could, at most, accommodate 100 players at a time in its current state. However, Lu Wusheng did not doubt that there'd be a ton of players trying to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance in the future. There was no way 100 rooms would be enough to accommodate all of these players. Not to mention, Zero Wing would certainly be saving a portion of these rooms for itself, so the number of rooms left for the Mercenary Alliance would be even fewer. In other words, there was going to be a restriction set for those seeking to use the rooms in the tower. However, the restrictions couldn't be too absurd either. If the restrictions Zero Wing imposed were so high that nobody could fulfill them, there'd be no reason for Witch's Sin to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance. You don't have to worry about this point, Mr. Liu, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the concerned look on Lu Wusheng's face. Aside from the 30 rooms reserved for Zero Wing's use, the rest of the 70 rooms will be given the same treatment. Anyone who joins the Mercenary Alliance would qualify to use the Primordial Tower's rooms as long as they become a bronze member. It will cost 200 magic crystals and 100 contribution points to use the rooms for each other. Silver members will also receive a 10% discount, while gold members will receive a 20% discount. Of course, depending on the player's rank, the amount of time they can rent the rooms will also differ. Bronze members can only rent the rooms for 1 hour a day, while silver members can rent 2 hours a day, and gold members can rent 4 hours a day. Members only need to reach the bronze rank to use the rooms. Lu Wusheng was a little surprised to hear Shi Feng's answer. He didn't think the condition to use the rooms would be so low. May I know what it would take to become a bronze member? Also, how will the Mercenary Alliance's contribution system work? In response, Shi Feng said, it's very easy to become a bronze member. All you need to do is accumulate 5,000 contribution points, while becoming a silver member will require 50,000 contribution points, and becoming a gold member will require 300,000 contribution points. Members can earn contribution points through completing the quests issued by the Mercenary Alliance. At the same time, the Mercenary Alliance will also take on commissions from others. However, the Alliance will not offer any contribution points for these commissions. The Alliance will only serve as an intermediary between players and ensure that the commissions are completed. In exchange, the Alliance will charge a small commission fee. If Witch's Sin becomes a partner of the Mercenary Alliance, you will receive 5 million contribution points to issue commissions with. However, you will have to pay a monthly fee of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. You will also have to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and Abyssal Star City's safety. If you fail to do so, you will lose your monthly allocation of contribution points. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Blue Sheath couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did Zero Wing start as a band of bandits? Blue Sheath said in a somewhat angry tone. Not only are you asking for a monthly payment of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals, but you also want us to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and the city's safety? If it were on the main continent, Witch's Sin would have no problem paying 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. However, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Witch's Sin was already expending a ton of coins and magic crystals just to maintain its daily operations. There was no way Witch's Sin could afford to give Zero Wing so many coins and magic crystals. Shut your mouth, Blue. Lu Wusheng suddenly chided. Elder Lu? Blue Sheath froze in shock, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Wusheng in confusion. However, Lu Wusheng simply glared at Blue Sheath, causing Blue Sheath to promptly lower her head and stop speaking. Then, Lu Wusheng looked at Shi Feng apologetically and said, I'm sorry to have shown you such an embarrassing sight, Mr. Black Flame. As an apology, Witch's Sin is willing to partner with Zero Wing and join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance. We are also willing to double our monthly payments for just 9 million contribution points each month. When Blue Sheath heard Lu Wusheng's words, she couldn't help but be shocked once again. For a moment, she even suspected a spy from Zero Wing had replaced the Lu Wusheng before her. Otherwise, why would Lu Wusheng behave in such a crazy manner? Not only was he not trying to reduce the payment they needed to make to Zero Wing, but he was even offering to give up on more benefits. You have a very keen insight, Mr. Liu, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw Lu Wusheng's apologetic expression. Then he shook his head and continued, "Unfortunately, I cannot agree to your offer. 5 million contribution points. That is the most I can give you. I will be inviting more powers to join the Mercenary Alliance in the future, so I cannot let Witch's Sin monopolize everything." "What a pity," Lu Wusheng said, sighing. "All right then, 5 million it is. Let's sign the contract immediately." This situation thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Sheath. Even though Lu Wusheng was already offering to pay more, Zero Wing had refused the offer? Wasn't Zero Wing supposed to be a guild of bandit origins? However, before Blue Sheath could snap out of her daze, Lu Wusheng had already signed a magic contract with Zero Wing on Witch's Sin's behalf. With the main god system serving as the guarantor, both parties would have to adhere to the contract's terms unless they no longer wished to exist in God's domain. After Shi Feng signed the contract with Witch's Sin, he let Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath take their time strolling around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, he made his way to the City Lord's mansion and continued selecting NPCs to hire for the city's security. "What happened to you just now, Elder Lu? Why did you offer to pay Zero Wing even more resources?" "Is Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance that good?" Blue Sheath asked, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer. Blue Sheath was well aware of Lu Wusheng's personality. The old man was the very definition of a miser. Normally, Witch's Sin's various branch guilds would have to go through a lot of trouble just to ask for some extra resources. Yet now, Lu Wusheng had taken the initiative to give resources away to Zero Wing, an outsider. This could definitely be considered one of the wonders of Witch's Sin. You have no idea how astonishing that primordial tower is. Now that Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance is still in its budding phase, we must take full advantage of this opportunity. It is especially so for the monthly allocation of contribution points. Those points will be crucial in helping more people in our guild become gold members. Otherwise, why would you think I'd be willing to pay so many coins and magic crystals? Lu Wusheng said, rolling his eyes at Blue Sheath. I didn't understand why Black Flame was so sure we would partner with him before, but I understood it all after entering the Primordial Tower's miniature world. Is that tower such a magical place, Elder Lu? Blue Sheath asked dubiously. Even a god legacy could only provide very limited help to Tier 5 players in reaching Tier 6. So, how much help could a measly primordial tower possibly provide to Tier 5 players? Once you reach Tier 5 as well, you'll understand just how frightening that primordial tower's function is, Lu Wusheng said. He couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the environment he experienced inside the primordial tower's miniature world. Right now, I can confidently say that if the primordial tower's function gets leaked, the various powers in God's domain would either try to extinguish Zero Wing or partner with Zero Wing at all costs. Chapter 363, Chapter 13.7, Witch's Sin's Betrayal, Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. So, this is the city Zero Wing is based in? A short-haired girl wearing silver heavy armor muttered to herself after walking out of the teleportation array and looking around curiously. Stop looking around, Rain. We're here on official business. A mature beauty wearing a dark red mage robe said helplessly as she looked at the guardian knight beside her. There's less than 10 minutes left until the meetup time. I don't want to be late. As soon as these two beauties walked out of the teleportation array, they quickly became the center of attention. It was especially true for the woman dressed in the dark red robe. The many players inside the teleportation hall couldn't help but be surprised when they saw her. Crap, it's 100 Flower Palace's Frost Flame Goddess Cleansed Rue. Amazing. World Dominators' kill order has managed to attract even the 100 Flower Palace's goddess here. What are you getting so surprised about? The bounty World Dominators has put on Zero Wing is the highest in history. Even Tier 5 experts would be tempted by the god legacy offered. You got that right. I even saw quite a few Tier 5 experts from Miracle arriving in 100 Flow City some time ago. It seems even Miracle is intent on obtaining that god legacy. 100 Flow City has become a lot more popular ever since World Dominators issued its kill order. I wonder how many more experts will come here in the next few days. But I have to say that Zero Wing really is suicidal. Mysterious Moon's actions are understandable since it is competing for the Dark Moon Outpost, but Zero Wing is only trying to take revenge on one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds. Even if Zero Wing wants to take revenge on Shadow, couldn't it have done so outside of World Dominators' view? Yet, Zero Wing chose to annihilate Shadow's experts right before World Dominators' eyes. World Dominators will never be able to live this down if it doesn't get rid of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's god-ranked expert might not be afraid of World Dominators' kill order, but the rest of Zero Wing's members will have to operate secretly in the future. When the players in the teleportation hall saw Cleansed Rue arriving in the city, they couldn't help but talk about the kill order World Dominators had placed on Zero Wing. Meanwhile, opinions on the matter varied, with some people ridiculing Zero Wing for its foolishness, and some people pitying Zero Wing for its fate. I finally understand why Little Moon applied to leave Zero Wing. With so many experts targeting Zero Wing, she can't even go out to level up even if she wants to, Rainsong said. She couldn't help but chuckle when she overheard the conversations happening around her. It's not her fault. Who would have thought Zero Wing would pull such a huge stunt, Cleansed Rue said, rolling her eyes at Rainsong when she saw the other party gloating over their junior's misfortune. Then, after briefly surveying her surroundings, Cleansed Rue said with a solemn expression, "Let's hurry. I can sense over 100 refinement realm experts in the teleportation hall alone. I'm even getting a dangerous feeling from a few of them. Dawn Moon has just graduated from school. There's no way she can withstand the stress of this situation. Once we learn about the specifics of Zero Wing, we'll have her withdraw from Zero Wing as soon as possible." Before coming to 100 Flow City, Cleansed Rue had already heard that many powers and experts had taken world dominators as bait and set their sights on Zero Wing. However, after arriving in the city herself, she realized just how terrible of a situation Zero Wing was currently in. At this moment, Zero Wing's members wouldn't necessarily be safe even within 100 Flow City, let alone outside the city. Rainsong nodded in response to Cleansed Rue's words and stopped joking around. Anyone capable of causing Cleansed Rue to feel danger would be more than capable of assassinating players in an NPC city. After all, 100 Flow City's NPCs would have to first discover the battle before they could move to stop and apprehend the troublemaker. Meanwhile, the time it took for the NPC guards to make their way to the fight scene was more than enough for a Tier 5 expert to kill a Refinement Realm expert several times. The only reason no Tier 5 expert had made a move in 100 Flow City yet was because they were still investigating Zero Wing. On the outskirts of 100 Flow City, inside the top-floor conference room of a 3-story guild hall, Chairman. Good news. Luo Tiancheng, who had fallen to level 2-2, cried out excitedly as he entered the conference room. A message just came in from guild leader Gu. He says that World Dominators is intent on taking 100 Flow City this time and has sent 5 more Elite Legions and 2 more Trunk Cart Legions. World Dominators is currently pressuring Mysterious Moon for peace talks. If Mysterious Moon still intends to compete for the Dark Moon Outpost, World Dominators will make sure that Mysterious Moon can't survive in 100 Flow City. Good. I knew World Dominators wouldn't abandon us, Lan Heilong exclaimed, an excited expression appearing on his face when he heard the news Luo Tiancheng brought. Luo Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Then, he smiled and continued. Also, I've received news that more than 10 first-rate guilds and 3 superpowers have decided to take action against Zero Wing. These powers hesitated to take action previously because Zero Wing is partnered with Mysterious Moon, but once World Dominators' experts arrive, I believe these powers will begin taking action against Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing, is it? Lan Heilong sneered. Let's see how Shi Feng stays arrogant once he loses Mysterious Moon's backing. Chairman, should we gather some of our forces to teach Zero Wing a lesson? Luo Tiancheng suggested. Sure, go and make the necessary preparations, Lan Heilong said, laughing. Now that they no longer had to be concerned about Mysterious Moon in 100 Flow City, it'd be child's play for them to deal with Zero Wing. Leave it to me, Chairman, Luo Tiancheng assured. However, just when Luo Tiancheng was about to turn around and leave, the conference room doors suddenly slammed open as Rampant Blade entered in a hurry. Something big has happened, Chairman, Rampant Blade urgently said. I just received news that Witch's Sin has betrayed World Dominators and formed a military alliance, Zero Wing. Witch's Sin is now demanding World Dominators retract its kill order on Zero Wing. Otherwise, it is going to declare war on World Dominators. Allied with Zero Wing? Lan Heilong couldn't help but be surprised and confused when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Has Witch's Sin gone crazy? Why would it make an enemy out of World Dominators for Zero Wing? That was Witch's Sin they were talking about. Witch's Sin was the strongest guild out of the many guilds affiliated with World Dominators. Moreover, it was commonly known that Witch's Sin had long since possessed the strength of a super first-rate guild. This was also why World Dominators had always treated Witch's Sin differently than its other affiliated guilds. Yet now, not only did Witch's Sin defect, but it had even done so because of Zero Wing. This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 3064, Chapter 38, Abyssal Star Primordial City opens inside a high-class bar located 1 street away from the city center. This is everything I've uncovered about Zero Wing, Vice Guild Leader Dawn Moon, who was hiding her appearance and information with a black cloak, said as she looked at Cleansed Rue. Then, in a powerless tone, she continued, Many experts are keeping a constant eye on Zero Wing. I have to wear a black cloak to even go outdoors. Otherwise, I'd have at least a dozen experts tailing me. Zero Wing's guild leader is simply a lunatic. I can't believe he ignored World Dominators' warning just to take revenge for a guild member. Based on your report, it would seem that Zero Wing indeed possesses an extraordinary foundation. Not only has it provided Mysterious Moon with the strength to fight against World Dominators, but it also has that mana technique. Seeing as Zero Wing can afford to let so many internal members learn it, Black Flame must have fully mastered that mana technique already, Cleansed Rue said, gaining a general understanding of Zero Wing's situation after listening to Dawn Moon's report. Everything turned out roughly the same as her conjectures. From what she gathered, the person known as Black Flame should be a god-ranked expert from an outer world. Moreover, it would seem that Black Flame intended on establishing a power in the miniature ancient world, and Su Qianlu and the others were part of the first group of experts Black Flame had recruited. More and more experts are setting their sights on Zero Wing now, Vice Guild Leader. When can I leave Zero Wing? Dawn Moon asked as she looked at Cleansed Rue expectantly. She truly did not wish to stay in Zero Wing for even a day longer. It was simply too stressful to have over a dozen Refinement Realm experts stalking her constantly. This was a treatment that even players who had offended top-tier first-rate guilds wouldn't get to enjoy. Cleansed Rue hesitated to give Dawn Moon an answer. Dawn Moon was one of the talents 100 Flower Palace had set its sights on. If she got targeted by experts every day, it'd be difficult for her to even level up, let alone seek out the opportunities scattered across the miniature ancient world. However, Zero Wing was also an opportunity for 100 Flower Palace to learn about other gods' domains and the powers originating from them. It wouldn't be long before 100 Flower Palace had to clash with Outer World powers, so 100 Flower Palace needed to learn more about Zero Wing. Before Cleansed Rue could decide on an answer, Rainsong suddenly said, "I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed, Little Moon. You have to continue staying in Zero Wing." Did something happen? Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Rainsong strangely. Previously, Rainsong had wanted to plead on Dawn Moon's behalf to let Dawn Moon withdraw from Zero Wing sooner. Yet now she was saying that Dawn Moon needed to stay in Zero Wing. Moreover, she had spoken in a commanding tone. A message just came in from the guild. Witch's Sin has openly rebelled, Rainsong solemnly said. Right now, Witch's Sin has formed a military alliance with Zero Wing. Moreover, it has stated that if World Dominators doesn't retract its kill order, it will declare war on World Dominators. Has Witch's Sin gone mad? Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Witch's Sin? That was a guild that had already far surpassed 100 Flower Palace in strength. While Witch's Sin had yet to be officially acknowledged as a superpower, the many first-rate guilds in God's domain understood that Witch's Sin was already a superpower. In fact, Witch's Sin's foundations were already on par with the average superpower. Although there was still a significant difference in strength between Witch's Sin and a veteran super guild like World Dominators, there was no doubt that Witch's Sin's defection had changed the status quo of the situation. Now, World Dominators would have to carefully consider whether it truly was worthwhile to deal with Zero Wing. However, compared to what would happen in the future, Cleansed Rue was more curious to find out why Witch's Sin was helping Zero Wing to such an extent. At the same time, news of Witch's Sin's defection had also spread like wildfire, and the entire 100 Flow City was in an uproar. What's going on? Witch's Sin is siding with Zero Wing. Doesn't that mean World Dominators will hesitate to take action now? What is going on? Does Zero Wing have some kind of powerful background? How did it manage to get Witch's Sin to help it to such an extent? The various powers operating in 100 Flow City began making all sorts of conjectures about Zero Wing after learning about Witch's Sin's defection. First, it was Mysterious Moon. Now, it was Witch's Sin. In no time at all, Zero Wing, a small guild that had originally been unremarkable, had become the center of attention of every power operating in the miniature ancient world. However, less than 15 minutes after Witch's Sin made its declaration, World Dominators had also reiterated its intentions to destroy Zero Wing once again. Meanwhile, should Witch's Sin insist on being stubborn, World Dominators would not hesitate to go to war with it. For a time, an uproar occurred among the various powers of God's domain. None of the various powers had expected that shortly after the miniature ancient world's opening, two of God's domain's superpowers would show intentions of going to war with each other. Originally, the various powers thought that the various small guilds would be the first ones to ignite the flames of war. Then, third and second-rate guilds would follow, and things would gradually heat up until the various superpowers joined into the fray. Yet now, two superpowers were actually planning to go to war. Moreover, the cause of this war was one small guild. In addition, shortly after World Dominators announced its stance, it had updated the bounty it offered for its kill order on Zero Wing. Now, not only was World Dominators offering a god legacy, but it had also added a legendary item to its list of rewards. A legendary item. Even the various superpowers only had a few of these items each. Meanwhile, every legendary item possessed heaven-defying abilities. Some legendary weapons could even let Tier 5 players go against Tier 6 god-ranked experts. After the announcement of such an astonishing bounty, even the various superpowers could no longer sit still. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City, we're in deep trouble this time, guild leader. World Dominators has thoroughly lost its mind, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at Shi Feng's face in the video call. According to reports, Apex experts from more than 5 superpowers have gathered in 100 Flow City ever since World Dominators issued a legendary item for its bounty. It seems everyone is intent on taking action. Seeing the gloomy look on Su Qianlu's face, Shi Feng consoled, "Don't worry. Since World Dominators wants to compete using foundations, we'll compete with it. We'll show everyone that Zero Wing won't necessarily lose to World Dominators." "We won't lose to World Dominators?" Su Qianlu asked in confusion. "Gather all Zero Wing members." Chuckling, Shi Feng said, "From now onwards, we'll no longer be grinding in the leveling maps around 100 Flow City." "Where are we going to grind at then?" Su Qianlu asked in confusion. "The Boundary Mountain Range," Shi Feng said, laughing. Then he disconnected the call and called up Abyssal Star City's control panel. Although it's a bit early, since World Dominators isn't holding back, let's see who can hold out until the end. System. Do you wish to open the Abyssal Star Primordial City now? Open it. Shi Feng confirmed his decision without hesitation. Chapter 3065, Chapter 39, Sudden Change. Chapter 39, Sudden Change 100 Flow City, Mysterious Moon's residence. After the battle in the New Moon Forest, Mysterious Moon had become a guild that many independent experts sought to join. Less than half a day after the battle passed, over 10,000 players had already visited Mysterious Moon's residence to apply for the guild. Just the sight of the players lining up to join Mysterious Moon had already become one of the more iconic sceneries in 100 Flow City. However, at this time, Mysterious Moon's residence, which should have been experiencing unprecedented liveliness, was strangely quiet. The atmosphere surrounding the residence was so tense that none of the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon dared to approach. The reason for this was the 1,000-man legion standing outside the residence's entrance. Unlike the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon, every member of this 1,000-man legion was fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. Moreover, every one of them was at level 103 or above. Among them, the team leaders of the legion were even at level 104 already. This was a level that most expert players weren't even close to reaching at this stage of the game. Judging by their equipment, these people should be from the Sacred Soul Legion, one of the 3 trump card legions World Dominators had sent to 100 Flow City. I know about this legion. My friend's friend is a reserve member of this legion. According to him, the minimum requirement to join the Sacred Soul Legion is the Refinement Realm standard. Moreover, all applicants must be under the age of 25. To become a team leader, you'd have to reach the Flowing Water Realm and be under 30 years old. All 1,000 members are Refinement Realm experts or stronger. Is this the strength of World Dominators' trump card legions? The crowd gathered outside Mysterious Moon's residence had their knowledge of World Dominators refreshed as they scrutinized the Sacred Soul Legion. Previously, after Mysterious Moon achieved victory against World Dominators in the New Moon Forest, it had managed to acquire a large number of Dark Moon tokens due to its monopoly over the New Moon Forest. As a result, Mysterious Moon secured an absolute advantage in the upcoming competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. For this reason, everyone in 100 Flow City felt that Mysterious Moon might become the first top-tier first-rate guild to become a superpower after the Miniature Ancient World's launch. However, after seeing the Sacred Soul Legion, everyone quickly realized that a super guild's foundation simply wasn't something a first-rate guild could hope to match. Or, more specifically, a first-rate guild's foundation was nothing but a joke in front of a super guild. 1,000 experts at the Refinement Realm or above. It should be known that Refinement Realm experts were regarded as core combatants in the various first-rate guilds. In the case of some first-rate guilds, even the members of their main force were nothing more than Refinement Realm experts. If a Refinement Realm expert was willing to settle for a second or third-rate guild, they could even acquire the position of main force commander or guild leader. Yet, in World Dominators, Refinement Realm experts could, at most, become ordinary members in the guild's trump card legions. After looking at the Sacred Soul Legion's members, both the players on the street and the members of Mysterious Moon couldn't help but feel as if World Dominators had just ridiculed them. It was indeed true that Mysterious Moon had won the battle in the New Moon Forest and defeated one of World Dominators' trump card legions. However, what Mysterious Moon failed to understand was that World Dominators didn't have only one trump card legion. Moreover, the legion Mysterious Moon had defeated was nothing more than the most common trump card legion under World Dominators' command. So long as World Dominators wanted to, it was more than capable of sending more trump card legions. Meanwhile, during the time the players outside were discussing World Dominators' Sacred Soul Legion, a meeting was simultaneously taking place inside the top-floor conference room of Mysterious Moon's residence. Have you all finished considering our offer? A middle-aged man with graying hair asked as he looked at Crimson Seal and Zhuo Yalan, his voice neither friendly nor hostile. This is already the greatest sincerity World Dominators has to offer. So long as Mysterious Moon is willing to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost, World Dominators will stop targeting Mysterious Moon. We will also give up a shop in the Dark Moon Outpost to Mysterious Moon. However, we will restrict all access to the Dark Moon Outpost if you refuse. I believe you understand that should World Dominators seal off the Dark Moon Outpost, nobody will dare approach it. In addition, so long as any of your guild's members dare head outside to grind, we will hunt down every one of them. Nothing will change even if you have those mana equipment sets. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the auras of the several dozen experts standing behind the middle-aged man suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. This is advanced battle array equipment. Crimson Seal's complexion darkened when he saw the glowing runes covering the several dozen experts' equipment. A battle array was a special type of magic array that could fuse the strength of those making up the battle array. In other words, going up against any member of a battle array was the same as going up against the entire group simultaneously. Meanwhile, an advanced battle array could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. However, advanced battle array equipment was incredibly rare. Its rarity surpassed even that of fragmented legendary items. In terms of value, a complete set of advanced battle array equipment could rival even fragmented legendary weapons. Even then, not many people would be willing to trade a set of advanced battle array equipment for a fragmented legendary weapon. This was because advanced battle arrays could grant players strength up to the Tier 4 standard. In other words, an advanced battle array could grant a group of players Tier 4 strength. It was true that a fragmented legendary weapon might be able to let a Tier 3 player gain Tier 4 strength. Even after reaching Tier 5, a fragmented legendary weapon could still be of significant use to players. However, it should be known that the strongest combatants in most second-rate guilds in God's domain were only at the Tier 4 standard, yet an advanced battle array could grant a group of people Tier 4 strength. Even if advanced battle array equipment were consumable items, the amount of help it could provide to a power far exceeded that of a fragmented legendary weapon. That's right. We weren't planning on revealing it originally, but Mysterious Moon in its current state has the qualifications for us to reveal it, the middle-aged man said, nodding. Meanwhile, after World Dominators revealed the advanced battle array equipment, the Mysterious Moon members in the conference room quickly began a hushed discussion among themselves. This is bad, Vice Guild Leader. The effects of the advanced battle array equipment are no weaker than the mana equipment set. If World Dominators puts it to use, we won't have any more advantage in numbers when it comes to Tier 4 combatants. But isn't it too big of a waste to just give up on the Dark Moon Outpost? Moreover, we have a contract with Zero Wing. We'll be going against the terms of our contract if we give up now. That is true, but there is simply too huge a gap between World Dominators and us. Moreover, Zero Wing is similarly having difficulty keeping itself alive right now. Mysterious Moon's members expressed their opinion on the matter one after another. Although Crimson Seal and Zhuo Yalan remained quiet on the matter, they too were feeling a lot of pressure. Previously, they had already made sure to overestimate World Dominators' strength before they waged war with the Super Guild. However, after seeing World Dominators' show of force, they understood that a Super Guild simply wasn't an existence a first-rate guild could hope to go up against. What do you think, Nightingale? Crimson Seal asked as he looked at Zhuo Yalan. He hesitated to decide on this matter, so he decided to leave the decision to Zhuo Yalan. Me? Zhuo Yalan was similarly feeling hesitant right now. Originally, she had been confident that Mysterious Moon could go up against World Dominators. However, she now realized how laughable her confidence was. All right, hurry up and decide. Our patience is limited, the middle-aged man said as he looked at Zhuo Yalan. Based on his observations, he could tell that Zhuo Yalan was the decision-maker for Mysterious Moon in the miniature ancient world, not Crimson Seal. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's urging, Mysterious Moon's executives promptly turned to look at Zhuo Yalan. Zhuo Yalan was the person who had single-handedly facilitated the partnership between Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon. So, it'd be most appropriate for her to decide whether Mysterious Moon would continue being enemies with World Dominators. When Zhuo Yalan looked at the various executives' expressions, she understood that everyone was of the opinion that Mysterious Moon should give up on the Dark Moon Outpost. She, too, understood that this would be the wisest decision to make. Yet, if they gave up now, it would mean betraying Zero Wing, and this was something she definitely didn't wish to do. While Zhuo Yalan was pondering how she should respond to World Dominators' threat, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered her ears. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement: Misty Canyon's Abyssal Star Primordial City is now open. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement: Congratulations to the Abyssal Star Primordial City for becoming the first player-controlled city in the Miniature Ancient World. All players resting in the city will accumulate the double EXP buff at twice the normal rate for 10 days. Teleportation Scroll for the Abyssal Star Primordial City will also be sold in the Teleportation Hall of all NPC cities. Every player will only be allowed to buy one Teleportation Scroll. This benefit will only remain for 1 day. Chapter 3666, Chapter 14, Miniature Ancient Worlds No. 1 City, Chapter 14, Miniature Ancient Worlds No. 1 City, Abyssal Star Primordial City, a player-controlled city. The Misty Canyon is the map next to the Boundary Mountain Range. I remember that its map level is level 120. There are players grinding there already? Crap, this is absurd. While the various powers are contesting for the mana outposts located near NPC cities, someone has already built a guild city? Could this be one of the 5 great super guilds doing? That's most likely the case. Aside from the 5 great super guilds, I can't think of any other power that has the ability to establish a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range. As soon as the system announcement appeared, every player and power operating in the miniature ancient wood couldn't help but be stunned. In the current God's domain, every player in the game was familiar with the concept of guild cities. However, the miniature ancient world had only been open to players for a short period. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to acquire a guild city so soon. It should be known that even the various superpowers were only competing for the mana outposts located close to level 110 maps. Yet someone had already established a city in a level 1120 map close to the Boundary Mountain Range. The difference between these two sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whoever controlled the Abyssal Star Primordial City would have a gigantic advantage over the various superpowers. A level 120 map? Although I can't grind there right now, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Whoever built this city is simply amazing. They actually made it possible for others to buy the city's teleportation scrolls in the various NPC cities. This will save us a ton of travel time. The city will also be able to gather players from all over the entire miniature ancient world. At this rate, the Abyssal Star Primordial City will probably become the miniature ancient world's #1 city in no time. I wonder if the private housing and shops in this city are available for sale? If they're for sale, I'm definitely going to buy until I go bankrupt. After a short period of awe, players quickly began reacting to Abyssal Star City's value one after another. Abyssal Star City was not only the only player-controlled city in the miniature ancient world, but it was also a city located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. Hence, all players and powers seeking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range were unlikely to let go of this opportunity. Setting aside the players and powers operating in NPC cities located far from Abyssal Star City, those operating in NPC cities close to the Misty Canyon would most likely treat Abyssal Star City as the center of their development. Not to mention, players could purchase teleportation scrolls on the first day of Abyssal Star City's opening and teleport directly to the city. The number of players gathered in the city on this opening day would likely reach unprecedented numbers. This was a massive business opportunity. If they didn't hurry now, it'd become incredibly difficult to even get into the city once the city reached full capacity. For a time, players in the various NPC cities could be seen rushing to their respective city's teleportation hall to purchase the teleportation scroll for Abyssal Star City. Inside a high-class bar in 100 Flow City, let's hurry over, Big Sis Rue. We can set aside Zero Wings matter until after we investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City, Rainsong exclaimed after reading the system announcement. Whoever built this city is simply incredible. It probably won't be long before the city becomes the center of the miniature ancient world. It's definitely going to become a target of contention for the various powers. Every power operating in the miniature ancient world was looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the best platform for them to accomplish this feat through, adding on the fact every city in God's domain had a maximum capacity. As soon as a city's player population reached the maximum, players would no longer be able to enter the city. They would have to wait until others left the city before they could enter. Normally, a guild city could, at most, accommodate 2 or 3 million players. However, there were over 100 million players in the miniature ancient world. If even a fraction of these players tried to enter the Abyssal Star Primordial City, the city would reach full capacity instantly. Okay, let's hurry over then, Cleansed Rue said, a look of urgency appearing in her eyes. As a guild established by an outer world power, Zero Wing indeed had a significant partnership value. However, the value of Zero Wing's partnership paled in significance compared to the current Abyssal Star City. In fact, the Abyssal Star Primordial City was so important that even mysterious moon and world dominators had unanimously chosen to postpone their discussions and hurried over to the city immediately. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight Hotel, when Su Qianlu saw the system announcement, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A city close to the Boundary Mountain Range? It can't be, right? When Su Qianlu recalled Shi Feng mentioning that their guild's new grinding spot was going to be at the Boundary Mountain Range, she couldn't help but start fantasizing. Currently, Zero Wing was a pitiful guild that didn't even have a guild residence. On top of that, Zero Wing even had to deal with World Dominators' kill order. Even surviving was a luxury for Zero Wing right now. In Zero Wing's current state, obtaining a guild city was nothing but a dream, let alone obtaining a guild city close to the Boundary Mountain Range. However, after reading a message Shi Feng had just sent to her, Su Qianlu's eyes lit up with an unprecedented shine. The content of Shi Feng's message was simple: to have all guild members head to the Adventurers Association, purchase a guild transfer scroll, and gather in Abyssal Star City. Why did you call us to gather all of a sudden, Vice Guild Leader? Did something urgent happen? Dawn Moon curiously asked as she looked at Su Qianlu. The other Zero Wing members gathered in the Candlelight Hotel also looked at Su Qianlu with a curious gaze. While they were standing around doing nothing here, everyone else in 100 Flow City was making their way over to Abyssal Star City. Abyssal Star City was a significant opportunity for all players and powers operating in the miniature ancient world. It'd be a huge waste if Zero Wing missed out on this opportunity. I naturally called you here because something came up, Su Qianlu said. Moreover, it is a wonderful matter for us. From now onward, we no longer have to worry about World Dominators' kill order. We don't have to worry about the kill order? Firecloud was very confused when he heard Su Qianlu's words. Did World Dominators retract it? Zero Wing was currently targeted by experts all over the miniature ancient world. Unless World Dominators retracted its kill order, no place would be safe for Zero Wing's members. You'll find out in a moment, Su Qianlu said. For now, I need everyone to head to the Adventurers Association and buy a guild transfer scroll. Our guild finally has its own guild residence. Everyone was speechless when they heard Su Qianlu's words. Having a guild residence wasn't anything to be prideful about. After all, the various first and second-rate guilds had long since obtained a guild residence of their own. While it was indeed good news that Zero Wing now had its own guild residence, it definitely wasn't enough for them to stop worrying about World Dominator's kill order. Alright, hurry up. We'll meet up at the guild residence later, Su Qianlu said, laughing when she saw the look of contempt everyone was giving her. Su Qianlu was Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Since she had given out a command, everyone had no choice but to fulfill it. Immediately, everyone made their way to the Adventurers Association and bought a guild transfer scroll. Then, they activated the scroll and vanished from Hundred Flow City. Chapter 367, Chapter 41, Zero Wing's Confidence, Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star Primordial City, flashes of light appeared in the city's central plaza one after another, instantly enveloping the entire plaza in light. When these flashes of light faded, they revealed the figures of players. These players easily numbered in the tens of thousands, and this number was still rapidly increasing with each passing second. So, this is the Abyssal Star Primordial City? What a great place this is. The mana density here is a great deal higher than even NPC cities. The purification rate is also several times faster. This primordial city is too amazing. If I can come here once I reach level 110, my leveling speed will double or even triple. I wonder which of the 5 great super guilds built this city. Whoever built it will definitely hold the #1 position in the miniature ancient world in the future. The instant the various players arrived in Abyssal Star City, they promptly discovered its greatness. Many executives from the various superpowers had also begun contacting their friends in the 5 great super guilds, all of them wishing to form a partnership with the owner of this city. However, even after asking around, none of these executives had managed to come up with any useful information. After all, even the 5 great super guilds were stunned by this situation. They were all curious which one among them had managed to come up with such a powerful city within such a short time. Out of the swarm of players that had arrived in Abyssal Star City, one particular group of cloaked players behaved differently from the rest of the crowd. While others were randomly wandering around the city and taking in all the information they could, this group of cloaked players swiftly moved around the city as if they had known about its layout beforehand and inspected only the key locations in the city. Some of these cloaked players had even arrived in front of the Primordial Tower already. Is this the Primordial Tower that Sol mentioned? This tower should be the legacy of an ancient civilization. It seems that Sol did not lie to us. I honestly didn't expect Sol to find a powerful backer in the miniature ancient world. I thought she would have no chance of wrestling her commander position back. Now, it seems she might have a chance at doing so. I heard Sol say that the owner of this city is a god-ranked expert from an outer world power that's even stronger than our God's Domain's 5 great super guilds combined. I thought she was joking with me before, but it seems that this might also be true. After all, there's no way any of the current 5 great super guilds can come up with such a city. The mercenary alliance Sol invited us to join has relatively lax conditions. They're much better than the Flower of Seven Sins' rules. What do you guys think? Sol has gone a little crazy from trying to wrestle back her position, so we can't fully trust her judgment. I think it's best if we meet that god-ranked expert she mentioned first. When the 6 cloaked players gathered in front of the Primordial Tower talked about Hidden Sol, they spoke as if they were talking about a little kid. It should be known that Hidden Sol was a Tier 5 expert capable of threatening even Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Yet, these 6 players did not show any fear or respect when speaking about her. If Hidden Sol were here, she wouldn't feel surprised by these 6 people's behavior. This was because these 6 people were very special. They were also the strongest experts she could find. Although these people were not Tier 6 god-ranked experts, every one of them was an expert who had already reached the 2nd step or 3rd step of the domain realm. They were far stronger than the average domain realm expert, and even most Tier 6 god-ranked experts were only on this level in terms of combat standards. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard of a guild hall that occupied a huge area along Abyssal Star City's main street, over 1,000 players wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem were currently gathered here. This is the Abyssal Star Primordial City? Our guild residence is in Abyssal Star City. Am I dreaming? When the gathered Zero Wing members looked at their system map and the players curiously looking at them from outside the guild residence, they quickly realized where they were currently. The Abyssal Star Primordial City that was now a sensation throughout the entire miniature ancient world. For a time, everyone present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was the Abyssal Star Primordial City they were talking about. Even though Abyssal Star City had only existed for a short period, many people had already recognized it as the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, whoever got to develop in this city would have a significant advantage when entering the Boundary Mountain range in the future. Currently, countless powers were trying to get in touch with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Yet, their guild had already secured a guild residence in the city. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, everyone gathered could already imagine what kind of future lay in front of their guild. They'd be able to enter the Boundary Mountain range ahead of everyone else and become the envy of the various powers in God's domain. While Zero Wing's members were getting excited over this situation, Shi Feng had also arrived at the residence's courtyard. Guild leader, is this really going to be our guild residence? Firecloud couldn't help but ask as he looked at Shi Feng. Zero Wing was currently facing great pressure due to World Dominators' kill order. While they were still holding on because of the mana equipment set, this wasn't a long-term solution. If they weren't careful, they could lose even their mana equipment sets. However, if Zero Wing could have a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the various powers of God's domain would have difficulty even coming into contact with them, let alone hunting them. Moreover, since Zero Wing was able to secure a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, it meant that Zero Wing shared deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. In that case, the various powers experts and independent experts would have to think twice about targeting Zero Wing in the future. They'd have to consider whether World Dominators' bounty or Abyssal Star City's advantages were more important. After all, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would only need to lift a finger to prohibit specific players from entering the city. Unless those hunting Zero Wing's members could hide their identities perfectly, they'd have to say goodbye to Abyssal Star City otherwise. Moreover, players would become red players if they killed other players out in the fields. The more players they killed, the longer they would remain as red players. Unless these red players remained outside of Abyssal Star City forever, there was no way they could avoid getting detected. However, the likelihood of that happening was low. The density of the foreign energy present in the Boundary Mountain range was incredibly high, so the corrosion speed there was much faster than level 110 maps. Even players with silver mana bodies could, at most, last a dozen hours in the Boundary Mountain range. If players exceeded their time limit, they would die to the corrosion of the foreign energy and lose levels and equipment. When Firecloud finished speaking, the other Zero Wing members present also turned to look at Shi Feng, hoping to gain verification directly from Shi Feng's mouth. Don't worry. This guild residence belongs to Zero Wing from now on, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw everyone's nervous expressions. Also, I have another piece of news to tell you. Zero Wing is one of Abyssal Star City's founding powers, so you don't have to worry that we might get banished from the city in the future. Nobody will dare offend Zero Wing in this city. Chapter 3368, Chapter 42, Join vs. Confrontation. Chapter 42, Join vs. Confrontation, Abyssal Star City, Zero Wing's residence. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the Zero Wing members present shook with excitement. At the same time, they also couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness I hadn't left Zero Wing yet. I would have definitely died from regret if I did, Dawnmoon thought as she patted her chest. Abyssal Star City's effects and location made it the best training spot for all players in the current miniature ancient world. While Abyssal Star City was open to all players, the number of players trying to visit it was simply too great. Aside from players based in NPC cities far from Abyssal Star City and players who lacked the strength to survive in the Misty Canyon, everyone else would probably be seeking to operate from Abyssal Star City. Once players reached a high enough level to grind in the Misty Canyon and its surrounding maps, the number of players trying to enter Abyssal Star City would probably exceed 100 million. 100 million. Abyssal Star City might be larger than the average advanced guild town, but it was still slightly smaller than the average guild city. The average basic guild city could, at most, accommodate around 10 million players, whereas Abyssal Star City could only accommodate around 5 or 6 million players. In other words, not everyone could freely enter Abyssal Star City. A majority of the players seeking to enter the city would have to wait in line. Meanwhile, how long would a line consisting of tens of millions of players take to finish? Not to mention, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would definitely be saving some of the city's population slots for its own use. So, that would leave even fewer slots for players not affiliated with the ruling power. The area Abyssal Star City is located isn't suitable for you to grind right now, but you can head to the nearby Burning Land under the escort of the NPC guards. That place might be a level 15 map, but the monsters there are only at level 111 and level 112 on average. Few monsters are above level 112. With Su Qianlu and the others taking charge, you guys should be able to just barely grind there. Your leveling speed there should also be similar to level 100 Nen maps, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the crowd before him sighing in relief. Also, the guild has added a new benefit. If you are looking to improve your mana control, you can head over to the Primordial Tower and give it a try. It should help you make some significant improvements. Zero Wing had lost many members because of World Dominators' kill order. As a result, Zero Wing's already low member count had fallen even lower. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 members in the guild. There was probably no guild smaller than Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world right now. However, this situation had also allowed Zero Wing to weed out the members with fickle loyalty. So, Shi Feng did not intend on being stingy with those who remained. At the very least, he would open access to the Primordial Tower to all who remained. Moreover, he also planned to pass down the physical exercises he had developed in his previous life to everyone. With this exercise, even an ordinary member of Zero Wing would have a significant chance of reaching the refinement realm. It was a stark contrast to the various superpowers, which would only share their guild legacies with internal and core members. While Zero Wing's members were celebrating in joy and excitement, the various powers that had come to investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City had also finally discovered the identity of the city's ruling power, the Asura Mercenary Alliance. While it was true that the insignificant Zero Wing and the pseudo-superpower witches Sin both possessed a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the most eye-catching building in the city would have to be the 5-story building situated next to the Primordial Tower. The reason the building was eye-catching was that it occupied a huge area that equaled 2 sports stadiums. It was also the second largest building in the city after the Primordial Tower. Of course, the huge size of the building also meant that it came with a huge price tag. Shi Feng had invested 500,000 magic crystals and 100,000 gold into constructing the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, and it was currently the most expensive building in the city. Meanwhile, aside from having many private rooms, the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters also had quite a few basic combat rooms plus a massive arena that allowed players to spar and train their techniques. Currently, the Asura Mercenary Alliance was mass recruiting players. Anyone who had reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor could join the Mercenary Alliance. Moreover, there was no restriction on a player's affiliations. Even players belonging to adventurer teams and guilds could join the Mercenary Alliance without having to leave their previous organizations. In addition, so long as one joined the Mercenary Alliance, one would immediately enjoy a 50% discount on their entrance fee into the city. Normally, players would have to pay 20 silver to enter Abyssal Star City, so becoming a member of the Mercenary Alliance would mean a savings of 10 silver. Aside from entrance fees, members would also enjoy a 5% discount when staying in Abyssal Star City's accommodations. They would also have priority when entering Abyssal Star City. These were all privileges exclusively available to the ruling powers members. In the case of Zero Wings and Witches Sin's members, they would have to pay the standard entrance fee when entering the city. Although they could use guild transfer scrolls to enter the city, the selling price of guild transfer scrolls was similarly priced at 20 silver. Hence, only by becoming a member of the Asura Mercenary Alliance would one receive a privileged status in Abyssal Star City. However, what mattered most to the various powers wasn't the privileges offered to the Mercenary Alliance's standard members. Instead, it was the privileges offered to higher-ranking members. Upon achieving bronze membership status in the Mercenary Alliance, players would have the right to rent the rooms inside the Primordial Tower. Although the various powers didn't know what use the Primordial Tower's rooms had, what they did know was that silver members could rent Abyssal Star City's shops, while gold members could rent their own private housing in Abyssal Star City. These were the privileges that truly tempted the various powers. Abyssal Star City was fated to become the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Currently, the only factors limiting the city's growth were the average level of players and the city's low rank. However, these were all problems that could be solved with time. Once Abyssal Star City developed into a guild city that could accommodate tens of millions of players, the wealth it could generate would reach astonishing levels. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City was also located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. So, the city would also become the first choice for players looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range. If they could rent the shops or private houses here, they'd be able to generate significant amounts of income. Zero Wing truly cannot be underestimated. No wonder Witch's Sin chose to betray world dominators, Crimson Seal commented after arriving in Abyssal Star City and seeing that Zero Wing had a residence here. Even the various superpowers will desperately seek to own a residence here. By the looks of it, Zero Wing must have deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Hearing Crimson Seal's words, Zhuo Yalan nodded and said, "We absolutely cannot partner with world dominators now. Although going against world dominators will create some problems for us down the line, so long as we hold on to our relationship with Zero Wing, Mysterious Moon will have more advantages in Abyssal Star City." "Indeed, but we should still go and check out the Asura Mercenary Alliance first," Crimson Seal said. He felt fortunate that they hadn't conceded to world dominators' demands yet. Otherwise, they would have lost out on the chance to partner with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, sometime after the various powers and independent players had gathered at the Asura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, the Mercenary Alliance suddenly introduced a new rule that dumbfounded everyone. The rule stated that all players belonging to world dominators or powers affiliated with world dominators were prohibited from joining the Mercenary Alliance. In addition, effective immediately, members of the Mercenary Alliance could earn contribution points for every world dominators member they killed. They would earn 5 points for killing ordinary members, 20 points for killing internal members, and 100 points for killing core members. Chapter 369, Chapter 43, Bounty vs. Bounty. The introduction of this new rule caused everyone inside Asura's headquarters to grow silent. The kill order world dominators placed on Zero Wing previously had shocked the entire God's domain to a great extent. However, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's action of using Abyssal Star City's privileges to exchange for world dominators' life utterly dumbfounded everyone. Abyssal Star City had already become a holy land for the entire miniature ancient world. The privileges Asura offered for its silver and gold members were things that even the various superpowers would want. Although the various superpowers had thought of occupying Abyssal Star City by force, none of them dared to make a move, especially not after seeing several hundred Tier 4 NPC guards in the city. Even the Imperial capitals on the main continent did not have a force of several hundred Tier 4 NPCs guarding them. It might be true that the various superpowers had trump cards that allowed them to grant Tier 4 strength to Tier 3 players. However, Tier 4 strength was just that and nothing more. The average NPC was significantly stronger than the average player of the same tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a group of players with Tier 4 strength would last no more than a few moves. Hence, even if the various superpowers were tempted by the idea of securing Abyssal Star City for themselves, they could only keep their thoughts in their minds. At the very least, before Tier 4 players appeared, the various superpowers would have no choice but to put their foolish ambitions to rest. With occupying Abyssal Star City not being an option, the only other way the various powers could benefit from Abyssal Star City's effects right now was by following the rules set by the city's ruling power. Only by doing so could they enter the Boundary Mountain range at the quickest of speeds. Meanwhile, there was probably no power in God's domain that could resist the temptation of entering the Boundary Mountain range ahead of others. It should be known that the ones tempted this time were God's domain's various powers, not the various powers experts. The two were entirely different concepts. If a power was tempted to move, every expert under it would also move. It wouldn't just be a few individual experts making a move. Hence, Asura's bounty wasn't a bounty offered to the individual player. Instead, it was an offer to the various superpowers. In other words, Asura was trying to get the various powers of God's domain to go against world dominators. Holy cow, isn't Zero Wing a little too amazing? It can actually influence Asura to such an extent? World dominators will probably start cursing once it finds out about this bounty? I really don't understand what World Dominators was thinking. Did it have to take things so far against Zero Wing just to avenge a measly second-rate guild? Just look at what kind of trouble it has gotten into now. Honestly, I'm starting to pity World Dominators a little. Zero Wing wasn't even trying to target World Dominators initially, yet now, World Dominators will face the threat of destruction just because it tried to stick up for a second-rate guild. If I were in the shoes of World Dominators' core executives, I'd probably have the urge to crush that second-rate guild with my own hands. The various superpowers executives inside Asura's headquarters couldn't help but laugh when they realized the implications of Asura's new rule. Many superpowers wished to take World Dominators' place. However, as World Dominators' foundations were simply too strong, most superpowers only dared to watch from the sidelines. None of them dared to try and get a cut of World Dominators' pie. Of course, it would have been entirely possible for the various superpowers to eradicate World Dominators if they simply worked together. The only reason they hadn't done so thus far was because they didn't have enough of a reason to do so. After all, even if they worked together and succeeded in getting rid of World Dominators, they would have to suffer immense losses in the process, which would, in turn, leave them vulnerable to others. However, things were different now. The Asura Mercenary Alliance's bait was tempting enough for the various superpowers to secretly band together and remove World Dominators from the miniature ancient world. Not only could they gain access to Abyssal Star City's privileges by doing so, but they could also reduce the number of competitors by one. They'd be killing two birds with one stone, so why would they turn down such an opportunity? This Asura Mercenary Alliance must be crazy. Why are they going so far for a measly guild like Zero Wing? When Lan Heilong saw the registration rules displayed in the lobby of Asura's headquarters, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Originally, Lan Heilong had felt joyous when he first came to Abyssal Star City. It was especially true after he saw the registration rules for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance's benefits allowed him to see another opportunity for Shadow to compete in the miniature ancient world. However, he never thought that this dream would turn into a nightmare. Once news of Asura's bounty got out, it'd be a miracle if World Dominators didn't personally destroy Shadow. Previously, World Dominators had only decided to take action against Zero Wing because it thought that Zero Wing was a small and insignificant guild. In doing so, it could also set an example for the various powers and increase the loyalty of its affiliated guilds. However, it was now revealed that Zero Wing had an existence like the Asura Mercenary Alliance backing it. After this revelation, so long as World Dominators wasn't stupid, it definitely would not continue targeting Zero Wing. Otherwise, what awaited it would be a nightmare. Meanwhile, the best way to appease Zero Wing would undoubtedly be to destroy Shadow and thoroughly erase it from God's domain. If World Dominators did that, there was no way Zero Wing could have the Asura Mercenary Alliance continue putting a bounty on a super guild like World Dominators. Everything happened just like Lan Heilong expected. Less than 10 minutes after the Asura Mercenary Alliance introduced its bounty, World Dominators' executives in the miniature ancient world had gathered for a meeting. Looking at the dozen or so people gathered in the conference room, a white-haired middle-aged man indifferently said, "I'm sure everyone is already aware of the cause and effect of this matter. The Asura Mercenary Alliance's bounty on us is already in effect, so state whatever opinions you have." Chapter 370, Chapter 44, Shadow's End, Chapter 44, Shadow's End. There were over a dozen people inside the solemn and majestic conference room. Every one of these people had reached level 104, and they were all equipped with Hall of Fame level epic equipment sets and epic weapons or magic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. If Mysterious Moon's Zhuo Yalan were present in this room, she would definitely be given a fright. This was because every one of the players in this conference room was a domain realm expert with basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. Only Crimson Seal with his mana equipment set could stand a chance against these players in a one-on-one situation. Every other Mysterious Moon member in the miniature ancient world would be no match. That Asura Mercenary Alliance is simply looking down on us. So what if they put a bounty on us? I'm curious to see who, other than the 5 great super guilds, would dare to go against us. A rowdy woman wearing silverplate armor said through the helmet covering her face. Those first-rate guilds can only prance around before us since all of us are Tier 3 right now. Once we reach level 120, whether it is those first-rate guilds or that Asura Mercenary Alliance, I want to see just which one of them will dare continue acting so boldly. What you say is true, but we simply can't play to our strengths right now, a white-haired old man sitting beside the rowdy woman said, shaking his head. We might be able to do something if we are only going up against Asura, but many superpowers are also secretly eyeing us. With the conditions Asura has put out, those superpowers will definitely join forces against us. Those superpowers are indeed a trouble. The rowdy woman stopped acting out of anger after hearing the old man's words. Evidently, she too was concerned about the various superpowers working together to target world dominators. That damnable Asura Mercenary Alliance. How shameless must it be to use its city's privileges to tempt those superpowers? The Abyssal Star Primordial City was simply too tempting of an opportunity to give up. On the one hand, the city was situated next to the Boundary Mountain Range, so it was incredibly advantageous for players seeking to reach level 120 quickly and enter the Boundary Mountain Range. On the other hand, the city's purification effect was astounding, and it was at least several times faster than the NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. With such a purification speed, players could save plenty of rest time. Most importantly, Abyssal Star City was bound to become one of the vital transit points for players seeking to trade between the two gods' domains in the future. After all, many precious resources in God's domain couldn't be stored in players' bag space. Players would need to transport these precious resources bit by bit. Hence, they needed to have transit warehouses along their trade routes. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City, which was located next to the Boundary Mountain Range, could be said to be the most suitable transit point. According to my sources, even the 5 great super guilds are interested in Abyssal Star City. Once their players start to reach level 120 and get promoted to Tier 4, they will most likely begin taking action against the city. An elegant woman dressed in a black mage robe said, smiling. If we want to deal with Zero Wing, all we need to do is endure until level 120. At that time, Asura's bounty will automatically lose effect. Many nodded in agreement with the elegant woman's words. There was no power in God's domain that wouldn't be tempted by Abyssal Star City. Naturally, the 5 great super guilds were no exception. There might not be anyone capable of taking down Abyssal Star City right now, but once Tier 4 experts started appearing, the 5 great super guilds could absolutely capture the city. Level 120? However, the white-haired old man shook his head when he heard the elegant woman's words. He scoffed at the woman's suggestion to fight a war of attrition with Zero Wing. Even experts like us will need at least a month to reach that level. Can you all honestly accept the losses we will suffer during this 1 month? The people who previously agreed with the elegant woman fell silent. It might be fine if they were simply going up against the various first-rate guilds. After all, even the weakest core member in World Dominators was a Refinement Realm expert. It'd be difficult for first-rate guilds to target experts of such caliber. As for World Dominators' non-core members, it didn't matter how many of them died. Such a loss would be inconsequential to World Dominators. In God's domain, experts beneath Tier 4 were utterly worthless. Any random Tier 4 expert could single-handedly eradicate a force of several thousand Tier 3 experts. The only purpose such experts had was to serve as cannon fodder and carry out menial tasks such as exploration and information gathering. However, if the various superpowers experts took action, World Dominators' core experts would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. This, in turn, would put World Dominators at a severe disadvantage when it expanded its development into the Boundary Mountain Range. Alright, that's enough talking. Everyone, cast your votes. The gray-haired, middle-aged man said after seeing everyone failing to come to a unanimous conclusion. Do we continue targeting Zero Wing, or do we withdraw the kill order and seek reconciliation? Each person only gets 1 vote. After the gray-haired, middle-aged man spoke up, the people gathered, stopped their discussions, and voiced their stances. I vote to continue, the rowdy woman said definitively. My suggestion is for us to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing temporarily. We will have plenty of time to target Zero Wing in the future, the white-haired old man stated. After everyone present expressed their stances, the gray-haired, middle-aged man tallied up the votes. There are 15 of us here. 6 have chosen to continue targeting Zero Wing, and 9 have chosen to seek reconciliation. The final verdict is to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing and seek a way to get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us, the middle-aged man calmly stated. Moving on to the next topic, how will we get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us? That's simple. Wasn't Zero Wing trying to get revenge on Shadow before? The white-haired old man stated. We can simply offer up Shadow. We can even help Zero Wing and erase Shadow from God's domain. That is indeed a good idea, the elegant woman said, nodding. Shadow is nothing but an incompetent bungler. If it weren't for Shadow, we would have never had to wage war against Zero Wing. Even if we are to deal with Zero Wing in the future, we absolutely cannot let Shadow remain. We might as well use this opportunity to get rid of it. Let's vote on it then. Do we assist Zero Wing in disposing of Shadow? The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. I concur. I second it. Seconded. All 15 people voted in favor of the motion. Afterward, the middle-aged man announced, all 15 votes are in favor. The final verdict is to dispose of Shadow. Chapter 371, Chapter 45. Erasure. Chapter 45, Erasure Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. After the sudden bounty the Asura Mercenary Alliance had put on world dominators, an uproar also occurred in 100 Flow City. Zero Wing is amazing. I can't believe it dared to put a bounty on a super guild. This is the first time a non-superpower has done such a thing since God's Domain's launch. World Dominators is probably losing its mind right about now. Zero Wing might be a small guild, but it has a powerful background. That Asura Mercenary Alliance has established a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range, something even the 5 great super guilds haven't managed to accomplish. World Dominators has gotten itself into big trouble this time. I heard many superpowers are tempted to take action. I wonder what World Dominators plans to do about this situation. Initially, many of 100 Flow City's players and powers didn't have much understanding of World Dominators. However, after witnessing the scene over at Mysterious Moon's residence, they understood just how frightening a super guild was. So, when everyone learned that Zero Wing had put a bounty capable of tempting even superpowers on World Dominators, they couldn't help but look forward to what would happen next. God's domain had already remained peaceful for a long time. Whether it was independent players or the various major powers, everyone had already grown used to being controlled by the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the various superpowers had also seemingly come to a tacit agreement to keep their conflicts contained. Never had any superpower launched a full-scale war against another superpower. Originally, everyone thought that Mysterious Moon would become the first guild to restart the warring era and initiate a full-scale war against world dominators. However, the honor of doing so would most likely be going to Zero Wing instead, looking at the current situation. While the players in 100 Flow City were talking about Asura's bounty on world dominators, several thousand players suddenly walked out of the city's teleportation hall. Not only was every player in this group at level 103 or above, but they were also fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. The aura they radiated also caused the surrounding players to feel suffocated. This was because even the weakest among these players was at the half-step refinement realm standard, with most of them being at the refinement realm standard. Most importantly, every one of these players wore World Dominators' guild emblem on their chest. Obviously, these players must be from one of World Dominators' trump card legions. Why did so many experts from World Dominators come to 100 Flow City? Could World Dominators be thinking of extinguishing Zero Wing once and for all? This is great. The fires of war are finally lighting up. I wonder who will win in the end. Will it be Zero Wing, or will it be World Dominators? The surrounding players couldn't help but grow excited when they saw World Dominators' experts making their way to Zero Wing's Candlelight Hotel after exiting the teleportation hall. The last time a massive war had taken place in God's domain was several years ago. It was a war that had destroyed an entire kingdom, and just watching the video recording of the war gave everyone an unforgettable experience. If they could witness such a war taking place with their own eyes, they'd have no more regrets. Inside a 3-story open-air bar near the Candlelight Hotel, when Rainsong looked at the experts surrounding the Candlelight Hotel, she turned to Cleansed Rue and worriedly asked, Big Sis Rue, why do you think World Dominators suddenly sent so many experts over this time? Could it really be planning on duking it out with Zero Wing? The strength World Dominators had kept hidden was massive beyond comprehension. While Abyssal Star City was indeed an amazing city, Asura's bounty on World Dominators was unlikely to affect World Dominators too significantly. Even if the various superpowers did take action against World Dominators, this situation would, at most, affect World Dominators' development. It definitely wasn't enough to threaten World Dominators' continued existence. Meanwhile, if World Dominators decided to crush Zero Wing with everything it had, Zero Wing would stand no chance. Take the current situation, for example. Simply by having experts surround the Candlelight Hotel, world dominators had essentially rendered the hotel useless. After all, no sane person would try to enter the hotel in this situation. I don't know. Cleansed Rue shook her head. Zero Wing has already moved all its members to Abyssal Star City. Even if World Dominators renders the Candlelight Hotel useless, it would be no skin off Zero Wing's nose. On the contrary, World Dominators would be the ones suffering a loss for wasting so much manpower. It wasn't just Zero Wing that had shifted its base of operations to Abyssal Star City. If they hadn't agreed to meet with Nature Hall's representatives here to discuss Zero Wing, they would probably still be investigating Abyssal Star City. Inside one of the lounges in the Candlelight Hotel, a gray-haired, middle-aged man sitting on a sofa was sipping on some tea an NPC had served him while looking at Shi Feng, who sat across from him. Then, after setting down his cup, he smiled and said, "You are surprisingly young, Guild Leader Black Flame. I find it hard to imagine there'd be a god-ranked expert like you in our god's domain. World Dominators is the amazing one. I didn't think it would send its renowned White Devil to the miniature ancient world. It seems World Dominators is determined to obtain the miniature ancient world," Shi Feng said, smiling faintly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the middle-aged man suddenly froze. Even the two experts standing next to the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Shi Feng incredulously. "Incredible!" the middle-aged man exclaimed after regaining his calm. "Less than 40 people know of my true identity in World Dominators, yet you managed to find out about it. I have to admit that you have an unbelievable intelligence network behind you. No wonder you're not afraid of our kill order." "All I have to say is that I know far more than you think," Shi Feng said, chuckling without elaborating further. World Dominators had 5 god-ranked experts on the surface. Meanwhile, one of them was White Devil. However, White Devil always wore a helmet whenever he appeared in front of others, so hardly anybody knew White Devil's true appearance. Of course, Shi Feng wasn't included in this list. This was because he had seen White Devil's true appearance during his previous life. Back then, White Devil had been fighting 2 Outer World god-ranked experts by himself. The battle at the time had been astonishing. World Dominators had lost a holy city, the city reduced to nothing but a fiery crater spanning tens of thousands of yards. As a result of the fight, White Devil's fragmented legendary weapon and helmet had been thoroughly destroyed. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who had rushed to the scene at the time, just so happened to catch White Devil's true appearance. Since that's the case, I won't waste time talking about nonsense. Putting on a serious look, White Devil said, "We are planning on dropping our kill order on Zero Wing, so we hope that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Asura Mercenary Alliance, can cancel its bounty on World Dominators. Do you think you can just put a kill order on us and cancel it whenever you like?" "Don't you think this is unfair for Zero Wing?" Shi Feng bluntly stated. "That is true." White Devil nodded. "Hence, we plan to give Zero Wing an explanation." "What explanation?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "Aren't you looking to deal with Shadow?" In a definitive tone, White Devil said, "We will erase Shadow's name from God's domain." "What do you think of this condition?" "Erase Shadow from God's domain?" Shi Feng grew a little interested. Although he was more than capable of erasing Shadow from God's domain himself, doing so would require a lot of time. "How long will it take?" 2 days, White Devil answered without hesitation. "In 2 days, you will no longer see Shadow in God's domain. That includes all information on Shadow." Upon hearing White Devil's words, Shi Feng couldn't help but marvel at World Dominators' strength. In addition to claiming that it would eradicate a second-rate guild, it also promised to do so in 2 days. It should be known that Shadow was in control of 10 city-states. It had many branch guilds in God's domain and over 1 million members. If World Dominators wanted to erase Shadow from God's domain in 2 days, it would certainly have to pay a considerable price. "May I know what you think, Guild Leader Black Flame?" White Devil asked, smiling as he looked at Shi Feng. Chapter 3722, Chapter 14.6, Super Guild Strength 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. When the various players and scouts from the various powers saw World Dominators as experts leaving the Candlelight Hotel peacefully and Shi Feng and Su Qianlu walking out of the hotel, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What's going on? Zero Wing was actually holding a secret discussion with World Dominators just now? Weren't they going to have a big fight? They should have reached a conclusion in their talks by the looks of things. I wonder what decision they came to. Will they be fighting or not? Everyone couldn't help but grow curious about this situation. Interesting. How interesting. "It seems we made the right decision to come here this time." Stalwart Bear, who had already reached level 1004, exclaimed, a look of interest appearing on his face as he watched World Dominators' experts leaving. "What do you mean, Elder Bear?" Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Stalwart Bear in confusion. The main reason they gathered in 100 Flow City this time was to discuss whether they should seek a partnership with Zero Wing. After all, partnering with Zero Wing would mean making an enemy out of World Dominators. 100 Flower Palace was different from Witch's Sin. Witch's Sin already possessed the strength of a superpower, so World Dominators was unlikely to go to war with Witch's Sin. However, World Dominators definitely wouldn't show mercy against top-tier first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. I don't know about Hundred Flower Palace, but Nature Hall will be seeking a partnership with Zero Wing, Stalwart Bear said, laughing. Despite having already placed a kill order on Zero Wing, the arrogant and mighty world dominators had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. Doesn't that tell you anything? Indeed, with world dominators' arrogance, if it had a good chance at eliminating Zero Wing, it would never try to negotiate with Zero Wing after putting a kill order on Zero Wing. It'd be a huge embarrassment if it did that. Since world dominators had come to negotiate, it shows that even world dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Although world dominators had also held a discussion with Mysterious Moon, that was only a normal consultation between guilds. Mysterious Moon's acts of aggression did not anger world dominators or harm world dominators' reputation. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. World dominators had already publicly placed a kill order on Zero Wing. Yet now, it had come to negotiate with Zero Wing. How would the various powers of God's domain look at this situation? World dominators would most likely become a joke in the various powers' eyes. There was no way world dominators wouldn't know what would happen if it tried to negotiate with Zero Wing. Yet, despite knowing it, world dominators still chose to do so. I'm heading back first. If I don't make ample preparations beforehand, it's going to be tough to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership, Stalwart Bear said before standing up and leaving the bar. When Rain Song saw Stalwart Bear leaving, she turned toward Cleansed Rue and asked, "What should we do, Big Sis Rue?" "We are not the same as Nature Hall," Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head and smiling. "Nature Hall is only trying to obtain the other God's domain's resources and strengthen itself, so it is naturally fine for Nature Hall to partner with Zero Wing. However, our guild's aim isn't the other God's domain's resources. What we need is a strong partner. Although the various superpowers are an option, partnering with them will be too disadvantageous for us. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is only one of the several powers in our considerations." She was aware that the secret that Hundred Flower Palace was in possession of far exceeded the imaginations of even the various superpowers. Unless Zero Wing possessed incredible strength, it would be unqualified to become Hundred Flower Palace's partner. However, if the information Dawn Moon obtained through her reconnaissance in Zero Wing would indeed have the qualifications to become Hundred Flower Palace's partner. "Let's wait for Dawn Moon's report first," Cleansed Rue said. After thinking it over, she decided to wait for more information before deciding. The Abyssal Star Primordial City might be something extraordinary in the eyes of the miniature ancient world's various powers. Still, the secret that Hundred Flower Palace possessed was many times greater than the Primordial City. Hundred Flower Palace wasn't afraid that this secret would get exposed. What it feared most was failing to secure this secret. After all, it only had one chance, so it needed to be careful in choosing who it partnered with. Over at the Candlelight Hotel, Guild Leader, do you think World Dominators can really fulfill its promise in 2 days? After seeing that World Dominators as experts disappearing into the teleportation hall, Su Qianlu voiced the question plaguing her mind this entire time. After all was said and done, Shadow was a second-rate guild with over 1 million guild members. No matter how she looked at it, it was simply unrealistic to try and erase Shadow's name from God's domain in 2 days. "I don't know," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then, solemnly, he continued. "But the various superpowers have invested far more strength into the miniature ancient world than I initially thought. There is no saying whether the other superpowers have sent their God-ranked experts over as well. We have to reach level 120 as soon as possible and enter the Boundary Mountain range ahead of the various superpowers. Currently, everyone was still at Tier 3 in the miniature ancient world, so even if the various superpowers were strong, there was still a limit to the strength they could exhibit. However, once the various superpowers refinement realm experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4, they would have an overwhelming advantage over other powers. The advantages Zero Wing currently possessed would cease to exist at that time. If Zero Wing wished to maintain its lead over the various superpowers, it would have to enter the Boundary Mountain range ahead of the various superpowers. After all, the resources and legacies available in other gods' domains were vastly superior to their god's domain. If the players in their god's domain could acquire an outer world legacy, their chances of getting promoted to Tier 4 would increase by 50% or more. Su Qianlu nodded in agreement with Shi Feng's words. Zero Wing might look like it had a good future ahead, but it also had a lot of trouble it needed to face. After all, Zero Wing had already entered the eyes of many superpowers. If Zero Wing wasn't careful, the various superpowers would quickly gobble it up. An hour after Shi Feng concluded his talks with White Devil, World Dominators retracted its kill order on Zero Wing and announced it was no longer affiliated with Shadow. In addition, World Dominators had also announced that it would be erasing Shadow from God's domain. When this news came out, the various powers in God's domain couldn't help but be stunned. Even Lan Heilong was dumbfounded when he learned of this news. He simply couldn't fathom why World Dominators would suddenly go from supporting Shadow to seeking to annihilate Shadow just because of a bounty from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Shortly after World Dominators' announcement, every one of Shadow's members in the miniature ancient world began hiding in the various NPC cities. So long as they dared to set foot outside, World Dominators' experts would swiftly kill them. Things were even worse for Shadow on the main continent. World Dominators' experts would attack Shadow's members regardless of the location, and even those hiding in the imperial capitals of empires were not safe from attacks. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert had also destroyed all 10 of Shadow's city-states in just one short day. Moreover, just like World Dominators had stated in its announcement, it didn't just stop at causing devastating damage. It had thoroughly erased these city-states from the face of the continent. After just one night, Shadow had lost all of its guild cities. Even its residences inside NPC cities were flattened. Before one full day had even passed, Shadow had already become nothing more than an empty shell of a guild. Almost all of its non-internal members had withdrawn. As for Shadow's internal members, they didn't even dare log into God's domain. World Dominators' display of strength had thoroughly dumbfounded the various powers. At the same time, everyone in God's domain came to understand that in front of a super guild, even second and first-rate guilds were nothing but a joke. In less than 2 days, Shadow announced its dissolution, and the Lanhua group that backed Shadow went bankrupt. Chapter 373, Chapter 14.7, Popular Zero-Wing Jinhai City, Lanhua Tower. Due to World Dominators' attacks and Shadow's disbandment, Lanhua group had no choice but to declare bankruptcy to repay the many debts it owed. Originally, more than 10,000 people would occupy Lanhua Tower every day. Now though, the building had become empty. Aside from Lan Hailong, who was staring off into space in the top floor conference room, and a few of Shadow's executives tidying up their belongings downstairs, nobody else was in the building. That Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu are bastards through and through. I can't believe they would abscond with the guild's epic items and join a third-rate guild, a robust man grumbled as he glared at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, who were swiftly packing their things over on the other side of the office floor. In contrast, we, the ones fighting on the front line, ended up getting nothing at all. After glancing at Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu, Rampant Blade said, "There's no point grumbling about this. They've helped out that third-rate guild a lot in the past. Although they've now joined that third-rate guild, they were only given a position in middle management. There's no way they'd be allowed to join the guild's upper management either. So, the most they'll be doing from now on will be guiding newbies." "How are you so calm about this, Boss Blade? You probably drew the worst lot out of everyone," the robust man said, sighing. "With your strength, you could have long since joined a first-rate guild." Yet, because of World Dominators' purge, not only did your account fall back to level 100, but you've even lost most of your equipment. You'd probably need a miracle to catch up to the miniature Ancient World's frontline players at this rate. As a Refinement Realm expert, Rampant Blade already had the necessary combat standards to become a core member in a first-rate guild. However, because of his severe loss in level and equipment, even if he managed to get into a first-rate guild, he'd have a hard time catching up with the current level of even first-rate experts. "Do you have any plans after this, Stone?" Rampant Blade asked. "Me?" The robust man who Rampant Blade addressed as Stone shook his head. "You know as well as I do what kind of combat standard I have. The best I can do is reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. Coupled with my age, I'd be fortunate if I can get a team leader position even if I join a third-rate guild. In the current God's domain, the various guilds placed more importance on recruiting newcomers with great potential than veteran experts with good strength. Even if there was no longer a need to worry that he might be a spy for Shadow, there was no way he could ever become a core member even if he joined a third-rate guild. At best, he could become an ordinary internal member." "Are you interested in joining Zero Wing with me?" Rampant Blade asked, smiling. "Join Zero Wing?" Stone froze when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Then, looking at Rampant Blade incredulously, he asked, "Can I really join Zero Wing?" The current Zero Wing was a famous guild that many players wished to join in the miniature Ancient World. Not only did Zero Wing possess a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, but it even had the strength to get World Dominators to eradicate Shadow to appease it. Most importantly, Zero Wing's guild leader was Black Flame, a rumored Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, any power with a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in its ranks would instantly be regarded as a top-tier first-rate power in God's domain. Based on what he heard, on the first day World Dominators removed its kill order on Zero Wing and began attacking Shadow, over 100,000 players had swarmed the Candlelight Hotel and applied to join Zero Wing. On the second day of World Dominators' purge of Shadow, first-rate experts and above had thoroughly surrounded Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. The situation had gotten so bad that the street outside Zero Wing's residence and 3 other neighboring streets were crowded with players. In the end, Zero Wing had to mobilize the city's NPC guards just to let Zero Wing's members walk out of the residence. The situation had only calmed down a little after Zero Wing announced one of its main recruitment conditions. The condition was simple. Those under 20 years of age could join Zero Wing so long as they could reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. As for those above 20, they'd have to reach the half-step Refinement Realm standard at the very least, with Refinement Realm experts receiving priority considerations. This condition had instantly disqualified over 90% of the players applying to join Zero Wing. It was no exaggeration to say that this entry requirement was even more stringent than the various superpowers. However, even with this harsh condition, there was still a long line of players waiting outside Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight Hotel. Blackie sent me an invitation hoping that I could join Zero Wing. He also hopes that I can bring some of Shadow's main force members over, Rampant Blade said, nodding. How about it? Interested? Yes, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Stone hurriedly nodded, his face full of excitement. It seems I'll get to continue fighting alongside you in the future as well, Boss Blade. For a veteran guild player like him, he'd have a lot of concerns when joining a new guild, so it'd be much more assuring to have an old acquaintance as his superior. Not to mention, this was an invitation to join Zero Wing. This was an opportunity that countless experts sought to obtain. Help me invite the other main force members as well, but make sure to leave out those close to Lan Hailong. Those who join Zero Wing initially are all people with a grudge against Lan Hailong. I don't want to cause a scene after joining Zero Wing, Rampant Blade said, nodding. Don't worry, Boss Blade. I know what to do, Stone said, laughing. Immediately afterward, Stone began going around the office, visiting Shadow's main force members one after another. Apart from Lan Hailong's close confidants, he had invited almost everyone in Shadow's main force to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, everyone who received the invitation to join Zero Wing couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Damn it. That despicable Zero Wing. Luo Tiancheng's eyes were full of envy when he saw Stone approaching the other people in the office and inviting them to join Zero Wing. We only sided with Lan Hailong because we didn't have a choice. Shi Feng is just being petty. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu was also envious of this situation. At the same time, he also secretly cursed Zero Wing to have a bad future. However, irregardless of what Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu felt about the situation, Rampant Blade and several dozen members of Shadow's main force left Lanhua Tower with smiles on their faces. Then, they promptly made their way to Zero Wing's temporary office located inside the God's Domain Alliance's building. Chapter 374, Chapter 48, Snow Goddess appears Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City, as players could only purchase the teleportation scrolls for Abyssal Star City on the first day of the city's opening. The number of players in the city had fallen dramatically. The only combat players that remained in the city were the various first-rate powers and superpowers peak experts. These were the only combat players capable of grinding in the level 110 maps near the Misty Canyon, albeit just barely. Aside from combat players, the various powers merchant players also chose to remain in the city to complete the daily material collection quests and reputation quests the Asura Mercenary Alliance issued. They relied on these quests to accumulate the Mercenary Alliance's contribution points and try to become a bronze member as soon as possible. One could say that aside from Zero Wings and Witches' Sins members, none of the players present in Abyssal Star City was an ordinary individual. Even so, Abyssal Star City's player population still exceeded 1 million. It was no exaggeration to say that Abyssal Star City was already the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Can we really participate in this guild activity, Boss Blade? Stone, who was only a level 100 shield warrior, asked Rampant Blade after arriving at Zero Wing's residence using a guild transfer scroll. Currently, nearly 200 players were gathered in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence. Aside from them, ex-members of Shadow, everyone else was either at level 103 or level 104. Moreover, most of these players looked like they were only 20 years old, and every one of them was either at the half-step refinement realm or refinement realm already. This situation was unnerving for the ex-members of Shadows. I think so, Rampant Blade said hesitantly. He similarly felt stressed when he looked at the youngsters around him. In Shadow, a refinement realm would be regarded as one of the guild's top combatants without question. Even first-rate guilds would treat their refinement realm experts as mid-level mainstays. After all, in the average first-rate guild, there would only be several hundred refinement realm experts out of the several million members in the guild. However, despite being a refinement realm expert, Rampant Blade felt that he was nothing but an insignificant existence in the current Zero Wing. It was even worse for the other ex-members of Shadow. While Rampant Blade and the others were feeling stressed over their situation, a group of a dozen or so players walked out of the guild hall. Rampant Blade spotted two familiar faces among these players, Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, when Rampant Blade saw Blackie and Su Qianlu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of distance, specifically, the massive distance in strength and levels between them. Currently, both Blackie and Su Qianlu had already reached an astonishing level of 107. Upon seeing their levels, Rampant Blade couldn't help but lose the will to live. It should be known that even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 1004, and they'd still need at least 2 days to reach level 1005. Yet, Blackie and Su Qianlu had already surpassed those peak experts by 3 levels. What kind of leveling speed was this? Alright, since everyone's gathered, get ready to move out. Make sure not to fall behind. If you break away from the team, you'll have no choice but to wait until the next group training, Shi Feng cautioned as he swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. After 2 days of research, Shi Feng had already found the ideal grinding spot in the Burning Land. The monsters in that grinding spot consisted of only level 1112 Blackstone orcs. Moreover, their numbers were quite concentrated, and most of them were only at the High Lord rank, with some at the Great Lord rank. Any random group they lured there would also have at least 1,000 Blackstone orcs. With the suppression of Shi Feng's mana domain and Su Qianlu and Blackie's tier 3 AoE spells, grinding these Blackstone Orcs would be quick and easy. Even without Shi Feng's mana domain, Su Qianlu and Blackie could still handle the monsters by themselves since they had already reached level 17. The only problem was getting to the grinding spot. The journey there involved traveling through the Misty Canyon, which was infested with monsters around level 117. Even a high lord of this level could effortlessly slaughter level 10-4 Refinement Realm experts. Fortunately, Shi Feng was Abyssal Star City's administrator, so he could assign some of the city's NPC guards to escort Zero Wing's members out of the Misty Canyon. After Shi Feng gave his command, Su Qianlu took charge of the team and followed the NPC guards to the Burning Land. During their journey across the Misty Canyon, Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Shadow couldn't help but be shocked when they saw many of the team's members nearly getting insta-killed by the monsters that abruptly appeared from the sides. Rather than a grinding activity, it felt more like they were going on a perilous journey instead. After advancing for around 5 hours, the team finally arrived at the Blackstone Tribe's campsite in the Burning Land. "I'll go and lure the monsters. You guys get ready to cast your spells," Shi Feng said as he looked at Su Qianlu and Blackie. Then, after saying so, he promptly charged toward the nearest group of Blackstone Orcs. When Rampant Blade and the others, who were grinding here for the first time, saw Shi Feng's actions, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although most of the Blackstone Orcs were only High Lords, they were level 112 monsters. For a level 108 player like Shi Feng, these level 112 High Lords were even stronger than level 108 Great Lords. As for the level 112 Great Lords, they were essentially level 108 Grand Lords to Shi Feng. Yet, despite going up against so many Blackstone Orcs, Shi Feng had charged at the monsters without hesitation. Even Apex experts would fall quickly if they pulled such a stunt. However, after Shi Feng released his mana domain, the Blackstone Orcs, who normally relied on mana to strengthen themselves, instantly lost over 1/3 of their combat power. Now that Shi Feng's basic attributes were already at the tier 4 standard, these Blackstone Orcs had become nothing more than toddlers in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, Shi Feng had successfully lured a group of over 1,000 Blackstone Orcs to Su Qianlu and the others, taking no damage throughout the entire process. "Attack!" Shi Feng shouted when he saw that the Blackstone Orcs were less than 100 yards away from Su Qianlu and the others. "Fire!" Su Qianlu commanded. Immediately, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and several other magical class experts equipped with the Primordial Mana equipment set unleashed the tier 3 AoE spells they had precast, bombarding the Blackstone Orcs with meteorites, ice, and wind. In the meantime, Shi Feng leaped into the air and stayed suspended 100 meters above ground using his mana domain. Then, using his vantage point, he watched the bombardment of AoE spells. The AoE spells Su Qianlu and the others cast carried power at the tier 4 standard. So, even the level 112 Great Lord ranked Blackstone Orcs were beaten into a heavily injured state after getting hit by the spells, which, in turn, caused their combat power to plummet even further. "All other ranged DPS attack as well," Shi Feng commanded. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Dawn Moon and the other ranged players promptly began launching their spells and skills as well. Due to the Blackstone Orcs being in a heavily injured state, the effects of the level suppression had been weakened. Although Dawn Moon and the others were incapable of dealing damage in the millions like Su Qianlu and Blackie, their attacks still managed to cause over 100,000 damage. When they achieved a critical hit, some of their attacks even caused 200,000 or 300,000 damage. The Blackstone Orcs only had around 60 million HP, so it didn't take long for them to be reduced into ashes. Meanwhile, after the Blackstone Orcs died, everyone present saw their experience bars increasing by a huge chunk. In the case of Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Zero Wing, who had their levels reduced to 100 by World Dominators, they saw their experience bars increasing by 20%. This situation thoroughly dumbfounded them. Since when did it become so easy to level up? Good. I'll go and lure another group. In the meantime, rest up and recover your mana, Shi Feng said to the team before leaving to lure another group of Blackstone Orcs. After Shi Feng lured a few more groups of Blackstone Orcs, Rampant Blade and the other ex-members of Shadow successfully reached level 101. Many of the level 103 members present had also risen to level 1004, their current leveling speed vastly surpassing their past leveling speed. Meanwhile, outside the Candlelight Hotel in Hundred Flow City, is Zero Wing really as amazing as you say it is, Yao Yue? An otherworldly beauty wearing light gray armor asked as she looked at the aged hotel before her, a trace of doubt in her eyes. When this beautiful woman stopped in front of the Candlelight Hotel, the players walking on the street, regardless of gender, couldn't help but stop to look at her. This was because this woman didn't simply possess otherworldly beauty. Even her presence felt otherworldly, and everyone couldn't help but get the urge to appreciate her beauty and presence. Zero Wing has managed to scare off even world dominators, Big Sis Snow. Moreover, you won't be subjected to any troublesome restrictions even if you join Zero Wing. In the off chance that you do get accepted, you might finally get to resolve the trouble that has been plaguing you all these years, Lin Yao Yue said. Okay, let's go and take a look, Gentle Snow said, nodding. Chapter 3075, Chapter 49, Meeting Gentle Snow for the First Time Burning Land, Blackstone Orcs Campsite. After grinding Blackstone Orcs for several hours, Zero Wings members saw an increase in their levels. It was especially true for Rampant Blade and the ex-members of Zero Wing. Despite being at level 100 just a few hours ago, they were now level 103. This was due to the significant EXP bonuses they received as a result of the difference in levels between them and the monsters. As for the other players in the team, although not as significant as the ex-Zero Wing members, all of them still leveled up once. Even Shi Feng had leveled up once, reaching level 1009. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng's power leveling rivaled the power leveling provided by Tier 4 experts on the main continent. While Shi Feng was taking a break after just defeating another group of Blackstone Orcs, the sound of a message notification suddenly entered his ears. Lin Yaoyue is here? Shi Feng smiled when he saw the contents of the message Blake Anna, the Candlelight Hotel's manager, sent him. Shi Feng had granted Blake Anna a certain degree of authority over the Candlelight Hotel. In addition, so long as someone he listed as important visited the Candlelight Hotel, Blake Anna would message him and inform him immediately. Currently, there were only 3 people Shi Feng had listed as important: Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul, and Lin Yaoyue. In Shi Feng's eyes, Lin Yaoyue was a magical genius. While the average domain realm expert might not be able to notice this detail, Shi Feng could sense it clearly. Lin Yaoyue possessed an incredibly high affinity with mana. Even though she was only Tier 3 right now, her perception toward mana was already nearing the Tier 5 standard. The odds of someone having such a talent were less than 0.1%. Had Lin Yaoyue joined a superpower instead of a first-rate guild like Mysterious Moon, she would have probably gained a mana domain already by now, and her combat power would surpass even Galaxy Past. Everyone is close to reaching their corrosion threshold already, guild leader, Su Qianlu reminded Shi Feng after looking at Rampant Blade and the others. Judging by their complexions, it was clear that they were no longer at peak mental performance. Compared to the maps located near NPC cities, the foreign energy present in the burning land was much denser. As a result, players' bodies also get corroded much more quickly. Meanwhile, in addition to putting players in a hungry and energy-deprived state, the corrosion of foreign energy would also drain a person's mental state. In addition, once a player's corrosion threshold reached a certain level, they would quickly die if they didn't return to a city to rest. The foreign energy present in God's Domain's level 100+ maps was also the main factor restricting a player's leveling speed. Due to the presence of this foreign energy, players could not grind for as long as they wanted. After factoring in travel and recovery times, even if there were 48 hours in a day in God's Domain, the average player could only spend around a dozen of those hours grinding and leveling up in a level 100+ map. The situation was even worse in the Burning Land. Even a player with a gold mana body could, at most, last around 13 or 14 hours here. As for those with bronze and silver mana bodies, they couldn't even last 10 hours here. Okay, let's head back and rest then, Shi Feng said, nodding. The current leveling speed of Zero Wings members was already beyond everyone else in God's Domain. After all, Zero Wings members had Abyssal Star City's NPC guards escorting them to the border of the Burning Land. They had a huge advantage over the various superpowers teams that had to travel out of the Misty Canyon by themselves. Rampant Blade and the others sighed in relief when they heard Shi Feng's words. At the same time, they couldn't help but be amazed by Shi Feng, Su Qianlu, and the other executives of Zero Wing. While they were having trouble controlling their bodies due to their hunger and mental fatigue, Shi Feng and the other executives of Zero Wing only looked a little tired. Shi Feng, in particular, behaved no differently than usual, and he could still toy around with the Blackstone Orcs with little effort. Subsequently, Su Qianlu and the others took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City. As for Shi Feng, he used a return scroll for 100 Flow City. We are hosted no F3. Find us on Geo Ogle. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. The mana here sure is dense. It's much denser than the other hotels in 100 Flow City, Gentle Snow exclaimed while sitting in the Candlelight Hotel's reception room. I can even feel the foreign energy in my body getting purified much more quickly. It's no wonder even World Dominators is fearful of Zero Wing. Increasing the mana density of an area was a challenging task in God's Domain. Moreover, the higher the density, the greater the difficulty. The miniature ancient world originally possessed a rich mana environment already, and it was close to matching the various superpowers' holy lands on the main continent. Yet, the Candlelight Hotel had managed to further improve this already dense mana by a large margin, creating a mana environment that was superior to even that of the various superpowers' holy lands. On top of that, the Candlelight Hotel's environment could also accelerate the purification of foreign energy. Not even the various superpowers could produce such a mana environment in the current God's Domain. Yet, Zero Wing had accomplished it. This is nothing, Big Sis Snow. Whether it is the mana density or the foreign energy purification rate here, both are only a fraction of what is available in Abyssal Star City, Lin Yaoyue said. Then, with a look of envy, she continued, currently, all of Zero Wing's members are operating from Abyssal Star City. Their development rate is significantly faster than players like us who can only operate around NPC cities. Every player in the miniature ancient world was looking to reach level 20 as soon as possible. It was so that they could enter the Boundary Mountain Range and become the first to capitalize on the resources of two gods' domains. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the easiest solution to achieve this goal. Because of this, Lin Yaoyue had come to join Zero Wing as an outer member. In addition, she had also persuaded Gentle Snow to join Zero Wing with her. Currently, there were only 2 guilds garrisoned in Abyssal Star City, and all members belonging to these 2 guilds could freely enter the city. Meanwhile, so long as the 2 of them became Zero Wing's outer members, they too could freely enter Abyssal Star City. Although Lin Yaoyue wouldn't be able to teleport into Abyssal Star City directly since she was still a member of Mysterious Moon, that wasn't a problem for Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow didn't have a guild, so she could join Zero Wing and purchase Zero Wing's guild transfer scrolls. While Lin Yaoyue and Gentle Snow were talking, the reception room's doors suddenly opened. Then, a cloaked young man walked into the room, and this person was none other than Shi Feng. Gentle Snow? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the incredibly familiar woman sitting inside the reception room. Chapter 3076, Chapter 50. Zero Wing is a little strong. Shi Feng was incredibly familiar with Gentle Snow, the Snow Goddess. She was one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders during his previous life. She was also one of Zero Wing's earliest members to reach Tier 6. She had even reached the Beyond Domain realm in terms of combat standards. In short, she was one of Zero Wing's strongest combatants. Originally, Shi Feng had thought of seeking out Gentle Snow in this timeline. However, Gentle Snow had long since disappeared from God's Domain in this timeline. Nobody knew why she had disappeared from God's Domain either. Gentle Snow was publicly recognized as an expert with the potential to reach Tier 6 and create all sorts of legendary feats in God's Domain. So, when she disappeared all of a sudden, many people found the situation a pity. Shi Feng never thought he could meet Gentle Snow again in this life. Mr. Black Flame? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but look at Shi Feng oddly when she saw the stunned look on his face. It was true that Gentle Snow was as beautiful as a fairy. If she were to appear in public without hiding her appearance, she would mesmerize many people with her beauty. This was true for both men and women. However, the charm of her beauty was only limited to ordinary people. Lin Yaoyue did not believe that a Tier 6 god-ranked expert like Shi Feng would be fascinated by Gentle Snow's beauty and temperament. There was simply no way that could happen. Lin Yaoyue was aware that Shi Feng had previously met with the Frost Flame goddess Cleansed Rue, and she was in no way inferior to Gentle Snow when it came to beauty and temperament. Yet, not only did Shi Feng not show any reaction to Cleansed Rue's beauty, but he had even caused 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall to suffer a huge loss without hesitation. While this information was a secret to most people, Mysterious Moon just so happened to be one of the guilds that knew this secret. Sorry for keeping you two waiting, Shi Feng said, quickly recovering from his surprise. Then, he looked toward Gentle Snow and smiled as he explained, I didn't expect you to bring the long-vanished Snow Goddess to me, Miss Lin. The various powers would probably be shocked if they learned of her return. When Lin Yaoyue heard Shi Feng's words, realization dawned on her. The Snow Goddess's disappearance from God's Domain had always remained a mystery. If those who knew about Gentle Snow learned that she had suddenly reappeared, they would most likely be surprised. You flatter me, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am merely someone who has been eliminated by time, Gentle Snow calmly said. You, on the other hand, are someone who has truly shocked the various powers of God's Domain. Previously, the 5 great super guilds were probably the only powers in God's Domain capable of making world dominators admit defeat. Now, though, one more had appeared. That's simply a decision world dominators reached after weighing its chances against the various superpowers, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He was well aware that the current Zero Wing lacked the strength to make world dominators admit defeat. Subsequently, Shi Feng looked toward Lin Yaoyue and smiled, asking, Since you came here, I believe you've decided to become an outer member of Zero Wing, right, Miss Lin? That's right. In addition, I wish to invite Big Sis Snow to become an outer member as well, Lin Yaoyue said, nodding. Although Big Sis Snow hasn't played God's Domain for many years already, I assure you that her combat standard has not deteriorated. In reality, Lin Yaoyue had been a little apprehensive in inviting Gentle Snow to join Zero Wing. Currently, Gentle Snow was only level 103 and geared in level 100 Dark Gold equipment. While she might be a Void Realm expert, it'd take her a lot of time and effort to catch up to the progress of the various superpowers experts with her lack of level and equipment. At the very least, Gentle Snow wouldn't be of any use to Zero Wing in the short term. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently overflowing with talents. As evidence, players seeking to join Zero Wing needed to be at the half-step Refinement Realm standard. Older players even needed to be at the Refinement Realm standard to have a chance at joining Zero Wing. Not to mention, Zero Wing could mass-produce the Primordial Mana equipment set. So long as a Refinement Realm expert donned that set, they would instantly gain strength nearing the Tier 4 standard. This was a standard that even most peak experts had difficulty achieving in the current miniature ancient world. I know. I have a lot of faith in Miss Snow's strength, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxiety on Lin Yao Yue's face. Also, I've already said that I won't force you to do anything even if you join Zero Wing. Our relationship is only a business transaction. You'll help Zero Wing complete quests, while Zero Wing will provide you with the resources necessary for your growth. What kind of quests you complete, what kind of resources you obtain, and how far you can grow depends on you. Of course, if you are willing to become an official member of the Zero Wing Alliance, you'll receive assistance far beyond what is available to outer members. In exchange, though, you'll have to shoulder a few more restrictions. A few more restrictions? Lin Yao Yue was tempted by Shi Feng's words. May I know what these restrictions are? Currently, Gentle Snow did not possess any background or backing. She had to rely on herself for everything in God's domain. Although Lin Yao Yue held an executive position in Mysterious Moon and was regarded as a priority target for nurturing, the resources she could access were still very limited. At most, she could get a few pieces of epic weapons and equipment for Gentle Snow. However, such items simply weren't enough to help Gentle Snow achieve rapid growth. However, if Gentle Snow could receive Zero Wing's support, she might just be able to achieve a qualitative transformation. That way, she might get some relief from the problems plaguing her. Official members of the Zero Wing Alliance cannot refuse some of the more important quests and commissions. Of course, you will only be required to take on such quests and commissions 4 times a month. Moreover, these quests and commissions would typically award you with lucrative amounts of contribution points upon completion, Shi Feng explained. Then, he shared a list of resources with Lin Yao Yue and Gentle Snow before saying, here is a list of items available for exchange in the Zero Wing Alliance. Official members will receive a 10% discount when exchanging for these items. Outer members will not receive such a benefit. When Lin Yao Yue and Gentle Snow finished browsing through the resource exchange list, they couldn't help but be shocked. Setting aside the saint-level mana technique, what the heck was this ancient god's blood? They had never heard of an item capable of upgrading a player's mana body before. Why did so many experts come to the miniature ancient world? The main reason was so that they could change their mana bodies. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel. The mana body was a crucial factor that decided a player's future tier. The reason so many experts were unable to reach Tier 4 and Tier 5 was mainly because the rank of their mana bodies was too low. However, the only way players could change their mana bodies on the main continent was by deleting their accounts and restarting their progress. Meanwhile, this was a decision that most people dared not do. After all, nobody could say for certain whether the opportunities they encountered in their new account would be better. It was especially so now that the various powers had long since monopolized most of the resources and opportunities available on the main continent. Playing a new account was a very risky endeavor in such a situation. However, it was a different story for the miniature ancient world. In addition to being free from the various powers' control, the miniature ancient world contained much better opportunities than the main continent. Hence, many experts had flocked to the miniature ancient world seeking to improve their mana bodies. If there really existed a tool that could upgrade a player's mana body, the various superpowers old monsters would probably go crazy for it. I am confident in Miss Snow's strength, so I can offer you a bonus benefit if you become an official member, Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at Gentle Snow. So long as you become an official member, I will give you an ancient god's blood and help you upgrade your mana body. When Lin Yao Yue heard Shi Feng's offer, she quickly looked to Gentle Snow and said, Big Sis Snow, you might as well become an official member. If you have the ancient god's blood, you might just be able to get the rumored epic mana body. With it, your chances of reaching Tier 6 will become significantly greater. Currently, Gentle Snow was in possession of a peak gold mana body. Going by the ancient god's blood's description, Gentle Snow should have a high chance of upgrading her mana body to epic rank if she used it. Even the 5 great super guilds' old monsters didn't necessarily have an epic mana body. The amount of help Gentle Snow could gain from an epic mana body would be unimaginable. Chapter 377, Chapter 51, Monstrous Talent, Chapter 51, Monstrous Talent. After listening to Lin Yao Yue's suggestion, Gentle Snow stopped hesitating and nodded to Shi Feng's offer. Then, she signed Zero Wing's membership contract and became an official member of the Zero Wing Alliance. She'd be lying if she said if the ancient god's blood didn't tempt her. Even the various super guilds' old monsters might abandon their original guilds and join Zero Wing if offered the chance to get their hands on an ancient god's blood. After all, the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 was massive in God's domain. It was even more so in the real world. The various international corporations in the real world might treat Tier 5 expert players respectfully, but they wouldn't bend their backs over to please these Tier 5 experts. They also wouldn't be afraid of offending a Tier 5 expert should the situation call for it. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When dealing with a God-ranked expert, the various international corporations would behave as if they were dealing with their ancestors. They'd be too busy currying favor to consider offending a God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, an epic mana body was something that could drastically increase a Tier 5 player's chances of reaching Tier 6. It was something that no external item could replace. Since you've signed the contract, you are now an official member of Zero Wing, Miss Snow. You'll have a much more convenient time entering Abyssal Star City. You'll also get to enjoy the benefits of an official member, Shi Feng said as he sent a guild invitation to Gentle Snow, to which Gentle Snow accepted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be envious of this situation. It was true that Mysterious Moon had already become partners with Zero Wing. In addition, all of Mysterious Moon's members had also joined the Asura Mercenary Alliance already. However, the only benefits Mysterious Moon's members enjoyed in Abyssal Star City were a 10% discount on their entrance fee and priority entry into the city. If Mysterious Moon's members wanted true freedom in entering Abyssal Star City, they'd have to join Zero Wing or Witch's Sin, or become a bronze member in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. However, a lot of contribution points were needed to become a bronze member. Even the various superpowers members would need a lot of time to become bronze members, let alone everyone else. Subsequently, Shi Feng passed a guild transfer scroll for Zero Wing's residence to Gentle Snow and had her head to Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue accepted the weapon collection quest for Solomon's Sword's fragments and logged out of the game. Then, she contacted her guild to discuss how they should go about collecting these fragments on the main continent. Shi Feng offered a ton of contribution points to collect the weapon fragments. Every weapon fragment had a different price tag attached to it, and even the cheapest one was worth several million points, while the most expensive one was worth 10 million. It might be challenging to acquire the Holy Sword Broken Blade, which was worth 10 million points, but obtaining the other 4 epic weapons wasn't a problem. Meanwhile, so long as they managed to collect 2 of these epic weapons, they'd be able to exchange for 1 drop of Ancient God's Blood. Abyssal Star City, Primordial Tower. Here is the Ancient God's Blood and the entry pass for the Primordial Tower's rooms. Use the Ancient God's Blood in one of the tower's rooms. The dense mana in the rooms there should give you a greater chance of upgrading your mana body to the epic rank. Although you can only use the Primordial Tower's rooms for up to 4 days a month, you don't have to worry about shouldering the cost, Shi Feng said. Then, he took out a Primordial Mana Equipment set and continued. This is a Mana Equipment set for Berserkers. It should stay useful until you reach Tier 4. Are you that confident in me? Gentle Snow was a little surprised when she saw the item Shi Feng had given her. She was certain this was her first time meeting with Shi Feng, yet Shi Feng's behavior made it seem like he was dealing with an old and trustworthy acquaintance. Gentle Snow was aware of the Primordial Tower's room's existence. According to Lin Yaoyue, members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance would only qualify to use the Primordial Tower's rooms after elevating their membership status to bronze rank. Bronze members were only allowed to use the rooms for 1 hour a day, while silver members and gold members could use the rooms for 2 and 4 hours, respectively. Yet, her entry pass granted her access to the rooms for 4 full days a month. Considering that there were 48 hours in one God's Domain day, she could access the rooms for even longer than the Asura Mercenary Alliance's gold members. It's not confidence, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I know you have such strength. The Zero Wing in his previous life had 5 great experts, and Gentle Snow was one of them. Every one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts had strength rivaling Tier 6 gods back then. It was also for this reason that Zero Wing could become the #1 guild in their God's Domain. I have such strength? Gentle Snow felt confused and surprised when she heard Shi Feng's words. Did she really have the strength to warrant such extravagant benefits? However, Shi Feng simply chuckled and had Gentle Snow enter the Primordial Tower. Meanwhile, after entering one of the miniature worlds in the Primordial Tower, Gentle Snow couldn't help but be shocked by the miniature world's environment. This place didn't just have dense mana. It was essentially a holy land for learning about the operating principles of mana. Even without trying, she could clearly perceive the operating principles of the mana flowing around her. No wonder he's so confident in me. Gentle Snow didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she recalled Shi Feng's trust in her. Zero Wing's training resources had indeed surpassed her imagination. While standing in this miniature world, she felt that she was only 1 step away from fulfilling the conditions to reach Tier 6. Correspondingly, if she still couldn't reach Tier 6 with the help of such an environment, she'd probably have no hopes of doing so for the rest of her life. Gentle Snow quickly shook her head and stopped thinking. After raising the miniature world's mana density to the maximum, she promptly consumed the Ancient God's Blood and focused on upgrading her mana body. Around 10 minutes later, Gentle Snow's mana suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. As a result, the mana her body passively radiated also began taking on a misty form. A day later, the mana inside the miniature world seemingly found its ruler as it frantically gathered around Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, the concentration of mana also caused the temperature in Gentle Snow's vicinity to plummet. When Gentle Snow eventually stepped out of the miniature world, her presence dumbfounded Su Qianlu and Blackie, who had come to train in the Primordial Tower. A mana domain? If I remember correctly, isn't she a new member who just started training in the tower yesterday? Where did the guild leader find such an expert? Su Qianlu and Blackie were no longer ignorant about mana domains. So, they quickly recognized that Gentle Snow's mana domain wasn't a pseudo-mana domain. Instead, it was a true mana domain that players could typically only gain at Tier 4. Meanwhile, 2 conditions needed to be met for a Tier 3 player to obtain such a mana domain. The first condition was to be at the Grandmaster Magician standard in mana control. The second condition was to have an epic mana body. Experts capable of meeting both conditions were exceedingly rare, even among the various superpowers. Yet now, Zero Wing had two such experts. Why did you suddenly call for me, guild leader? Gentle Snow curiously asked after entering the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence. Search hosted Noddle for the original. 100 Flower Palace's vice guild leader Cleansed Rue suddenly contacted me asking for Zero Wing's help, and the payment she offered is something I cannot refuse. However, 100 Flower Palace only needs 2 of Zero Wing's strongest combatants for this job. Now that you are a part of Zero Wing, I plan to take you with me, Shi Feng explained as he set aside the documents in his hands. I will give you 5 million points for taking this quest. Chapter 3078, Chapter 52, Outside of God's Domain. 5 million points for one mission? Gentle Snow couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in shock. The Zero Wing Alliance's contribution points were incredibly valuable. This could be seen simply by looking at the Ancient God's Blood, which cost 10 million points per drop. Even if she demanded a main guild city for a drop of Ancient God's Blood, the various superpowers probably wouldn't hesitate to accept the trade. There was no way a superpower would refuse to accept a deal as wonderful as one main city for one expert with an epic mana body. Yet now, Shi Feng was offering the equivalent of half a drop of Ancient God's Blood for just one mission. Unless Shi Feng was incredibly generous, it meant that the difficulty of this mission was incredibly high. With 100 Flower Palace's strength, there shouldn't be any dungeon that could trouble them in the current miniature ancient world. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Gentle Snow asked, "Are they asking us to fight against a superpower?" 100 Flower Palace was a top-tier first-rate guild. It must have dispatched quite a few Tier 5 experts to the miniature ancient world. While the miniature ancient world's Hell Mode team dungeons were challenging, they weren't insurmountable challenges if a team consisting of Tier 5 experts and a large number of Refinement Realm experts raided them. At most, it would take some time to complete the raid. Hence, there was no way 100 Flower Palace would pay a huge price just to get Zero Wing's help to raid a team dungeon. Not to mention, this was a price even Zero Wing could not refuse. The only possibility Gentle Snow could think of was that 100 Flower Palace was facing a problem similar to Mysterious Moon in that it was competing against a superpower for resources. No, they're only asking for help to raid a somewhat special secret land, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Raiding a secret land? Yet 100 Flower Palace is only offering 2 slots to Zero Wing. Gentle Snow couldn't help but grow even more confused. What is 100 Flower Palace thinking? There were indeed certain secret lands with extraordinarily high difficulty. There were even some secret lands that superpowers couldn't necessarily raid independently. However, a secret land would typically have a maximum entry limit of 100 players or more. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel. It was true that Zero Wing didn't have many experts with great combat standards. However, Zero Wing had the primordial mana equipment sets. If Zero Wing equipped its Refinement Realm experts with these sets, it would have several dozen experts with near Tier 4 strength. While 100 Flower Palace had many experts, those possessing near Tier 4 strength probably didn't amount to more than a handful. So, Gentle Snow had a hard time understanding why 100 Flower Palace was only asking Zero Wing for 2 players. When hiring an outside power to help raid a dungeon or secret land, one would typically pay based on the success or failure of the raid. Rarely anybody would accept payment based on headcount. Since 100 Flower Palace wanted to raid a secret land, the normal decision for it to make would be to assign as many slots as possible to Zero Wing. Or was 100 Flower Palace so confident that Zero Wing could complete the secret land with just 2 players? I already said this secret land is somewhat special, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Moreover, the raid this time won't just involve Zero Wing and 100 Flower Palace. It will also involve many experts from another god's domain. These are all the slots 100 Flower Palace can take out for now. Many experts from another god's domain? Gentle Snow was shocked by Shi Feng's words. How is this possible? The Boundary Mountain Range has yet to open. How can many players from the other god's domain show up on our side already? Gentle Snow was aware that Shi Feng's identity was extraordinary and that it was likely that he came from another god's domain. However, the various god's domains were strictly separated from each other. It might be possible for one player to appear in their god's domain, but it shouldn't be possible for many Outer World players to appear right now. No, it's not the other god's domain connected to the miniature ancient world, but a completely different one instead, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I doubt you've heard of this name before, but this is a special space that connects the endless abyss with the many worlds of God's domain. It is also one of the few places that allow players from the many worlds of God's domain to gather and interact with each other. The only problem is that it has a strict level limit, and players are prohibited from entering it once they exceed the level limit. 100 Flower Palace obtained a key that grants access to a special secret realm by chance, and that secret realm houses a pathway leading to the stratified abyssal realm. However, that pathway is sealed behind multiple seals. Aside from having a level limit of 110, the pathway also has a strict entry limit that makes it nigh impossible to clear. Originally, 100 Flower Palace hadn't planned on challenging this pathway due to the impossible difficulty. However, recently, 100 Flower Palace found out that it wasn't the only power that had access to that secret land. Instead, a power from another god's domain also had access to it. This outer world power also has a key for the secret land, or, more specifically, one part of the full key. When these two key fragments are used together, they can weaken the seals on the stratified abyssal realms pathway. So, 100 Flower Palace and that outer world power agreed to work together. Since the pathway only allowed 12 players to enter at a time, both sides will send 6 players each. Then, once they clear the pathway, they will split the awarded entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm based on their performance during the raid. So, 100 Flower Palace hopes that we can send 2 people to help in the raid. As for the compensation, I doubt I'd need to tell you what it is. The entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm, Gentle Snow answered instinctively. Although she didn't know what kind of place the stratified abyssal realm was, the fact that it connected the many worlds of God's domain already made it invaluable. It should be known that the Boundary Mountain Range was merely a gathering place for 2 God's domains. Even then, the various superpowers were already losing their minds over it. That's right, Shi Feng nodded. So long as we can help 100 Flower Palace outperform that other power, 100 Flower Palace is willing to give us half of its entry slots. Although the 2 powers had agreed to leave each other with a minimum number of entry slots, the guaranteed amount was only 10% of the total awarded slots. In other words, it was possible for one side to obtain up to 90% of the total awarded slots. When neither side knew about the other's background, no amount of preparation could be considered excessive. There was no saying whether the other side would seek help from other experts and powers either. However, 100 Flower Palace dared not seek the help of the various superpowers, or, more specifically, it dared not seek the help of a power capable of destroying it. Yet, at the same time, the power it sought help from also needed to have extremely powerful experts. This was a very conflicting set of criteria, and only a few powers could meet it. Meanwhile, Zero Wing happened to be one of these powers. Currently, the various superpowers peak experts had already reached level 1005, which was also the recommended level to raid the pathway. So, 100 Flower Palace naturally couldn't sit still any longer. After all, the other side didn't come from the miniature ancient world. There was a possible chance that the other side might find a group of level 110 players and forcibly break through the seals. If that happened, 100 Flower Palace would end up with nothing. Hence, Cleanse Rue had sought out Shi Feng to establish such a partnership. Of course, 100 Flower Palace wasn't so generous as to give away half of the slots to the stratified abyssal realm just for some help. It had also attached an additional condition, the Primordial Tower's training slots. 100 Flower Palace demanded to acquire 20 silver membership slots and 80 bronze membership slots in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. To put it bluntly, if not for 100 Flower Palace and the other powers discovering the Primordial Tower's uniqueness, 100 Flower Palace wouldn't have sought out Zero Wing for partnership so quickly. If you don't have any problems on your side, we'll head over there now. 100 Flower Palace is quite anxious about this matter. I've also been waiting for you to come out this entire time, Shi Feng said as he took out 2 translucent crystals. Then, he passed one of them to Gentle Snow and continued, "This is the teleportation crystal for the secret land. Although it can only be used once, it can teleport players directly into the secret land. I'm ready anytime." After Gentle Snow finally understood the cause and effect of this situation, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. After all, this was a good opportunity to learn about other gods' domain. Afterward, Shi Feng and Gentle Snow disappeared from the office as they got teleported to the secret land. Chapter 379, Chapter 53, Outer World Strength, Chapter 53, Outer World Strength, Dragonfall Secret Land, Sealed Land. The Sealed Land was like a gigantic underground maze, and the entrance to this maze was closed off by a set of majestic stone doors. Currently, 24 players were gathered in front of these doors, and every one of these players radiated an aura that would cause even Refinement Realm experts to tremble. This was because even the weakest one of these players was a Void Realm expert. If these 24 players operated as one group, even the various superpowers of God's domain would have to be wary of them. Currently, these 24 players were split into 2 separate teams. Of the 2 teams, the one that stood out the most would have to be the team standing before 100 Flower Palace's team. Every player in this team had already reached level 110, which was the maximum level limit of the Dragonfall Secret Land. However, what was shocking about these players wasn't their levels. Instead, it was their equipment standard. If one inspected them using an advanced identification skill, one would find that half of these people were equipped with 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Some of them even wielded fragmented legendary weapons. As for the others, even the weakest among them wielded a magic weapon that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. In contrast, even the strongest player on 100 Flower Palace's team was only at level 105 and fully equipped with epic items. Just what is the guild leader thinking? Why did he agree to partner with such a small guild? A short and muscular middle-aged man with a big beard said discontentedly as he looked at Hundred Flower Palace's team. Our Tower Alliance can still lift the seal even without the other half of the key. It's only a matter of time. It can't be helped. We might be able to break the seal by ourselves, but it'll cost us too much to do so. We already had to resort to borrowing some resources from other guilds to let us revert to level 1110, tier 3, a demi-dragon woman with a large tail said, sighing. If we try to send any more people here, we'll run the risk of exposing the stratified abyssal realm to the other powers. So, our best bet right now is to partner with Hundred Flower Palace. Although they are indeed a little weak, they are still more or less useful. I heard that a miniature ancient world appeared in their god's domain, and that miniature ancient world requires them to restart their progress from level 100. That would explain why their level and equipment are so inferior, an elven man said as he looked at Hundred Flower Palace's beautiful members. Then, he smiled and continued. It's funny how they think they are doing a good job hiding their origins. I'm guessing that their god's domain should have only appeared recently. I can't believe they don't have even one demi-human species among them. Many players in God's domain sought to convert to a demi-human race. This was because demi-humans possess talent and combat power surpassing humans. The only problem with playing as a demi-human was the greater difficulty of getting promoted to a higher tier. However, under the same tier, the raw strength of demi-humans far surpassed that of humans. The typical God's domain would see at least 1/3 of its player population playing as a demi-human. Some of the stronger God's domains would even have 2/3 of its player population playing as demi-humans. Yet, out of the dozen members Hundred Flower Palace had sent here, not even one was a demi-human. This was a very strange situation. The only explanation for this situation was that Hundred Flower Palace came from a God's domain that had appeared only recently. Moreover, it was a God's domain that had yet to come into contact with the greater God's domain. Hence, it had very few demi-human legacies. Isn't that obvious? Just by looking at their combat standards and the way they use their strength, you can tell that their god's domain has only opened recently, the middle-aged dwarven man said. These primitive people don't even know that we can tell the strength of their god's domain simply by looking at their combat standards. That's right. What's even funnier is that they are under the belief that they can perform well later in the sealed land, the demi-dragon woman said. They have no idea that even if we lowered our equipment standard to match theirs, they still wouldn't be able to contribute half as much as us. The difference in race was only one small difference between the various worlds of God's domain. What truly separated the various God's domains was their ability to make use of their strength. Meanwhile, when it came to this aspect, Hundred Flower Palace's members were no different than cavemen. They had no idea how to use the raw strength they had developed at all. It was akin to someone having a mountain of treasure but having no idea how to use these treasures to enrich themselves. We've made a severe miscalculation this time. Crimson Heart, the first vice-guild leader of Hundred Flower Palace, said, a hint of helplessness appearing in her eyes when she looked at the Tower Alliance's members. Even with Black Flame's help, I doubt we can achieve a good performance inside the sealed land. Previously, Crimson Heart had more or less expected the Tower Alliance to be a powerful guild. However, after seeing the experts the Tower Alliance sent, she realized that she had severely underestimated the strength of Outer World players. Even though the experts of both sides had similar combat standards, Crimson Heart could tell that there was a stark difference in quality between their experts. It was especially true for the 6 players representing the Tower Alliance in the upcoming raid. In addition to all 6 being Domain Realm experts, Crimson Heart suspected that they were also Tier 6 God-ranked experts. The reason she thought so was because she had only ever felt such a feeling of powerlessness when standing before a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Meanwhile, all 6 of the Tower Alliance's Domain Realm experts gave her such a feeling. If it were up to their god's domain, only the 5 great super guilds would have the courage to send 6 god-ranked experts into a secret land with a level limit of 110. Moreover, it'd require all 5 of them working together to form such a party. Cleansed Rue also nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's words. Although their 2 teams had yet to clash, the intuition she had developed over her long years of combat told her that all 6 of the Tower Alliance's representatives were monsters. Even if their guild leader came along with them, it was unlikely that they could match the Tower Alliance's team's performance inside the sealed land. They'd be fortunate if the main god system would even deem their efforts worth 30% of the raid contributions. While Hundred Flower Palace's members were feeling helpless, 2 figures appeared at the teleportation area a short distance away. Have all their members finally arrived? The middle-aged dwarven man said as he picked up his fragmented legendary hammer from the ground. Then, when he took a closer look at the 2 new arrivals, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, one of them is quite high-leveled, but what is up with the level 1031? Is she here to make up the numbers? The monsters inside the sealed land were about level 110, so players would have to be at level 105 to fight the monsters effectively. So, having a level 103 player come here didn't make sense. It should be known that the difficulty rating of monsters would increase by a rank if there was more than a 5-level gap. Rather than recruiting a level 103 expert with superior combat standards, it'd be much better to recruit a level 105 player with slightly inferior combat standards. After all, battles with monsters were different from battles with other players. While combat standards were important, damage output was also very important. At this moment, the Tower Alliance's members weren't the only ones surprised by this situation. 100 Flower Palace's members were similarly stunned. The Snow Goddess? Didn't she disappear from God's domain long ago? TL notes, only one chapter today. I've severely underestimated my ability to procrastinate. I swear I'll make up for the missing chapter tomorrow. Chapter 3080, Chapter 54, Sealing Maze, TL notes. Change made to Chapter 53, Sealed Land, Sealing Labyrinth. Players of the newer generations might not be aware of the Snow Goddess's name, but for the 100 Flower Palace members present, it was a name that was deeply engraved in their minds. When God's Domain first launched, Gentle Snow was one of the few female players regarded as a goddess by most players in the virtual gaming world. Meanwhile, out of the several goddesses, Gentle Snow was deemed to have the greatest potential to reach Tier 6. Unfortunately, before Gentle Snow could reach Tier 6, she suddenly vanished from God's domain. Her disappearance had sparked many debates at the time. Even Ouroboros, the first-rate guild Gentle Snow belonged to, had suffered a huge dip in reputation, and it took the guild quite some time before it managed to recover. So, now that Gentle Snow had suddenly reappeared before them after all these years, it was inevitable that 100 Flower Palace's members were shocked. Why would Gentle Snow appear in Zero Wing? Everyone thought she had died after all these years of silence. I never thought she would actually make her reappearance in Zero Wing. Could she be someone else who just looks like Gentle Snow? Unlikely. I saw Gentle Snow during God's Domain's launch. Although her appearance has changed a little, her presence is still the same as before. So, she should be Gentle Snow. 100 Flower Palace's members couldn't help but discuss Gentle Snow when they saw her approaching together with Shi Feng. Not only did a legendary individual from the past make a reappearance, but she had even become a member of Zero Wing. If news of this got out, it would definitely attract the attention of many powers. Currently, Zero Wing was already one of the most famous guilds in God's domain. It was also publicly acknowledged that Zero Wing was close to rivaling the various superpowers when it came to resources and advantages in the miniature ancient world. Now that the Snow Goddess had also joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly increase the guild's overall strength. What a pity. After Crimson Heart scrutinized Gentle Snow for a moment, she let out a rueful sigh and said, if she hadn't disappeared from God's domain all those years ago, she would have long since become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert already. Based on her observations of Gentle Snow's movements, Crimson Heart could tell that Gentle Snow was only at the Void Realm standard. Gentle Snow's combat standard remained the same as when she disappeared from God's domain. She might have the ability to perceive her surroundings clearly, but she lacked the ability of Domain Realm experts to turn her surroundings into her weapon. While Void Realm experts were rare among the various first-rate powers and superpowers, that was it. They were nowhere near as strong and useful as Domain Realm experts. Take the current situation, for example. The Void Realm expert was merely the minimum combat standard required to enter the Sealing Labyrinth. If Gentle Snow hadn't disappeared all those years ago, she would have long since reached the Domain Realm already. She might have reached the next level in the Domain Realm. Sorry for the wait. It took some time to prepare, Shi Feng said apologetically as he looked at 100 Flower Palace's members. We are already more than grateful that you are willing to come here in person, Mr. Black Flame. We won't even mind waiting for another day if it means we can get your help, Crimson Heart said, her eyes filled with shock and anticipation when she saw that Shi Feng had already reached level 1009. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to lead us this time, Mr. Black Flame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng was 100 Flower Palace's only chance of securing more slots in the raid this time. After all, there was a high chance that all 6 of the Tower Alliance's representatives were Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, after seeing that Shi Feng had already reached level 1009, Crimson Heart felt that their side wasn't without a fighting chance. After all, there wasn't much of a level difference between him and the Tower Alliance's representatives. Not to mention, Shi Feng was also a bona fide God-ranked expert with a true mana domain, no problem. However, I have to reiterate that all of the loot we get inside the Sealing Labyrinth belongs to Zero Wing. Half of the slots you get in the end will also belong to Zero Wing, Shi Feng said. The maze sealing the stratified Abyssal Realms pathway was a huge treasure trove. Although the loot inside the maze wasn't as valuable as the entry slots to the stratified Abyssal Realm, it was still more than enough to cause any power to go crazy. This was because every Sealing Labyrinth had a chance of dropping lineage crystals. Lineage crystals were incredibly valuable treasures. Although they had an incredibly low drop rate, so long as one dropped, even the various superpowers would fight to get it. This was because a lineage crystal could allow players to mutate their lineage, obtain a bona fide rare race, and gain talents outside the reach of most human players. With the lineage crystal, players wouldn't have to do a bunch of troublesome quests to convert their race. In addition, the lineage crystal also granted players the freedom to choose from several hundred races to convert into. Of course, the lineage crystal was only valuable to God's domains that had yet to gain access to the Greater God's domain. For those already linked to the Greater God's domain, the lineage crystal was a relatively common item. Some of the older God's domains even had 1/3 of their player population converted into a rare race already. However, now that their god's domain had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain, the lineage crystal could become a capital for Zero Wing to grow stronger. Since we are relying on Zero Wing for the raid this time, 100 Flower Palace will not ask for any of the loot, Crimson Heart said, nodding. While Crimson Heart was speaking, the Tower Alliance's members had also walked over. I see you are quite confident, Vice Guild Leader Crimson. You are already discussing how you'll split the loot before we even start raiding the labyrinth, the middle-aged dwarven man from the Tower Alliance named Bloodhammer said contemptuously as he looked at Crimson Heart. Then, impatiently, he asked, so, can we open the Sealing Labyrinth now? Opening the Sealing Labyrinth required a special key. Although it was possible to open it with just half of the key, the labyrinth's raid difficulty would be doubled. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Yes. Everyone on our side is here already, Crimson Heart said. Although she felt a little angered by Bloodhammer's snide remark, she didn't show it on her face. After all, the Tower Alliance indeed possessed the strength to ridicule 100 Flower Palace. Subsequently, Crimson Heart and Bloodhammer each took out a key and injected mana into their respective keys. Immediately, the two keys radiated a dazzling glow, and the tightly shut stone doors slowly opened up a gap that allowed for several people to enter. After the gigantic doors opened, a dark and ancient aura flowed out from the gap, the aura causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. What dense power of darkness, the demi-dragon woman exclaimed, as expected of a place that connects the stratified abyssal realm. If a dark race were to live inside this place, they'd have a significantly easier time breaking through to higher tiers. Alright, let's head inside. The sooner we reach the 5th underground floor and kill the Guardian boss, the sooner we can enter the stratified abyssal realm, the elven man standing beside the demi-dragon woman said, an excited look appearing on his face. He wasn't a normal elf, but a dark elf instead. So, the denser the power of darkness in an area, the more beneficial it would be to him in his development. The strength he could exhibit would also increase significantly. Hearing the elven man's words, the Tower Alliance's 5 other representatives nodded and charged straight into the labyrinth, showing no care for 100 Flower Palace's representatives whatsoever. Rather than operate as a team of 12, they operated as a party of 6 instead. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw Rainsong looking at him anxiously, he chuckled and said, "Alright, let's head inside as well." The 4 players 100 Flower Palace had sent to participate in the raid possessed extraordinary strength. Their class distribution was also excellent. Rainsong was a level 105 Guardian Knight, Crimson Heart was a spear-wielding level 105 Berserker, Cleansed Rue was a level 105 Elementalist, and Still Moon was a level 105 Cleric. Rainsong and Still Moon were Void Realm experts, while Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were Domain Realm experts. Even with the addition of a swordsman and berserker like Shi Feng and Gentle Snow, the party would still have a good class distribution. Chapter 338-1, Chapter 55, Gentle Snow's Strength. Sealing Labyrinth, first underground floor. As soon as Shi Feng's party entered the dimly lit labyrinth, they immediately felt a suppressive power causing their bodies to feel heavier. However, this power didn't achieve this effect by strengthening the gravity acting on them. Instead, it influenced their minds into thinking that their bodies had grown heavier. Meanwhile, under this suppressive effect, they'd be fortunate if they could exhibit even half of their usual combat power. No wonder the Tower Alliance didn't dare to raid the labyrinth with just half of the key, Cleansed Rue thought to herself, frowning when she felt the mental oppression that came from all directions. Not only does this place make our bodies feel heavier, but it also inhibits our ability to manipulate mana. It'd be impossible to release a mana domain in this environment. Although none of their basic attributes had changed, their combat standards had plummeted the moment they entered the Sealing Labyrinth. Despite being at the Domain Realm, Cleansed Rue could, at most, exhibit combat standards at the Flowing Water Realm right now. As for Rainsong and Still Moon, who were only at the Void Realm standard, they could, at most, exhibit combat standards at the Refinement Realm. Paired with their equipment standard, each of them could just barely cope with a Grand Lord of the same level by themselves right now. It should be known that Rainsong and Still Moon were both capable of fighting against Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level to a standstill under normal circumstances. Moreover, they could hold their ground for a relatively long time. However, unlike 100 Flower Palace's members, neither Shi Feng nor the Tower Alliance's 6 representatives were surprised by this situation. One could not interpret a sealing labyrinth using the standards of the average dungeon. Sealing labyrinths were incredibly mysterious, and it was rumored that ancient gods were responsible for creating them. In front of an ancient god, even a Tier 6 god was no different than an infant. Meanwhile, when operating inside a construction built by ancient gods, unless one had already reached Tier 6, one would have no choice but to comply with the rules set inside the construction. Meanwhile, a minute after Shi Feng's party started traversing deeper into the labyrinth, they heard fighting coming from a passage a short distance ahead. When they moved closer to the source of the noise, they saw Bloodhammer's party clashing against 100 or so level 100 Gen Gargoyle Guards. Gargoyle Guard, Grand Lord. Level 110 HP 500 million. Upon seeing the stats of these gargoyle guards, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but frown. These gargoyles were equipped with weapons and possessed bodies made out of demonized rock, which was much tougher than steel. In addition to having 3-meter-tall bodies, they also possessed 4 arms. So, their combat style was completely different from humans. They also possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 7th floor standard. With their current circumstances, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that each one of these gargoyle guards was as strong as an expert like Rainsong. Just the thought of fighting over 100 of these gargoyle guards with their party of 6 gave 100 Flower Palace's members goosebumps. However, in front of the Tower Alliance's party, these gargoyle guards were of no threat at all. It was especially so for Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon woman, who were responsible for opening a path for the party. Bloodhammer could easily knock the gargoyles away with just one swing from his hammer. Some of the gargoyles he sent flying would even hit other gargoyles and send them flying as well, creating a domino effect. If speaking purely in terms of the strength attribute, Bloodhammer was already on par with level 1110 mythic monsters. The performance of the Demi-Dragon woman was even more exaggerated. The 2 shields she wielded looked more like powerful blunt weapons than shields. With just a hit using her shield, she could easily send the gargoyle guards in her path flying several dozen meters away, every one of these gargoyles losing a small chunk of their HPs. Some of the gargoyles she struck were even sent smashing into the labyrinth walls, and these gargoyles had to struggle for quite some time before they could free themselves from the walls. Meanwhile, because of Bloodhammer and the Demi-Dragon woman, the other 4 members of the Tower Alliance's party could advance with relative ease. They didn't have to waste any stamina and concentration on these gargoyle guards. Before a minute had even gone by, the Tower Alliance's party had already advanced a significant distance. Before entering deeper into the labyrinth, though, Bloodhammer had turned to look at Shi Feng's party, a trace of gloating and disdain in his eyes. Then, after the Tower Alliance's party progressed deeper into the labyrinth, some of the gargoyle guards that had fallen behind began returning to their original positions one after another. Damn it! Rainsong cursed when she saw the Tower Alliance's party disappearing from her vision, her eyes filled with resignation. She didn't think that the gargoyle guards would stop chasing after the Tower Alliance's members. With this, they couldn't chase after the Tower Alliance's party even if they wanted to. Although Rainsong was a Guardian Knight, she wasn't a Tier 4 mythic monster. She might be able to hold her ground against 4 or 5 gargoyle guards simultaneously if she had healing support. Still, there was no way she could mimic the Demi-Dragon woman and fend off several dozen gargoyle guards all by herself. She doubted she could do so even as she activated her berserk skill. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart also grew silent when they saw Bloodhammer's party disappearing. Find the original at H-Stead novel. The gap in strength between their parties was too massive. With her current strength, she could cope against a dozen or so gargoyle guards by herself. However, if she had to take on so many of these gargoyles by herself, she wouldn't have any energy to spare on opening up a path. Not to mention, she still needed to reserve some energy to protect their party's healer and mage. We don't need to try and keep up with them. It's fine if we just progress at our own pace, Shi Feng suddenly said. Ceiling labyrinths typically have 5 floors, and the suppression effect worsens with every floor you progress. The number of monsters you face will also increase, so it's impossible to clear the labyrinth within a short time. What we should do now is to familiarize ourselves with the combat style of these gargoyle guards. Otherwise, it'll only get more and more difficult for us to progress later. Ceiling labyrinths were constructions built by ancient gods. While it was true that these ceiling labyrinths functioned as seals for pathways leading to the stratified abyssal realm, they also served as trials and legacies. However, few people would actually notice these functions. Everyone was so focused on getting to the stratified abyssal realm that they failed to realize that the ceiling labyrinth itself was also one big treasure trove. Guild leader Black Flame, every one of these gargoyle guards has 500 million HP. Moreover, they'll swarm us as soon as we approach them. Out of everyone in our party, I'm afraid you are the only one who can survive fighting against so many of them, Rainsong said with a bitter smile. Rainsong had personally witnessed Shi Feng in action, so she knew that he could exhibit strength at the Tier 4 standard. With such strength, the gargoyle guards would be no different than common monsters to Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for everyone else in the party. They didn't possess Tier 4 strength, nor were they Tier 6 God-ranked experts. If over 100 gargoyle guards swarmed them, even if Shi Feng managed to show amazing performance and pin down several dozen gargoyle guards by himself, it would still be useless. After all, the rest of them would still need to cope with a dozen or so gargoyle guards each. Even assuming they managed to stay alive, they would still have to figure out a way to kill the gargoyle guards. However, with the gargoyle guards having 500 million HP each, their party would probably die from exhaustion before they could kill even one gargoyle guard. If all you're worried about is getting surrounded, that's a simple problem, Gentle Snow said as she looked at 100 Flower Palace's members. I'll restrain their movements for you. Combined with your skills, they'll probably have a hard time forming a proper encirclement around you. You'll restrain them? Cleansed Rue couldn't help but look at Gentle Snow in confusion. The ceiling labyrinth prohibited the use of magic scrolls and tools. It was also this limitation that gave 100 Flower Palace and the Tower Alliance a headache. My mana domain happens to be proficient at this aspect, Gentle Snow frankly stated. After saying so, Gentle Snow walked ahead of the party. Then, as she moved closer and closer to the gargoyle guards, everyone could feel the surrounding mana growing cold and stagnating. A mana domain? How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was filled with disbelief as she looked at Gentle Snow. How can she still form a mana domain while being subjected to the mental oppression here? Chapter 382, Chapter 56, Advanced Lineage Crystal. As soon as Gentle Snow extended her mana domain, the 100 or so gargoyle guards guarding the passage immediately had their mobility and reaction speed slowed dramatically, their bodies behaving as if submerged inside a swamp. Their combat standards had also fallen to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard. Even a first-rate expert could easily toy with the gargoyle guards in their current state. Space freezing? Crimson Heart was greatly shocked when she saw Gentle Snow's mana domain. Is she really a berserker? Even Cleansed Rue, who used to be a Tier 5 Divine Mage, could not release her mana domain in an environment with such powerful mental oppression. Yet, not only did Gentle Snow manage to use her mana domain, but she had also managed to execute space freezing with it. This had already gone beyond surprising and reached the realm of fantasy. It should be known that space freezing was an advanced method of using a mana domain, and it was impossible to execute without profound knowledge of mana. The technique was so complex that only a small minority of Tier 5 magical class experts could execute it. Yet, Gentle Snow had successfully used space freezing despite being a berserker. Let's join in as well. She won't be able to handle so many gargoyle guards by herself, Shi Feng said when he saw that 100 Flower Palace's members remained in a daze. I'll distract the gargoyles while the rest of you focus them down. The gargoyle guards might have had their combat standards reduced to the Trial Tower's 5th floor standard, but they were still level 110 Grand Lords. A group of more than 100 gargoyle guards was more than capable of wearing out a domain realm. If they didn't reduce the gargoyle guards' numbers quickly, even Shi Feng would be whittled to death, let alone Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's reminder, Crimson Heart and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and began taking action. The formation Crimson Heart and the others took was simple. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue would focus on dealing damage, Still Moon would focus on healing, and Rain Song would focus on guarding Gentle Snow. Maintaining a mana domain while in combat was very taxing for players. There was also the ever-present mental oppression in the labyrinth. If Gentle Snow were to fight and keep her mana domain functioning normally in this situation, her concentration would deplete rapidly. So, to reduce Gentle Snow's burden, the best solution would be to have her avoid combat. For a time, Shi Feng could be seen distracting over 90% of the gargoyle guards while the rest tried to target Gentle Snow. However, due to the gargoyles' weakened combat standards and slugging movements, none of them could get past Rain Song. As for Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they frenziedly targeted a specific gargoyle guard, with Shi Feng sneaking in a few blows from time to time. The gargoyle guards might have 500 million HP, but the battle recovery effect did not exist in the ceiling labyrinth. This was true for both players and monsters. In addition, both Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue were capable of using basic combat techniques at a masterful level, every basic combat technique they executed allowing them to deal over 1 million damage. If they combined their basic combat techniques with Tier 3 skills and spells, they could cause several million damage per attack. One could say that the two of them had thoroughly utilized their near Tier 4 basic attributes. Crimson Heart's damage output was especially noteworthy as she executed up to 4 combat techniques every 3 seconds. She had perfectly incorporated basic combat techniques into her every move, reaching the realms of truth's entry level in the truest sense. Under the combined attacks of Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, the first gargoyle guard fell in less than 2 minutes. At the same time, Gentle Snow and 100 Flower Palace's 4 members saw their experience bars increasing by a small but visible chunk. Roughly an hour later, Gentle Snow became the first player in the party to level up, her level increasing from 103 to 104. Her leveling speed here was not the least bit slower than the grinding expedition Shi Feng held for Zero Wings members in the Burning Land. As the number of gargoyle guards decreased, Shi Feng also got to attack more and more frequently. This, in turn, accelerated the party's speed at killing the gargoyle guards. After another 2 hours passed, the last of the 100-plus gargoyle guards collapsed and disintegrated into dust. Something dropped? When the last gargoyle guard disappeared, Rain Song noticed that the Grand Lord had actually dropped an item. Specifically, it was a dark gold-colored crystal that was the size of a fingernail. Initially, Rain Song had thought that the gargoyle guards did not have any loot, since none of the gargoyle guards they defeated had dropped anything. She thought that they were merely here to contribute EXP to players. She didn't think that the last gargoyle guard they defeated would actually drop something. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw the dark gold crystal, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in his calm eyes. This ceiling labyrinth is amazing. I didn't think this place would drop something like this. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile when he picked up the dark gold crystal. Did something good drop, Guild Leader? Gentle Snow asked, her curiosity piqued when she saw the excited look on Shi Feng's face. It's an advanced lineage crystal, Shi Feng said, not bothering to withhold information on the dark gold crystal from Gentle Snow. This is an amazing item that's highly sought after even among Outer World experts. Normally, sealing labyrinths would only drop the standard lineage crystal. Although they also had a chance of dropping advanced lineage crystals, the drop rate was abysmally low. Players were unlikely to see an advanced lineage crystal drop even after looting over 100 normal lineage crystals. However, so long as an advanced lineage crystal dropped, it would cause even Outer World experts to lose their minds. The opportunity to convert to a non-human race might not be anything special to Outer World experts. However, the opportunity to convert to a higher creature was an entirely different story. The higher creature here wasn't referencing the standard higher races such as pure-blooded elves and giants. Instead, it referred to higher life forms with superior life ratings. Take the demi-dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, for example. Despite being at Tier 3, her life rating was already close to rivaling the life rating of Tier 4 human players. This was also why the demi-dragon woman managed to show such extraordinary performance against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, the advanced lineage crystal was an item capable of instantly transforming a normal human player into a higher life form like the demi-dragon. Can it let players become very strong? Gentle Snow asked, an interested look appearing on her face. Of course. If you absorb this thing, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that you'll become invincible among those of the same tier, Shi Feng said, chuckling. But absorbing this crystal requires the help of a magic array that's constructed using a large amount of mana stones. If you're interested, I can sell it to you for a member price of 10 million points. Find the original at H. Novel. Shi Feng was already incredibly generous with his price of 10 million points. If it were up to the Greater Gods Domain's various powers, they'd charge their members a minimum of one top-tier fragmented legendary item or something of equal value for an advanced lineage crystal. Chapter 3083, Chapter 57, Two Worlds Parties, 10 million points. Gentle Snow was astonished when she heard Shi Feng's offer. She didn't think that the dark gold crystal would be worth as much as the ancient god's blood. While she didn't know what invincible among those of the same tier meant exactly, she had personally experienced the ancient god's blood's powerful effects. The ancient god's blood might not have given her any additional basic attributes, but the improvements it did provide had allowed her to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. These changes would also be very useful when she tried to ascend to higher tiers in the future. At this time, Gentle Snow suddenly realized why Shi Feng had demanded all of the loot inside the sealing labyrinth. Evidently, Shi Feng had done so for the advanced lineage crystals. The ancient god's blood was an item that assisted players in ascending to higher tiers, while the advanced lineage crystal granted players unparalleled strength among those of the same tier. If a player could get their hands on both of these items, they'd gain an unimaginable advantage over other players. So long as Zero Wing was given enough time, Gentle Snow was certain Zero Wing would grow into a behemoth that would overshadow even the 5 great super guilds. After Shi Feng's party rested for a moment, they continued progressing deeper into the labyrinth. The sealing labyrinth was massive, and the first floor alone was already 1/3 the size of a standard grinding map. Fortunately, all Shi Feng's party needed to do was head to the center. They didn't have to explore the entire floor. Even so, Shi Feng's party had still taken over half a day to clear the labyrinth's first underground floor. Meanwhile, during this half a day, Gentle Snow and Hundred Flower Palace's members saw a significant improvement in their combat technique proficiency and levels. Gentle Snow had reached level 105, while Crimson Heart and the others reached level 106. They could kill the gargoyle guards with much greater efficiency thanks to this improvement. However, with each subsequent floor the party progressed, Crimson Heart and the others also grew increasingly anxious. After all, unlike their party, the Tower Alliance's party had progressed through the labyrinth without killing any monsters. At the rate their two parties progressed, there was a high chance that the Tower Alliance's party would have already cleared the labyrinth when they reached the 5th floor. After 4 days of constant fighting, Shi Feng's party finally reached the sealing labyrinth's 5th floor. Meanwhile, Crimson Heart and the others no longer panicked as soon as they arrived. After all, the labyrinth remained unconquered even though they had already reached the 5th floor. This meant that the Tower Alliance's party was still having trouble clearing it. Evidently, the labyrinth's difficulty was much greater than they imagined. Since that was the case, they might as well listen to Shi Feng's commands and focus on increasing their levels and combat technique proficiency. Their party had made significant improvements during these past 4 days. In addition to all of them reaching level 1009, they had also made significant improvements in their proficiency in the realms of truth. Crimson Heart, for example, had already reached the Ascension realm, which was the second stage of the realms of truth. It was also the standard that Bloodhammer and the other Tower Alliance members were at. She was only slightly inferior to them due to her lacking experience. Even so, she was already capable of incorporating advanced combat techniques into her every move. However, out of the 5 of them, the person who made the most improvements in the realms of truth was undoubtedly Gentle Snow. She had entered the sealing labyrinth with only a little knowledge of the realms of truth. Now, though, she had already set foot into the truth realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was monstrously talented. Of course, aside from Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart, and the others, Shi Feng had also acquired a significant harvest during these past 4 days. Firstly, he had already reached level 1110 and remained stuck there due to the Sealing Labyrinth's restriction. Secondly, he had acquired 4 advanced lineage crystals and 82 normal lineage crystals from all the gargoyle guards they killed. One could say that Shi Feng had thoroughly capitalized on the pioneering benefits of this Sealing Labyrinth. The only unfortunate part was that there were hardly any monsters on the Sealing Labyrinth's 5th underground floor. They would come across a group of 200+ level 112 gargoyle guards from time to time. At this point, a group of this size could no longer threaten Shi Feng's party of 6. After wandering on the 5th underground floor for around 6 hours, Shi Feng's party arrived at the heart of the 5th floor. It was also the location where the Gate of Crossing was located. The Gate of Crossing was a 50-meter-tall spatial fissure shrouded in darkness. Currently, though, the fissure was thoroughly sealed by golden runes. Meanwhile, a short distance away from the spatial fissure, the Tower Alliance's party could be seen fighting against a 30-meter-tall, pitch-black metal giant. A titan? Rainsong was dumbfounded when she saw the metal giant. If dragons were known as the symbol of destruction in God's domain, then titans would be considered the symbol of strength. Similar to the dragon race, the Titan race was one of the apex races in God's domain, and they were known to be invincible among those of the same tier. They were also the worst nightmare for players. Titans were monsters that resembled NPCs the most. In addition to being extremely intelligent, they also wielded super ancient spells that NPCs of the same tier couldn't wield. If players in God's domain were given a choice, they'd rather face a dragon of the same tier than a Titan. No, that's not a Titan, Crimson Heart said as she observed the Tower Alliance's fight with the metal giant. The metal giant is clearly a tier 4 mythic monster. Even if the Tower Alliance's members are monsters in their own right, there is no way they stand a chance against a tier 4 Titan. That's right. That giant isn't a Titan, Shi Feng said, nodding in agreement with Crimson Heart as he observed the metal giant fight. It should be a dead Titan that has been turned into a puppet. However, while its combat standard might not come close to a living Titan, its basic attributes should be no different than an actual tier 4 Titan. It should also lack the ability to use super ancient spells. Dark Titan, Mythic. Level 112, HP 15 million. If a tier 4 Titan appeared in a Sealing Labyrinth that only allowed up to level 1110 players to enter, the ancient god that created the Dragonfall Secret Land had definitely created the Secret Land with ill intentions. The ancient god definitely did not intend for players to clear the Secret Land. After all, under normal circumstances, even a team of 100 tier 4 experts had little to no chances of beating one tier 4 Titan. Challenging a tier 4 Titan at tier 3 was simply an absurd notion. Ancient gods were probably the only existences capable of accomplishing such a feat. At the same time as Shi Feng's party arrived at the labyrinth's heart, Bloodhammer and the others also noticed their arrival. How did they get here? A hint of surprise appeared in the demi-dragon woman's eyes when she glanced at Shi Feng's party. They hadn't killed a single gargoyle guard on their way here, and they had done so with the express purpose of hindering Shi Feng's party's progression. After all, Shi Feng's party did not possess the strength to go up against the gargoyle guards. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng's party couldn't reach the Guardian boss, the Tower Alliance would be able to monopolize 90% of the entry slots for the stratified Abyssal Realm. Yet now, Shi Feng's party had appeared at the Guardian boss's location. Moreover, all 6 of them looked alive and healthy. It seems we've underestimated them a little, Bloodhammer said as he glanced at Crimson Heart and the others. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, but it doesn't matter even if they manage to reach this place. There's no way they can deal with this Dark Titan. The only thing they can do is watch us fight it. Even in the Tower Alliance's party, the only person capable of tanking the Dark Titan was Maria, the demi-dragon woman. The Dark Titan's basic attributes were simply too much for most tier 3 players to handle. In terms of basic attributes, it was definitely on par with superior mythic monsters of the same level. Only Maria, who wielded fragmented legendary shields and possessed strength surpassing the average tier 4 player, could receive the Dark Titan's attacks and survive. Support us at Hosted Novel. If any other tier 3 MT were to try and tank the Dark Titan's attacks, they would die in one move. Ignore them. We need to break away from the fight quickly, Maria said, her voice sounding a little hurried. We've only shaved away 20% of the boss's HP, yet we've already expended over half of our stamina and concentration. We need to think of a better solution to raid this boss. Upon hearing Maria's words, Bloodhammer and the others couldn't help but look at the Dark Titan in frustration. The Dark Titan simply had too much HP. Their party had already reached the Guardian boss on their second day inside the Sealing Labyrinth. Afterward, they had constantly been coming up with strategies to raid the Dark Titan. However, even until now, their most successful attempt only saw them shaving off 30% of the Dark Titan's HP. Moreover, they had nearly exhausted themselves and gotten team-wiped on that attempt. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and the others quickly withdrew from the Dark Titan's sphere of activity. Then, once the Dark Titan had stopped chasing them, they sat down and started resting. There was no foreign energy inside the Sealing Labyrinth, so they didn't have to concern themselves with their bodies being corroded. Moreover, stamina and concentration recovery rates were seemingly boosted here. So long as they remained outside of combat and ate some food, they could quickly recover to their peak conditions. This had also made raiding the boss significantly easier. They seem to have given up, guild leader, Gentle Snow said, a surprised look appearing on her face when she saw the Tower Alliance's party resting in the distance. Based on the fight's progression, she could tell that it was only a matter of time before the Tower Alliance's party defeated the Dark Titan. Yet, the Tower Alliance's party had suddenly given up on the raid. Since they are stopping, we'll take their place, Shi Feng said, chuckling. You'll use your mana domain, Snow, while Rainsong and I will distract the boss. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, you two look for opportunities to strike. Chapter 384, Chapter 58, Differences Between Parties. When Shi Feng's party started approaching the Dark Titan, the Tower Alliance's members noticed their actions. Are they planning to fight the Dark Titan? A look of shock appeared on Maria's face as she looked at Shi Feng's party. While it was true, Shi Feng's party no longer had to worry about level suppression since they had already increased their levels, the Dark Titan couldn't be compared using the Gargoyle Guards. The Labyrinth's mental oppression existed even in the boss area, so none of them could exhibit their usual combat standards. Maria could only tank the Dark Titan because she was a demi-dragon and possessed a fragmented legendary shield that reduced all damage she received from attacks under the Tier 5 standard by 60%. Even then, she would still lose 1/3 of her HP from just one of the Dark Titan's punches. Meanwhile, from what Maria could tell, Rainsong, the only MT in Shi Feng's party, was only geared in epic weapons and equipment. She wasn't playing as a rare race or higher life form either. With such circumstances, Rainsong would probably disappear from just one punch. They might be thinking that since we can safely retreat from the Dark Titan, they can probably give it a try as well, Bloodhammer said, laughing when he saw Crimson Heart and the others charging at the Dark Titan. This is good. It'll save us the trouble of worrying about their interference when we are fighting the boss. Once they get team-wiped here, it'll take them a few more days before they can come back here. Previously, Bloodhammer had been worried that Shi Feng's party would try to sneak in some attacks and increase their contributions while their party was keeping the Dark Titan busy. Meanwhile, this was not an outcome the Tower Alliance wished to see. However, so long as Shi Feng's party died here, they'd have to spend the next few days making their way back to the 5th underground floor. We need to come up with an effective strategy quickly. Our food and potions are limited, so we can't afford to waste too much time with the Dark Titan, the Elven Man said, returning everyone's attention to the problem at hand. With the Grandmaster mana recovery potions I have left, we can make, at most, 10 more attempts. If we can't beat the Dark Titan in 10 attempts, I'll need to head back to restock my potions. Upon hearing the Elven Man's words, the other 5 players in the party couldn't help but feel a little pressured. The Elven Man contributed 40% of their party's damage against the Dark Titan by virtue of his Dark Elf race resonating with the Sealing Labyrinth's environment. If they lost the Elven Man's damage contribution, raiding the Dark Titan would become impossible. While the Tower Alliance's members were discussing their raid strategy, Shi Feng's party had already arrived before the Dark Titan. The 20-meter-tall Dark Titan was like a 6-story building. Even without wielding any weapons, it could already cover a huge range with its arms and legs. Unless players were capable of moving up to 30 yards in the blink of an eye, there was no way they could dodge an attack from the Dark Titan. When Shi Feng, who moved at the forefront of the party, entered the Dark Titan's attack range, the Dark Titan sent a punch flying at him without hesitation. The Dark Titan's punch caused even the surrounding space to crack and stagnate, making it incredibly challenging for players to move around in this space. He's charging at the forefront even though he isn't an MT? Is he looking to die? Maria's eyes widened in shock when she saw Shi Feng's actions. Shi Feng was a swordsman, yet rather than trying to assist in dealing damage from the side, he was the first to charge into battle. Seeing this situation, Maria couldn't help but suspect that Shi Feng had wrongly chosen his class. However, just as the Dark Titan's fist was about to reach Shi Feng, a ripple of energy suddenly spread across the battlefield and enveloped the Dark Titan, causing the Dark Titan's movements to slow down significantly. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Space freezing? When the Elven Man saw the Dark Titan's movements showing visible signs of slowing down, he promptly noticed the cause. Then he turned to look at Gentle Snow, shock and confusion on his face as he muttered, "How can she use a mana domain while under such powerful mental oppression?" The Elven Man was also an expert capable of casting a mana domain at Tier 3. However, when subjected to the Labyrinth's mental oppression, he felt as if needles were constantly pricking his brain. Under such a situation, he couldn't even calmly manipulate his mana, let alone form a mana domain. Before the Elven Man could get over his shock, something even more shocking took place on the battlefield. Even after Gentle Snow had inhibited the Dark Titan's movements with her mana domain, Shi Feng showed no intentions of dodging the Dark Titan's attack. Instead, he created a spatial tear as he swung the Winter of Eternal Night at the Dark Titan's fist. Swords transmigration. Boom. A loud explosion resonated throughout the spacious hall as fist and sword collided. The shockwaves of the impact also caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He blocked it? Maria's eyes were filled with disbelief when she saw Shi Feng holding his ground against the Dark Titan's attack. Although the floor under him had cracked and shattered, he had only lost 1/5 of his HP from the attack. He was even more of an MT than an MT like herself. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng's HP dropped, Still Moon, the cleric, promptly cast a healing spell and healed his HP back to full. As expected of a Titan, it truly does have astounding strength. The power of its punches is definitely at the Tier 4 peak standard already, Shi Feng thought. Then, when he saw the Dark Titan swinging its other fist at him, he promptly switched to wielding his sword with both hands above his head. First sword, Light Shadow. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic greatsword appeared above Shi Feng. Then, this greatsword descended and smashed into the Dark Titan's fist. Boom! The sound of the explosion was much more resonant this time. The impact had even caused a storm to brew within the underground hall. Even Maria and the others who sat over 1,000 yards away could feel the impact's shockwaves. Meanwhile, unlike the previous exchange, not only did Shi Feng not take any damage this time, but he had also managed to rebuff the Dark Titan's fist, the mythic monster's entire arm thrown backward. The Dark Titan had even lost its footing for a moment, being forced to take half a step back before it managed to stabilize its body. 1,654. A damage value exceeding over 1,000,000 appeared above the Dark Titan's head. Although this couldn't be considered a significant amount of damage, the eyes of the Tower Alliance's members nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw this outcome. Impossible. He managed to repulse the Dark Titan's attack? How strong is that attack of his? The Dark Titan's attacks are at the Tier 4 peak standard on average. Seeing as he managed to not only repulse the Dark Titan's attack but also damage it, his attack must be very close to the Tier 5 standard already. Tier 5? Wasn't their God's Domain supposed to be one that only appeared recently? The Tower Alliance's members couldn't help but be shocked and confused as they looked at Shi Feng. Logically, even a Tier 3 player wielding a fragmented legendary weapon couldn't exhibit power nearing the Tier 5 standard. The only possibility a Tier 3 player could execute such a feat was if they wielded a legendary weapon. However, that clearly wasn't possible. Greyzord, you're a swordsman as well. Can you tell what floor he is on? Maria asked as she looked at the half-demonkin, who wielded a grey greatsword sitting next to her. Chapter 385, Chapter 59, 4th Floor Expert. Chapter 59, 4th Floor Expert, I can't say for certain, the half-demonkin named Greyzord answered. Greyzord was a tall and robust man with dark grey skin covered in pitch-black runes. After quietly watching Shi Feng's battle for a moment, he hesitantly said, "But according to my experience as a swordsman, anyone capable of executing a saint-level mana technique to such a level of perfection should be a 4th floor expert." A 4th floor expert? Bloodhammer couldn't help but turn to look at Greyzord in disbelief when he heard the half-demonkin's words. Their God's Domain shouldn't have access to the Greater God's Domain yet, so how can an expert of such caliber appear there already? Before a God's Domain gained access to the Greater God's Domain, it would typically categorize its experts based on the realms of refinement. However, in the Greater God's Domain, there was only one publicly acknowledged categorization for strength, the World Tower. The World Tower was similar to the Trial Tower available in every God's Domain, and all players in the Greater God's Domain ranked their strengths based on their performance in the World Tower. However, compared to the Trial Tower, the World Tower's difficulty was significantly greater. So long as players managed to clear the World Tower's first floor, they would be publicly recognized as experts in the Greater God's Domain. Meanwhile, experts of such caliber were welcomed by the various powers in the Greater God's Domain. If a player successfully cleared the second floor, they'd become an expert that even the Greater God's Domain's various peak powers would actively try to recruit. Meanwhile, experts such as Hundred Flower Palace's Cleansed Rue would be at the World Tower's second floor standard. Going one step above would be the third floor experts. These experts were also known as God-ranked experts. Typically, only Tier 6 God-ranked experts would be capable of clearing the World Tower's third floor. Of course, there were bound to be exceptions, since not everyone would have the fortune to reach Tier 6. After all, besides having sufficiently high combat standards, players would also need to have sufficient fortuitous opportunities to get promoted to Tier 6. The current Hundred Flower Palace's Crimson Heart could just barely be considered a third floor expert. Everyone in the Tower Alliance's party was similarly at this standard. Unfortunately, they were all stuck at the cusp of reaching Tier 6. As for experts capable of clearing the World Tower's fourth floor, these were existences capable of ranking within the top 10 in their God's Domain. Even the Tower Alliance only had one such player in its midst. It should be known that the difficulty of the World Tower's third and fourth floors was worlds apart from each other. The fourth floor's challenge was so difficult that every one of their God's Domain's current fourth floor experts had only managed to clear the fourth floor after gaining access to the Greater God's Domain and sparring numerous times with the God-ranked experts there. Thus, Bloodhammer found it hard to imagine that a God's Domain that had yet to gain access to the Greater God's Domain could produce an expert of such caliber. Not to mention, said expert was only at level 110 and had come to a place like the Ceiling Labyrinth. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending Hundred Flower Palace, Maria said. While watching Shi Feng single-handedly tanking the Dark Titan, she couldn't help but reevaluate the importance of Hundred Flower Palace. The stratified abyssal realm is the gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies. Setting aside the native players, the strongest players there are third-floor experts like us. There is no way any power would send a fourth-floor expert there. If we can get a fourth-floor expert's help, we'll have a much easier time establishing a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm. The stratified abyssal realm might be a gathering place for the various gods' domains newbies, but it was also a place highly contested by the powers of the various gods' domains. This was because, aside from being rich in rare resources such as the Seven Luminaries crystal, the stratified abyssal realm was also home to many players with superior talent. Due to the stratified abyssal realm's nature, many of its native players grew faster than players based in normal gods' domains. Their chances of becoming second-floor and third-floor experts were also several times higher. Occasionally, fourth-floor experts would even appear in the stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, these experts had become a resource fought over by the greater gods' domain's various powers. If guilds could recruit these native experts to their cause, it would significantly help their development. After all, competition in the greater gods' domain was incredibly harsh. NPC protection also did not exist in the greater gods' domain. Thus, if a guild wished to establish a foothold in the greater gods' domain, it would need many capable experts. Meanwhile, so long as the stratified abyssal realm developed to a certain extent, it would become a part of the greater gods' domain. Once that happened, recruiting the stratified abyssal realm's experts would become significantly more difficult since every power in the greater gods' domain would be competing over these talents. Hence, before the stratified abyssal realm merged with the greater gods' domain, the various guilds needed to enter the stratified abyssal realm and snatch up as many of these experts as possible. While Maria and the others were holding their hushed discussion, the Dark Titan's HP was rapidly decreasing due to the attacks of Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue, and Shi Feng. Every one of their attacks dealt over 1,000,000 damage. From time to time, Rainsong would also take over Shi Feng's job of tanking the Dark Titan, giving Shi Feng the opportunity to execute Light Shadow and shave off over 10 million of the boss's HP. Monsters in the Ceiling Labyrinth did not have any battle recovery, so every HP the Dark Titan lost would be permanent so long as it remained in combat. Thus, even though the Dark Titan had 15 billion HP, it would eventually fall so long as Shi Feng and the others did not run out of stamina and concentration. However, the Dark Titan wasn't as easy of an opponent as everyone thought. When its HP fell to 30%, it suddenly let loose an angry roar. Then, an identical copy of itself split from its body. It can even use Dark Division? Crimson Heart's complexion paled when she looked at the two Dark Titans before her. Dark Division was a Tier 4 super spell that allowed users to create a perfect copy of themselves. Although the spell only had a short duration of several minutes, the doppelganger created would possess all of the original's basic attributes, skills, and spells. Moreover, even if the doppelganger was killed, it would not affect the main body in any way. They already had their plates full dealing with one Dark Titan. Only death would await them if they had to deal with two Dark Titans. The boss would use such a move at 30% HP? How was anyone supposed to rate it? Bloodhammer couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this development. He never thought that the Dark Titan would have such a move in store. Previously, he thought that his party still had a chance of raiding the Dark Titan. All they needed to do was come up with a viable strategy. However, after seeing the Dark Titan use Dark Division, he no longer thought as such. After all, there wasn't a second person in their party capable of tanking the Dark Titan's attacks. But this is a chance for us, Maria suddenly said, her eyes glowing with excitement as she looked at the two Dark Titans. Currently, neither of their parties could go up against the Dark Titan on their own. They could only get past this Guardian boss if their parties worked together. Indeed, they'll have no choice but to cooperate with us now, Bloodhammer said, smiling. However, going against Maria and Bloodhammer's expectations, Shi Feng had long since expected such a development. As soon as the Dark Titan used Dark Division, he promptly activated the Winter of Eternal Night's World of Frost. Immediately, 9 frost swords appeared around the two Dark Titans, each frost sword carrying 120% of Shi Feng's strength. Although the Ceiling Labyrinth's mental oppression prevented Shi Feng from displaying his full potential, he still managed to manipulate the 9 frost swords to the point where every frost sword could execute a basic combat technique. Meanwhile, with the help of the 9 frost swords, Shi Feng was able to keep both Dark Titans pinned down. Is he really just a fourth-floor expert? This scene dumbfounded Bloodhammer and the others. While they found it shocking that Shi Feng had managed to single-handedly suppress the Dark Titan's berserk mode, they found it even more shocking that he could exert such a high degree of control over the 9 frost swords with their current circumstances. The level of control Shi Feng exhibited was simply astounding. At this time, even Crimson Heart, Gentle Snow, and the others were stunned by this situation. Under the Ceiling Labyrinth's powerful mental oppression, the most they could do was execute one basic combat technique at a time. Yet, in addition to executing basic combat techniques with all 9 frost swords, Shi Feng was also simultaneously clashing with the Dark Titans directly. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. 2 minutes after the Dark Titan used Dark Division, the spell's duration expired and the second Dark Titan disappeared. Meanwhile, as soon as the second Dark Titan's disappearance, Shi Feng promptly attacked the original Dark Titan with all 9 Frost Swords. World of Frost had a 3-minute duration, which was only 1 minute more than the Dark Titan's Dark Division. In a situation where everyone's stamina and concentration were rapidly depleting, he needed to take advantage of every opportunity to kill the Dark Titan as soon as possible. The Dark Titan already had its hands full fighting Shi Feng, so it naturally didn't have any leeway to defend against the 9 Frost Swords. As a result, the 9 Frost Swords had free reign over the Dark Titan's defenseless body, causing over 3 million damage per attack. Subsequently, the Dark Titan's HP bar could be seen draining at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Crimson Heart and Cleanse Rue also stopped holding back, both of them activating their Legacy Berserk skills and doubling their basic attributes. They intended to shave away the Dark Titan's remaining HP in one fell swoop. 20%, 10%, 3%, 1%, boom. Eventually, the Dark Titan fell to its knees as its HP reduced to 0. TL notes, One World Tower, the World Tower, mentioned here is different from the World Tower located in Dragonheart Island. If I were to translate in a more direct manner, it'd be World's Tower, or Tower of the World. Chapter 3086, Chapter 60, Astonishing Harvest. When the level 112 mythic ranked Dark Titan died, a bright glow enveloped everyone except Shi Feng as they reached the highest level permitted in the Dragonfall Secret Land. Immediately afterward, a system announcement rang in the ears of both Shi Feng's party members and the Tower Alliance's party members. Regional system announcement, Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The pathway to the stratified abyssal realm will be unlocked in 10 minutes. Regional system announcement, Sealing Labyrinth unlocked. The Sealing Labyrinth will be converted into a standard region in 2 natural days, and the entry limit into the region will be removed. Upon hearing the system announcements, Crimson Heart and the other 100 Flower Palace members couldn't help but grow ecstatic. We did it! Big Sis Rue. Rain Song cheered while shaking Cleansed Rue by the shoulders. Our party will get to monopolize 90% of the entry slots now. The Dark Titan might not have battle recovery, but raiding it was still a great challenge. Had the raid continued for 10 more minutes, most of them would have collapsed from stamina and concentration exhaustion. Fortunately, the Dark Titan's HP ran out before they collapsed from exhaustion. You made a huge contribution to the guild this time, Rue. If not for you, we would have lost out on this huge opportunity, Crimson Heart said as she looked at Cleansed Rue. If not for Cleansed Rue strongly recommending 100 Flower Palace choose Zero Wing as its partner and agreeing to Shi Feng's seemingly absurd demands, 100 Flower Palace would have most likely ended up with only 10% of the stratified abyssal realm's entry slots. However, rather than feeling joyful about being praised, Cleansed Rue wore a complicated look on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. The first time Cleansed Rue met Shi Feng was in front of the primordial demon court. At the time, Shi Feng had caused her and 100 Flower Palace to suffer a huge loss. Yet now, Shi Feng had helped 100 Flower Palace secure 90% of the stratified abyssal realm's entry slots. She even felt an indescribable sense of reliability when she looked at Shi Feng's back right now. Meanwhile, some distance away from Shi Feng's party, the Tower Alliance's party of 6 wore indescribably ugly looks on their faces. Originally, they had entered the Sealing Labyrinth thinking that they would be securing 90% of the stratified abyssal realm's entry slots. They had never thought that 100 Flower Palace would be the one to monopolize 90% of the slots instead. Although they had thought of forcing their way into the raid halfway through to rake in some contributions, they eventually decided against doing so. This was because there was no benefit in doing so. It wouldn't change the outcome in any way. 100 Flower Palace could simply stop attacking the boss and switch to annihilating them instead. After all, the agreement the Tower Alliance signed with 100 Flower Palace did not state that they could not attack each other. They merely agreed to open the Sealing Labyrinth together and split the entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm. While the two guilds' members were busy celebrating and sobbing, Shi Feng, who stood before the Dark Titan's corpse, wore a dumbfounded look on his face. I really cannot understand what 100 Flower Palace is thinking. The entry slots might be important, but the loot of this boss probably isn't much worse than those slots, Gentle Snow exclaimed, shock coloring her face as she looked at the items scattered across the ground. She used to be the guild leader of Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, several years ago, so she had seen the loot of mythic bosses on numerous occasions. She had even seen the loot of many superior mythic bosses. However, all of them paled compared to the Dark Titan's loot. This was because the density of the mana the dropped items carried was on an entirely different level. In the past, the strongest item Gentle Snow had seen might have radiated dense mana, but the mana the item radiated remained invisible to the naked eye. However, every one of the items the Dark Titan dropped was currently radiating mist-like mana. How powerful must these items be for them to radiate such frightening mana? This loot has indeed exceeded my expectations, Shi Feng similarly exclaimed. If they were to see what the Dark Titan dropped, they would have also regretted agreeing to our deal. For a mythic monster, the Dark Titan did not drop many items. It had dropped only 32 items in total. Moreover, 30 of them were materials. However, these were all incredibly special materials. Abyssal Heart Fragments. If what they got was the complete Abyssal Heart, they would have had an inferior divine artifact ranked material on their hands. Even so, as the fragments of an inferior divine artifact ranked material, the abyssal heart fragments were still rated as legendary materials. When added into the production of weapons and equipment, an abyssal heart fragment had a 50% chance of granting the item a mana amplification effect. In addition, it also had a 20% chance to upgrade a dark gold item to an epic item, and a 1% chance to upgrade an epic item to a fragmented legendary item. Typically, one could exchange for a fragmented legendary item with just 10 abyssal heart fragments. This meant that the Dark Titan had dropped 3 fragmented legendary items worth of abyssal heart fragments. It should be known that a first-rate guild would, at most, have several dozen fragmented legendary items, so 3 fragmented legendary items were still a considerable fortune for a first-rate guild. Not to mention, in addition to the 30 abyssal heart fragments, the Dark Titan had also dropped 1 fragmented legendary item and 1 primal lineage crystal. Abyssal Eye Ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 1500, agility 1200, all attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, increases all attributes by 40%, reduces all hostile dark type effects by 50%, ignore levels plus 10 additional skill, 1 dark star, continuously cause dark damage to a radius of 500 yards for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Additional skill 2, abyssal power. Grants the wearer the power of the abyss, increasing defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100% for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Possession of the Abyssal Lord. Destroyed by the Eternal Spear, the Abyssal Eye's core has been split into 4 fragments. The Abyssal Eye will restore itself when the 3 other core fragments are collected. Current restoration progress, 0-3, 33. Rings were much rarer than weapons and equipment in God's domain. Typically, even the various superpowers Tier 5 experts would only be using epic rings, while most Tier 4 experts would still be stuck using dark gold rings. Moreover, the level of these rings would be far beneath the players using them. Due to their rarity, rings would typically be valued 1 rank higher than their actual rank. For example, a dark gold ring would be valued similarly as an epic equipment. Meanwhile, the rarity of fragmented legendary rings was close to rivaling the rarity of legendary equipment. Not to mention, the Abyssal Eye was originally a godly relic. So long as he could find the 3 remaining core fragments, he could return the ring to its former glory. Hence, its value was many times higher than the average fragmented legendary ring. However, compared to the Abyssal Eye, Shi Feng cared more about the dark crystal in his hand. This dark crystal was none other than the primal lineage crystal. It was also an item that Shi Feng had never thought he would obtain, and its value was much higher than even the Abyssal Eye. TL notes. I've decided to capitalize the physique stat from now on. I didn't capitalize it initially since I wasn't sure if it was an actual in-game parameter. When I realized that it was an in-game parameter afterward, I continued keeping it at lowercase for consistency. But looking at it now, it feels strange leaving physique uncapitalized. Chapter 3087, Chapter 61, Primal Life Form. There existed 3 ranks of lineage crystals in God's domain: the normal lineage crystal, the higher-ranking advanced lineage crystal, and the highest-ranking primal lineage crystal. Primal lineage crystals were the only means for players to convert into a primal life form. However, primal lineage crystals were so rare that their rarity surpassed even legendary items. To put it into perspective, a typical God's domain would only have around a dozen primal life forms. In terms of life rating, primal life forms did not exceed higher life forms such as demi-dragons by much. Some primal life forms were even inferior to demi-dragons when it came to life rating. However, there was one aspect in which primal life forms had an insurmountable advantage over the higher life forms: world affinity. Among the many creatures in God's domain, primal life forms started with the highest world affinity. In God's domain, it was widely known that the higher a player's world affinity was, the higher their affinity with mana would be. At the same time, they would also have an easier time perceiving the operating principles of mana. If the average player started with 1 point in world affinity, a primal life form would start with 3 points in world affinity. Even players who had reached level 1 world authority wouldn't have such high world affinity. Most importantly, the world affinity gained through converting to a primal life form stacked with the world affinity players gained through world authority. Moreover, the world affinity gained this way wouldn't disappear even if players left the God's domain they came from. This was because it wasn't a blessing granted to them by their homeworld, but rather an inherent part of their strength instead. Of course, converting to a primal life form wasn't an easy task. Aside from requiring a primal lineage crystal, one would also need 10,000 mana stones to activate the primal lineage crystal. Mana stones were much rarer than magic crystals. Although master alchemists could synthesize mana stones using magic crystals, the conversion ratio was 1001. Moreover, the synthesis success rate wasn't 100%. In other words, it had cost at least 1 million magic crystals to convert to a primal life form. It simply wasn't a cost the average person could afford. This saves me a lot of trouble, Shi Feng thought as he put the primal lineage crystal into his bag. Originally, Shi Feng had planned on using an advanced lineage crystal to increase his life rating. Then, he would head to the main continent and pick up an inferior legendary quest to increase his world authority in preparation for his Tier 5 promotion. Not all Tier 6 God-ranked experts were equals. In fact, the difference in strength between God-ranked experts was much greater than even the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. If he did not pave a solid foundation for himself, even if he reached Tier 6, he would merely be an insignificant Tier 6 God-ranked expert in his subworld and the greater God's domain. Shi Feng might seem very strong right now, but that was only because of a few factors, namely, the Winter of Eternal Night, his legendary mana body, and his superb control over mana. In the Winter of Eternal Night's case, it was a fragmented legendary weapon that closely rivaled legendary weapons. In the case of his mana control, he was confident that nobody could match him in this regard at Tier 3. Even if the Tier 6 God-ranked experts on the main continent reverted to Tier 3, none of them could match him. However, once he climbed to higher tiers, these advantages would quickly grow insignificant. If he climbed to higher tiers without increasing his advantages, the gap in strength between him and his peers would shrink continuously, and some might even surpass him. It should be known that even the Tier 5 experts on the main continent had much greater advantages accumulated than he currently did, let alone the main continent's Tier 6 God-ranked experts. This was because every veteran Tier 5 expert on the main continent would have several fragmented legendary items, with some even having legendary weapons and equipment. In addition, they also possessed a large number of Tier 5 skills and spells. The difference between a player wielding a large number of Tier 5 skills and a player with only 1 or 2 Tier 5 skills was bigger than the difference between a human and a dog. This was also why few Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Entering the miniature ancient world would mean losing all the advantages they had accumulated over the years. There wasn't even a guarantee they could accumulate as many advantages in the miniature ancient world as they previously had on the main continent. Shortly after Shi Feng had sorted out the Dark Titan's loot and equipped the Abyssal Eye, the chains binding the spatial fissure started shattering one after another. At the same time, the spatial fissure's size also expanded by several times, occupying nearly half of the entire hall. Subsequently, the spatial fissure radiated a powerful attraction force that caused everyone to subconsciously gravitate toward it. Shi Feng and the others had to resist with all their strength just to avoid getting sucked into the spatial fissure. At the same time, a system notification rang in everyone's ears. System, Gate of Crossing activated. The wielder of the complete key may safely teleport up to 20 people to the stratified abyssal realm through the Gate of Crossing. Once used, the key will enter a cooldown period of 10 natural days to accumulate energy. The key will also be required to safely return from the stratified abyssal realm. Those without the key's protection, please enter with caution. Why are there only 20 slots? Rainsong couldn't help but be confused when she heard the system notification. Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue also couldn't help but be surprised and frown at this revelation. According to the information they found through investigating the Dragonfall secret land, they discovered that the stratified abyssal realm was a massive place. It was much larger than even the empires on the main continent. Although the stratified abyssal realm had a strict level limit, its player population should amount to 1 billion at the very least. After all, aside from the countless native powers, plenty of experts from the various gods' domains also operated there. In their opinion, the teleportation gate should accommodate 1,000 players at a time, at the very least. Otherwise, how were foreign players like themselves supposed to thrive in the stratified abyssal realm? Yet now, the system was telling them that they would only receive 20 entry slots. After setting aside the Tower Alliance's 2 slots, they still had to split half of the remaining 18 slots to Zero Wing. This meant that 100 Flower Palace would only have 9 entry slots. What could they possibly do with just 9 slots? The amount of items 9 players could carry was incredibly limited. There was no way they could establish a long-term trade channel with just 9 players. Not to mention, the currency used in the stratified abyssal realm was different from the currencies they used. This is much better than we initially anticipated. Unlike 100 Flower Palace's members, Bloodhammer, the leader of the Tower Alliance's party, revealed an excited expression when he heard the system notification. Although they were 4 or 5 entry slots shorter than their initial expectations, the cooldown of the Gate of Crossing here was only 10 days. That was significantly better than some of the other gates with month-long cooldowns. If Bloodhammer were to learn that 100 Flower Palace's members had come into the Sealing Labyrinth thinking that they could acquire 1,000 entry slots into the stratified abyssal realm, he would probably laugh himself to death. The stratified abyssal realm was a special location that connected the many worlds of God's domain. If every God's domain could periodically send 1,000 players into the stratified abyssal realm, it wouldn't take long before the various God's domain's players outnumbered the native players. If that were the case, the various stratified abyssal realms wouldn't have remained under the absolute control of the various native powers all this time. The various gods' domains' powers wouldn't have had to try to butter up to the stratified abyssal realm's native powers. Being able to gain 9 entry slots every 10 days was a privilege that could make even the greater gods' domains' various peak powers grow envious. Chapter 388, Chapter 62, New Expansion Pack. 9 slots? Shi Feng was greatly surprised when he heard the system notification. It seems I'll have to make ample preparations for this. Shi Feng possessed an in-depth understanding of the stratified abyssal realm. The average gate of crossing could only accommodate 5 or 6 people, with larger ones accommodating up to 10 people. Yet not only could the gate of crossing before them teleport up to 20 players at a time, but it only had a short cooldown of 10 days. The value of this gate alone was several times greater than the combined value of several Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It should be known that in addition to allowing players from God's domain to travel to the stratified abyssal realm, the gates of crossing also allowed players native to the stratified abyssal realm to travel to God's domain. The only difference was that the stratified abyssal realm's native players needed to pay an exorbitant price in 7 luminaries crystals to travel to God's domain. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals that native players needed to pay to leave would differ depending on their combat standards. The higher a player's combat standards, the more 7 luminaries crystals they needed to fork out when leaving the stratified abyssal realm. Even experts at the World Tower's first floor standard were already required to pay 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to leave, while second floor experts were required to pay 3,000 units. However, 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a sum that a second-rate guild would need 2 months to collect. Although first-rate guilds and superpowers could collect a lot more 7 luminaries crystals, it simply wasn't worthwhile to do so. Players who reached the World Tower's first floor might be recognized as experts in the Greater God's domain, but they weren't exceptionally rare or powerful experts. They wouldn't even be considered top-ranking experts in the various first-rate guilds. As for second-floor experts, while they were indeed powerful combatants, the cost to teleport a second-floor expert out of the stratified abyssal realm was 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even a first-rate guild could only afford to teleport one such expert out of the stratified abyssal realm once every 2 months. Not to mention, due to the stratified abyssal realm's restrictions, native experts were at a very low level and tier, so guilds would have to invest a lot of time and resources to develop these experts to their full potential. For a god's domain that had yet to gain access to the greater god's domain, the stratified abyssal realm's true value lay in the trade opportunities it offered. The stratified abyssal realm possessed various precious resources that weren't available in God's domain. Even if they set aside the stratified abyssal realm's unique resources, the skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques the stratified abyssal realm possessed were also far superior to what was available in their God's domain. Due to the various stratified abyssal realms having a very low level cap on average, the native players there compensated for their lacking levels and tiers by developing their skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques. It was especially true when it came to the development of combat techniques and mana techniques. The various stratified abyssal realms had far surpassed the many worlds of God's domain and reached an entirely different level. Moreover, different stratified abyssal realms would have different civilization cultures and development paths. Because of this, the variety of combat techniques and mana techniques the various stratified abyssal realms possessed was so large that it could astonish even the greater God's domain's hegemonic powers. If an isolated God's domain could gain access to these combat techniques and mana techniques, these techniques would greatly help its development. Meanwhile, 9 entry slots were already more than enough for Shi Feng to do many things in the stratified abyssal realm. Afterward, Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer agreed to meet before the gate of crossing 2 days later. Though, after factoring in the time needed to traverse the sealing labyrinth, they would only have 1 day to prepare once they returned to their respective gods' domains. So, they were considerably tight on time. After agreeing on a time, everyone promptly took out a return scroll and teleported back to their respective gods' domains. Miniature Ancient World, Abyssal Star City. When Shi Feng and Gentle Snow teleported back to Zero Wing's residence, they quickly noticed that the residence was missing some of its liveliness and prosperity. Many guild members in the residence also wore looks of frustration and envy. Before Shi Feng could even begin to wonder what had happened while he was gone, a series of message notifications rang in his ears. After checking his message interface, Shi Feng found that several dozen people had messaged him these past few days. Among these people, Su Qianlu and Blackie had sent him the most messages, each of them sending several dozen messages. Did something happen? Shi Feng grew a little confused as he looked at the several hundred unread messages in his inbox. Before leaving, Shi Feng had already informed Su Qianlu and Blackie that he would be taking care of something important and that they shouldn't contact him unless it was something urgent. It was especially true for offline communication. He told them that unless Zero Wing was under the threat of destruction, they absolutely should not try to contact him in the real world. The Sealing Labyrinth was a special location that granted access to the stratified abyssal realm, so players were prohibited from communicating with the outside world or logging out of the game while inside it. Although players wouldn't be put into real danger for logging out of the game, their in-game souls would be weakened for a certain period as a penalty. It seems something big happened while we were away, Gentle Snow said. Yao Yue messaged me saying that a new expansion pack called Primordial Demon's Awakening appeared while we were away. Along with the introduction of this expansion pack, a special building appeared outside the various NPC cities. This building leads to a primordial secret land, and players can hunt for mounts in that secret land. Moreover, the leveling inside is at least 2 times faster. Hunt for mounts? Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard Gentle Snow's words. Mounts could greatly increase a player's leveling speed and range of movement. However, there was still no reliable way to acquire mounts in the miniature ancient world. Even Shi Feng had only obtained his mount in the primordial demon court by chance. Now that a reliable means of acquiring mounts had appeared, it wasn't strange to see players causing a huge commotion over it. However, this was a huge problem for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's operations were based in Abyssal Star City. It didn't have a base of operations in any NPC city, so there was no way Zero Wing could compete against the various powers. But entering this primordial secret land isn't an easy task. Players will have to raid team dungeons to acquire the secret land's teleportation tokens, and each team dungeon will only drop around a dozen tokens. Moreover, even after entering the secret land, players are only allowed to stay there for a limited time, Gentle Snow explained. So, the various powers are frantically searching for and raiding team dungeons right now. Many powers have started a fight over team dungeons, and even Mysterious Moon has already suffered over 10,000 casualties. Team dungeons also appear randomly in the various maps, so not even the various superpowers can monopolize them. Even small guilds will try to compete for some team dungeons in this situation. So long as they get into the team dungeon, there'd be nothing other powers can do about it. So it's normal for Mysterious Moon to suffer such losses, Shi Feng said. He wasn't surprised that Mysterious Moon had suffered so many casualties. Mounts were a key factor that could decide a guild's future. No guild would be willing to give up on the opportunity to acquire a large number of mounts. While Shi Feng and Gentle Snow were conversing, Su Qianlu suddenly approached them in a hurry. "You're finally back, guild leader," Su Qianlu said as she looked at Shi Feng, who had just walked out of the residence's teleportation hall. "Something big has happened while you were away. Had you taken even a day longer to reply, Blackie and I would have had to contact you by force." "Did something happen to Zero Wing?" Shi Feng asked in confusion. The current Zero Wing was prospering greatly in the miniature ancient world. Although the new expansion pack had thrown a monkey wrench into Zero Wing's development plans, it wasn't so bad that the guild would face destruction. "It's not Zero Wing," Su Qianlu said, shaking her head, "but it isn't completely unrelated to Zero Wing either. Specifically, something major has taken place over at the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and many other peak experts intend to withdraw from Asura," TL notes. For those wondering, peak powers and hegemonic powers are 2 new terms the author has introduced. Hegemonic powers are above peak powers. I don't know how they compare to the superpowers in Shi Feng's God's Domain, though. Also, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and the others still aren't aware that the Asura Mercenary Alliance is actually owned by Zero Wing, hence Su Qianlu's manner of speaking. Chapter 389, Chapter 63, Ultimatum, Chapter 63, Ultimatum. Shi Feng was a little stunned by Su Qianlu's words, his mind failing to process those words immediately. Hidden Soul wasn't some nobody. Su Qianlu and the others might not be aware of it, but Hidden Soul was an outer member of Zero Wing. It was also under Shi Feng's suggestion that Hidden Soul had established the Asura Mercenary Alliance and recruited a large number of independent experts for Zero Wing. However, the action of establishing the Asura Mercenary Alliance wasn't only beneficial to Zero Wing, it was also beneficial for Hidden Soul herself. No player in God's Domain could progress very far if they relied only on themselves. If a player wished to reach the apex of God's Domain, they'd need a large amount of resources that required a lot of manpower to obtain. This was also why Shi Feng had chosen to establish Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Zero Wing and Asura might not look like much right now, but once they took shape, both organizations would be extremely useful in helping him acquire the astronomical amount of 7 Luminaries crystals required to reach Tier 6. He would also have a much easier time obtaining high-tiered skills, high-tiered spells, and legendary items. In order to become an apex expert in God's Domain, players didn't just need to have incredibly high combat standards. They also needed fragmented legendary items, and a large collection of high-tiered skills and spells. A player would only become complete as an apex expert after meeting all these requirements. Meanwhile, the requirements to become a true Tier 6 God-ranked expert were even higher. In a certain sense, legendary items and Tier 5 and Tier 6 skills and spells were even more important for Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Almost every legendary item in God's Domain could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. Suppose that, by some miracle, An ordinary expert managed to get his hands on 2 or 3 legendary items. If a beyond domain realm expert with no legendary items were to fight this ordinary expert at the same tier, the fight would end with an overwhelming victory in the ordinary expert's favor. However, searching for and obtaining legendary items involved a lot of time and effort. If Shi Feng tried to do everything by himself, all he'd end up with was nothing. This was something Hidden Soul was also well aware of. It was also why she had gladly agreed to help him establish the Asura Mercenary Alliance. With Asura's support, she too could develop her strength much more rapidly. Yet now, Su Qianlu was telling him that Hidden Soul wanted to withdraw from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. No matter how Shi Feng thought about it, this situation simply didn't make sense. I'm sure you are also aware of Asura's situation, Guild Leader. It is only thanks to Chief Administrator Hidden Soul that Asura has attracted so many powerful experts and customers. It is also thanks to these customers that Zero Wing has managed to earn enough funds to keep itself afloat and even purchase Shadow's Lanhua Tower. Not to mention, Chief Administrator Hidden Soul has also helped out with training Zero Wing's recruits. If Chief Administrator Hidden Soul were to leave, Su Qianlu dared not continue her words after speaking up to this point. Guild Leader, they are currently holding a meeting in Asura's headquarters. Can you head over there and try to dissuade Chief Administrator Hidden Soul and Asura's executives from leaving? If Hidden Soul were to leave, the Asura Mercenary Alliance wouldn't be the only one affected. Zero Wing would also have its development severely impacted. However, the fact that Asura was still silent about this situation meant that there was still room for negotiations. Unfortunately, Su Qianlu didn't have any rights to speak in the Asura Mercenary Alliance, so she couldn't stop Hidden Soul from leaving. Shi Feng was the only person in Zero Wing who had speaking rights in Asura. Alright, I'll go and take a look, Shi Feng said, nodding. After saying so, he promptly made his way toward Asura's headquarters, questions filling his mind. Inside the top-floor conference room of Asura's headquarters, on the surface, it was announced that Asura was currently holding a meeting between its executives. In reality, though, there were only 4 people seated inside the large conference room. On one side of the conference table sat Hidden Soul and a ferocious man looking to be in his 50s. On the other side sat Lu Wusheng and Blue Sheath. Currently, all 4 of these people had already reached level 1007. They were 2 levels higher than the miniature ancient world's frontline experts, and even the various superpowers peak experts would be shocked if they saw these 4 people's levels. This was because even the various superpowers peak experts were only at level 106. Not to mention, at level 107, Hidden Soul and the others would no longer have to worry about the problem of level suppression when roaming level 101 10+ maps. Are you intent on withdrawing, Miss Soul? Lu Wusheng asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. Won't you consider talking things out with Mr. Black Flame? Further discussions are unnecessary, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. The Flower of 7 Sins has already issued its ultimatum. If my old friends and I do not leave Asura, the Flower of 7 Sins will begin targeting Asura in all aspects. I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what the Flower of 7 Sins is capable of, Mr. Lu. If we do not leave, Asura's future will be ruined. I'm sure this isn't something Guild Leader Black Flame wishes to see. Not to mention, Guild Leader Black Flame is still missing. If we delay our withdrawal any further and the Flower of 7 Sins begins to take action, all of Asura's customers are certain to leave. The same goes for Asura's experts. After hearing Hidden Soul's words, Lu Wusheng opened and closed his mouth several times. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he simply couldn't come up with any rebuttals. The various first-rate powers in God's domain might not know the full extent of the Flower of 7 Sins' capabilities. However, it was a different story for Witch's Sin, a guild that had secretly reached the standard of the various superpowers already. The Flower of 7 Sins might not have as many members as any of the 5 great super guilds, but the number of experts it possessed absolutely exceeded every one of the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, because the Flower of 7 Sins wasn't a guild but a covert organization instead, there was no use placing a bounty on it. Members of the Flower of 7 Sins typically kept their identities hidden. Most members didn't even know where the organization's main headquarters was located. According to rumors, the Great Commander was the only person who knew exactly how many members and trump cards the organization had. Not even the 6 other commanders of the organization knew about these details. Meanwhile, so long as someone was willing to pay the price, the Flower of 7 Sins would dare to accept even a commission for the heads of the 5 great super guilds' guild leaders. Moreover, not only was there a precedent of this situation, but the Flower of 7 Sins had even completed the commission successfully. Although Lu Wusheng didn't know why the Flower of 7 Sins had decided to target Hidden Soul, an ex-commander of the organization, it was a fact that the assassination organization had issued a warning to the Asura Mercenary Alliance. However, judging by the fact that only the 4 of them had received this notice, he could also tell that the Flower of 7 Sins didn't wish to offend Asura too much. The organization only wished for Asura to keep its hands out of Hidden Soul's problem. However, there wasn't anything Asura could do about this situation either. Others might not be aware of Asura's current situation, but Lu Wusheng was. If Asura tried to go against the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be no different than trying to crack a rock with an egg. Black Flame, the person behind the Asura Mercenary Alliance, might come from an incredibly strong power, but how much strength could this extraordinary power employ in this god's domain? It should be known that the Flower of Seven Sins was one of the strongest powers in this god's domain. Getting targeted by the Flower of Seven Sins would be an absolute nightmare for Asura. Interesting. So, it's a warning from the Flower of Seven Sins? While Lu Wusheng was racking his mind for a solution, the doors to the conference room suddenly opened. Then, a chuckle that Lu Wusheng and Hidden Soul were familiar with came through the doors. Chapter 3090, SS2.0164, Chapter 64, Guild Leader Black Flame. Lu Wusheng and Hidden Soul were both surprised by Shi Feng's sudden appearance. However, the two wore different expressions when they saw Shi Feng, the former looking pleasantly surprised and the latter looking ashamed. Level 110, the ferocious middle-aged man seated beside Hidden Soul was similarly surprised when he saw Shi Feng. However, the reason for his surprise was different from Lu Wusheng and Hidden Soul. Unlike the others present, the ferocious middle-aged man had a special identification skill that allowed him to ignore the concealment effects of black cloaks. Hence, even though Shi Feng was hiding his information with a black cloak, he could see Shi Feng's level the instant Shi Feng had entered the room. Lu Wusheng, Hidden Soul, and Blue Sheath were all experts with extraordinary senses. Although the middle-aged man had exclaimed in a very soft voice, the three of them still managed to hear his words loud and clear. Meanwhile, all three of them couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng in even greater surprise after hearing the middle-aged man's mutterings. "Have you really reached level 110 already?" Guild Leader Black Flame, Lu Wusheng asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. It should be known that his current level of 107 already allowed him to look down on the entire miniature ancient world. He could even move about freely in level 115 plus maps at this level. Although Lu Wusheng had expected Shi Feng to be above him in levels considering the other party's strength, he didn't expect there to be such a huge difference. If it were in the past, reaching level 110 wouldn't be a big deal since it was only a minor turning point for players. At most, players would receive more basic attributes from their level 150 epic weapons and equipment. However, that all changed ever since the introduction of the most recent expansion pack. The primordial secret land that got introduced with the expansion pack had two separate maps with different level limits. The first map only allowed players under level 110 to enter, while the second map only allowed players between level 110 and level 20. Before reaching level 110, players couldn't enter the second map. Currently, the first map only dropped mounts up to the mysterious Iron rank. Meanwhile, a mysterious Iron mount's combat power only rivaled Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. A mount of this rank could just barely be of help to expert players. On the other hand, the primordial secret land's second map dropped up to secret silver mounts. Meanwhile, a secret silver mount possessed strength rivaling high lords of the same level. With such combat power, a secret silver mount could be of significant help to players out in the fields. After all, most of the monsters found in even level 115 maps were only at the high lord standard. Not to mention, no powers were competing over the second map yet. So, the acquisition rate for mounts in the second map would surpass the first map. I have indeed reached level 110 for some time now. Shi Feng nodded, not bothering to hide his level. However, he couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the middle-aged man beside Hidden Soul. The black cloak might not be infallible, but a top-tier identification skill would still be required to see through a black cloak's concealment effect. Such identification skills were not commonly available in God's domain. Even a top-tier first-rate guild wouldn't have more than 10 people with such identification skills. Yet, despite being an independent expert, the middle-aged man owned one such identification skill. Shi Feng had already memorized the names and appearances of the many experts in God's domain who possessed such top-tier identification skills. Yet, even though the middle-aged man named Frenzied Smile was already at the domain realm, Shi Feng had no recollection of this person whatsoever. When Hidden Soul noticed the look of surprise on Shi Feng's face, she took the initiative to introduce the middle-aged man beside her, saying, "Let me introduce you. This person here is Frenzied Smile, one of the former 7 great elders of the Flower of Seven Sins Board of Elders. Ever since he retired from his position, he has always lived a secluded life. I had to go through a lot of trouble to find him. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame," Frenzied Smile said as he stood up and nodded at Shi Feng. "Although I've heard Commander Soul speak many things about you before, it would seem that you are even more amazing than she described." "You flatter me, Elder Smile," Shi Feng said with a smile. "The fact that you are willing to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance is an honor for Asura." Domain realm experts were highly contested among the various superpowers. Even the 5 great guilds were no exception. This was because domain realm experts had the strength necessary to lead and safeguard important locations. They also had a considerable chance of becoming a tier 6 god-ranked expert in the future. However, upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Frenzied Smile's expression immediately grew a little awkward. Then, he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Guild Leader Black Flame. While my friends and I are interested in becoming a part of Asura, Death Omen, the current commander for the Flower of Seven Sins, Sin of Pride, has already issued an ultimatum to Asura. If we insist on joining Asura, not only will we bring no benefit to the Mercenary Alliance, but we will even bring trouble with us instead. Hidden Soul wore a somber expression when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Death Omen was Hidden Soul's younger cousin's sister, and the girl was incredibly talented. Originally, Death Omen was one of the potential contenders for the title of Pride in the Flower of Seven Sins. However, the title eventually landed in Hidden Soul's hands, and Hidden Soul became the Sin of Pride's first commander in God's domain. Now though, Death Omen had become the Sin of Pride's new commander. If Death Omen was the only person Hidden Soul was going up against, she could have simply ignored the girl's threat. After all, Death Omen only held command over the Sin of Pride. The problem was that Supreme Sky stood behind Death Omen. Supreme Sky was the owner of greed, and he was the second most powerful person in the Flower of Seven Sins, coming behind only the Great Commander. Meanwhile, Supreme Sky was typically responsible for handling most of the Flower of Seven Sins affairs. Hence, Death Omen's threat could also be regarded as the will of the Flower of Seven Sins. As a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Hidden Soul was fully aware of what it meant to go against the will of the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Asura Mercenary Alliance did not heed the Flower of Seven Sins warning, the only outcome awaiting Asura would be elimination. There was no way Asura, in its current state, could go up against the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, even a veteran super guild like World Dominators was no different than an infant before an adult when going up against the Flower of Seven Sins. The only powers capable of truly contending with the Flower of Seven Sins were the 5 great super guilds, existences that had existed for more than 100 years. Aren't you underestimating Asura too much, Elder Smile? Shi Feng suddenly laughed as he looked at Frenzied Smile's awkward expression. The Flower of Seven Sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Asura a pushover. Since the Asura Mercenary Alliance has decided to let Hidden Soul become its chief administrator and even have her recruit former members of the Flower of Seven Sins like yourself without consulting the Flower of Seven Sins beforehand, it means that Asura has never cared what the Flower of Seven Sins would think of this decision. Hidden Soul was momentarily stunned when she heard Shi Feng's words. She never expected Shi Feng to say such words. At this moment, an array of emotions filled her heart. There was excitement, anxiety, and shame. It should be known that even the various superpowers would grow fearful when hearing the name of the Flower of Seven Sins, let alone receiving a warning from the assassin organization. After all, there were precedents of the Flower of Seven Sins destroying entire superpowers in God's domain. At this moment, Hidden Soul wasn't the only person stunned by Shi Feng's words. Lu Wusheng was similarly dumbfounded. Was this the prelude to an all-out war between the Asura Mercenary Alliance and the Flower of Seven Sins? Are your words true? Guild leader Black Flame, Frenzied Smile asked as he looked at Shi Feng with a serious expression. I'm not sure if you know this, but the Flower of Seven Sins has enough strength and wealth to destroy even the superpowers in God's domain. The Asura Mercenary Alliance will never regret its decisions. If the Flower of Seven Sins wishes to target Asura, Asura won't mind giving the Flower of Seven Sins a fight, Shi Feng said affirmatively. Good, as expected of a power commander Soul has settled on, Frenzied Smile laughed. Since the Asura Mercenary Alliance is willing to go to such an extent for retired folks like us, we won't back down either. We are willing to fight with the Mercenary Alliance. Elder Smile? Hidden Soul couldn't help but feel exasperated when she heard Frenzied Smile's words. Frenzied Smile had evidently included her in his declaration. Don't tell me you're willing to give in like this, Commander Soul, Frenzied Smile asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. If you still choose to quit even after Asura has agreed to help us, you're going to disappoint us, old folks. Hidden Soul hesitated for some time after hearing Frenzied Smile's words. Eventually, though, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll fight with Supreme Sky then. Even if I lose, I'll be damned if I don't knock out a few of his teeth. Chapter 3091, Chapter 16.5. Asura's Strength Frenzied Soul sighed in relief when he heard Hidden Soul's decision. Hidden Soul was the strongest among the former Flower of Seven Sins members that had joined Asura. If comparing purely in terms of techniques, some Tier 6 God-ranked experts weren't even her match. If it were on the main continent, Hidden Soul definitely couldn't pose a threat to the Flower of Seven Sins since she never managed to reach Tier 6. However, it was a different story in the miniature ancient world. Now that everyone was still at Tier 3, Hidden Soul was undoubtedly one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world, and even the Flower of Seven Sins would have difficulty dealing with her. Meanwhile, the benefits the Asura Mercenary Alliance offered were incredibly attractive to them, experts who couldn't reach Tier 6. If they were to leave Asura now, it was almost impossible for them to find another Holy Land like Abyssal Star City's Primordial Tower. So, now that the Asura Mercenary Alliance was willing to shield them even at the risk of offending the Flower of Seven Sins, it'd be too much of a waste for them to give up without a fight. Guild leader Black Flame, we might not have to worry about getting targeted since we have Abyssal Star City as our base, but if the Flower of Seven Sins decides to go after our customers, I'm afraid there is very little we can do about it. Many of the experts that have recently joined Asura might even decide to leave as a result, Lu Wusheng suddenly said. This is an especially worrisome problem considering many of our customers have been commissioning quests to acquire mounts recently. This leaves the Mercenary Alliance's experts with no choice but to head for the surrounding NPC cities to raid team dungeons for the Primordial Secret Lands entry tokens. Meanwhile, this is the perfect opportunity for the Flower of Seven Sins to hinder our members from completing their quests. Whenever the Flower of Seven Sins decided to go after a power, it would typically go after the power's core experts and executives. Either that, or it would target the power's various income sources. However, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's main development area was centered around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was a stronghold that the 5 great super guilds could not destroy even if all 5 of them worked together. Naturally, there was no way the Flower of Seven Sins could do anything about the city by itself. Hence, it was obvious what method the Flower of Seven Sins would choose to target the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins would target Asura's various businesses and crush the Mercenary Alliance using its vastly superior manpower and financial strength. Currently, the Asura Mercenary Alliance relied mainly on commissions made by leisure players to earn credits and sustain the livelihoods of the Mercenary Alliance's independent experts. The main goal of every independent expert in joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance was to earn credits and resources in God's domain. However, if these independent experts were prevented from completing their quests and could not earn any credits, it was only natural that they would withdraw from the Mercenary Alliance. After all, these independent experts needed to live. Meanwhile, if the customers who had commissioned the quests saw that their quests weren't being completed even after a long time, they would definitely choose to take their business elsewhere. If this situation persisted, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would eventually crumble due to a lack of customers. Of course, there was also the option of Zero Wing and Witch's Sin sending their experts to complete these quests. However, the problem with this solution was that experts weren't cabbages. It might be fine to do so once or twice, but Zero Wing's and Witch's Sin's development would definitely be affected if this method was employed over a long period. Fortunately, not all was lost. There was still one method Asura could employ to counteract the Flower of Seven Sins' obstruction, having stronger experts take on the quests. For example, they could have Refinement Realm experts take on a quest that normally needed only first-rate experts to complete. The Flower of Seven Sins could also be regarded as an independent organization in a sense. Whenever the organization had its members do work for it, it would pay them according to the job's difficulty. Meanwhile, a simple obstruction job would naturally yield a small pay, and powerful experts naturally wouldn't be interested in taking on such jobs. Hence, if Asura raised the overall strength of the experts taking on its quests, the experts the Flower of Seven Sins sent would naturally fail to obstruct Asura's experts. However, if the Asura Mercenary Alliance chose to take this route, it would have to spend money and resources to subsidize the customers' quests. Only by doing so would stronger independent experts be interested in taking on these quests. After all, the Primordial Tower's environment wasn't attractive to most independent experts. It was only attractive to Tier 5 experts who had trouble reaching Tier 6. As I thought, it's still going to come down to a competition of wealth, huh? Hidden Soul understood what Lu Wusheng was trying to say. Immediately she said, I can provide 1 billion credits to the Alliance to subsidize the customers' quests. Although I can't offer as much as Commander Soul, I can still provide roughly 200 million credits. If I get the others to contribute some, it shouldn't be difficult for us to get another 1 billion, Frenzied Smile said. Witch's Sin can provide 5 billion credits, but I'm afraid that even this amount of credits wouldn't last us very long, Lu Wusheng said, shaking his head. Currently, our customers are only offering 100,000 credits per basic mount, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold. However, it takes at least a 100-man expert team to procure a common mount. Assuming they manage to complete the quest in a day, each player on the team will only receive 1,000 credits. A daily salary of 1,000 credits will only tempt first-rate experts. If we want to get the independent Refinement Realm experts interested, we'll need to bump the daily salary up to 3,000 credits. In other words, we'll have to subsidize 200,000 credits per common mount. I'm afraid it's going to be even worse for higher-ranking mounts. We'll have to subsidize around 1 million credits for each bronze mount and 3 million credits for each mysterious iron mount. Currently, we are receiving over 1,000 common mount quests, 70 bronze mount quests, and 30 mysterious iron mount quests per day. That's around 400 million a day in subsidies. Moreover, this is only the initial estimate. If the Flower of Seven Sins also increases the rewards for its quests, we'll probably have to spend even more money. Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile felt a little stressed when they heard Lu Wusheng's words. Even a conservative estimate placed them at spending 400 million credits a day. If the Flower of Seven Sins were to increase the rewards for its quests, Asura would also have to respond by further increasing its rewards. This was already beyond the level of throwing money away. It was true that Abyssal Star City was making a lot of money every day. Currently, the city was earning over 100,000 gold per day in entry fees alone. If they included the income generated through the city's shops, the city should have no problem ensuring a daily income of 200,000 gold. However, that was before they included Abyssal Star City's upkeep cost. Not to mention, the Asura Mercenary Alliance also needed to use a portion of its income to purchase lands in NPC cities to expand its sphere of influence. Simply put, Asura couldn't afford to waste so many credits every day, especially not over a long period. Yet, a competition of financial strength with the Flower of Seven Sins was fated to be a long and arduous process. There's no need to offer such a large subsidy, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, none of you need to contribute any credits. We can simply use the Alliance's contribution points to replace the credit subsidy. Since this is the Alliance's problem, it will naturally be up to the Alliance to deal with it. But the Alliance's contribution points have limited attraction over independent players. Most independent experts are only trying to acquire a bronze membership to enter Abyssal Star City freely. They don't have much interest in the Primordial Tower, Lu Wusheng said with a bitter smile. It would naturally be wonderful if they could use contribution points as a subsidy instead of credits. After all, one contribution point was equivalent to 40 silver coins already. Moreover, contribution points could only be spent in the Mercenary Alliance. So, by using contribution points as a subsidy, not only could they reduce the burden on the Alliance's finances, but they could minimize the actual outflow of funds. After all, purchasing a bronze membership in the Alliance cost 5,000 contribution points, while offering a bronze membership cost the Alliance next to nothing. However, the freedom of entering Abyssal Star City wasn't particularly tempting to most independent experts right now. After all, most players couldn't really benefit from Abyssal Star City before reaching level 110. Currently, the only players visiting the city were merchant players and the various powers management personnel. These independent experts will soon become very interested in Ashura's membership, Shi Feng said, smiling. Then, he took out a light blue crystal from his bag and said, "Starting today, members who have reached bronze status or above in the Asura Mercenary Alliance will be allowed to exchange for this item." Chapter 3092, Chapter 66, Frightening Foundations, a Lineage Crystal. Lu Wusheng and the others were stunned when they saw the light blue crystal in Shi Feng's hand. Although they had never heard of the lineage crystal before, based on the information displayed before them, this lineage crystal was simply amazing. With this lineage crystal, players only needed to spend some magic crystals to convert to another race. There was no need to go through the trouble of finding and completing rare conversion quests or changing factions. Most importantly, the lineage crystal allowed players to convert to races available during primordial times rather than the descendants of those primordial races. This meant that players who converted their race using the lineage crystal would have a higher life rating than players who converted their race through completing quests. In other words, besides allowing players to convert to another race easily, the lineage crystal also increased players' life ratings. Compared to the miniature worlds inside the Primordial Tower, the lineage crystal would definitely be 100 times more attractive to the majority of the experts in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Guild leader Black Flame, pardon me for asking this, but how many of these lineage crystals can the Asura Mercenary Alliance provide? Are there 20, or are there 30? Lu Wusheng asked in a slightly trembling voice. Also, how many contribution points will it cost to exchange them? Is it 2 million? Or is it 3 million? Even by looking at the lineage crystal's description alone, Lu Wusheng could tell that this item would send the entire miniature ancient world into an uproar. Setting aside the opportunity to gain the superior talents of other races, just the lineage crystal's ability to grant players a higher life rating was already more than enough to tempt everyone in the miniature ancient world. An increase in life rating could bring improvements far more valuable than any piece of weapon or equipment could provide. For example, the higher a player's life rating in God's domain, the stronger one's basic attributes and physique would be compared to other players of the same tier and level. In addition, players would also have an easier time learning combat techniques with a higher life rating. It was similar to how players of a higher tier would have an easier time learning combat techniques than players of a lower tier. However, it was far too difficult to increase one's tier. Setting aside the barrier between Tier 5 and Tier 6, just the barrier between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was already more than enough to stump countless expert players. If a player could grow stronger without having to increase their tier, it meant that this player could secure more opportunities than other players of the same tier. This, in turn, meant that this player would have a much greater chance of ascending to a higher tier. With the miniature ancient world being opened for less than a month, every combat player in the miniature ancient world would probably go crazy over the lineage crystal if they learned of its existence. However, if the Asura Mercenary Alliance wanted to attract the attention of independent experts, having just 1 or 2 lineage crystals wouldn't do it. After all, any independent player with common sense would know that these 1 or 2 lineage crystals would end up in the hands of the various powers experts. There was no way independent experts like themselves would get a turn. However, if Ashura offered 20 or 30 lineage crystals up for exchange, even independent players would have a chance at exchanging for a lineage crystal. Meanwhile, so long as a chance existed, the many independent players in the miniature ancient world would definitely try to earn the Asura Mercenary Alliance's contribution points as if their lives depended on it. Of course, that was under the precondition that the lineage crystal wasn't priced too absurdly. While the lineage crystals might be more valuable than even fragmented legendary items were only valued at around 500,000 gold. Although these fragmented legendary items were typically of the most inferior quality and only sold in special locations such as the auction houses of dark NPC cities, they were fragmented legendary items nonetheless. They could still provide players with a significant boost to combat power. Even if fragmented legendary items were more valuable in the miniature ancient world, the most a bottom-tier fragmented legendary item could sell for was around 1 million gold. So, offering the lineage crystals for 2 million contribution points each was just about right. Any higher, and they would no longer be within reach of most independent players. After hearing Lu Wusheng's questions, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile also turned to look at Shi Feng curiously. They, too, wondered how many lineage crystals Shi Feng could take out and how he planned on pricing them. Inwardly, though, both Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile were resolved to purchase a lineage crystal for themselves even if it cost 5 million contribution points. 200 crystals, Shi Feng said with a faint smile. Moreover, it won't cost too much to exchange for them. Anyone who is a bronze member of the Asura Mercenary Alliance can exchange the lineage crystal for just 1 million contribution points. Silver and gold members will even get 10% and 20% discounts. Of course, each member is only limited to one lineage crystal. 200, and at such a low price? Lu Wusheng felt his head growing faint when he heard Shi Feng's words. Could you be joking, Guild Leader Blackflame? Although lineage crystals didn't provide as significant of an improvement to combat power as fragmented legendary items, the ability to reduce the difficulty of learning combat techniques, skills, and spells made the lineage crystals just as valuable as fragmented legendary items. Yet, Shi Feng was offering the lineage crystals for only 1 million contribution points. Moreover, this price could even be discounted with higher-ranking memberships. The various independent players would go crazy if they learned about this. After all, it went without saying that the various powers would also try to get their hands on the lineage crystals. Meanwhile, so long as an independent player managed to get their hands on a lineage crystal, they could immediately resell it for a huge sum of money. Setting aside the various superpowers, even the various first-rate guilds would probably be willing to pay 1 million gold for a lineage crystal. Moreover, a supply of 200 lineage crystals was more than enough to give independent players a good chance at getting their hands on some. There was no need to worry that the various powers would empty Asura's shelves in the blink of an eye. It should also let Asura attract the attention of the various independent players for a long time. When Shi Feng saw the dubious gazes everyone was giving him, he took out 200 lineage crystals from his bag and put them on the conference table. Then, he said, I already told you not to underestimate Asura so much. The Flower of Seven Sins might be strong, but that doesn't make Asura weak. The lineage crystals might be valuable, but that was only for now. Once players began entering the Boundary Mountain range, they would realize that the lineage crystals weren't all that valuable after all. At most, its value rivaled a top-tier epic weapon. The moment Shi Feng had gotten his hands on the lineage crystals, he had already decided to use them to increase the Asura Mercenary Alliance's fame. Otherwise, once Tier 4 experts started appearing among the various superpowers, there was no way Asura could withstand an assault from them with only the small number of independent experts they managed to attract thus far. There really are 200 crystals. Am I dreaming? Lu Wusheng and Hidden Soul widened their eyes in shock when they saw the small pile of crystals on the table. These were 200 fragmented legendary items they were talking about. They could already imagine how much of a sensation these lineage crystals would cause once their existence was publicized. Do you believe in Asura's strength now? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. If there are no further problems, send a refusal notice to the Flower of Seven Sins. Tell them that they still do not have the qualifications to tell the Asura Mercenary Alliance how to do things. Also, inform all Alliance members about the Lineage Crystals exchange. Support us at H+Dead Novel. Okay, I'll get it done right away, Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. Chapter 3093, Chapter 67, Uproarin. The Alliance Miniature Ancient World, Southern Zone, Red Obsidian City, as one of the 12 holy cities in the Miniature Ancient World's 4 major zones, Red Obsidian City was only 1 sea away from the Boundary Mountain Range. It was the largest seaside city in the Miniature Ancient World Sea of Red Tears. Due to Red Obsidian City being one of the few seaside cities that could conduct maritime trade with the Boundary Mountain Range, it became a highly contested location for the various powers. As evidence, there were at least 7 superpowers known to be using Red Obsidian City as the location for their main headquarters. There were also over 20 first-rate powers ignoring the threat of these superpowers and establishing their base of operations in Red Obsidian City. In less than a month since the Miniature Ancient World opened, Red Obsidian City's player population had already exceeded 80 million. When it came to player population, it was a megacity that could rank within the top 5 out of the several hundred cities in the miniature ancient world. However, what the various powers of Red Obsidian City weren't aware of was that there was actually a transcendental power secretly operating within the gray areas of the city. Meanwhile, this power was none other than the Flower of Seven Sins. Inside a VIP room in Red Tier's bar, the best bar available in Red Obsidian City, at this time a masked young man clad in silvery gray clothing walked into the VIP room. The young man had a relatively average stature, measuring 1.7 meters only. After entering the room, the young man looked at the woman quietly sitting by the window and said, "A message came in from the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Big Sis Omen." The woman in question wore a crimson one-piece dress, and she possessed an ethereal beauty that made her look like a beautiful doll carved by a masterful artisan. However, if one observed this woman closely, one would realize that the woman's appearance wasn't the only astonishing thing about her. In addition to her looks, her level of 107 was more than enough to take the breath of any ordinary expert. Moreover, her crimson dress wasn't simply a cosmetic item. Instead, it was a bona fide, fragmented, legendary item. "What message?" the woman named Death Omen lazily asked as she glanced at the masked man. "The message's sender is Big Sis Soul. She has turned down our suggestion on Asura's behalf. Moreover, Big Sis Soul has asked you to pass on a message to Commander Sky, saying that she will reclaim the position she lost," the masked man said with a chuckle. "What a fool," Death Omen said with contempt on her face. "It is precisely because she refused to submit to Lord Sky that she has fallen to her current state. Had she chosen to go under Lord Sky's wing as I did, she would have long since reached Tier 6 by now and matched me in strength. It is also because of Lord Sky's kindness that she got away with only getting dismissed. Yet, as soon as she found herself an Outer World backer, she thinks she can go against Lord Sky? What should we do now? Should we take action against Asura?" the masked man asked. "A mere Outer World power dares interfere in the Flower of Seven Sins affairs? Do they honestly think a measly guild like World Dominators can represent all of the powers in our god's domain? Since they refuse to obey, there's no need for them to continue existing in the miniature ancient world," Death Omen said, a flash of cold light appearing in her eyes. "Pass down my words. From today onward, everyone who takes on the quest to obstruct the Asura Mercenary Alliance will not only receive rewards equivalent to Asura's quests, but they will also receive an additional 100% bonus paid in contribution points." "A 100% bonus? Isn't that a little too much?" the masked man exclaimed. "Asura is mainly offering mount quests right now, and even a common mount is worth 100,000 credits. However, it will take, at most, 20 half-step refinement realm experts to handle a team that is taking on such a quest. Just receiving an equivalent reward is already more than enough for them to make a significant profit. There's no need for us to subsidize an additional 100,000 credits. Essentially, they'd have to pay 200,000 credits just to obstruct one of Asura's quests. Although they could offset half of that price using contribution points, these contribution points would eventually be used to exchange for the Flower of Seven Sins resources. So, they'd still be paying out of their own pockets at the end of the day. The ones below will only be motivated to move if we offer more money. A reward of just 100,000 credits can only tempt a limited number of experts. Not to mention, there are plenty of half-step refinement realm experts and first-rate powers helping the Asura Mercenary Alliance. So, it's best to have the refinement realm experts on our side make a move, Death Omen calmly said. Also, inform the executioners to move as well. I want you to destroy all of Asura's businesses as soon as possible. Then, we'll see how much more confidence Hidden Soul has in going against Lord Sky. Other powers in God's domain were afraid of going against the Asura Mercenary Alliance because they operated in the light, which made them for easy targets. However, the Flower of Seven Sins operated in the dark. There was no way Asura could target the Flower of Seven Sins if nobody even knew the whereabouts of the Flower of Seven Sins members and base of operations. If the executioners move as well, that will make things simple, the masked man said, excitement appearing in his eyes. This was the biggest operation the Flower of Seven Sins had carried out since he had entered the miniature ancient world. The executioners were a group of assassins the Flower of Seven Sins had nurtured internally, and even the weakest among them was a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, the executioners currently present in the miniature ancient world numbered 3,000. If 3,000 refinement realm experts took covert actions as a group, even the various superpowers would suffer severe losses, let alone an outer world power. While the Flower of Seven Sins was making its move, a huge announcement was made in the Asura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters. Lineage crystals were officially available for exchange now. Are you kidding me? Can we really exchange for such an item? Support us at hosted novel 1 million points? Isn't the exchange price way too high? You think 1 million points is a lot? If you have 1 million points or a lineage crystal, I'd be willing to buy it off your hands for 500,000 gold. How about it? 1 million contribution points will only get you 400,000 gold. You'd be making an easy 100,000 gold just by reselling the lineage crystal to me. That's basically enough money for a large villa. I'll pay 600,000 gold. I can give you even more if you're willing to accept credits. I'll even pay the full sum on the spot. Anyone interested? You want to buy something that's as valuable as a fragmented legendary item for just 600,000 gold? Did you forget to wake up today? Shortly after the exchange list over at the Asura Mercenary Alliance's warehouse got updated, a heated debate quickly ensued among the players that had flooded to the warehouse after reading the announcement, a flame of desire igniting in everyone's hearts. In the current situation where players could not ascend to Tier 4, anyone who managed to convert to a powerful race would essentially gain a fragmented legendary item. They would instantly soar to become one of the strongest experts in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, there'd be no need to worry that others might steal this advantage away from them. Not to mention, the benefits of having a stronger race could remain useful even after players reach Tier 4 and Tier 5. So, how could anyone resist the temptation of the lineage crystal? This won't do. I need to tell the commander about this quickly. Have our brothers get ready to move right away? The Alliance might run out of quests if we waste any more time. Something big has happened, Guild Leader. The Asura Mercenary Alliance has lost its mind. It's offering an item that's as good as a fragmented legendary item for only 1 million contribution points. While the crowd in front of the warehouse talked about the lineage crystal, many of those present also started contacting their companions, subordinates, and superiors. For a time, everyone in the Asura Mercenary Alliance went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, shortly after the Asura Mercenary Alliance pulled this stunt, news of the lineage crystal also reached the ears of the various powers. Chapter 3094, Chapter 68. So, this is Asura? 100 Flow City, Soulfire Adventurer Team's gathering point. Stop hesitating, Captain. Many powers have already gathered at Asura's headquarters to register. If we don't hurry up and join as well, there won't be any lineage crystals left for us, Moonrain said as she looked at Southern Tiger. Your strength will rise to the next level so long as you can get your hands on a lineage crystal. We'll also have a much easier time exploring the Boundary Mountain range in the future. We might even be able to get ahead of other powers and pioneer a path into the Boundary Mountain range. Many powers in the miniature ancient world had decided to take a wait-and-see approach when the Asura Mercenary Alliance started recruiting members. After all, while Abyssal Star City was located very close to the Boundary Mountain range, mainstream players were nowhere near reaching level 115. Moreover, joining Asura would mean losing the ability to go against the Mercenary Alliance. In addition, members would also be responsible for protecting the Mercenary Alliance. In a situation where the 5 great super guilds were targeting the Abyssal Star Primordial City, most people felt that the Asura Mercenary Alliance could, at most, survive until the various superpowers experts reached level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4. Not to mention, the various superpowers might have long since established guild towns and cities near the Boundary Mountain range even before mainstream players reached level 115. In that case, there'd be no benefit in joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Most importantly, players could still enter Abyssal Star City even without joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance. At most, they'd have to stand in line for some time. However, things were different now. The lineage crystal that the Asura Mercenary Alliance had introduced into its exchange system recently was an item that rivaled fragmented legendary items in terms of usefulness. The various powers and independent expert teams might be able to ignore the benefit of having a slightly faster leveling speed. However, there was no way they could ignore something as valuable and useful as a fragmented legendary item. After all, the lineage crystal was something that could help establish a powerful team, and having a powerful team meant being able to acquire more and better weapons and equipment. Epic weapons and equipment might be powerful, but they were only a starting point for peak expert teams. What these teams aimed to acquire were fragmented legendary items, and they'd have to raid incredibly challenging team dungeons and secret lands to do so. Meanwhile, items such as the lineage crystal would be crucial in helping them accomplish this goal. However, the problem was that only members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance could exchange the lineage crystal. Or, more specifically, members who had reached the bronze rank or above. I'm not hesitating, Southern Tiger said with a bitter smile. I already sent someone to apply to join Asura as soon as I received news of the lineage crystal. However, there are just too many people applying to join, and the guy I sent says that there are several tens of thousands of people waiting in line before him. There are actually so many people waiting in line. Moonrain was a little stunned when she heard Southern Tiger's words. After all, it hadn't been more than 15 minutes since news of the lineage crystal came out. Yet, there were already several tens of thousands of players waiting in line to join Asura over at the Mercenary Alliance's registration point in 100 Flow City. The speed of everyone's reactions was even more exaggerated than when they were competing for team dungeons out in the fields. With so many people waiting in line, it'll take us at least a day before we can pick up a quest, Southern Tiger said, sighing. The only thing we can do now is to try and collect some contribution points from Asura's members or find a trustworthy member of Asura and have them pick up a quest and turn it in on our behalf, but it won't be easy to find such a person. Asura's regulations state that normal members are only allowed to accept basic quests. Only higher-ranking members are allowed to take on more difficult quests and acquire more contribution points. Although quests for common mounts are available in large numbers right now, members of Asura will first have to complete 15 basic quests before they can accept a common mount quest. As for bronze and mysterious iron mount quests, only bronze members can accept those. Currently, there are only a very small number of players with bronze membership in Asura, and every one of them is a target of competition for the various guilds and adventurer teams. Although I've tried asking around, none of the people I know have a bronze membership in Asura. Someone with bronze membership? Moonrain suddenly thought of someone when she heard Southern Tiger's words. Captain, do you still remember that advanced legacy we gave away some time ago? You mean the one we gave to that girl from Zero Wing? Southern Tiger said, similarly recalling Wu Lingling. Originally, Southern Tiger was trying to get Shi Feng, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, to owe Soulfire a favor by giving the other party one of Soulfire's gold order. Unfortunately, Shi Feng refused to take the bait, so Southern Tiger settled with giving the gold order to Wu Lingling. Although Soulfire had technically formed a close relationship with Shi Feng through this action, in essence, Wu Lingling was the one who owed Soulfire a favor. You told me to maintain contact with her afterward, so I did exactly that, and I've been exchanging messages with her and offering her guidance all this time, Moonrain said, smiling. Currently, not only has she become a refinement realm expert already, but she is also a bronze member of Ashura. We can totally partner with her. I believe she wouldn't refuse our offer either. She's a bronze member in Ashura? Southern Tiger was momentarily stunned. He didn't think that the little girl following Shi Feng would improve so rapidly, becoming not only a refinement realm expert, but even a bronze member in Ashura in such a short time. This was absolutely astonishing. Should I contact her, Captain? Moonrain asked. Of course. Do it quickly before other powers take her away from us, Southern Tiger hurriedly said. Find the original at Hstead Novel. While Asura's member count was skyrocketing, a masked man who had just arrived in 100 Flow City with a team of 3,000 refinement realm experts couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. What's going on here? The masked man blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the crowded teleportation hall. Setting aside how many people were inside 100 Flow City's teleportation hall right now, just the number of refinement realm experts he could sense exceeded 5,000 already. This was even more exaggerated than the situation in Red Obsidian City's teleportation hall. In addition, the total number of flowing water realm experts and void realm experts in the teleportation hall easily exceeded 100. Since when did experts of such caliber become so common? It should be known that 100 Flow City was only a small city compared to the other NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. Yet, the quality of its player population right now was superior to even holy cities. What the masked man found most unbelievable was that these experts originating from various powers were all eagerly initiating conversations with players wearing the Asura Mercenary Alliance's bronze emblem. Meanwhile, every one of these experts sought to either befriend or form teams with these bronze members of Ashura. Chapter 395, Chapter 69, Madness vs. Madness. I'm afraid we'll have trouble taking action, Boss Wolf. Most of these expert teams trying to complete Asura's commissioned quests come from the various powers, and many of them have refinement realm experts among them. A masked girl with a short stature said as she approached a similarly masked man standing at a corner of 100 Flow City's main street. I've also found out why so many experts have gathered here. Asura has seemingly found some items that can allow players to convert their race, and it is currently offering these items up for exchange. Right now, the various powers and independent experts are all trying to earn the contribution points necessary to exchange for these items. Race conversion items? The masked man was a little stunned by this news. Asura is willing to go as far as to let the various powers freely exchange for such items? Race conversion was normally a very troublesome procedure. Even so, many players sought to convert their race. This was because converting to any other race would mean gaining greater combat power than what they would have as a human player. Normally, if a power were to get its hands on a race conversion item, it would definitely use the item on its own members rather than let outsiders exchange for it. Even the Flower of Seven Sins was no exception. Should we proceed with our plans, Boss Wolf? The masked girl asked. The Flower of Seven Sins might be powerful, but it still wasn't an easy task to go up against the refinement realm experts of numerous powers. I'll report this to Commander Omen and seek her opinion, the masked man said after giving the matter some thought. In the meantime, keep an eye on Asura's bronze members. Understood, the masked girl responded before swiftly disappearing. After the masked girl left, the masked man promptly contacted Death Omen and informed her about the Asura Mercenary Alliance's latest development. It seems Asura has already prepared a countermeasure for us, Big Sis Omen. I'm afraid we'll have to suffer much greater losses than anticipated if we choose to continue with our plan, the masked man said in a low voice. It seems Hidden Soul has found a good backer, Death Omen said, sneering. However, this Asura Mercenary Alliance simply doesn't know what kind of existence it has chosen to provoke. Does that mean we will proceed with the plan, Big Sis Omen? The masked man asked, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Of course. Moreover, we're going to make a big fanfare of it and let everyone know that it is the Flower of Seven Sins' work, Death Omen said with a somewhat frenzied smile. We'll have to let Hidden Soul know how laughable her backer is. I'll start making the preparations right away, the masked man said excitedly. I'll let the various powers understand that it's not in their best interest to accept Asura's quests. Go ahead. Make sure to let Hidden Soul know that all of her efforts are futile and that she will only be harming whichever power she relies on, Death Omen said, nodding before hanging up the call. 2 hours after Death Omen ended her call with her subordinate, an event that shook the various powers occurred in the miniature ancient world. After several years of silence, the Flower of Seven Sins had finally started to take action again. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched several thousand Refinement Realm experts or above this time to disrupt those who had taken on the Asura Mercenary Alliance's quests. Not only did these experts annihilate the expert teams of Zero Wing and Witch's Sin, but they had also decimated over 100 expert teams belonging to the various powers. Everyone knew this was the Flower of Seven Sins doing because of the convict flower left behind on all of the battlefields. The convict flower was a plant the Flower of Seven Sins nurtured. Members of the organization could only collect the convict flower when they were out doing a quest on the organization's behalf. Meanwhile, after completing their quest, members of the organization were required to leave the convict flower behind to prove they were responsible for completing the quest. However, the Flower of Seven Sins' members typically wouldn't leave a convict flower behind when dealing with normal quests. Typically, they would only do so when taking on high-profile quests. It had already been several years since anyone had seen the convict flower appear. The last time the convict flower appeared was when the Flower of Seven Sins had assassinated a Super Guild's Great Elder. Meanwhile, the person responsible for carrying out the assassination was Death Omen, the current bearer of the title of Pride. Death Omen had instantly risen to fame after completing that assassination, and there was nothing the Super Guild in question could do to retaliate against her. After all, Death Omen had already reached Tier 6 back then. Not to mention, the Flower of Seven Sins was an incredibly mysterious organization. Hence, the Super Guild had no choice but to swallow the loss. Now, the convict flower had bloomed once again. It was also obvious who the convict flower had bloomed for. Indeed, it was for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Madness. This is madness. Who the heck is targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance? Whoever it is, they must have paid an astronomical price to get the Flower of Seven Sins to make such a huge move. Could it be world dominators? I doubt world dominators can afford such a price. I heard that the Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts for the operation this time. That's probably more than half of the Refinement Realm experts the Flower of Seven Sins has sent to the miniature ancient world. How much would it take to get the Flower of Seven Sins to mobilize so many people? I'm thinking that Asura should have long since known that the Flower of Seven Sins would target it. That would explain why Asura would suddenly offer something as tempting as the lineage crystal up for exchange. Indeed, that's the only way Asura can resist the Flower of Seven Sins. However, after this initial attack conducted by the Flower of Seven Sins, the various powers and independent experts will probably start to weigh their options, since continuing to take on Asura's quests would mean going against the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins has never failed a job before. I guess Asura's good days are coming to an end. Even if the Mercenary Alliance doesn't face destruction, it will have no choice but to hide in Abyssal Star City. For a time, the miniature ancient world's various powers and independent players fervently discussed the matter of the Flower of Seven Sins targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time ranked among the top out of all the operations it had carried out in the past. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized over 6,000 Refinement Realm experts against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Some of the weaker super guilds might not even have this many Refinement Realm experts in the miniature ancient world. In other words, the Flower of Seven Sins had mobilized a super guild's worth of Refinement Realm experts against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The Asura Mercenary Alliance might have the Abyssal Star Primordial City serving as its foundation, but even an existence as powerful as Asura would probably be helpless against so many Refinement Realm experts. Abyssal Star City, Asura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, currently, 4 people sat inside the spacious conference room of the headquarters building. They were Hidden Soul, Lu Wusheng, Frenzied Smile, and Shi Feng. Apart from Shi Feng, the others in the room all wore gloomy expressions. Everyone, report your situations, Shi Feng suddenly said. According to Asura's statistics, we have suffered over 20,000 casualties thus far. Of them, over 5,000 are Refinement Realm experts, Hidden Soul said, gritting her teeth. Although these members have not uttered any complaints about their deaths, their willingness to continue taking on commissions is very low. It's not just low, nobody is even willing to apply to join Asura right now. On the other hand, the number of people applying to withdraw from the alliance has increased significantly, Lu Wusheng said, shaking his head. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins operation this time is simply too large. The difference in strength between both sides is also obvious. Moreover, in the case of partnered guilds like us, The Flower of Seven Sins is even targeting members who aren't taking on the Alliance's commissions. I'm afraid we'll have to limit our operations to just Abyssal Star City and its surroundings. We cannot continue operations in the various NPC cities. Hidden Soul's expression grew even darker when she heard Lu Wusheng's words. The scale of the Flower of Seven Sins mobilization this time had thoroughly exceeded their expectations. The organization had mobilized at least 70% of its manpower in the miniature ancient world against the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The scale of this operation was so absurd that Hidden Soul couldn't help but wonder if the Flower of Seven Sins had gone crazy. What about the Flower of Seven Sins losses? Shi Feng asked. The Flower of Seven Sins losses? Frenzied Smile revealed a bitter smile when he heard Shi Feng's question. The Flower of Seven Sins has made ample preparations this time. According to my insider information, they've suffered only a little over 1,000 casualties. Compared to the Asura Mercenary Alliance's losses, the Flower of Seven Sins' losses was nothing. Only 1,000? It seems the Flower of Seven Sins has made quite a profit this time, Shi Feng calmly stated. Since the Flower of Seven Sins is willing to splurge to such an extent, we'll play along with it. Send a notice to everyone in the Alliance. From now on, we will be awarding 10,000 contribution points to all common mount commissions. Rewards for bronze and mysterious. Iron mount commissions will similarly be increased by 5 times. Let's see which one of us will last longer. So long as the reward was sufficient, there would always be brave people willing to take the risk. This was also the tactic the Greater Gods Domain's various hegemonic powers had used to deal with him and Zero Wing during his previous life. Both he and Zero Wing had suffered a lot because of this tactic. Now, Shi Feng didn't mind letting the Flower of Seven Sins have a taste of this tactic as well. 5 times? Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Shi Feng as if he had gone crazy. Guild leader Black Flame will run out of lineage crystals in no time if you do that. It only cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for a lineage crystal. However, the various expert teams weren't just obtaining 1 common mount a day. If an expert team was lucky, it was even possible for them to acquire 10 mounts or more. That would mean a daily income of over 100,000 contribution points per expert team. If an expert team got lucky and acquired 2 or 3 bronze mounts, which would be worth 50,000 contribution points after the reward increase, on top of the common mounts, it would earn 200,000 to 300,000 contribution points per day. It should be known that this was only one expert team. What if there were 50 or 60 of such expert teams? In that case, Asura would be paying out over 15 million contribution points per day. Moreover, that was before accounting for the other quests Asura offered. At this rate, Asura would probably run out of lineage crystals before mainstream players could reach level 11.5 and start making use of Abyssal Star City. At that time, Asura would no longer have any means of resisting the Flower of Seven Sins. Aside from that, I have another announcement to make. Asura will also place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins members from today onward. Refinement Realm experts will be worth 300 points, Flowing Water Realm experts will be worth 1,000 points, Void Realm experts will be worth 3,000 points, and Domain Realm experts will be worth 10,000 points. We need to make the Flower of Seven Sins know that there is a price to pay for targeting us. Chapter 3096, Chapter 17, Earth-shattering silence enveloped the conference room after Shi Feng finished speaking. Of the 3 other people in the room, Hidden Soul and Frenzied Smile looked at Shi Feng in shock and surprise, while Lu Wusheng looked at Shi Feng with unprecedented joy. Guild leader Black Flame, if you really go through with this, the Asura Mercenary Alliance will be forming a never-ending grudge with the Flower of Seven Sins, Frenzied Smile reminded Shi Feng in a low voice. It was true that the Flower of Seven Sins targeting the Asura Mercenary Alliance's quest takers had affected the Mercenary Alliance's reputation and development to a significant extent. However, this was merely the Flower of Seven Sins warning and putting on a show of force for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. If Asura was willing to give up on Hidden Soul and the other former members of the Flower of Seven Sins, the Flower of Seven Sins would most likely stop its actions against Asura. After all, sending such a large number of experts against Asura was a significant expenditure even for the Flower of Seven Sins. Once the Flower of Seven Sins achieved its goal, there'd be no point continuing this expensive farce. However, if Asura publicly placed a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins, it would signal the start of an all-out war between Asura and the Flower of Seven Sins. Apart from the 5 great superguilds, no other power had ever dared to openly place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins thus far. Setting aside the futility of putting a bounty on such a secretive organization, putting a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins was essentially an act of provocation. Meanwhile, no sane person would want to provoke a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. If Asura truly dared to place a bounty on the Flower of Seven Sins, it wouldn't matter even if Hidden Soul left the Mercenary Alliance later. The Flower of Seven Sins still wouldn't spare the Mercenary Alliance. What of it? Shi Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. The grudge between us has already been formed the moment the Flower of Seven Sins decided to act against us. Shi Feng had never harbored any good feelings toward assassination organizations like the Flower of Seven Sins. He would have turned a blind eye to the Flower of Seven Sins' existence had it stayed out of his business. However, now that the Flower of Seven Sins was openly challenging him, he wouldn't mind giving it a fight. So, what if the Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental power? It was only powerful in this subworld. He had clashed against many powers that were dozens of times stronger than the Flower of Seven Sins in the past. Compared to those powers, the Flower of Seven Sins was nothing. The current Zero Wing might be incredibly weak, and the Asura mercenary alliance he had established was just starting to take shape, but that didn't mean he would just allow the Flower of Seven Sins to push him around. Not to mention, he had already gained access to the stratified abyssal realm. If they were competing solely in terms of resources, the Asura mercenary alliance was in no way inferior to the Flower of Seven Sins. Hidden Soul felt touched and guilty when she heard Shi Feng's words. Originally, Shi Feng had tasked her with establishing the Asura Mercenary Alliance so that the Mercenary Alliance could be of service to Zero Wing. Yet now, not only did the Mercenary Alliance offer hardly any help to Zero Wing, but it had even ended up offending the Flower of Seven Sins because of her, which had, in turn, caused Zero Wing to suffer significant losses. Carry out the changes. It's about time we let the Flower of Seven Sins know the consequence of provoking the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Shi Feng said firmly. Afterward, everyone present followed Shi Feng's instructions and informed everyone in the Asura Mercenary Alliance of the changes to the quest rewards. A 500% increase? Asura is amazing. We can earn 10,000 contribution points from just one common mount and 50,000 contribution points from a bronze mount. If we're lucky, we can get our hands on a lineage crystal in only 4 or 5 days. With this, even the various superpowers Apex experts will probably be tempted to move. The increase to quest rewards is nothing. Have you guys not seen the bounty? This is an open bounty placed on the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins will probably go crazy once it learns about this bounty. The Flower of Seven Sins and Ashura are definitely becoming mortal enemies now. Unlike past bounties on the Flower of Seven Sins, Ashura's bounty is too tempting to resist. It's also much easier to find the Flower of Seven Sins members now since they're actively attacking those taking on Ashura's quests. Asura is paying 300 points per Refinement Realm expert, and the Flower of Seven Sins members typically move in 100-man teams. If we make ample preparations, that's an easy 30,000 contribution points. That's even more profitable than hunting for mounts. Shortly after the Asura Mercenary Alliance's announcement, an uproar erupted among the Mercenary Alliance's members. It was especially true for the various powers expert teams considering withdrawing from the Alliance. Now, none of them thought of withdrawing from the Alliance. The Flower of Seven Sins' assassins might be very scary, but the rewards the Asura Mercenary Alliance offered were simply too much to resist. After all, not even the various superpowers offered the opportunity to exchange for a fragmented legendary item in just 4 or 5 days. It might be difficult to beat the Flower of Seven Sins experts, but if they prepared some special tools and magic scrolls, it was entirely possible for them to turn the tables on those experts. Not to mention, it didn't really matter even if they couldn't complete their mount quests, since they could similarly earn a significant amount of contribution points so long as they killed the Flower of Seven Sins Refinement Realm experts. Less than half a day after the Asura Mercenary Alliance announced the changes to its quest rewards, Hidden Soul hurriedly ran to the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence. You've really blown things out of proportion this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. 6 lineage crystals have already been redeemed in just half a day. The various major powers expert teams are moving in full force. Even the various superpowers experts have taken action. At this rate, we will have to give away at least a dozen lineage crystal a day, and we'll probably run out of lineage crystals in half a month, Hidden Soul said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry about this situation. The Flower of Seven Sins is mostly just sitting aside and observing the situation right now. By the looks of it, they plan to only go all out once we run out of lineage crystals. Hidden Soul had to admit that the rewards Shi Feng offered were indeed effective in getting the various powers to move for Ashura. In just half a day, the Flower of Seven Sins' plan to target Ashura had become a joke. According to the insider information she received, the Flower of Seven Sins had even lost over 2,000 Refinement Realm experts. This was a significant loss, and even the Flower of Seven Sins wouldn't be able to take it if it suffered such losses every day. This was why the Flower of Seven Sins had become warier in letting its experts take action. Of course, to ensure that Asura maintained its high quest rewards, the Flower of Seven Sins would still have some of its members attack Asura's quest takers. The Flower of Seven Sins had even increased the rewards of its assassination quests to tempt some of its stronger members to take action. Simply put, the Flower of Seven Sins was biding its time. Once Asura ran out of lineage crystals, the various powers experts would naturally stop behaving so crazily. At that time, it would be the end for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint them. They will probably never see such a day arrive, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he took out a dark gold crystal from his bag, handed it to Hidden Soul and said, "Take this advanced lineage crystal. Consider it an advance payment for what I need you to do next. Follow the instructions in the item description and absorb the crystal. Then, I'll need you to follow me somewhere. The stratified abyssal realm was a gathering place for the many worlds of God's domain. Many powerful native players also inhabited it. So, it wasn't exaggerated to say that the place was infested with experts. It was on an entirely different level compared to the miniature ancient world. Likewise, the stratified abyssal realm also possessed bountiful resources. Moreover, every stratified abyssal realm had its own local specialties that could be sold for astronomical prices even in the greater God's domain. So long as he could form a stable trade route with the stratified abyssal realm, Zero Wing would have no trouble asserting dominance over the various powers in the Boundary Mountain range. At that time, even the 5 great super guilds would have a much bigger headache dealing with Zero Wing. However, if Shi Feng wanted to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm, he couldn't do it by himself. He also needed third-floor experts like Hidden Soul. This novel is hosted by Hsersted NOV3L. However, not just any third-floor expert would do. After all, this was the stratified abyssal realm they were talking about. Only a third-floor expert who had converted to a higher life form could be considered a truly powerful expert in the stratified abyssal realm. An advanced lineage crystal? Hidden Soul was greatly shocked when she looked at the dark gold crystal in her hand. The normal lineage crystal was already plenty amazing of an item. She didn't think there'd be an even better version of it available. This situation led her to wonder how much more strength Zero Wing had kept hidden. We have limited time. Quickly go to the primordial tower and absorb the crystal. Whatever higher life form you manage to convert to will depend on your personal abilities, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Currently, he only had 5 advanced lineage crystals on hand. Originally, he had planned to let Su Qianlu and the other executives of Zero Wing use these crystals. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Advanced lineage crystals were different from the normal lineage crystals. The greater the control a player had over their body, the better the results they could yield from the advanced lineage crystal. Su Qianlu and the others might have grown a lot recently, but they were still far from having the ability to make full use of the advanced lineage crystal. Meanwhile, each player could only use 1 advanced lineage crystal in their life, so it'd be a huge waste to let Su Qianlu and the others use an advanced lineage crystal now. Hidden Soul nodded to Shi Feng's urging. She understood that Shi Feng must have something very important he needed her help with. Without hesitation, she promptly left for the primordial tower with the advanced lineage crystal in hand. Meanwhile, after seeing Hidden Soul leave, Shi Feng carefully retrieved a dark crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the primal lineage crystal he had obtained from the Dark Titan. I wanted to wait a little longer before using it, but I have no other choice if I want to have an easier time in the stratified abyssal realm. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng took out the 10,000 mana stones he had prepared beforehand and activated the primal lineage crystal. Chapter 3097, Chapter 71, Primal Human. The lineage crystal was different from your average race conversion quests. The races players could convert to using the lineage crystal wasn't fixed. Instead, the lineage crystal would provide players with a list of optimal races after scanning their current abilities and potential. Meanwhile, the lineage crystal identified players' potential through the degree of control they could exert over their bodies. A player's potential was especially important when using an advanced lineage crystal. Any expert beneath the domain realm would only get to choose from the most common higher life forms. In such cases, players would only have slightly stronger physique and basic attributes than players who had used a normal lineage crystal. Players could only utilize an advanced lineage crystal to its full potential after reaching the domain realm. At that time, they'd have a chance of converting into powerful higher life forms such as demi-dragons and high elves, and gaining strength that would allow them to look down on others of the same tier. They'd gain strength rivaling archaic species of the same tier. Meanwhile, the requirements to use a primal lineage crystal were even higher. Not only did players have to reach the domain realm, but they'd also need to have considerable achievements in the realms of truth. At the very least, anyone thinking of using a primal lineage crystal should be at the transcendental realm, the 3rd level of the realms of truth, to make full use of the primal lineage crystal. Fortunately, Shi Feng had already mastered the transcendental realm. After Shi Feng completed the dozen or so instructions listed on the primal lineage crystal's description, 3 options appeared before him. The first option was a dragonoid. If he chose this option, he would gain a 3-meter tall body with a tail and arms covered in scales. Dragonoids were different from demi-dragons. They were one of the primal life forms in God's domain. They were the result of dragons abandoning their draconic form and taking on human-like bodies. While dragonoids might not have the powerful bodies of dragons, they retain the dragon race's talent for magic. The second option was an ancient elf. If he chose this option, he'd have a 2-meter tall body that was covered in magic runes. Ancient elves possessed mana affinity far beyond that of elves. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were mana itself, and they could effortlessly master super ancient spells that modern elves could not. When Shi Feng saw the third option, he couldn't help but be stunned. The sample image of the third option showed no changes to his current appearance. If he had to get into the specifics and point out a difference, it'd be his eyes. At first glance, his eyes in the image looked no different than his current eyes. However, when he took a closer look, he noticed tiny specks of starlight scattered across his eyes. When Shi Feng saw this image, a name quickly popped into his mind. Ancient human, also known as a primal human. Ancient humans were humans that had existed since the birth of God's domain. However, unlike modern humans, ancient humans possessed the eyes of reality that could see through all things. In reality, the identification skills that exist in the current God's domain were merely skills created to imitate the eyes of reality of ancient humans. Even the war god's temple's eyes of truth was no exception. Meanwhile, the reason these imitations were created was due to the decline of ancient humans. God's domain's environment had continuously declined as time passed, the mana available in the environment growing thinner and thinner. Because of this changing environment, the quality of ancient humans also continuously degraded generation after generation until they eventually became the humans of today. Aside from the eyes of truth, ancient humans also possessed physical qualities far superior to modern humans. The environment available in the early days of God's domain was brimming with mana. During that era, ancient humans had yet to make major advancements in any aspect. Yet, despite this situation, ancient humans still managed to survive in a world infested with ferocious beasts. That was because ancient humans possessed physical qualities that allowed them to trade blows with ferocious beasts. Among modern humans, the only existences that could rival ancient humans were probably heroes. Meanwhile, heroes were existences who had been blessed by gods and possessed the strength to fight against dragons. Becoming a dragonoid or an ancient elf might provide me with stronger physical qualities, but the appearances of these two races aren't suitable for the current god's domain. Moreover, both races tend toward magical classes, so it seems becoming an ancient human is my only choice. After pondering over the three races for some time, Shi Feng eventually settled on the third option, ancient human. Both dragonoids and ancient elves were races extremely proficient in magic. However, Shi Feng was a swordsman. While being good at manipulating mana might give him an easier time ascending to higher tiers, a pair of eyes capable of seeing through everything was much more useful for a swordsman. After Shi Feng chose to become an ancient human, the mana stones he prepared promptly transformed into a huge stream of mana that flowed into his body, the mana continuously strengthening and altering his body. Meanwhile, this process continued for over an hour before ending. So, this is an ancient human? When Shi Feng opened his eyes and looked at the world around him, an indescribable sense of shock and joy filled him. Setting aside his physical body that rivaled archaic species of the same tier, just the ability of his eyes to see how mana operated was already more than enough to cause any magical class expert to lose their minds. Normally, even perceiving mana was already an incredibly difficult feat. This was because mana typically couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Seeing mist like mana didn't constitute seeing mana either. This was because players couldn't actually see how mana operated just by looking at its physical manifestation. They could only do so by feeling it with their various senses. However, Shi Feng could currently see all of these things visually. Although the colors were faint and translucent, he could see all of the conversions taking place around him with perfect clarity. He could even see the mana, the mundane objects around him radiated. The ability to see the conversion of mana taking place around him was more than enough to elevate his combat standard to a whole new level. With this ability alone, he could find the best entry point in the mana around him to execute his skills, spells, or combat techniques, improving their raw power. He could also observe the change in his opponent's flow of mana to determine their movements. This would be much more effective than observing the changes in his opponent's muscles. In God's domain, players had to move their physical bodies as they did with their bodies in the real world. It meant that players had to move several muscles in a series to execute a movement. While this process typically happened in the blink of an eye, it was still a process that involved several steps, and variables could occur at any of these steps. So, predicting a player's movements through observing their muscles wasn't 100% reliable. However, it was a different story for mana. Players only needed one thought to execute an adjustment to their mana. If players decided to execute an action with their mana, the changes would reflect on their mana immediately. This meant that the changes they decided to make would also immediately become apparent to Shi Feng. While this still wasn't enough to tell him exactly what kind of action his opponent was planning to make, it could still let him make better predictions. After spending some time getting used to his new body and talents, Shi Feng quickly contacted Su Qianlu, Blackie, Firecloud, Happy Snow, and Rampant Blade, having them gather at his office. Aside from those five, Shi Feng also called Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Lin Yaoyue over to his office under the excuse of doing a quest for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have 9 entry slots for the stratified abyssal realm, but he'd only be bringing baggage if he brought that lacked strength. Shi Feng's goal was to establish a foothold in the stratified abyssal realm so that Zero Wing could conduct long-term trade with a native power. That way, not only could he shrug off the losses he suffered from clashing with the Flower of Seven Sins, but he could also elevate Zero Wing and Asura into the hegemons of the miniature ancient world. After all, the resources available in the stratified abyssal realm were far beyond what was available in an isolated god's domain. So long as he partnered with a relatively strong native power in the stratified abyssal realm, acquiring items such as the lineage crystal in large quantities wasn't difficult. However, the precondition to partnering with a native power was to have sufficient money and strength. Find the original at H-Stead novel. Meanwhile, the 8 people Shi Feng had chosen were the best candidates he could think of. There was no need to worry about Zero Wing's management either. Su Qianlu and the others could still manage the guild's affairs via offline means. As for the Asura Mercenary Alliance, Shi Feng had left its management to Lu Wusheng and Frenzied Smile. Both of them were veterans when it came to managing large organizations. So long as there were enough lineage crystals, they should have no problems managing the Mercenary Alliance. After Su Qianlu and the others gathered in Shi Feng's office, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw that Hidden Soul had changed into a demonkin. As for Shi Feng's changes, nobody present noticed a thing. Even after everyone had gathered, Shi Feng briefly told them that they'd be heading to the stratified abyssal realm, which was outside their god's domain, and had all 8 of them sign a confidentiality agreement. Then, he had everyone teleport to the Dragonfall secret land. This situation excited Su Qianlu and the others. They didn't think they'd have a chance to travel outside their god's domain. Lin Yao Yue was particularly excited by this situation. As a first-rate guild's executive member, she knew that this was an incredibly rare opportunity even for Tier 5 experts. Yet, Zero Wing did not hesitate to give an outer member like herself this opportunity. This situation caused her to further elevate her evaluation of Zero Wing. Before teleporting to the secret land himself, Shi Feng had retrieved the 2 million magic crystals stored in Zero Wing's warehouse to use as trade currency. Then, after spending some time traveling through the Ceiling Labyrinth with his team, they arrived at the Ceiling Labyrinth's 5th floor hall within the time he had agreed on with the Tower Alliance and Hundred Flower Palace. When Shi Feng's team arrived, the Tower Alliance's and Hundred Flower Palace's members had long since been waiting for them. Evidently, the two sides were much more eager to enter the stratified abyssal realm than Shi Feng. Since everyone's here, let's begin. Bloodhammer said eagerly after glancing at Shi Feng's team. Okay, let's begin. Crimson Heart nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Subsequently, Bloodhammer and Crimson Heart each took out 1/2 of a key and began chanting an incantation hidden in their respective halves. Then, once the two were done chanting, a divine light enveloped everyone present and dragged them into the Gate of Crossing. Chapter 3098, Chapter 72, Stratified Abyssal Realm. When Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, Bloodhammer, and the others opened their eyes again, what entered their vision was a dark and moonless sky. The only thing they could see in the sky were floating landmasses. Before Shi Feng and the others could get a good feel of their surroundings, a series of system notifications rang in their ears. System, you have discovered the stratified abyssal realm. System, all communication with your homeworld has been severed. System, due to the influence of the abyss's power, your physique is reduced by 50%, and your 5 senses are weakened by 30%. System, the gravity in the stratified abyssal realm is 5 times greater than God's domain. Your mobility is weakened drastically. System, the stratified abyssal realm's level limit is 120. You are unable to get promoted to Tier 4 while you remain here. This restriction will only be removed when you enter a higher world. The system notifications stunned Shi Feng and the others. They might not have lost any basic attributes after entering the stratified abyssal realm, but their physique and 5 senses were weakened significantly. The gravity acting on their bodies had also increased drastically. In a situation where all sorts of level 105 plus Grand Lord ranked abyssal beasts surrounded them, receiving such penalties would put them through hell. At this time, even Shi Feng had a headache over these penalties. Everyone in their group might be above level 105, but under the stratified abyssal realm's suppression, they couldn't even exhibit half of their usual combat power. In their current situation, the only ones who stood a chance against the level 105 plus Grand Lords roaming around them were players who had converted to another race like himself, Hidden Soul, and the Tower Alliance's members. Even domain realm experts such as Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue would have difficulty going up against a level 105 Grand Lord by themselves. As for Su Qianlu and the others, they could just barely fight against a great lord of the same level. When Gentle Snow tried using her mana domain, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The suppression here is absurd. Even though the mana here is so dense, I can only extend my mana domain up to 30 yards away. That's only 1/3 of my usual range. That's normal. Over 70% of the mana here is of the dark element," Shi Feng explained as he scanned his surroundings. "Skills and spells that aren't of the dark element will be drastically weakened here. Conversely, dark skills and spells will be strengthened." When observing his surroundings with the eyes of reality, Shi Feng could see everything for what it was. Particularly, his ability to see the composition of the mana around him had reached an extreme extent. Meanwhile, the stratified abyssal realm's mana composition was so skewed that it surprised even him. Even in special elemental worlds, the dominant element there wouldn't occupy more than 30% of the world's mana. Yet it was already more than enough to amplify the power of attacks of that element by 100% or more. Yet, the dark element occupied over 70% of the stratified abyssal realm's mana. This situation was incredibly disadvantageous for players like themselves, who had spent most of their time living in God's domain. Fortunately for Shi Feng, he had the Abyssal Eye, and it could reduce all hostile dark-type effects by 50%. Meanwhile, this effect encompassed even the suppression coming from the stratified abyssal realm. So, while he still couldn't exhibit 100% of his usual combat power, he could still exhibit 70% of it. After a brief discussion between Shi Feng, Crimson Heart, and Bloodhammer, they decided to move as a team until they reached a settlement in the stratified abyssal realm. After all, there were many abyssal beasts around them. It'd be more efficient if they broke through this area with more people. Subsequently, after everyone decided on a general direction to move in, they began advancing and killing the abyssal beasts in their path. The abyssal beasts came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, three-headed wolves and twin-headed lions, to name a few. Although their levels only ranged between level 105 and level 10110, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord rank, the challenge difficulty of these monsters gave Crimson Heart and the others a scare. "Why do these monsters have such quick reaction speeds?" Crimson Heart exclaimed as she fought against a Great Lord-ranked three-headed hellhound. She had thrust her spear at the Great Lord over a dozen times, yet only 3 of her attacks had landed. There wasn't anything special about the three-headed hellhound's basic attributes. Each of her attacks caused over 600,000 damage to the Great Lord. Meanwhile, the three-headed hellhound only had 50 million HP, so it wouldn't take her more than 100 attacks to take it down. However, unlike the Great Lords she was used to fighting, the three-headed hellhound's dodging capabilities practically rivaled Refinement Realm experts. Combined with the penalties she was currently suffering from, the three-headed hellhound's challenge difficulty was greater than even Great Lords found in the miniature ancient world. These monsters aren't the only problem. Our stamina is also depleting much more rapidly here than on our homeworld. The consumption rate has increased by at least 5 times. We have to end the fight and leave this place quickly. Maria, the demi-dragon woman from the Tower Alliance, said, a frown forming on her face as she fought against a Grand Lord-ranked abyssal two-headed manticore. It wouldn't have been a problem if the monsters here were merely more challenging than normal. However, the increase in stamina consumption was a fatal problem. Under normal circumstances, they could fight continuously for at least 10 hours before having to rest. However, they could, at most, fight for 2 hours continuously while subjected to this penalty. A Grand Lord here had upwards of 200 million. Even if all 20 of them attacked a Grand Lord together, they'd still need 3 to 5 minutes to take it down. In a situation where each monster group had 6 or 7 Grand Lords and at least 40 Great Lords, it would only take 5 or 6 monster groups to kill them from stamina exhaustion. Everyone nodded their heads when they heard Maria's words. Immediately, they started using stronger attacks to finish these abyssal beasts as quickly as possible. After all, it was common sense that the longer a fight dragged out, the higher the chances of the fight attracting other nearby monsters. After fighting for nearly half an hour, Shi Feng and the others finally defeated the group of 50 or so abyssal beasts. As these abyssal beasts died one after another, everyone noticed that the stratified abyssal realm's monsters provided significantly less EXP than the monsters in God's domain. It was only 1/3 of what they were used to receiving. Moreover, the items they dropped were unexpectedly few. The 40-plus Great Lords they defeated had only dropped a bunch of beast materials and nothing else. Even the Grand Lords had only dropped a bunch of materials and 6 pitch-black ore pieces. Find the original at H. Novel. Isn't the stratified abyssal realm supposed to be a land of riches? Why is the loot of these monsters so terrible? Bloodhammer was greatly confused as he looked at the loot they acquired. This situation was completely different from the information they had gathered on the stratified abyssal realm. It should be known that the beast materials were only good for making food and nothing else. As for the ore pieces, as far as he could tell, they did not contain an astonishing amount of energy within them. At best, this black metal could be considered a type of rare metal and nothing more. While it was still a good item, it didn't make sense that this was all of the loot 6 Grand Lords had to offer. No, this is indeed a land of riches, Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at the black metal piece in his hand. This dark ore isn't as simple as it looks. It might not contain an astonishing amount of energy, but you'll get the black iron that you're familiar with as long as you refine it. I'm sure I don't have to explain the effects of black iron to you, right? Black iron? This is the raw material of black iron? Bloodhammer was filled with disbelief as he looked at the dark ore in his hand. Chapter 3099, Chapter 73, Immortal Weapon. Is that true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Maria, who was resting nearby, couldn't help but stand up and look at Shi Feng with a fervent look on her face when she heard Shi Feng's words. Weapons made using black iron were incredibly durable, and these weapons had gained themselves a nickname since primordial times. Immortal weapons. Black iron was an incredibly rare material used for weapon production in the Greater God's domain. Demand for it was much greater than supply, and it was a resource frenziedly fought over by the various powers in the Greater God's domain. This was because only weapons made using black iron were tough enough to go up against Tier 4 mythic monsters and above in the Greater God's domain. If a weapon wasn't made using black iron, Even an epic weapon would last no more than a fight when used against the Greater Gods Domain's mythic monsters. Afterward, it'd have to be repaired. Naturally, epic weapons made without black iron would wear out even quicker when used against superior mythic monsters or above. Such epic weapons were almost certain to break in the middle of the raid. Meanwhile, the consequences of such a situation happening went without saying. Players would be fortunate if they could retain even 10% of their combat power if they tried to fight barehanded. Because of this, weapons made using black iron were incredibly valuable in the Greater Gods Domain. Even a secret silver weapon made using black iron would be worth dozens of times more than an epic weapon made without black iron. When teams were recruiting members to head out into the fields, players without black iron weapons would even be disqualified automatically. To make matters worse, in addition to being incredibly rare, black iron was also incredibly challenging to process into weapons. Even a Grandmaster Forger could only achieve a 30% success rate when producing a fine gold weapon. Moreover, this was only the success rate on paper. Any lifestyle player would know that the 30% success rate the system showed was a big fat lie. With a theoretical success rate of 30%, a lifestyle player would typically succeed only once out of 10 tries, 2 out of 10 tries if they were incredibly lucky. As for dark gold weapons and above, the success rate of producing them was even lower. Due to these factors, black iron was incredibly rare and precious in the Greater Gods Domain. Currently, the market price for one piece of black iron was 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. It should be known that 7 Luminaries crystals was necessary for players to reach Tier 6. Even in the Greater Gods Domain, the supply of 7 Luminaries crystals was very low. Any mine and regional dungeon that produced 7 Luminaries crystals would become a target of competition for the Greater Gods Domain's hegemonic powers. Yet, one piece of black iron could easily fetch 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Even then, rarely anybody would trade their black iron away for 7 Luminaries crystals. Thus, Maria was greatly surprised to learn that the Grand Lords they had just killed had dropped the raw material for black iron. It should be known that there were numerous Grand Lords in this area, and every monster group had at least 6 or 7 Grand Lords. If news of this matter spread to the Greater Gods Domain, the various hegemonic powers would definitely do everything they could to gain access to this place. Don't look at me like that. I am a forger, so I can still determine the materials necessary to make black iron, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he looked at Maria's excited expression. Honestly, if he weren't a Grandmaster Forger during his previous life, he wouldn't have realized that the inconspicuous dark ore was the raw material needed to produce black iron. This was because even in the Greater Gods Domain, most players only knew black iron for what it was. They thought that black iron was something that occurred naturally in nature. They didn't know that black iron was actually a man-made product. There were many powers that weren't aware of this secret. Of course, that was only limited to the weaker powers. The various hegemonic powers naturally knew of this secret, and so did a small portion of peak powers. This information could be considered a secret that wasn't a secret among the Greater Gods Domain's top circle. However, Shi Feng didn't mind sharing this secret with Bloodhammer and Maria. After all, it didn't really matter even if they knew that black iron was a man-made product and what it was made from. Even if they managed to get their hands on black iron's raw material, they couldn't do anything with it without the design to craft black iron. It'd simply be an ordinary piece of ore. Of course, black iron ore could also be found in the Greater Gods Domain. Only, the places that produced black iron ore were thoroughly monopolized by the various peak and hegemonic powers. Other powers had no way of interjecting at all, and their only option was to find them in the various stratified abyssal realms. In fact, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, the places that produced black iron ore in the Greater Gods Domain were actually stratified abyssal realms that had broken their respective seals and were introduced into the Greater Gods Domain. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, both Maria and Bloodhammer started looking at the Grand Lords around them in a different light. As for Crimson Heart and the others, they couldn't help but be confused by Shi Feng's conversation with Maria. Even so, judging by Maria's reaction, it was obvious that the dark ore they acquired was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it could stir the desires of even suspected god-ranked experts like Maria and Bloodhammer. There isn't much time left before nightfall, so let's quickly leave this place. We'll most likely die if we have to face the increased number of monsters at night, Shi Feng said, giving Maria and Bloodhammer a reminder when he saw that the two were looking to hunt more Grand Lord-ranked two-headed manticores. Maria and Bloodhammer promptly snapped back to their senses when they heard Shi Feng's words. Then, the team resumed advancing and searching for places with a water source. No matter the world, and regardless if it was for players or NPCs, the precondition to establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. The precondition for establishing a settlement was to build it near a water source. This condition held true for all worlds, players, and NPCs. Hence, if they managed to find a water source, there was a high chance they'd find an NPC settlement nearby. After traveling in this wasteland covered in floating islands for around 4 hours, Shi Feng and the others arrived at a place with countless ancient trees and rocks that measured several hundred meters in height. As soon as they arrived here, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle. In addition, they also saw a towering pillar of fire rising in the distance, coupled with the sounds of thunder and glaring streaks of lightning coming down from the sky. Immediately, Shi Feng and the others grew alert. That should be Shadow Thunder, a Tier 3 curse, Cleansed Rue said as she looked at the dark red lightning bolts in the distant sky. Judging by its power, a player should have cast it, so there should be players fighting there. Moreover, it should be quite a big fight by the looks of it. Shadow Thunder was a super large-scale destruction spell, so one would typically only use it in a fight involving large numbers. Should we go and take a look? Guild leader Blackflame, Crimson Heart asked as she turned to Shi Feng. Based on their journey thus far, Crimson Heart noticed that Shi Feng was much more knowledgeable about the stratified abyssal realm than everyone else. Even Maria and Bloodhammer couldn't help but listen to Shi Feng's instructions. Moreover, if she were to rank the 3 groups in their team based on combat power, Zero Wings group would rank first, while the Tower Alliances group would rank second, and 100 Flower Palaces group would rank last. So, it was completely normal for her to seek Shi Feng's opinion on how they should proceed. At this time, Maria and Bloodhammer had similarly turned to Shi Feng seeking his opinion. Of course we're going to take a look. This is our first encounter with other players. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when another one will appear. There's also only 2 hours left until nightfall, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw everyone turning their gazes to him. But we have to be careful when approaching them. You mustn't underestimate the strength of the stratified abyssal realms players no matter what. If we create a misunderstanding, we will be the ones to suffer. Everyone nodded their heads and put on their black cloaks to hide their information. Then, they followed Shi Feng toward the distant battlefield. Although Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others from Zero Wings group knew next to nothing about the stratified abyssal realm, they knew that any player capable of living in the stratified abyssal realm's environment would be far superior to the average player in God's domain. Not to mention, their stamina consumption rate here was significantly greater than in the miniature ancient world. In such a situation, individual combat power would be severely restricted, and quantity would play a much more important role than quality. If they accidentally provoked one of the major native powers, the fate that awaited them here would be even worse than if they provoked one of the 5 great super guilds in the miniature ancient world. Chapter 3100, Chapter 74, Nation of Ancient Gods. Over 1,000 players were clashing by the river next to the forest of towering trees and rocks. If one were to inspect these players with an identification skill, one would find that in addition to being at level 1110 or above, these players were all geared in epic weapons and equipment. Quite a few of these players were even in possession of fragmented legendary items. At a glance, it was obvious that these players were split into 2 opposing groups. Of the 2 groups, the first group was composed of around 400 players trying to defend the caravan, while the second group was composed of around 700 players trying to rob the caravan. Even though this battle involved only around 1,000 players, Crimson Heart, Lin Yao Yue, and the others, who were spectating the fight from over 1,000 yards away, couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. This was because even the weakest player involved in the fight was a Refinement Realm expert. Moreover, despite being only at the Refinement Realm standard, this expert managed to exhibit combat power rivaling the Void Realm experts, also known as Peak experts. It should be known that Peak experts were rare existences in their god's domain, so much so that they would be given an executive position in any superpower. In first-rate guilds, Void Realm experts would even be granted positions that allowed them to influence the organization's decisions, their authority rivaling the guild's vice-guild leaders. Yet, the Peak experts they came to know as being rare had seemingly become no different from cabbages that were readily available. After all, every player fighting on the battlefield by the river had strength rivaling or surpassing Peak experts. Meanwhile, the clash between the 2 groups of players ahead was even more shocking than an all-out war between 2 superpowers in their god's domain. The battlefield's terrain had even undergone significant changes because of these players' battle. Isn't the development of magic technology a little too advanced in this world? Has their manufacturing capabilities become so developed that they can afford to use siege weapons for measly caravan escorts? Bloodhammer couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the dozen or so 10-meter-tall metal frames fighting on the battlefield. Combat puppets. Combat puppets could be regarded as weapons designed for the specific purpose of sieging cities. Even the weakest basic combat puppet possessed strength at the Tier 3 Peak standard. In other words, even a Tier 1 player could instantly gain raw strength at the Tier 3 Peak standard so long as they got inside a basic combat puppet. Moreover, depending on the user's ability to control a combat puppet, the combat puppet could also exhibit combat power far surpassing its strength level. It was akin to how ordinary experts and Refinement Realm experts could exhibit vastly different combat powers even when both of them possessed the same basic attributes. However, combat puppets would typically only be used to siege or defend cities in the various worlds of God's domain. It simply wasn't a resource that players could afford to waste on a simple caravan escort. Yet, these players from the stratified abyssal realm had not only dispatched multiple combat puppets for a caravan escort, but there was even an advanced combat puppet among them. Combat puppets could be separated into different ranks. A few examples would be basic combat puppets, advanced combat puppets, bronze combat puppets, and high bronze combat puppets. Higher ranking ones, such as silver combat puppets, also existed, but they were extremely rare even in the greater gods domain. In the case of advanced combat puppets, they could exhibit strength nearing the tier 4 standard, including their defensive capabilities that surpassed mythic monsters. An advanced combat puppet could effortlessly clash against a tier 4 mythic monster if piloted by a refinement realm expert. Needless to say, an advanced combat puppet would have a very easy time dealing with tier 3 players. However, the team trying to plunder the caravan similarly had an advanced combat puppet. Moreover, the player piloting it appeared to be much more skilled, allowing the advanced combat puppet to exhibit combat standards at the Void Realm standard. Even though Bloodhammer was a god-ranked expert equipped with a fragmented legendary weapon, if he had to go up against an advanced combat puppet with such a high combat standard, the only thing he could do was run away. There was no way he stood a chance against such an opponent, not when he was suffering from such powerful penalties because of the stratified Abyssal Realms environment. While Bloodhammer, Crimson Heart, and the others were awed by the stratified Abyssal Realms magic technology standard, Shi Feng had his eyes glued to a boy with golden markings in his eyes and a crimson-haired girl wielding a divine staff. The boy looked like he was only around 17 or 18 years old. However, even when he was surrounded by a group of a dozen or so peak and apex experts, he still managed to freely dance around his opponents while swinging multiple longswords. If not for 2 domain realm experts, who were also third floor experts, limiting his range of movement, the boy would have long since killed the other peak and apex experts surrounding him. The girl wielding the divine staff wasn't an ordinary individual either. Despite being an oracle, she single-handedly stopped an attack of several hundred arrows and spells with just a contract barrier, a tier 3 curse. Thousand Sword, Saint Wordless Ember, and Dawn, Saint Sleeping Quicksand. Why are these 2 people here? Could this be the nation of ancient gods? When Shi Feng saw the boy and girl fighting against multiple opponents on the battlefield, the shock he felt was much greater than the shock Bloodhammer and the others felt when they saw the combat puppets. During Shi Feng's previous life, Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand were legendary individuals in the greater gods domain, and their titles of Thousand Sword Saint and Dawn Saint were known by all. Meanwhile, the Bloody Poem adventurer team they had established had caused many hegemonic powers to suffer major losses. Bloody Poem had even managed to defeat Heaven's Brilliance, a top-tier hegemonic power, in a frontal confrontation. Bloody Poem only had 10,000 members fighting against Heaven's Brilliance's army of millions during that confrontation. Heaven's Brilliance had even sent as many as 100 tier 6 god-ranked experts to deal with Bloody Poem. Yet, Bloody Poem had successfully defended its city and killed all 100 of Heaven's Brilliance's god-ranked experts. Because of this miraculous outcome, the battle was remembered as one of the legendary battles in the greater gods domain. Meanwhile, a large part of Bloody Poem's success in that battle was due to Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand. The 2 of them had stopped the majority of Heaven's Brilliance's god-ranked experts by themselves. Because of their outstanding performance, Wordless Ember became known as one of the 10 great sword gods in the greater gods domain, while Sleeping Quicksand became known as one of the 10 great oracles. The 7 Luminaries Alliance, the oldest neutral power in the greater gods domain, had even conferred the title of Saintess to Sleeping Quicksand. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the greater gods domain. Its hands reached across the entire greater gods domain, and the organization's main purpose was to evaluate tier 6 god-ranked experts. Moreover, any tier 6 god-ranked expert could join the organization, regardless of whether they were a member of another power or not. In addition to having no restrictions placed on them, tier 6 god-ranked experts who joined the 7 Luminaries Alliance would also be given the position of Elder as soon as they joined. The people who held the most authority in the 7 Luminaries Alliance were the Senate's 12 Grand Elders and the tier 6 god-ranked experts who had been conferred titles by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. However, receiving a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance was an incredibly challenging task, and the Alliance had given out titles to no more than 10 god-ranked experts in the last century. Yet, Sleeping Quicksand managed to not only receive a title from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, but also became the youngest god-ranked expert to receive a title from the Alliance. After the rise of Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand, others quickly found out that they originated from a stratified abyssal realm. Meanwhile, after the various powers investigated this stratified abyssal realm, they quickly discovered that it used to be a nation inhabited by ancient gods. According to rumors, Sleeping Quicksand had acquired an incredibly powerful ancient god's legacy during her time in this stratified abyssal realm. Hence, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had conferred her the title of Saintess. While Shi Feng and the others were spectating the battle, the 2 teams fighting in the distance quickly noticed their presence as well. "Friends over there, do you mind lending us a hand? Our Purple Light trading firm will repay you generously afterward," a middle-aged man defending the caravan shouted when he saw Shi Feng's team. Meanwhile, as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a fierce man from the team trying to plunder the caravan shouted, "A measly team of 20 dares spectate Death Curse's operation? You people must be tired of living. This novel is hosted by Hosted Novel." As soon as the fierce man finished speaking, the plundering side's advanced combat puppet promptly turned toward Shi Feng's team and fired its magic cannon at them. Immediately, a black beam of light tore through space and flew straight toward Shi Feng's team. The beam was so quick that it crossed the 1,000-yard distance and enveloped Shi Feng's team in the blink of an eye.